Yeah. Yeah, I'm here. I'm just looking up some stuff. Nope, I'm here. Uh, Let me see. Let me mute.
A lot of pressure has been applied to me to take a different course, and that pressure included what happened last night.
Let me mute that. So I just got word that the Fifth Fleet in CENTCOM has just ordered the USS Abraham Lincoln to start blockading the Straits of Hormuz. They can go ahead and move forward with the complete battle group and use aircraft as needed. Whoopsie. Let's see. The United States has just sent 10,000 extra troops to reinforce the naval blockade around Iran. So they're probably sending 2 or 3 more ships. Trump just issued a statement warning Xi Jinping not to arm Iran, adding that Beijing responded with assurances that it is not supplying Iran. And let's see. And the following countries have come out and condemned Donald Trump and Bibi on the actions inside of Lebanon and Iran. United Kingdom, Sierra Leone, Switzerland, Indonesia, Cambodia, Australia, Canada, Jordan, Japan, and Brazil. There's an echo. All right, let me see. How about now? Well, no. They are adding, basically, it's repeating twice. All right. Is it any better now? Are you getting an echo now? Maybe. Willard. Sherry says it's fine. Kelly says it's fine. Me neither. Okay. So those countries are now basically saying they're against Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. Let's see. So was there anything? Oh, I know. I'm surprised at Japan too. But I'm thinking about either. I don't think I have anything planned for tomorrow. At least, not that I know of yet. But I am thinking about doing a live or a pre-recorded. You guys let me know if you want it live or, like a pre-recorded show. Going over the Monroe Doctrine. And, oh, no problem, Willard. I was going to ask you that, but think about doing a thing on the Monroe Doctrine and basically going through and reading it and kind of drawing some parallels on how you like the lives better. Okay. Doing, yeah, it'll be on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Kick. Of course, I don't have anybody really. I think those two, the Twitch and Kick, oh, and Rumble. I'm still getting exactly everything. I mean, I know there's lives being posted up on Rumble. Every time I do a new live, um, I have to get a new server and key, which is no big deal. But sometimes it just shows it as pending. Yeah, no, Cola's show was fun. Um, some of my you notice for the guys that were there, you notice there were a couple of my detractors and instigators that come into the chat, which is absolutely fine. I this has always been my philosophy on that. Just like with TV, if there's a show um, that I don't like, I turn it off. If there's something I don't agree with, I turn it off. If there's somebody on there that I don't like, I turn it off. I think some of these people that kind of do this, they, uh, you know, they do it to troll because some of it is pretty funny. Uh, Shit, Willard, I do it all the damn time. And then it takes me 5 minutes to figure out what the hell I did. Yeah, like I forget who it was. It was pretty funny. Uh, I almost said it, but I was like, don't stir the pot. Whoever it was in there saying I don't believe any of his bullshit, but I did buy the T-shirt. It's like, well, hey, thanks for putting cash in the till. Yeah, I just don't get some people, but I think at the end of the day, I think my statement's going to hold true. There's going to be people that will not be able to admit that they've been duped. And, you know, I may be one of those people that have been duped, but I won't have no problem. Hell, I'm wrong every damn day. No doubt about that. No, you saw it, Kelly? Yeah, it was pretty funny. Yeah, that's, yeah, I feel bad for those individuals. But now, earlier, I was going to come on a lot earlier during, before Cole is live, but my one neighbor, he's got stage 4 cancer, and he's really bad, and you have a you tell it'll probably be an evening one. It won't be during the day. Um, but more than likely, what I'm going to do is I'm going to post you know, not just go instantly live. I'll post like a placer on YouTube. Yeah, yeah. Telegram's pretty cool. Um, and I think if I'm not mistaken, I think there's video on there as well. When you click on the phone icon, it pops up a video. Um, but my neighbor, he's got stage 4 cancer. I think he's in like his third or fourth treatment, chemo, and uh, he was. It's probably been about a month. He was debating on, whether he was going to tell his son or not, and I went over and had a little conversation with him. I'm like, dude, you know, it's really none of my business. You do what you feel is right for you. Uh, but I said if I was in his position, I'd be really pissed if my dad didn't tell me. And so he eventually ended up telling him. And this evening he sent me a text because he's selling a bunch of his stuff. He just sold his truck, a huge trailer that he had. He's selling his boat, selling. I think he's got everything sold but the boat. And his son told him that this summer, his son is, I think he's pretty much done with med school. And he's in his, where they go in and play doctor before they actually do everything on their own. I forget what the hell it's called. Internship or something along those lines. And but him and his son are going to take like 2 or 3 months and just go on vacation, which I thought, I said, dude, you gotta, I said, I know it sounds bad, but I said, you got to start checking shit off his bucket list. And he sent me a text this evening after he sold a couple things, and he goes, I can't believe I have to do this, and because he don't want to leave everything on his son, which I get. And my one neighbor was going to buy his house from him, basically pay him now, and whenever something happens, then the deed and that would transfer to him. But my neighbor told me, he goes, man, he wants too much, damn much for that house. And I didn't ask how much he was asking for it. Just to kind of like give him more money so he wouldn't have to worry about, funds. But yeah, I told him, I said, look, I said, this is the way I would look at it. Every time that you sell something, I said, just think that's more cocaine than hookers. And it's not that I mean it. I do it to kind of get him to laugh because, it's sad. It really is. And in the past, because my mom had seen him today, and she's like, have you, seen the neighbor? And I was like, yeah. And she goes, it looks like he's lost. And he wasn't a big guy to begin with. And she goes, I noticed he's probably lost about 15, 20 pounds. And I was like, yeah, and it was weird. Like he had his first, I think they're injecting him. And they gave him his first treatment. They gave him like one dose, whatever that it consists of. But his second appointment, they did 2 batches at once, and like an hour after the second time, it oh my god, it was sad. He called me and he's like, "Hey, can you uh, run me down to pick up my truck? I had new tires and stuff put on it." And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And he got into the vehicle, and he looked at me. He goes, "Watch this," and he just took his hand and pulled a chunk of hair out of his head, and I was just like, "Oh God." That's even all the shit that I don't really feel like I go through a lot. I get used to, like, I had to have blood work done, and every time I get blood work, labs and stuff done, I'm down for like a day or two, because there's something with when they take blood from me, it flares up uh, the nerve endings in the right side of my body. So, like it'll feel like I don't have any feeling in my right leg, and then it feels like my foot is ice cold, but it's like normal, and it's just something dealing with the nerve endings zapping tissues and muscles and stuff like that. Uh, but I don't know how I would deal with getting cancer. Of course, when I had the second heart surgery, and or no, I'm sorry, the first heart surgery, I was awake for it, and I wasn't nervous about it at all. And I actually got to watch them do the surgery. The cardiologist, he's like, "Hey, do you want to watch this?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, I want to watch it." And so he swung the TV around, and the TV was like right above me, and I'm sitting there watching it, and he's going through all the organs and showing me everything, and I was like, "Man, this is cool as shit." The second one, when they went in and removed this device that took them basically a year, and they didn't even know prior to the surgery um, that I had gangrene in my leg. Uh, because every time, for a while, I was like, "Man, I'm a hypochondriac." Because I think that year, I think I went to the emergency room like 78 fucking times. And that's like no exaggeration. Like every other day, because I knew there was something wrong. And uh, my regular internal medicine doctor, uh, he was like, "Look, you're the only one that knows your body." He was a Chinese dude, cool as hell. Eric Wang was his name. And he was like, you know, "If you think there's something wrong, go to the emergency room." He goes, "You got the insurance, you know, they know there's something wrong, yada yada." So, uh, prior to that, before they did the surgery, I was up at one of the district offices, and I think I was working the afternoon shift. And this is right before they forced me to retire, because they started putting me on a bunch of narcotics. And once you are on a long term thing with narcotics, they basically, it's kind of weird. They don't suspend your security clearance, but they do, because they don't want you, like, if you get totally jointed, right? Which, dude, I was higher than a fucking kite with all the stuff. I think at that time I was taking like, um, yeah, well, exactly, sissy. Um, and I'll get into to this story because it's kind of interesting, medicine and stuff like that. But um, so one night, well, I was at the district office and I was copying some Morse code and intercepting some targets, and I was just sitting there copying a target, and next thing you know, I'm in the hospital, and they I'm waking up, and I don't know if I think they put me in kind of like a semi-induced coma, uh, but after they got everything stabilized, oh, and here this was the bad thing. So when I wake up, I had like no clothes on me, right, and I was coming out of this like coma induced, medically induced coma. And I'm talking to the nurse and I'm like, where the fuck are my clothes at? And she goes, well, the fire department um, had to cut them off because they didn't want to, it was, I guess that's just how they do things. And, I asked her, I said, well, where's my credentials and my gun? And she goes, well, somebody where you worked at, they have all that stuff. And I was like, okay. So they get me stabilized and all this, and so they transferred me south to the hospital that I was going to all the time, because this wasn't the first time that the heart, like, and that's what happened. My heart completely stopped. But when I was in the skip, I guess I shit myself, lost all bodily fluids. Guess it was pretty bad. And but so fast forward like 6 months, uh, I'm at home and I tell my mom, I'm like, man, something's not right. I don't feel right. Something's wrong. And so I'm sitting here and she looks at me and she goes, oh, you're getting ghost white. So she calls the fire department. Fire department comes in. They load me up, take me down to the hospital. And the nurse and the doctor in there, and they call my cardiologist. Amjad Iqbal was his name. And he's like, look, I'm going to keep you. He goes, this is getting ridiculous. And I was, and this is, I'm already seeing somebody because I think I'm a fucking hypochondriac because I keep going into the hospital. They draw blood, they do EKGs, they do everything under the sun. They can never find anything. So finally, they keep me, and there was this German lady or German doctor. She was a lady, and she comes in and she goes, we're keeping you. Dr. Iqbal says to keep you in here. We're going to hook you up to all these lead. I look like damn R2D2. And so sometime in the middle of the night, heart stopped again. And so, of course, I don't remember this, but they start, I guess they hit, well, I do know they hit me with paddles because I woke up during like half of a cycle Oh my God, that shit hurt like a mother. And, you know, I'm laying there in this damn bed and uh, telling the nurse, I was like, why the hell did you guys wake me up? And she's like, you were dead. And I was like, no, I was sleeping really good. And she goes, yeah, because you were dead. And so they put me on, you know, some heart medication and some other shit. Well, when they did this, do you have an NDE? Not quite sure NDE what you mean. Oh, did I have an NDE? No, what they did is how I got the gangrene in the leg is they did a heart cath. And when they did the heart cath, the heart surgeon, what the hell was his name? Because my mom worked with him. Uh, Ahmed Sa. Oh, near. Oh, no, no, no. No, no, no. Not a near death. Yeah, do not resuscitate. Oh, no. This is freaky. This whole. Yeah, I didn't have a near death experience. This was weird. So, the. When they did the heart cath, Ahmed Sabe was the surgeon. And he reminded me, he was from Egypt, but he reminded me of the character from NCIS, Eli David. You know, I mean, he was like a dead ringer, central casting for him, right? And so he's telling me, he's like, well, we're going to do this heart cath. We're going to go up in there, look, see what's going on. And we'll go from there. So I'm awake during this, and they go, yeah, no DNR. So they go up into the lungs, the liver, everything, and then when he gets up into the heart, and he's showing me, it was so cool because they had camera and a light, all this other shit. I don't know how the hell they got all that shit in this artery. But he gets up into this mitral valve, I think is what they call it. And the whole thing was collapsed. And so they took this other device, it was like a balloon, and they run it all the way up. And, you know, he's like, hey, do you want to press the button or me? And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? He goes, you press this button on this tool, and basically it's going to stretch out the valve, and then we're going to run this other thing up there. And you know, after they did that, he's like, see this tear? He goes, you have a tear in that valve. So they put this other machine up there, and it was like a miniature sewing machine. And you could, when I was watching it on the TV, you could see the thing stitching this valve. It was the coolest shit I've ever seen. Well, when they got done, they put this device on my groin. It was called a star closure, and it was made out of titanium. He goes, yeah, you and a 98 or 90-year-old guy are going to be the first ones to have this put in. I just learned how to do this, yada, yada. And I was like, okay, cool. So they put it in, and so after about the first, you know, he tells me, you know, you're going to be sore for, you know, probably a week or two. We're going to, you know, do you need FMLA paperwork? I said no. I said it's they know because they hold my ass out of, you know, out of the district office when prior to this, so they know it's not, you know, a bullshit made up thing. So they put this device in for about a month or two. Kept going to my internal medicine, Dr. Wang, and I'm like, look, dude, something's fucking wrong. And so he did blood work. Blood work always come back good. EKGs come back good. They did ultrasounds of the leg, all kinds of shit. So, there was, I don't know, maybe like 6-7 months later, I'm at home and I'm still on medical leave. And I wake up and I can't move my fucking right leg. And I'm like, man, what? And I'm thinking, I'm I'm dreaming, right? So I'm like, man, what the fuck? So finally, I'm sitting here shaking my right leg. I don't feel shit. So I yell for my mom and I'm like, hey, I can't move my right leg. And my mom's like, are you serious or are you screwing around? And I'm like, no, I can't move my fucking leg. Look, I said, I can't move it. So she calls the fire department. The fire department comes in, and this guy, medic, he comes in and he fucking rouse. Just, he's like dry heaving. And I'm like, what the fuck? And he's like, dude, you reek. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? I took a shower last night. I got deodorant and everything. He goes, no, you're septic. And I was like, I don't have no damn septic tank. And he goes, no, stupid, you're infected. And I'm like, how do you know that? And he goes, I can smell it. And so they load me up and they call the emergency room doctor and they're like, hey, we're coming in. We got somebody that's septic. Don't know what it is. So they get me into the emergency room and they put me into this bubble. It's like a bed, but everything's like sealed. And the emergency room doc comes in and he's like, he goes, we got to do a couple tests. And he says, we got to see, we're not sure if you have spinal meningitis or what the deal is, but you're infected is all get out. And so they called my cardiologist, and the cardiologist comes in and he's looking at my groin and he's like, oh my. So I guess I had like a 2 or 3 inch deep knot on my groin. And so he calls the vascular surgeon. And so they page the vascular surgeon. And about 20, 30 minutes later, the vascular surgeon comes in, Dr. Twill. And he's looking, he's like, well, what's the problem? And I was like, I don't know, Dr. Iqbal said he was going to have this device taken out because I had an 1.5 inch, 2 inch knot on my groin. He goes, there's nothing there. He goes, let me call Dr. Iqbal. So he calls Dr. Iqbal. He's like, no, he goes, we took pictures of it. It's in his chart. So, yeah, schmeckle knot. Well, I told Dr. Will when he said, yeah, you got a 2 or 3 inch knot. I said, man, am I growing a second dong? And this guy had like 0 sense of humor. And he just kind of looks at me, kind of all fucked up. And I was like, oh, this guy doesn't like to joke. And so my heart doctor comes in and he tells the vascular surgeon, is that we got to get this damn thing out. So they prepped me for surgery. And they get everything ready, get the room booked, and the wheel me into the operating. Yeah, the dead pigs. And so they get me into the operating room, and they hook up like a life support machine, all this fucking crazy shit. And so he tells me, he's like, look, you're going to be under probably 2 hours, possibly home tonight, more than likely tomorrow. So I'm like, okay, cool. So uh, the my heart doctor goes, hey, he goes, the vascular or the anesthesiologist, he'll be in about 20 minutes. We're gonna put you under. He goes, hey, he goes, you know Chinese, right? And I was like, yeah. And he goes, do me a favor. I was like, what's that? And he goes, when the anesthesiologist comes in, just start saying some mad shit in Chinese. And I'm like, oh my God, why? He goes, we love fucking with this guy. And so he's like, oh, no, this isn't, I'll tell you this story. I had Pomeranians, right? And I'll tell you the story about uh, when I took a whole roll of duct tape and I took my truck keys and I fucking taped them to my dog's leg because I told my mom that she was going to drive me to get a fucking cheeseburger. This is when this was. Oh, I was fucking beyond gone. And then how I got picked up by Canton City Police Department for because I was walking and there was like, I don't know, 10, 12 inches of snow on the ground, and I was in shorts, t-shirt, and sandals. This is a funny fucking story. So uh the anesthesiologist comes in and he's talking to me and he's telling me what he's gonna do, and I'm looking at the chief of cardiology, and he starts shaking his head, yes, like, do it, do it. So I just start going off on him in Chinese. Guy doesn't say a fucking word. And so the nurse tells him, he goes, okay, everything's ready to go. And he looks at me, bends down, and he in English, he goes, will you shut the fuck up? And then he puts the mask on me, out like a light. I think they told me to count to 10 backwards, and I think I got to maybe 8. And so now keep in mind, they said 2 hour surgery, you'll be home tomorrow. I was like, all right. So I come out of surgery, and I'll tell you about this whole near death nonsense. Well, it wasn't nonsense. I mean, it spooked the fuck out of me, in a sense. I mean, I wasn't really spooked. I was just trying to figure out what was going on. And so I wake up, right? And I'm thinking it's like 2 or 3 hours after this fucking surgery. So there's like a doctor and there's like 2 nurses, and they bring me out of this induced coma. And they're talking to me and they're like, look, you're not going to be able to walk. We're going to have to keep you here longer than we thought. And, I'm like, okay, cool. And the doc asked me, he's like, do you know what day it is? And I don't know, hypothetically, I don't remember exactly what day it was, but we'll say the surgery was, Tuesday. And I said, yeah, it's Wednesday, right? I said, I've been you guys said I'd be under for a day. He's like, nah. He goes, the surgery took about 17 hours. And he goes, we've had you in this coma for about 2 weeks. And I'm like, what? And I'm figuring they're screwing with me because, I was screwing with all these doctors the whole time because my mom worked with all these people and I just love screwing with people. So he's telling me all this. And he goes, we'll tell you what we did. He goes, we got in there, and after we took the device out, he goes, you were polluted from your knee to your hip. And I was like, what do you mean I was polluted? He goes, you had gangrene from your knee to your hip. And I'm like, hold on a second. And I said, where's my mom at? And she's like, well, she's on the floor. And I said, she's retired. What do you mean she's on the floor? And she's like, oh, she's just walking around helping the nurses out, doing prescriptions, yada, yada. I'm like, oh, my God. So I said, well, you probably better bring her in here and tell her everything that you're telling me before you even get started. So the Dr. Sabe, he gets on the paging phone or whatever and pages her, and so she comes in and they tell her, we got him out of coma. And I think she knew everything that had happened, prior to, because but of course I didn't know that because I didn't know I was under for 2-3 weeks, whatever the hell it was. I think it was 12 days, 15 days. So he was like, yeah, so once we got in there, he goes, we cut you open, and everybody in there just roughed. And I was like, what do you mean they roughed? He's like, well, you had gangrene, and it was absolutely putrid. And I was like, okay. And I said, my leg feels weird. And he goes, well, it's all numbed up. And we put, I think he called them saline packets or whatever all through the leg. And basically, I guess this was like a disinfectant. And so if they missed any of the gangrene, it would, kill it. So he says, basically what we're going to have to do is you're going to have to learn how to walk again. And I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, look, if you wouldn't have been so persistent and constantly coming into the hospital, we were going to have to cut your leg off at your hip. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. He goes, the gangrene ate through your nerve bundle. So you have all these exposed nerves. And I'm like, okay. He goes, there's nothing really that you can do. He goes, it's going to be something that you're going to have to deal with, whether it's through medication, physical therapy, whatever. Well, physical therapy didn't do shit. So he goes, so we got you, because they had me strapped down because they didn't want me getting up and walking because they didn't know at that time. Well, they knew. They wanted to see how, the leg was going to react. And, for all intents and purposes, the leg is, clinically dead, if that makes sense. So I get, phantom pains. There will be times where, if I'm sitting down, the leg goes numb. But I think I can feel it. And if I go to stand up, I have to like use the opposite leg to make sure I can like feel the leg and walk on it. It's really weird. And then there's sometimes it feels like I have no leg at all, which is kind of wild. Uh, so the surgeon, the vascular surgeon comes in. And how did I get the gangrene? It was okay. So they put this device. It was made out of titanium. Well, they said I was allergic to titanium, and it just kept festering, and it culminated into gangrene. And they couldn't figure out why it never showed up in my blood work or the ultrasounds, uh, MRIs. I mean, you name it, they did it. This was prior to them taking this down. Because the insurance company said, well, we need you to do this, we need you to do this and this. When in the long run, it probably would have been about like $1 million cheaper if they had just allowed them to do what they wanted to do in the first place, which was to take the fucking thing out. So, I'm sitting there and I'm talking to this nurse, and because they told me I couldn't eat any solid food yet. I could only eat like Jello and ice chips and like pudding. I couldn't eat anything solid yet. So I'm telling this nurse, I asked this nurse, I said, hey, I got a question for you. I said, when I was on the operating table, I said, what were those machines that you guys wheeled in to the operating room? And she's like, what are you talking about? And I said, when I was on the operating table, I said, there were these doors on the right-hand side of where I was laying. And I said, you guys opened up these doors and you wheeled out these machines. But I wasn't I was looking down at them. And I said, and I was laying there and I couldn't figure out where the hell I was at. And she goes, hold on 1 second. And I'm like, okay, this is fucking weird. So the doctor comes in. Now keep in mind, I'm in a Catholic hospital. So the nurse comes in with the doc. And she goes, hey, tell the doctor what you were telling me. So I go through this whole story again. And I told the doc, I said, but you know, the weirdest thing is I was like looking down. And I said, where I thought I was on this table, it was all cloudy. He goes, what do you mean it was all cloudy? I said, where I thought I should have been laying, I wasn't there. I could see the sides of the operating table, but it was all cloudy. And I said, and I want to know what they wheeled out of that room. And he goes, look, I think you heard us talking about this. And I'm like, no, I watched you guys do it. I said there was a black guy, a white guy, and then a white lady. They opened up these doors, and when they opened up the doors, they wheeled out this huge ass machine. And then I said, I fell back asleep, and now I'm here. I said, I just want to know what the hell that machine was because it was huge. He goes, no, I think you heard us talking about it. And I was getting pissed off. I mean, and I liked this doctor, but, and I was higher than a fucking $3 bill. And so he leaves. And I look at the nurse and I was like, man, I thought I liked that guy. He's a dick. And she laughs and she says, well, why do you say that? I said, he's basically calling me a liar. And she's like, no. She goes, look, he can't talk religion. And I'm like, no one's talking religion. I said, I just want to know what the fuck that machine was. The next thing you know, he's telling me, oh, you heard us talking about it. He's like, look, the way their malpractice is, and something to do with some insurance clause or some crazy shit, they're not allowed to talk religion. And I'm like, this is a fucking Catholic hospital. What do you mean they're not allowed to talk religion? And she said, no, they're not allowed to. And she goes, what I'll do is I'm going to go get you a chaplain. And I said, okay. And so, I don't know, about a half hour later, this chaplain comes in. And this guy was straight on. He was from Nigeria, right? Coolest dude, right? Charcoal black. And he had the real thick, deep accent. And so he pulls up a chair and he's sitting down. He's talking to me and he said, he goes, so tell me the whole story. So I'm going through and I'm telling him, and I said, chaps, in the Navy we called our chaplain chaps, CHAPS, just short. And I said, the weird thing about this is I can remember everything that was going on, but I can't see my body. And I said, and it wasn't like I was like laying there. I said, I was up above and I'm looking down and I'm seeing all these people running around. I can't hear a word they're saying, but they're running all over the place. And then these two guys come in from the door where you come into the operating room, and they open up these huge doors and they wheeled out this machine. And all I wanted to know was what the hell the machine is, and now you're here. And he goes, that was a secondary life support machine. And I'm like, well, they already had me hooked up to, life support, all kinds of monitoring equipment. He goes, look, you died on the table during the surgery. They had to stop it multiple times because your blood pressure would drop way down. They had to stabilize you, all this other stuff. And he goes, at one period of time, he goes, you die. One of these episodes where you died on the table, you flatlined. You had this outer body experience. And I'm like, well, and like I said, I'm higher than hell. And I said, well, why wouldn't his damn doctor just say that? And he goes, well, they're not really allowed to. That's why we're here. And he goes, I do have one question for you. And I'm like, okay, chaps, what is it? He goes, so during this whole time that this is going on, and you see this clouded area on the operating table where your body was at. I was like, yeah. He goes, were you hot or were you cold? And I'm like, I don't know what you mean. And he goes, well, can you remember, were you hot or were you cold? And I said, I don't know. I guess I feel like I am now. I said, I was more interested in why everybody was running around. And I said, but why would you ask me if I was hot or if I was cold? And he goes, well, if you told me you were hot, he goes, I was going to tell you need to change your damn ways because you're going straight to hell. And I was like, oh, okay, nice, well played. And so I said, do you get this a lot? Because now I'm intrigued, right? Because, I've had, my grandparents on both sides have passed. My mom's twin sister, and my oldest sister was killed in a military accident out of Fort Carson, Colorado at NORAD. And the weird thing, about hers was she had called my parents like 2 or 3 days before she was killed. And she's talking to my parents and she's telling them that, hey, at that time, SGLI, which is the life insurance for the military, she said, hey, and I think she'd only been in like maybe maybe a year and a half. And, she told my parents, she's like, hey, if something ever happens to me, I have this insurance policy. This is the policy number, yada, yada, yada. Well, then, she has this, right? Yeah, you didn't give me enough, probably because I was telling them all kinds of gibberish and shit in Chinese. And, so I think she knew, right, that something was going to happen. And I believe you do have that kind of stuff. Well, so when my mom's mother, my maternal grandmother, when she had cancer, and she had like breast cancer, and then it spread to her hip and some other shit. Well, like 2 or 3 days before she died, this was fucking crazy. So I'm in there, and because I was really close to my grandmother, and I'm talking to her, and we were out at the farm, and basically my mom was, taking care of her, and then hospice and that, and she asked me, she goes, hey, where's your mother at? And I said, oh, I think she's downstairs, because they had like a split level ranch farmhouse. And she goes, well, can you go get her? And I said, yeah, I'll go get her. So I go get her. And I'm in there and I'm sitting down, and, my grandmother looks at my mom and she says, hey, she says, I want you to know that, my sister is doing really good. And that she wanted me to tell you that everything is okay. And I'm like, at that time, I think I was like 13, 14 years old. And I'm like looking like, bitch, you're crazy because she's deceased, right? So I'm like, what the hell is going on? Well, then my mom's twin sister, she passed, because I was still working at the bureau then. So that would have been like 2008, I believe. And so I'm up there and I'm taking my aunt some food. She'd want all of this food, but then she'd never eat. She said she's full, right? So I get up here and I'm sitting down and I'm talking to my aunt. And next thing you know, she's looking at me and she's like, that's very rude of you. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And she goes, your grandmother is wanting to sit down. And I'm looking with like a confused look on my face, and I'm turning around and I'm looking like, what grandma are you talking about? And I said, what do you mean? And she goes, your grandmother's standing right there and she wants to sit down. And so I'm like, deuces, I am out of here. So I go downstairs because she was at her house, and my mom and I and my brothers and sisters were, or my sister, we were taking care of her. And uh, they sitting there, and I come down the stairs, and my mom sees the look on my face, and she's like, what's wrong? And I said, look, I said, I'm not going up there ever again. She's like, why? What'd she say to you? So I'm telling her, I said, hey, I'm sitting there. I took up her fucking food for her to eat. She's not eating anything. And I said, and then the old bat looks at me and tells me that grandma's trying to sit down. And my mom's like, look, she goes, when, people are, close to death, they start seeing people. And I'm like, bullshit. And this was, quite a few years, uh, well, not quite a few years, but a few years before my incident. And I'm like, man, bullshit. I said, it's whatever the hell you guys have her on, because she was on heavy narcotics. And she goes, no, they start talking to dead people and all this other stuff. And I'm like, man, bullshit, right? So the next day, my mom had called hospice that night to let them know. Well, the next day, this hospice nurse comes out, and, she's talking to me. And she goes, well, your mom tells me that, your aunt was talking to you, and she wanted you to get up from this chair so your grandmother can sit there. And I'm like, look, I said, I got the fuck up out of that room, because I'm like, no, 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 no. Well, she gives me this book. It wasn't like a book. It was like a pamphlet. And it was called Death and Dying. And I guess they, like hospice will give this to people. And it has this thing in there. It talks about stages of death. And so I'm reading through this damn thing. And I get to the part where it says they start, interacting with people that have passed. And I'm like, oh no. And my cousin was out there. And I look at my cousin and I'm like, oh, this is some crazy shit right here. And my cousin's laughing because she's like, this is fucking hilarious. And I was like, look, she told me to get up so grandma can sit down, and grandma's been dead for, a couple years. My cousin, she's just laughing her ass off. So I'm like, fuck this. I went and told my mom, I'm like, I'm never going up in that room again. So fast forward about 2 or 3 weeks afterwards, I had just got to the district office, and I'm checking in my cell, or I had a cell phone, but it wasn't like the cell phones that you have today. Checking in I think it was like a BlackBerry. I check in my cell phone with the SSO and all this other shit. And I go into the skiff and I start working. And about an hour into my shift, the SSO comes in. And he's like, hey, uh, you got a phone call on in the office. And I'm like, phone call? He's like, yeah, I think it's your mother. And I'm like, okay, so, this time my aunt, yeah, she was touch and go. So instantly I'm thinking, oh God, here we go. So I go answer the phone, and my mom she goes, hey, what's the likelihood of uh, you coming to your aunt's house? And I'm like, well, why? What's wrong? She goes, I can't get her to listen to me. She keeps trying to get up. She said she's going to go downstairs and cook and all this other stuff. So I'm like, okay. I said, let me go talk to the div chief and let him know what's going on. So I go in and knock on the div chief's door. And I said, hey, I got a problem. And he's like, what's up? And I said, I'm going to have to take off. And he goes, okay, why? And I said, well, we're taking care of my aunt. And mom called the chime line. And I said, something's going on out there. She can't control her. He goes, okay, go ahead. Take as much time off as you need. If it's going to be more than like 3 or 4 days, just give me a call. We'll do some FMLA paperwork, all this other stuff. I'm like, okay, cool. So I go down to the parking deck, which our parking deck was underground. And so I get my truck and I leave and I head out to my aunt's house. And in the meantime, I'm calling my mom and I'm telling her, okay, I'll be there in like 5 or 10 minutes. And she goes, I don't know if she's going to take that long. And I'm like, what do you mean? She goes, I can't get her to stay in her bed. And I'm like, okay. So I pull in the driveway and I go into the house. And my mom yells at my aunt. She goes, all right, Jeff's here. And my mom comes out of the living room and comes into the kitchen where I come in. And she goes, she's going to fall. And I'm like, well, where the hell is she at? And she goes, she's at the top of the fucking stairs. And she's telling me she's coming down to cook because I'm eating all of her food. And whatever she's cooking smells good. And my mom's going to get fat because she's eating it all. Because she wasn't feeling no pain. And so I go and I start walking up the stairs, and it was like an L-shaped staircase. And I get to where I could see her, and she just looks and she goes, well, damn it. And I was like, what? And she goes, she just had to call you, didn't you? I was like, look, you gotta go to your damn bed. And so we argued for a few minutes. She finally went into bed. But, that whole death experience thing, I mean, it is, yeah, it's wild. Uh, it's absolutely crazy. But I'm going to use her, I gotta go see a man about a horse. I'll be back in a minute, and then I'll tell you the story about where I climbed out the window of my house. This is when I come out of the reconstructive surgery. You guys are gonna laugh your ass off about this one. Alright, so I am like 2 or 3 days out of this reconstructive surgery, the cutting out of the gangrene. And, well, hold on. This is to show you what assholes my brother is. Well, what my oldest brother. So, I was telling you guys that they told me I could only eat Jello, ice chips, and shit, right? So they had me strapped down to the damn bed, so I couldn't get up and I couldn't move. So this disinfectant shit that they put in my leg uh, could, kill everything that they missed. So my oldest brother, comes up, and uh, I was like, "Hey, man," I said, "you gotta do me a huge favor." He's like, "What?" And I said, "They told me I couldn't eat any solid foods. It was only ice chips and like pudding and shit like that." I said, "I want a fucking Big Mac." I said, "I want a Big Mac, a large fry, and a damn Diet Coke." Oh, yeah, I have a lot of things. Like just now, right, from me sitting here, uh, from my knee up to my groin area, I could take my fingers and I can run it on the skin of my leg and I can feel it, but when I touch or like scratch my leg, I feel it in my toes. I don't feel it in the area that I'm like scratching. It's really weird. Um, yeah, it's really it's kind of cool, I guess you could say. But then again, and like whenever the nerve bundle flares up, because for the longest time, this is how I got well exacerbated the back issue is when they were cutting out the gangrene. One of the nerve endings that the gangrene had ate through, it's called mylar sheathing. Uh, One of the nerve endings was on my L5 or L6, and it's not that they missed it. I guess they wanted to get me sewed up and everything, get me stabilized because, I died. They said at least twice on the table, they think 3 times during this surgery. Um, so this nerve ending had laid on this disc and it disintegrated. Of course, I didn't find out about this for like maybe 2 or 3 years ago because it was really weird. Um, I would get this zap in the back of my stomach, and like 4 or 5 seconds later, my right foot and my toes, I'd get all this electricity, and it would go from my toes all the way up to like my spinal cord in my neck. And so the VA, when I was telling my doctor there about it, he goes, "Hey," he goes, "I'm going to send you up north and I want to have an MRI and all that shit done on your back." And so that's when they seen, because then they would take these fucking, I think it's called an EMG. They take all these needles and they stick them in, well, for me, they stick them in my legs, right? And then they would take electricity, I guess, to stimulate the muscle and the tissue. I'd never feel it. I mean, they would zap me. Now they did it to the other leg, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, I feel that shit." Right leg, nothing. Um, but that's when they seen to where the nerve ending was now laying basically like on my spine, but it deteriorated the disc, so it's like right behind my stomach. And so whenever it flares up, the schmeckle. Hey, it'd be cool if, when I got zapped, I'd have like a rising soldier. shoot, shoot.
Alarm. Come on. Ras al-in.
And like shoot electricity out the schmeckle. That'd be like a cool superhero trick. But
Carmial Industrial Zone. Shezor. Sajur.
So I mean that whole thing,
Harashim. Beit Jan. Peki'in.
that
Pisas Mia. Peki'in
itself was
Hadasha.
kind of weird. Let's see what we got here. It'll change the map here. So I forget where. Yeah. So I forget where I was at in this. So my brother, right? So I tell him, I said, look, go down and go to McDonald's because they had those alerts are in Israel. And so, and it's like a notification warning system for the Israelis when, like, if there's a rocket attack or an intrusion. Normally that means a drone is flying, an unknown drone is flying into that area. So it's probably coming from Lebanon to probably packed with like explosion or explosives. They'll fly them into buildings and blow shit up. So so I asked my old brother. I said, "Hey, go downstairs to McDonald's. I want a Big Mac, a large fry, and the biggest fucking Diet Coke you can get." I said, "My wallet's in the drawer." And he goes, "Well, you're not allowed to eat any of that stuff." I said, "I don't give a shit. These guys are not fucking feeding me." So he was like, "Oh, okay." So he goes into the drawer, and keep in mind, I'm strapped down. So he goes into the drawer, he gets out my fucking wallet. Goes downstairs. And I told him, I said, if you want something to eat, go ahead and get it and I'll pay for it. He's like, cool. So he goes downstairs, comes back up, has a bag and a drink. And I said, "Oh, you didn't want anything?" He goes, "No, I got something." I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." So he sits down and he starts drinking this beverage and starts eating this fucking sandwich and fries. And I'm still waiting. And I'm like, "Dude, I mean, where the hell's my sandwich and shit?" He goes, "Oh, you're not allowed to eat." He goes, "You have to, you're on ice chips and soft food." I said, "Motherfucker." I said, "There better be a damn sandwich and fries in that fucking bag." He goes, "Nah." He goes, "But I do thank you for buying my lunch." Yeah. Oh, I was fucking livid. It's like, you are such a damn asshole. But, so I'll tell you this. This is a funny story too. So, I think it is like mid-January, early February. And I've been home probably for maybe a month. Oh yeah, I was strapped down. I couldn't do shit, and he knew it. And he'd sit there and he's like, "Man, this is probably the best fucking quarter pounder I've ever." He goes, "And these fries, oh my God, they're hot. Man, these things," and he's telling me how good this shit is. I'm like, "Oh, you asshole." Of course, in his defense, I just gotten out of the Navy. And he was dating this girl I did not like. To me, she was fucking annoying. I couldn't stand her. And my mom was like, well, you don't have to live with her. And I'm like, it doesn't matter. This chick is fucking annoying. So, he tells my mom and I he's getting married. Oh, yeah. And they're going to Vegas. And they're getting married in Vegas. So, I'm like, all right. I said, when you get married? And he tells me a date. I think it was one of the leap years, because I don't know. Him and my younger sister, they both got married on leap year, so I guess it would be whatever day fucking leap year is. And so he tells me a date. I was like, oh, cool. So I book an airline ticket. I'm going to Vegas. And I'm stopping this wedding. You know that part where they say, hey, anybody disagree or, forever hold your peace. Yep, there you go, February 29th. That's my brother's wedding anniversary and my youngest sister's. No, this is my oldest brother. So, I get my tickets to Vegas. And, 2 days before I fly out, I'm like, well, Mom, I'm flying to Vegas. And she just shakes her head. She's like, what are you doing? I said, I'm going and I'm stopping this travesty before he will thank me years later. And she's like, no, you're not. And I said, look, I already got tickets bought. I'm packing my shit and I'm stopping this damn joker. So I take off. A couple days later, I fly to Vegas. He told me that this is so. I think he got married by Elvis, right? At one of those type of chapels. So I fly into McCarran Airport and I go stay at the Bellagio. And I was planning on being there for, 2 or 3 days. So I call the Las Vegas Chamber of Commerce and I tell them, hey, I'm in town. If anybody, that speaks Russian, Chinese, Arabic, Korean, Hindi, Pashto, if they fly in, they need a translator. I'm out here. And then you get paid, they'll pay you. The people who need the translator. Because some, people go and they don't want to be taken advantage of, so they'll hire a translator, yada, yada. So I give the lady my information, tell her where I'm staying, whole 9 yards. So I get checked in at the Bellagio, and I know I checked in late at night because my flight was delayed, I think in Chicago, because of a snowstorm or some stupid shit. They kept de-icing the plane, and you get stuck, and then they'd have to de-ice it again, and all this other shit. So I land at McCarran Airport, take the Bellagio shuttle, check into the room, and I'm like, all right, I can't sleep. So I went down to the gambling floor and I played some poker for a little bit. And met this cool Chinese family. They were playing, I think it was called Pai Gao or something. I don't know. I couldn't understand the fucking game. It was weird as shit. And so I was just watching. And the dealer told me, hey, we have classes in the morning if you want to learn how to play these games. I'm like, oh, this is cool. So, the guy turned and, he like nodded his head at me. And I was like, I'm going to take a shot here. I think you're Chinese. So I was like, ni hao ma. And he kind of grinned and he started talking Chinese, asking me where I learned Chinese, is my wife Chinese, all this other nonsense. So I was like, no. And I'm telling him I'm here to, basically stop my brother's wedding. And they're laughing. And so he gives me his business card. And, he tells me, he goes, hey, we're waiting on to get a translator, from Bellagio. He goes, would you want to do it and we'll pay you? And, I said, I'm not worried about the money. I said, but yeah, I'll help you guys out. He goes, cool, meet us, I don't know, I think it was like Bobby, they call it Bobby's room or Billy's room, something like that. He goes, we're me and two of his brothers. We're going to play in like a high stakes, like in house poker tournament or whatever. And I was like, okay. And so I go back up to my room and I'm like, oh, these people are pretty fucking cool. So now I start calling this damn chapel. And I wanted to make sure what time my damn brother was getting married. So I had called the chapel and the lady, I give him my brother's name. And she goes, well, we don't have an appointment or whatever the hell they called it for tomorrow. And I was like, well, what about the next day? She's like, no. She goes, well, let me go through and see, if maybe they canceled or whatever. Here, my brother, they told me the wrong fucking date. And he did it a week early. He told me a week later. Because so I would have had to have been out there like, I don't know, March 5th, March 6th, with leap year being the 29th. So I called my brother and I was like, where the fuck are you at? He goes, oh, I'm home. And I said, oh, you're home. I said, well, I figured you're getting married tomorrow, right? I said, so I figured if, wherever you're staying, I'll come, we'll play some cards or whatever. He's like, nah, I'm home. I already got married. I was like, yeah, no shit, huh? He starts laughing. He goes, well, I take it you figured this out. I was like, you are a fucking asshole. So the next day, I go down to this poker tournament and go in and they asked me at the Bellagio, they're like, what's your name? Because they thought I was in. I think this tournament was like $500,000 or $1 million buy-in, and I'm like, nah. I said I have somebody I met here last night. They asked me to, if I'd be interested in translating for them, and to come down and check out this poker tournament. He goes, well, I'll have to check with the floor because normally if you're not playing, you can't be in the room, yada, yada, yada. So she calls somebody on the phone and this guy comes over and I'm telling him this. He goes, well, let me go in and check. He goes, because make sure it's all right with the dealer and all this other nonsense. So he goes in and comes out and he goes, yeah, he goes, the only thing is, why he's playing, you can't converse in Chinese because, they'll think that, you're, whatever, cheating somehow. So I'm like, okay, cool. So they let me into this room, and when he's doesn't have a hand, we're sitting there talking, and he like slides his chair back so he's like physically not at the table. But they spent, I think they were there for like 5 or 6 days, because I know I flew out, because naturally I was only going to be there for, I think, 2 or 3 days. So I had to get a new airline ticket and all that, which these guys, and I was telling them the story, and they were laughing about me going out. And the whole purpose of the trip was to stop my brother from getting married. And they're like, oh, that's cool. We'll buy your airline ticket back. And I'm like, no, that's cool. So that night, he's playing, what the hell is his name? Ji Shang Wu. So his first name would have been Wu. And, Shi Shang would be like equivalent to our last name. And he is playing fucking blackjack. And I think it was like $10,000 a hand. I mean, this was absolutely retarded on how much money this dude was putting up. It was absolutely bonkers. But when we got done, they gave me it's not like a gambling chip, but it was like a gold card almost. And I was like, okay, I thought it was like a souvenir type thing. So as I'm checking out of the Bellagio, I asked the lady, I said, I got a stupid question for you. I said, this is only like my second or third time in Vegas. Because when we lived in Hawaii, when I lived in Hawaii, you could take a flight from Honolulu to McCarran Airport through MWR, which was morale, welfare, and relaxation or some crazy shit. I'm sure it's probably changed. You could fly from Honolulu to Vegas for $79 round trip. So I mean, we would, any chance we got to go to Vegas, we would. So I asked this lady, I was like, "What the hell is this thing?" And she's like, "Oh, this is a $20,000 voucher card." I'm like, $20,000 for what? And she goes, well, you can use it to, gamble, or, you can cash it in. So I don't think it might have been a voucher. But I tried to like catch up with him because I really didn't want the money. I felt like bad, but foreigners are really, especially like if you get in good with foreigners, man, you're in like playing. Like I some of the plaza where our main shop's at was owned by some Indians. Well, they since sold it, but when they bought it from the previous property company, I mean, we hit it off because when I first met him, the real estate guy, come and introduced me to him. And so I'm talking to him the whole time. I'm like bobbling my head like Indians do. And they were like, buddy, what is fucking wrong with your neck? You keep bobbling your damn head. And I'm like, oh, no, I'm not bobbling my head. He goes, we know what the fuck are you doing, buddy. And I'm like, dude, you guys always bobble your fucking head when they're talking. So he's like, no, we don't. And as he's saying that he's bobbling his fucking head. So we hit it off like, right straight on. And they were out of state. The one lived in Pennsylvania and the other one was in Atlanta, Georgia. So anytime they had issues, they'd call me and, they'd pay me for doing whatever needed to be. Like they had to call out contractors or whatever for the rest of the people in there. But yeah, if they like go to give you something and if they view it as like a sign of disrespect, so I was like, yeah. So I just had them cash the damn voucher and send it to my bank. I was like, oh, that was fucking cool of them. But also I'll tell you, so I'm like a few days out of surgery, this corrective surgery. And so the doctors wanted to put me in a nursing home because they were going to have to teach me how to walk and all this other shit. And I'm like, no, not down with a nursing home. Yeah, I'm going home. And so they released me and, to my mother's care. Well, like the first couple nights, I was giving my mom a lot of shit just with like being in so much pain and all this other shit. So she called my youngest sister and she's like, hey, would you be willing to come up and help take care of your idiot brother until all this shit's over with? So she flew my, at that time she just had one kid. So she flew her and my niece up. So they get here and my sister's kind of like me, like night owls. And so this is like late December, early January. So my surgery was probably in like September, October. So I'm in my fucking room and I wake up and it's like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And I was hungry as a hostage. And so I go out and, hire and fuck. And I tell my sister, I say, I'm hungry as hell. And she's like, what the hell do you want me to do about it? I'm like, get me some noodles or something. Well, we screw with each other all the time. And she's like, no, you want something to fucking eat, you go fix it. I'm like, okay, I got you. So I go back into my damn room. And I'm like, I've had about enough of this shit. So I'm in shorts and a t-shirt. And I put on sandals. Climb out the window. And there's about 10, 11 inches of snow on the ground. And so I start walking to, I think it was like Burger King, which was like 2 or 3 miles away. So as I'm walking, and I'm not feeling any pain, I'm hot as fuck, and it's cold as balls outside. So I get about halfway there, and here comes a fucking city cop. And he hits the wig-wags and fucking pulled in, and I'm like acting like I don't see him, and I keep walking. Well, somebody was driving by and seen me, and they called fucking 911, right? So the cop was like, what are you doing? And I'm like, man, I'm going to go get a sandwich. He's like, you understand that you're in shorts and a shirt? Now, I'm high as hell. And he knows I'm high as hell. And my head's sweating. I remember this, because this shit gets so fucking funny. So, now, keep in mind, I'm on medical leave. So, I'm still under the employment of DOJ. Wow. This cop is like, dude, get the fuck in my car. What's your name? And I'm like, I ain't telling you my name. He goes, come on. He goes, you're not in any trouble. I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm not doing anything wrong. They're like, look, it's not about you doing something wrong. He goes, you're in shorts and a shirt, and there's 10 fucking inches of snow on the fucking ground. You have to be cold. I'm like, hell no, I'm not cold. I'm hot as hell. And, you know, I got fucking sweat coming on my forehead. And he's like, what have you taken? And I'm like, man, I'm on so many damn drugs, I can't tell you. Not thinking, right? So they call an ambulance, a damn bus. So the ambulance gets there, and in the meantime, I'm trying to get away from this fucking cop because I'm hungry as hell and I want to go get a damn sandwich. So the fucking fire department shows up, and they're trying to talk to me, and I'm like, you guys need to leave me the fuck alone. I'm hungry. So they block me in to where I can't walk. And they're like, look, we got to put you in this fucking ambulance. And they have like this, like a heat blanket, right? It's like the tinfoil survival blanket type thing.
Alarm. משגב עם. קריית שמונה. כפר גלעדי.
So finally, somehow they get me in this fucking ambulance. And the cop's getting pissed because I won't tell him who I am. He's like, I need your fucking name and social security number and ID. And I start saying fucking Fourth Amendment, illegal search and seizure, and all this other non-shit, right? And so they get me into this ambulance. And the fucking cop comes into the back of the ambulance. And he's just harping. He goes, look, we're going to get you to the hospital. The doctor, you know, we got to get your vitals. Make sure you're not hypothermic and all this other shit, right? So finally, I tell this cop, I'm like, look, fucker, I work at the FBI. And he's like, yeah, sure you do. Right. Okay, buddy, stick with that story. So they haul me to the hospital, right? And they have me on this gurney. And they got me fucking strapped in so I can't get up and fucking leave. So they wheel me in to the emergency room. And the doc comes in and he's talking to him. He's like, so, you know, what are you doing? I said, Doc, all I wanted to do was go and get a damn sandwich. I'm hungry as fuck. And he goes, but it's cold out. There's 10 inches of fucking snow. You're in shorts. You're in a t-shirt. You're in sandals. He goes, so we got to make sure that, you know, you're okay. And I'm like, yeah, I'm okay. And he goes, okay. He goes, what's your name? And I'm like, nope, not telling you my name. He goes, well, we need it for insurance purposes. I said, nope, I didn't want to be here. You're not charging me, just going off. So this cop, he calls his fucking sergeant. And he tells me, he's like, look, if you don't tell me your name, social security number, or something, he goes, I'm going to take you to jail for obstruction. I said, no, you're not. I said, I work at the FBI. And he's like, no, you don't. And I'm like, yes, I do. So we're going back and forth. So a sergeant shows up.
Alarm. משגב עם. מרגליות.
Well, his sergeant shows up. He's got an APIS machine. it's like a fingerprinting machine, right? And I see this fucking thing, and I'm trying to hide my damn hands. He goes, look, you're going to have to we have to get you identified. I said, no, you don't. I said, what the fuck's your probable cause? Right? Just being an absolute dick. So they're like half-ass wrestling me, and they get my damn hand. Well, this patrol officer is telling the sergeant, he goes, he keeps saying he works at the fucking FBI. This guy, and he's telling the doctor, they want a blood draw. And, I'm telling the doctor, I said, you can't do a fucking blood draw unless you got a fucking warrant. You're not doing shit. Don't let these cops get your asses in trouble. So they finally take their fucking nightstick and they pry my fucking hand. They stick my damn hand on this fucking APIS machine. And it comes back and it says, please call, and it gives this number. And he shows it to the damn sergeant, and he goes, well, what the fuck is this? He goes, I don't know, call the damn dispatch. Call I was like, I told you, motherfuckers, you're all in trouble. So they call the 800 number, and here it's the chime line in Cleveland. So they call and talk to the watch chief. It's on the watch floor for the 24-hour watch. And they're like, yeah, we got this, code thing on our Avis machine to call this number, yada, yada, yada. And so they have, I guess they can take the print and whatever, that gives like a serial number or something. So the dispatch says, hey, can you read the whatever code, or each one has, I believe it has like a unique number, right? So when it's logged for like court purposes and shit like that, they have record of it. And so dispatch is talking to the watch chief, and dispatch radios the officer there and says, yeah, you what's he being detained for? And the patrolman says, well, he's not detained right now. He won't give us his name, social security number, anything. Keeps saying it's Fourth Amendment, yada, yada, yada. So the dispatch over the radio says, well, that 800 number comes back to the Cleveland field office of the FBI and gives them my name, and he is currently employed as an ET at DOJ. And he looks at his sergeant and he goes, son of a bitch, he is a vet. And so I'm sitting there laughing. I said, I told you, motherfuckers. So this is where it gets ugly. So they go out and they tell the doctor. They tell the doc, here's his name and all this. And he goes, comes into the room, right? And he said, hey, are you any relation to my mother? And I'm like, yeah, that's my mom. And he goes, oh. He goes, well, I know your mom. I work with your mom. And I was like, oh, that's great. And he goes, I think I might have to call her. And I'm like, what? So I'm like, no. Don't call her. So he leaves, right? And about a half hour, 45, and keep in mind, we're only like 2 or 3, maybe about 5 miles from the hospital. About 30, 45 minutes later, the nurse is in there, and she's doing vitals and doing some other shit. And all of a sudden, I hear, "Where is he at?" And I was like, "Oh, shit." And she says, "What?" And I was like, "Oh, here comes Battle Axe." And she's like, who's Battle Axe?" And I said, "Oh, my mother." And she goes, "Oh, how do you know your mother's coming?" I said, "You didn't hear that?" And she goes, "Well, I heard somebody say, 'Where's he at?'" I said, "Oh, yeah, here comes the freight train." So, and like I said, keep in mind, I'm iron shit. Fucking sweating my ass off the whole 9 yards. Oh, beyond kicked my ass. She walks into the damn into the room, my man, and she looks at me and she goes, "What in the hell are you doing?" And the nurse goes, "I didn't know this was your mom." And I look at her and I say, "I didn't know this was your mom." So I said, "Mom, how the hell did you get here? Because I know you don't drive in snow." And she goes, "The sheriff come and beat on that damn door because your ass decided you were going to fucking crawl out a goddamn window and walk to Burger King." Oh my God. And my mom was so fucking pissed. So every time, like, I take this damn pill, and it's like a narcotic for your heart, right? And so it kind of like relaxes the heart muscle, uh, because they say it's for something called costochondritis. It's kind of like arthritis in your heart, and that's what when my heart stopped and the valve collapsed. Well, this shit, right? But uh, so it kind of makes you high. Well, during this blood work that I just had, they said, we may have to change one or two of your pills because, we're getting some elevated, I want to say, protein spike in your fucking liver. And one of the pills that does it is this damn, uh, uh, this is one of the side effects. And so I tell my mom, and I'm like, "Yeah, I think they're gonna have to, you know, change one of my pills because something to do with the fucking liver. They're gonna do a ultrasound or an MRI in my liver to make sure everything's kind of kosher." And then I had to do secondary blood work. Well, here's the weird thing about every time I do blood work for like 2 days, for some reason, it flares up this nerve bundle. No idea why. They have no idea why. But it flares it up. And so I'm like down for a couple days. I just got to take it easy. And so when I'm telling my mom that, she goes, "Oh, hell no." And I'm like, "What?" She goes, "I will be damned if they change your medication." I'm like, "Why?" She goes, "Because every time they change your medication, you end up doing something stupid." She goes, "Remember the hospital trip where you decided you wanted to go on a hike for 10 inches of snow?" Oh, shit. Yeah, that's the kind of stupid shit that happens. I wish I could have had a picture of those fucking city cops' face when that fucking dispatcher come back and gave them my name and the that I worked at DOJ, and here's the reason why. So, let's say I get pulled over, okay, and the cop pulls me over, issues a ticket. Well, whether did you ever get? Nope, never got my food. Never got me a sandwich. I was on that liquid and soft foods for like 6 or 7 days. Man, I was so fucking pissed. And then when I finally was able to eat, man, I told, they come in, they like give you menus at the hospital and shit that you can order. Look, I was ordering food off that damn thing like it was a fucking bingo card. I was so damn hungry. But, so, when you, when you get pulled over, and, you're working at the bureau or nonsense, even though they have a record of it, you still have to go and you have to notify the SSO and you have to tell them what you got pulled over for and all of that nonsense. So that's why. So in certain areas of agencies, when if they pull you over or like they use the APHIS machine, it's an instant notification. The dispatcher gets a message saying notify this number, and then because one of the biggest things, especially if you're in the hospital, that if they introduce narcotics or shit that makes you, like run your gums, they want to make sure prior to them doing it, they have somebody there from that agency. So if you start divulging anything above unclassified, that they can kind of, do all that nonsense. But, oh yeah. That shit. I mean, she was so pissed, but now we laugh about it, and I'd be like, hey, you remember that time when I crawled out the window? Well, then, so this was shortly after this nonsense, because I was told I wasn't allowed out of the house. I had to stay in the house. I couldn't crawl out any windows. So, I had these Pomeranians. And so, in the middle of the night, I got hungry. And I woke up and I took duct tape. And if you guys don't know what a Pomeranian is, it's kind of like a very miniature Chihuahua with a lot of fucking fur. I mean, they look like baby Chihuahuas. Well, I was hungry. So I took a roll of duct tape. And I took my truck keys and I taped them to my dog's leg. And so the dog had went downstairs. And my sister was downstairs. And she come up carrying my damn dog. Saying, why in the fuck did you use a whole roll of duct tape and putting keys on your damn dog? I said, I'm hungry, and the dog's going to drive me to get a sandwich because I'm not allowed crawling out the window. Oh, shit. Mm-hmm. So that's a day in the life of this hot mess shit show. Yeah. So, let me see here. Haven't got any other screwy text messages, so all must be quiet. the maps are kind of quiet too in the U.S. Just the normal shit. I am going to turn back on the BBC. I'm gonna go get a beverage and see if I can dig anything out of the news while you guys relax your sides from, because mine hurt every time I tell these stories. Oh my god, it's so fucking ridiculous. I mean, just like that damn box of PB&J, it says Bobo. You guys wouldn't believe it if I didn't take a picture of it. Well, today's the 16th now. Uh, I don't think we're going to see anything right out. Everybody has to be trained up and ready to do QRF. Um, so, I believe probably, if something happens, uh, we'll see probably something out of the Pentagon. And I haven't really looked, but I know there's been a couple Pentagon briefings, but they've been canceled. And I did see the story where they're trying to impeach Pete Hegseth because of the Iran war. Well, guess what? Mr. Pete Hegseth takes his orders from the President of the United States. So, to me it sounds like certain members of Congress is trying to get to the president through Pete Hegseth. So that'll be interesting to see how that I mean, it's not going to go anywhere. And if you believe or whatever in that letter in the alphabet, it specifically says that, Commander in Chief POTUS is totally insulated. And, you don't have to worry. So I don't know. I guess time will definitely tell with that. Let me see here. Alright, give me a minute and I'll get some audio back up for your entertainment and pleasure. No, So, did you guys see the article where Democrats are floating a 25th Amendment commission for Trump? Here we go. You know, and here's my thing. What are you going to try the 25th theme on?
£5,500 a year for indefinitely to remain under the scheme. That's a 50% increase in the space of just 2 years. So after gathering evidence, we decided to go undercover, and we sent a reporter in with a cover story that they were married to a British partner, but they had a girlfriend and they wanted to leave the British partner to live with the girlfriend. So very clear there was no domestic abuse involved, but looking for a solution to that problem. And it very quickly, this immigration advisor, Eli Siswaka, proposed this.
What evidence are we going to use? Because she doesn't hit me or anything, so there's no domestic violence. So how will it work?
Orally, you two have been having an argument, and she's been telling you things like, remember, I'm the one who brought you here. I will put your case under psychological domestic abuse.
What is that?
You know, when someone's playing with your mind.
So that advisor is saying he's going to make up a story for the reporter that he's in a controlling relationship to help him stay in the country when he leaves his partner for his girlfriend. That's what's being proposed here.
Yes, so he's just making up this story that the reporter is a victim of psychological domestic abuse, controlling behaviour, and that's why he wants to leave his partner, not the real reason, which is that he's got a girlfriend he wants to go live with instead. And in fact, he's an advisor, but he's not a solicitor, and he's not even a registered immigration advisor, as he should be to give immigration advice. And despite that, during the meeting with our undercover reporter at a hotel in central London, he showed them a letter from the Home Office to him showing the success he'd had on behalf of another client under this domestic abuse scheme, and we don't know whether that client had genuine claims or not, but it's not clear why the Home Office is dealing with someone who's not a registered immigration advisor or a solicitor, and he said he'd done 3 other cases like that in the last year alone. We showed our findings to Ana Gonzalez. She's an immigration solicitor with more than 2 decades experience working on asylum cases.
The domestic violence provisions are there to protect extremely vulnerable victims of domestic violence. I have had clients who barely escaped with their lives, with really abusive husbands that tracked them down and nearly killed them, and they had to get police protection. So this is no joke.
You wonder as well, Billy, about the impact of all of this on the people who are on the receiving end, if you like, of these allegations.
That's right, and then it can be a really profound impact on those being falsely accused of domestic abuse by people looking to stay in the country and doing it as a means to do that. Eli was an advisor suggesting a false claim, but we also come across cases where people have done it of their own volition. They've learned of this route within their community and decided to pursue it as a possible way of staying in the country. We spoke to one woman whose ex-husband is Pakistani. So he was in the country, he was able to be in the country on a spousal visa linked to her British citizenship. She claimed herself that she was the victim of domestic abuse, and there were police reports and criminal compensation to document that. When she left the relationship after a rape allegation, she told the Home Office that the relationship had broken down, and so her ex-partner was informed that he was going to have to leave the country, and she found out that he'd gone to the police at that point to claim that he was actually the victim of domestic abuse, that she wasn't the victim but the perpetrator, and with that was able to get leave to remain in the country from the Home Office. She says that that's led to further allegations from him, in her view, to bolster the case he's making. And on one occasion, she was detained in police custody for 8 hours and separated from her then 6-month-old baby, who she was breastfeeding. So really profound impact for the individuals at the heart of this. We spoke to a criminal defence lawyer. He said he regularly has to represent clients in that situation where they've had false allegations made against them by people whose visas are due to expire.
And what are those, that immigration advisor, Eli Siswaka, and indeed what the Home Office got to say for it all?
Eli Siswaka didn't respond to a written request for comment, but when we spoke to him on the phone to tell him about our investigation, he denied that he'd been willing to make up a story for that our undercover reporter had been a victim of domestic abuse. The Home Office, the Safeguarding Minister, Jess Phillips, said that the unacceptable abuse of this route, which protects genuine victims from the devastation of domestic abuse, is utterly shameful, in her words. She said that she had personally seen the deplorable impact of this type of underhanded tactic, and that sham lawyers facilitating this advice abuse will be put behind bars.
OK, we'll be talking to a government minister at 10 to 8 for the time being, though. Billy Kemper, thank you.
It's 7:15. Are there going to be direct talks between the leaders of Israel and Lebanon? That is the hope that Donald Trump raised overnight, posting on social media. It has been a long time since the two leaders have spoken, like 34 years. It will happen tomorrow. Nice. But that is not what the government in Lebanon are saying. Let's speak to Hugo Bachega, who's there for us. Hugo, just tell us what the government of Lebanon is saying. What do they think is actually going on?
Yeah, I think this is the latest of President Smith's on social media that to catch everybody by surprise. He said he was trying to get a little breathing room between Israel and Lebanon, but as usual with the president's posts, there were no details. He didn't specifically mention the names of the Israeli Prime Minister and the Lebanese president. And the presidency here is saying that they know nothing about this. Is an indication that President Trump is paying attention to what's happening here in Lebanon, that there could be an element of American pressure on Israel to get a ceasefire here. This has been a key demand by Iran in its negotiations with the U.S. And there has been a lot of speculation that Israel could announce a temporary ceasefire here in Lebanon. There has been some sort of de-escalation in the past few days, but the war continues, especially in the south of the country. There's been fighting happening between Hezbollah fighters and Israeli soldiers in the south. And the ceasefire has been the priority for the government here. They say a ceasefire before they can engage in discussions about the bigger issues with Israel.
Just tell us, Hugo, about the sort of damage that Lebanon has taken. What has happened before this de-escalation? What has been happening then in the last week or two?
Yeah, I think a lot of people will remember the last week. There were those devastating airstrikes that really shocked this country. More than 350 people were killed, at least a third of them civilians. These, really shocked people across the country, especially in Beirut, where, areas that were considered to be safe, that hadn't been hit before, were targeted, were hit by Israel. There's also ground invasion happening in the south. There is, again, significant fighting happening between Hezbollah and Israel. We're talking about more than 2,000 people who have been killed in 6 weeks of fighting. 1 million people have been displaced. So this is 1 in 5 of the population here. So there is also a huge humanitarian crisis happening in the country. And I think it's worth mentioning that this is not a war between the state of Lebanon and Israel. This is a war between Hezbollah, which is this powerful militia political party supported by Iran against Israel. And there have been calls, for Hezbollah to disarm, but so far they have rejected engaging in any kind of discussions, negotiations about the future of its weapons. So it's a very difficult situation for the government here.
Hugo Bachega, thank you very much indeed.
And that brings us to 18 minutes past 7. As we were hearing back in the news, the Governor of the Bank of England has been talking to us about interest rates in this new and unpredictable world, not rushing to raise rates, saying their decisions are very difficult. Sean has more on that.
Yes, Andrew Bailey describing this very big energy shock, in his words, that's taking place right now, that higher oil and gas prices will feed through to higher household costs. But what does that mean next for those rates? Dame Deanne Julius is the former member of the Monetary Policy Committee at the Bank of England, distinguished fellow at Chatham House as well. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Often the thinking will go, if price rises are too high, interest rates need to be higher. Is that the case here?
Well, I think, as Andrew Bailey said, that it's a bit of a dilemma for the Bank of England because, yes, when you expect inflation to be higher, generally a central bank would raise interest rates. But at the same time, this is the kind of shock that will also depress activity, growth in our economy. And in general, that's the time when a central bank would lower interest rates. So it's a classic case of stagflation. With both low growth and higher inflation, which I think is why Bailey's probably right to say that one shouldn't rush into action in either direction.
Not rushing into it, but the Bank of England does have a target to try and get prices rising at around 2%. So what should be its priority here?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that in the case of the UK, the first priority of the central bank is indeed to hit its inflation target. That's subject to effects on the economy. And of course, what we've seen is that prices are rising. Diesel prices in particular rising faster in our country than the crude oil itself. It is a huge shock from the Middle East, but that creates huge uncertainties. And so I think the part of what Andrew Bailey is trying to do is to calm the markets down at least, not to have people anticipating that he and the committee are going to be raising interest rates from now on, but rather to say let's wait and see what the data really shows us.
Did we learn anything from the energy price spikes that we saw at the height of the energy crisis with Russia's invasion of Ukraine that might help change the decision making this time around? Because lots might think, well, the Bank of England changing interest rates isn't going to change an energy shock in the Middle East.
Well, I think we did learn something from the situation of the Russian invasion, and what we learned actually was that if a central bank is too slow in countering those price increases, inflation can get rather embedded in the economy. Banks are considered to have been a bit behind the curve in that case. So that's part of the dilemma, certainly in terms of preserving the credibility of the central bank. It should not be falling behind the curve. It should be raising interest rates when inflation is getting out of control, because you don't want to have the second round effects of the oil price shock permeating the rest of the economy. So it's a bit of a tightrope. They're damned if they do and damned if they don't. And I think that's probably wait and see is the best policy at the moment.
What difference does it make how the economy was doing before this war began? So we've had some latest official numbers out in the last 20 minutes. Bit of a surprise, it seems, that the economy actually grew 0.5% in the month of February. So strong growth in February. So that can be revised. It's a 1 month figure. But actually some growth in January. That's revised upwards from Office for National Statistics, thinking there wasn't any last time. What difference does that make to all of this?
Well, I think it's positive news. It's, as you say, it's 1 month, and these things are often revised as more data comes in. But the January figure had been zero growth. When we look at the actual Q4, the latest quarter official growth that we have, the last quarter of last year, that was 0.1%. So essentially the economy has been pretty stagnant for the last 6 months, and if one looks longer, even longer than that. So this is a little chink of good light that in February it looks as though there was more growth, but it doesn't change the overall picture. And certainly the IMF has updated its recent projections, and those also show the UK growing significantly below 1% this year. So we're still in a situation where the economy is not buoyant. An interest rate increase would not help in terms of growth. But the Monetary Policy Committee has to keep its eye first and foremost on inflation.
Dame Gian Julius, formerly of that Monetary Policy Committee, now at Chatham House. Thank you very much.
Sean, thank you very much indeed. It's 23 minutes past 7. We're going to talk about sperm whales. They really are some of the most astonishing creatures in our oceans. The largest toothed predator on the planet. They've got the biggest brain of any animal on Earth. They've got heads that are close to 1/3 of their bodies. They can hold hold their breath for 2 hours, and they make the loudest sound of any creature, emitting clicks that can reach up to 230 decibels. That's really quite loud. These clicks are emitted in short sequences called coders, and new research out this week suggests that these coders bear a remarkable similarity to human language. Sperm whales, it turns out, differentiate vowels either through short or long clicks, and they also make tonal adjustments in patterns that resemble Latin and Mandarin, among other languages. Here's a reminder of what those sounds sound like. Does that sound like Latin or Mandarin to you, Justin? I'm not entirely sure.
Both,
Yeah, both at the same time. Professor John Copley is a marine biologist at the University of Southampton. Joins us now to reflect on these findings from Project SETI. Professor Copley, good morning.
Good morning, Emma.
Thank you so much for joining us. Just tell us how this new research advances our understanding of the language used by sperm whales.
So what this new research shows is that in addition to being able to encode information in the series of clicks, a bit like Morse code, where you've got a dot or a dash, actually within the dot or the dash itself, there's another way of encoding information. Because as you've mentioned, you can actually have something that differs in tone, differs in length and so on, in the overall frequency of each individual sound. So it shows us that their communication is richer in content than we'd perhaps realised.
I mean, not that we can decipher their language necessarily and what they mean by it, what they're saying. It is an extraordinary piece of engineering that allows them to create these sounds. How do sperm whales make the loudest sound in nature?
It's absolutely phenomenal how they make the sound, because it's very different to how we are making sounds talking right now. So what they have to do, of course, is make these sounds while they're underwater, holding their breath.
Exactly.
So if you close your mouth and you pinch off your nose and you try and hum, you don't hum for very long because there's nowhere for the air to go as it passes over your vocal cords from your lungs. So sperm whales make the sounds actually in their noses. They have air sacs in their noses, and they move the air between the air sacs over structures that are similar to our vocal cords, but really very different, because they're called phonic lips, and they're actually in their noses. They're not in their throats at all. So they're producing the sounds in very different way to us.
And that sound has to reach very distances, I mean, very high volumes, but distances very, very far away. But it does it having migrated or gone through spermaceti, which is about a third of their bodies, isn't it?
That's right, and that's also a material that they use for buoyancy during their dive. So that's something that fills up a large area, in a large volume in their head, and it's waxy-like substance, and it changes from a solid to a liquid during the dive, and that changes its volume, and that therefore either helps them to sink or to float without having to expend so much energy on swimming. So they've got that in their heads as well. When they're talking to each other, they're usually very close, often kind of pressing their heads up against each other to fire these clicks between individuals.
There's always a danger for amateur scientists and lovers of nature, like you might get on this programme, Professor Copley, that we anthropomorphise, that we imagine them sort of conducting human language and human sentiment. What hope do we have of ever understanding the meaning behind their clicks as well as the volume of them?
Well, that's a really big question. So let's imagine if we could decode the equivalent of a word or a couple of words, some sort of sound that conveys meaning. Even then, how far could we be from understanding any kind of communication, any kind of conversation? Because it might be that they communicate entirely through metaphor, through cultural reference. So who knows?
Who knows?
A long way
Who
off
knows?
that.
Well, when you find out, do come back on the radio and let us know, won't you? John Copley, Professor John Copley, marine biologist at the University of Southampton. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
29 minutes past 7 to the sport. Here's Mike.
Trying to think if there's any connection between sperm whales and last night's action in the Champions League. I've spent 4 minutes trying to think, and I don't think there is. So
Nice try.
Yeah, well, we're anything if not joined up on this programme. Let's talk football, though, because it might not have been pretty, but Arsenal are through to the semi-finals of the Champions League.
Well, what a struggle that was between these two teams. The Portuguese champion Sporting are out, and Arsenal have found a way through thanks to that one goal that Havertz scored in Lisbon right at the end of the first leg. Mikel Arteta, he called for fire tonight. It was like torture.
Yes, Arsenal 0, Sporting Lisbon 0 on the night. Enough to send Arsenal through to the semi-finals, 1-0 on aggregate. You heard the familiar voice of correspondent John Murray on commentary at the Emirates last night. He's with us in the studio this morning. Hi, John.
Morning.
So, was that an accomplished defensive masterclass from Arsenal doing what they had to do, or was it actually pretty nervy by the end?
I can tell you it was tense, it was nervy, it was not pretty at all, but it was effective, and I think rightly so. Mikel Arteta, the manager, afterwards talking up their achievement of reaching the Champions League semi-final 2 years running. Arsenal have never done that before. They are still unbeaten in that competition. Champions League as big as it's ever been. They are into the semi-finals. They play Atletico Madrid there, who they've already beaten 4-0 in the competition this season. The second leg of that will be here in London. But that feeling on the final whistle in the stadium was unmistakable relief. That's where they are right now.
Gunners lacking fire, say the Sun on their back page. Arsenal look at a fading force. Nervy Arsenal, say the Times, Telegraph, sports section. Job done, just. And the Daily Mail, what do they say? Arsenal remain racked by nerves is their take on it. Word on the manager, John, Mikel Arteta. A lot of pressure on him as this season comes to a climax. What did he have to say afterwards?
Well, if he's listening this morning, my advice would be to Mikel Arteta, don't read the newspapers. He did. He came up with that extraordinary quote in advance of this match when he said, "I'm on fire." But it felt at times last night that they were a whisker away from everything going up in smoke, really, for them. They would love to be doing this in style, but they've not won the Premier League for 22 years. They've never won the Champions League. It is about getting over the line. And one little thing he did tell us last night, which I thought was interesting, in the absence of Martin Odegaard, the club captain, who's not playing at the moment, Declan Rice, Mikel Arteta said, it's been decided by the players that Declan Rice, rather than Gabriel, will be the captain, as Rice has been for the last couple of matches.
Interesting.
A significant little change.
And just a brief word on the wider context of last night's match, of course, feeding into this weekend, Sunday afternoon, a potentially title-deciding match in the Premier League against Manchester City. What will last night's performance and subsequent statements afterwards have done in the minds of Arsenal fans feeding into that?
What we do know is that all roads now lead to Manchester in the Premier League, 4:30 Sunday afternoon. Manchester City and Pep Guardiola have had all week to prepare for that. They will have enjoyed seeing Arsenal being put through the ringer. I would say the teams are in two very different places at the moment, but it is the most anticipated Premier League match of the season, and I know that Justin will realise that there are places to watch it, but I would suggest the place to listen to it is 5 Live.
With your good self on
4:30, Justin, on Sunday afternoon.
Set your alarm.
Your diary.
Yeah, Justin, Amal, we will all be listening to that on Sunday. John Murray, always a pleasure. Many thanks for that. Should just say the other quarter-final last night was an absolute thriller in Germany. 7 goals between Bayern Munich and Real Madrid saw the German champions emerge victorious, beating the 15-time European champions 4-3 on the night, 6-4 on aggregate in that match. Harry Kane, England captain, scoring his 50th goal of the season.
Wonderful. Mike, John, thank you both very much indeed. Here's what's coming up on Radio 4.
I'm Matthew Bannister, and I've been presenting Radio 4's obituary programme Last Word for 20 years. During that time, I've noticed big changes in the way we approach death and how we're remembered. In doing death differently, I'll be chronicling those changes by attending a bespoke funeral infused with nature, taking you on the procession to the Liverpool Pyramid of the Dead, going behind the scenes at the only licensed water cremation facility in Europe, and thanks to AI, having a conversation from beyond the grave. Last Word, doing death differently, next Monday to Friday at 1:45 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
To the weather, variable cloud across the UK, showers in northern Scotland, later though turning cloudy. Well, it will already be cloudy, won't it, if there's variable cloud? Anyway, some rain as well.
Also, you do get variable crowds as well across the UK.
I suppose you do get variable.
Yeah, a bit of everything today. A hodgepodge. A review of Alzheimer's drugs that were hailed as a game changer for patients has in fact found they make almost no noticeable difference. We'll have more on that in about 10 minutes' time.
You're listening to Today on Radio 4, the Mulraj and Justin Webb. It is 27 minutes to 8. Jane still has the news.
A BBC investigation has discovered that migrants are falsely claiming to be victims of domestic abuse in order to stay in the country. They're exploiting rules brought in by ministers to help genuine victims of abuse to secure permanent residence more quickly than through other routes, such as asylum. President Trump has suggested that the leaders of Israel and Lebanon will speak to each other today for the first time in more than 30 years. But an official in Lebanon's presidential office has told the BBC that the country is not aware of any upcoming contact with Israel. Ukraine says at least 15 people have been killed and dozens injured in overnight Russian missile and drone attacks across the country. 4 people died in missile strikes on the capital, Kiev, including a 12-year-old child. Another 3 were killed in Dnipro in central Ukraine. The Governor of the Bank of England has said there will be no rush to raise interest rates, despite the world facing what he described as a very big energy shock. Andrew Bailey told the BBC that higher oil and gas prices would certainly feed through, but other factors made a decision on rates extremely difficult. Figures released by the Office for National Statistics show the UK economy grew by 0.5% in February. A previous estimate of no growth in January has been revised up to 0.1%. The data does not show the impact of the Iran war, which began on the last day in February. Sir Keir Starmer has summoned senior figures from TikTok, X, Meta and other social media companies to Downing Street to push them to go further on protecting children. The government is facing increasing pressure to restrict social media use for the under-16s. A new review has found that drugs are said to slow the progression of Alzheimer's disease make no meaningful difference to patients, while increasing the risk of swelling and bleeding in the brain. But some scientists have challenged the findings from the Cochrane collaboration, saying the research is fundamentally flawed.
Jane, thank you very much indeed. It's now 24 minutes to 8, as you heard Jane say there. We've now had the second instalment of undercover reporting from Billy Kenber and also from Phil Kemp, showing that another way in which illegal migrants try to solicit help to stay in the UK is by claiming they are victims of domestic abuse, when in fact they are not. The idea is that it allows them to change their spousal visa into a right to remain. Downing Street responded to yesterday's reporting by saying, and I quote, that any attempt to make false asylum claims is deplorable and lawyers assisting people to do so could be referred to the police. Well, Gayon Hart is the Immigration Services Commissioner and interim chair of the NHS County Fraud Authority and joins us now. Gayon, Mr. Hart, good morning.
Thank you. Please do call me Gayon.
Gayon, well, thank you very much indeed for joining us, Gayon. A lot of people were pretty shocked by what they heard on this programme yesterday. Were you?
Unfortunately not. The abhorrent abuse of the system that we're finding is sort of an issue that we've been facing for quite a while. Last year, for example, we had a significant number of enforcement actions against complaints, against people who were actually giving advice unregulated, but also manipulating the system or giving improper advice. And we are ramping up. We've already been in discussions with the Home Office. They're significantly increasing our funding in order to be able to ramp up such investigations and prosecutions.
So who is the regulator? Why are they not doing a good enough job?
Well, none of these individuals were regulated, I have to say, by us. We are the regulator for a lot of 4,000 individual advisors who are charitable sector, who are non-profit to a certain extent, but also companies. We do not regulate the solicitors, and we apply a huge number of guardrails in order to make sure that we protect and ensure that our advisors are fully operational. But there is abuse. Wherever there is potential for greed, there is and will be abuse, and we will be addressing it.
Well, let's talk about that abuse. So we know from our reporting, from this undercover work that Billy Kenber and colleagues have done, that many fraudulent applications are being put in. That's news to us and our listeners. You say that because you're familiar with the area, it's not news to you, but it's shocking to a lot of people. What we can't know is how many of those fraudulent applications are actually being approved. Do you have any sense of how many of those fraudulent applications are getting through the system?
Unfortunately, no. It doesn't come to us. We have an online reporting system. We work closely with the Home Office on their referrals. So, for example, they referred over 400 cases to us over the last couple of years where they had suspicions, and they put that through to our investigation. So we do know that there's a significant number that the Home Office are picking up, and they are referring to us.
So you say that you, the regulator, you regulate and enforce the rules around these advisors, but not the solicitors. And it's worth saying, a lot of these advisors, as you say, they're often in the charitable sector. They're not always very well paid at all, and they're often helping very, very vulnerable people. But a lot of them are leaving the industry. What can be done to stop those advisors leaving the industry, A, and B, to recruit better ones and new ones?
Yeah, it's one of our ambitions is to increase the sector by around 30%. It's a challenging area. I mean, everybody who goes to a party, if you talk and say, I'm an immigration advisor, you can imagine the level of interest. There's a lot of extreme feelings, all of them understandable, all from different perspectives. It's a really tough industry, and I should emphasize the majority of people that we see are really altruistic, very, very impressive advisors. And it's the small few that bring down the reputation of the sector. What needs to be done is we need to give more confidence. So what we're doing is we're coming up with academic qualifications. We're what we call professionalising the sector. There are a number of professional people in the sector, but as a whole, I think it needs to increase its reputation. We need greater legislative agentic co-pilot tools. We're working with social media, hopefully, to remove illegal adverts. We're trying to enhance the profile and to demonstrate how good such advisors are, and they help some of the most vulnerable in society.
I can hear that you're keen to emphasise that point. Of course, you understand it, but why are they leaving in the sector? I mean, I hear what you say about you go along to a party and say, I'm an immigration advisor, you're not necessarily the most popular person in the room. But why are so many people leaving? What is it about the job that makes it so unattractive?
I think it's because it has extreme feelings, and there are threats to advisors. We've seen a significant ramping up of literally physical threats to people who give very legitimate advice. It's a very difficult area to work in. You have to be a specialist. The law changes regularly. We've been talking for 10 minutes. The legislation has probably changed slightly in that period of time. So you need to enhance your capability. A lot of advisors talk to me about having to look at cases over the weekends. It's a difficult area that people do because they're passionate about it.
And also it's high stakes, right? It's high stakes for the people who, who often employ criminals to try and stay in the country because it's about where they're going to live. What do you think can be done immediately to try and stop this kind of abuse and these kind of fraudulent applications going in? And would you just sort of delicately or politely say to our listeners, look, in the end, when you have an immigration system, you're going to have people try to abuse it?
I wouldn't say that because I don't think we should accept it. I mean, we should understand it, but we shouldn't accept it. Greed will always be there. I think one of the key is we have an online check and an online reporting system. If we want more people to report to us, we want advisors to report other advisors so they can help raise the reputation of their profession. We want immigrants who are being abused and are receiving poor advice in order to be able to report to us. And we will take those enforcement actions. And we are in discussions, as I say, with the Home Office. They have offered significant increased funding. And we will be taking action over the next couple of years. So it isn't a question of accept it. It's a question of please report it. Please come to us. The IAA has an online website. And we want more intelligence. We have a significantly increased intelligence, investigation and prosecution team, and we are open to invite people to come forward.
Is it, I mean, you're a solicitor yourself, is it not a little bit messy that you've got a bunch of advisors, some of them leaving the profession who are regulated, and solicitors who aren't?
Well, they are regulated. Solicitors are regulated by the SRA, so I wouldn't say they're not regulated, but they don't necessarily have the similar guardrails, such as, in order to be regulated by us, you have to go through 3 levels of tests.
That's what I mean. Regulated to do what you do is what I mean, of course.
Yes, and I think it would. We are working closely and collaborating with the SRA to try and look at their guardrails. We get a significant number of complaints. We do pass them forward to the SRA, and we are working with them. We know they have a very keen new head who's looking at this area as well, because I've spoken to him myself. So it is one of those challenges that we do need greater clarity in the sector. It's not just the surveillance listers, there are separate regulators for the barristers, there are separate regulators for silex. And what we are trying to do with everyone is to collaborate closer and to maybe get greater clarity and simplicity in the system. I think that would help.
Okay. Gayon Hart, Immigration Services Commissioner, thank you very much indeed.
17 minutes to 8 is the time. The grimmest of news this morning about Alzheimer's drugs. Basically, as we were hearing in the news, they don't seem to work. Although some scientists dispute the findings of the study that has found that. Let us talk to James Gallagher, our health and science correspondent, who's on the line. Tell us first, James, about what the study is that seems to be suggesting these drugs don't work.
Yeah, there's some very muddy water. It takes a lot of unpicking this morning, Justin. So this is a review by the Cochrane Collaboration, and their job is to analyse all the existing evidence. So they looked at lots of different studies of lots of different drugs, and they're trying to tease apart this idea that if you target this spongy, sticky protein called amyloid that builds up in the brain during Alzheimer's disease, whether targeting that helps alleviate some of the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. So what they did is they looked at 17 studies of different drugs that used this approach, and they concluded that while statistically you can say that there is a benefit to this approach, the size of that benefit is so small that it's basically trivial. It's nowhere near the amount of improvement that would make a meaningful difference to a patient's life. It wouldn't be the amount of difference that anybody would notice.
So where does it leave the drugs and the people getting them?
Well, at the moment, unless you have a casual 90k lying around in your back pocket that you can pay for these drugs privately, these aren't available in the NHS. So the National Institutes of Health and Care Excellence have already reviewed the evidence on these, concluded that they were far too expensive for NHS use based on how much they cost. Now that is being reviewed again at the moment with some changes to the cost effectiveness guidelines as part of negotiations with the United States, but also to take into account some of the wider costs coming back, the costs of all that unpaid care that goes into having a family member with Alzheimer's disease, to see if they do meet that cost effectiveness threshold for the NHS to use. But I think where it leaves us is that you have two quite esteemed camps of Alzheimer's researchers and scientists on very different sides of the debate about whether these drugs have any meaningful impact for patients.
James Gallagher, thank you.
Well, in a few minutes we'll talk to the Business Secretary about whether the government's new measures will help businesses on energy costs and whether that is enough. For now, let's turn to Thought for the Day at 14 minutes to 8. Speaking this morning is Martin Rowe, writer on culture and spirituality. Good morning.
Good morning. I read in the Times that growing numbers of vegetarians are returning to meat, dairy and fish. They have concerns about getting enough protein or about ultra-processed plant-based meals. 1 in 4 of those who once followed a vegetarian diet no longer do so. They are instead flexitarian. A flexitarian is defined as a person who has a primarily vegetarian diet but occasionally eats meat or fish, and may be seen by vegans or vegetarians, at least in my experience, as a lightweight, a part-timer, an amateur. As a long-time flexitarian, I know how quickly this position can be mocked. I would like to respond to my friends, quoting Jesus, "Judge not that ye be not judged," but that might sound a bit judgy. And my friends are right when they remind me of the connection between the industrial production of meat and global warming, and of the health benefits of meat-free diets. The trouble is that most of our lives are great ships, which take a while to turn course, which is why the idea of being flexitarian may be one whose time has come, not just for diets, but as a wider philosophy in life. Flexitarianism says that the perfect is the enemy of the good, that something is better than nothing. This stands in contrast to the furious fundamentalisms that emerge in religion and politics in days of uncertainty, an age that takes comfort in absolutes, in purity culture, in cancelling those you disagree with, an age that judges you. Flexitarianism chimes with the ancient Chinese proverb that the journey of 1,000 miles starts with a single step. It's more about practice than perfection, more the pilgrim's progress than the pilgrim's arrival. Easter brought an end to the 6-week Christian season of Lent, and whatever people gave up, they may now have taken back up, but maybe with a twist. A while ago, 5 of us in our household decided to go meat-free for Lent. Several years on, 2 of us are vegan and 2 of us flexitarian. Humans may be more incrementalist than fundamentalist.
Catholic priest Henry Nouwen understood this when he said, "You don't think your way into a new kind of living, you live your way into a new kind of thinking."
And that was Thought for the Day with Martin Gray. Brings us to 11 minutes to 8. Nobody is suggesting that the war in Iran, the economic impact on Britain, is the fault of the government here. They are suggesting there very strongly that there are things the government ought to be doing, but is not yet doing. Some want more drilling for oil and gas. We discussed that yesterday. Heard nothing new, it is fair to say, from the Treasury Minister. Some want to focus on simply helping companies with their huge energy costs. And what the government is saying this morning is that some help, at least, is on its way. Electricity prices for some companies are going to be reduced. Peter Kyle, the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, is on the line. Morning to you.
Morning, Justin.
Tell us what you're proposing.
Well, we're proposing to expand the BIC scheme, the British Industrial Competitiveness Scheme. This is aimed at high energy intensive using manufacturing companies. So we've already announced a scheme for 7,000. I'm expanding it by another 3,000 today. That means that these businesses will get a reduction of about 25% of their electricity costs. What I'm targeting today, because it's really important to target at times like this, is those foundational industries. So we're talking steel and chemicals and so forth, for whom if I can lower the costs for, it will have a downstream impact on lowering costs throughout the economy. This is a scheme that I've been working on for growth purposes. Of course, now that the Iran situation has happened, of course, these sorts of measures are going to have an added prescience. So I'm adding to the scheme when it's announced next April, when it's launched next April.
Next April?
When it is launched next April.
They'll be out of business, quite a few of them.
When it is launched, we'll come back to resilience in a second, but when it's launched next April, and the energy costs are reduced by 25%, there will be a one-off payment that would also cover costs which would have been incurred in the current period. But bear in mind, Justin, that I listened to the show, I listened to the interview you did earlier with Sharon from T's Components. As she explained, she is in a contract which has a fixed cost for the next year for her business. That is the norm for the kind of businesses that we're talking about here. We need to make sure that we as a government, we target, we support, we make sure we get it right.
Answer her then, because it was interesting. I'm glad you heard it, because we all listened to it. She's the managing director of T's Components, and she said, I don't know whether I'm getting this or not. So tell her, is she getting it?
Well, that's why we're working. So, look, I've announced a scheme today. We are working with businesses to find it.
But with respect to just announcing a scheme, if you're a business person and you're listening to this, you want to know, don't you, will I qualify or not? Am I likely to qualify or not? So tell her, is she likely to qualify or not?
Well, what I'll tell her in specific terms, that we are working with businesses to make sure we get the eligibility criteria right, and then in the summer we will announce an eligibility tool which she can go in and put all of the circumstances of her business, and she will be able to know within the next few months whether she would qualify for it.
But she wouldn't get the money until next April.
The scheme starts in April, and those who qualify will get a one-off payment which will cover the costs that are incurred this year. In April, on the start of it.
Right, so if they've gone out of business in the meantime, as well,
Justin, we are looking very carefully at this, and I understand that for the purposes of the moment we're in, and we're having a conversation today, that it is that you will make assumptions that every business is in the same circumstance. Most businesses that we are targeting will have, because of the need for electricity as part of their high costs of doing their business, they will be in contracts or they will be hedging their costs and hedging their energy supplies. So most businesses do not have, that we are targeting with this scheme, their electricity costs will not be rising immediately. So we are working really closely to make sure this is a scheme that's appropriate for the businesses that we are targeting. Getting it right is better than trying to spread it too thinly.
Another point about the scheme there that she raised, does the scheme involve the supply chain? Is it just high users of energy, or is it the entire supply chain? So she was talking in industrial processes of things like coatings, manufacturers, etc., etc. Are they in or out?
Well, as I said, we will announce the precise criteria so that, and in the summer, every manufacturer can check their availability or eligibility for the scheme. But we are targeting businesses that have high electricity costs in order to do as a percentage of their doing businesses. So look, to be technical about it.
Just getting on to, I mean, there are lots of businesses using a lot of electricity at the moment and really facing difficulties. I mean, right across the piece, including hospitality, including all sorts of people who are not necessarily high users, but nonetheless are paying these extra costs, and there are extra costs imposed by the government, aren't there? How about you?
I've done a lot of interventions in the 6 months that I've been in this job, including getting a small business plan out of the way. That small business plan we are legislating so that small businesses get paid on time, not unlock £11 billion into the economy. And that's just one measure that I've been taking. So we can't just look at one aspect when it comes to things like hospitality. They face many, many challenges. Many areas we can ease the burden of doing businesses, such as late payments, that will make business more profitable and more resilient into those sectors. So we're acting right across the different sectors, looking at the individual challenges, because there isn't just one thing we can do that will ease all of the challenges. But bearing in mind that the number one mission of this government is economic growth. You've just seen the growth figures that were coming in up until the point of the Iran invasion, until the Iran conflict. Growth was going in the right direction, and we were beating forecasts. The measures that I'm announcing today were designed for growth, for resilience, and we are also working really hard to make sure we lower the energy costs across the board through moving to renewables.
As well about the immigration system, because it is such a huge story, and it's been our main story actually both yesterday and today. Reform is saying this morning it should be a criminal offence to aid and abet a false claim of asylum. A criminal case, they say, should be punishable by up to 2 years in jail. Why not do that?
Shimon Mood is looking at this. She's already said that what's been uncovered is appalling. She thinks that anybody who's relying for asylum on the asylum seeking process is an abuse of the hospitality of our country, the generosity in our country, and they would be expecting a one-way ticket. Look, I'm gay myself, so to know that there are still countries around the world that use the death penalty for being gay, to know that there are people that are being encouraged to claim that they're gay to get through an asylum process, it makes me sick to my stomach, and I hope that they are prosecuted.
Jackie Smith, when she was Home Secretary 20 years or so ago, sent people back to Iran who said they were gay and said you just have to live discreetly. I just wonder whether you believe, as a gay man yourself, that we have left ourselves open because we are, and it's actually not just people who say they're gay, but people who say they're atheists, people who say all sorts of things about their religious beliefs or other sets of beliefs. They're unfalsifiable claims. And if you are depending your system on unfalsifiable claims, you are leaving yourself open for it to be abused. However much you say you'll go after the abusers, the invitation to abuse is there.
Now, I think that the people who do the casework in the front line of this, they are highly experienced. Will we get it right in these sorts of cases 100% of the time? Probably not, no. But are we able to get this right in a majority of cases? I think yes. The challenge is when you have companies who are tutoring people to exploit these sorts of situations. Now, asylum is always going to be challenging. The circumstances that force people to flee a country are challenging. The kind of burden of proof you would expect when you have situations where people are born and raised in the UK are not going to exist for people who are fleeing other countries. Do we want to remain a generous, hospitable and humane country when it comes to people who are genuinely fleeing? Then yes. How we get that right, of course, is always going to be a bone of contention. But what was uncovered today, and I think the thing that makes people angry and makes me angry, is that there are people who are profiting from tutoring people to exploit that system, and that is disgusting.
Peter Carr, thank you.
The stories we tell
about the people that we know,
the places we love,
not just near us here.
the stories made possible here.
If you could go anywhere in the world, where would you go?
Glasgow,
So where are you from then?
the Lagoon, the Belgium.
Lovely part of the world.
So we just moved to Bari. Just for a lash.
I don't know. Welcome to
Made of Belfast,
Liverpool, Cornwall, Glasgow,
Newcastle,
Cardiff.
made of here.
Because this is our baby street.
Let's turn to the weather at 2 minutes to 8 with Chris Fawkes. That's what just in, and looking at the weather picture this morning, it's quite a lot of cloud across the UK. There are a few bright or sunny spells for Northern Ireland, eastern counties of England as well, but at the same time, Celtic enough to give a bit of drizzle. At the moment, across parts of southwestern England, the Midlands, the far north of England, and Scotland, where it's quite a wet start for some. Now, as we go through the morning, by and large, the drizzle will fizzle, and for most parts, the sunshine will come out, so a decent spell of weather for a time. However, later on today, we are going to see the cloud thicken up from the south strengthening southerly winds. That will leave the best of the sunshine for the north and east of Scotland and across some eastern counties of England as we head through this afternoon. It is a mild day, temperatures 12 to 15 degrees for Scotland and Northern Ireland, England and Wales 15 to 17 Celsius, your top temperatures today. Overnight tonight, outbreaks of rain spread to northern and western areas of the UK with strengthening southerly winds working in. It's going to be a mild night, temperatures 9 or 10 degrees. And tomorrow, we've got this band of rain pushing eastwards, bringing little, if any, rain as far east as East Anglia and South East England. But as the rain stalls across the Midlands, behind that it'll brighten up with a mixture of sunshine and showers working in. Quite windy across the northwest of the UK, temperatures between 12 and 18 degrees tomorrow.
Chris, thank you. You're listening to Today on BBC Radio 4 with Justin Webb and Amol Rajan.
It's 8 o'clock on Thursday, the 16th of April. The headlines this morning: the BBC has uncovered more abuse of the immigration system, this time with people falsely claiming to be victims of domestic violence to stay in the UK. Ukraine says Russia has attacked cities across the country with hundreds of drones and missiles, killing 15 people. And a major review of a new wave of Alzheimer's drugs has concluded that they're unlikely to benefit patients.
Coming up in the next hour, Lise Doucette joins us straight after the news from inside Iran. Can you name Charlotte Bronte's brother, or Mozart's sister, or Muhammad Ali's younger brother? We celebrate the siblings who didn't quite make the grade. And a remarkable new study rewrites human evolution. The BBC News is read by Jane Steele.
A BBC investigation has revealed further abuse of the asylum system, with some migrants falsely claiming to be victims of domestic violence in order to stay in the UK. They're exploiting rules brought in to protect genuine victims of abuse to secure a fast-track route to permanent residency. Our politics investigations correspondent Billy Kembo reports.
In an undercover investigation, our reporter posed as a Pakistani migrant to the UK who wanted to leave his British wife, who he was dependent on to stay in the country, to live with his girlfriend. One immigration advisor, Eli Siswacker, said he could make up a story for him that he was the victim of domestic abuse in order to secure leave to remain in the UK. The advisor told our reporter that under special rules for domestic abuse victims, he would then be able to apply for permanent residency without the usual wait. The BBC has also heard concerns from lawyers and people falsely accused of abuse that Home Office checks that accusations are genuine are inadequate. Eli Siswacker denied being willing to make up a story. Jess Phillips, the Home Office Minister, said the abuse of this route was utterly shameful.
The United States says it's holding indirect talks with Iran about resuming peace negotiations in Pakistan. The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said discussions were productive and ongoing.
We feel good about the prospects of a deal. The president mentioned that in his interview yesterday. And it's obviously in the best interest of Iran to meet the president's demands. I think he's made his red lines in these negotiations very clear.
A delegation from Pakistan is in Tehran as part of mediation efforts. The BBC's chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette, is also in the Iranian capital. We're able to broadcast her report on the condition that none of her material is used on the BBC's Persian service, restrictions that apply to all international media organisations operating there.
Airports are still shut, so we entered Iran through a Turkish border crossing in the northwest. Many Iranians were doing the same, returning home, hoping a fragile ceasefire will hold. The more than 12-hour journey to the capital takes even longer these days after an Israeli attack destroyed a main bridge, forcing travellers to take a winding rural route. Around the city of Tabriz, we saw military bases and barracks along the road, flattened by airstrikes. But for now, the skies are quiet, and diplomacy intensified in Tehran yesterday. One of the main mediators, Pakistan's Army Chief, Field Marshal Asim Munir, brought proposals, trying to narrow the gaps after last weekend's face-to-face talks, as well as discuss an extension to the temporary truce which expires next week.
President Trump has suggested that the leaders of Israel and Lebanon will speak to each other today for the first time in more than 30 years. In a social media post, Mr. Trump said he was trying to get a little breathing room between the two countries. But an official in Lebanon's presidential office said they were not aware of any upcoming contact with Israel. Government analysis suggests the choice of foodstuffs on supermarket shelves could be restricted if the Strait of Hormuz remains closed until June. Officials have been drawing up contingency plans in case the conflict in the Middle East continues until the summer. Here's our political correspondent Ian Watson.
Government officials believe food shortages are unlikely even if the conflict continues, but the variety of products on supermarket shelves could be affected. As first reported in the Times newspaper, the closure of the Strait of Hormuz could restrict the supply of CO2, which is widely used in the food industry, including in the slaughtering of pigs and chickens. Sources are stressing that a lack of choice in shelves is a reasonable worst-case scenario if the conflict continues and coincides with a fall in European CO2 production. A government spokesperson told the BBC that reasonable worst-case scenarios should be seen as planning tools used by experts and were not a prediction of future events. Officials said the temporary reopening of a CO2 plant on Teesside would significantly boost production and have suggested this is evidence that action will be taken to mitigate the impact of the Iran war.
Local authorities in Ukraine say at least 15 people have been killed by Russian strikes overnight. The port of Odessa was one of the worst hit areas. We've just had this report from our correspondent in Kiev, Sarah Rainsford.
Here in Kiev, the sirens jolted people awake at 2:30 a.m. and then came a series of loud explosions. The air raid lasted well over 2 hours and the Russian missiles and drones came in waves. There were strikes in the south and the east of Ukraine too, in the cities of Odessa and Dnipro, where residential buildings were hit and set on fire. In Kiev, the mayor says a 12-year-old boy was killed and another child rescued from the rubble of their home. In a further air raid this morning, residents in central Kiev filmed a drone smashing into the side of a block of flats. In all, Russia launched more than 700 drones and missiles at Ukraine, and Ukraine sent more than 200 in either direction.
Preliminary data from the Office for National Statistics shows the UK economy grew by 0.5% in February, outstripping the expectations of some economists. A previous estimate of zero GDP growth in January revised up to 0.1%. The data does not show the impact of the Iran war, which began on the last day of February. Here's our Deputy Economics Editor, Darshini David.
In normal times, these numbers, although volatile and subject to revision, would suggest that 2026 might be shaping up as a year of renewed prosperity for the UK. The robust expansion in February reached across much of the service, energy production and construction sectors. But the war may have changed the outlook considerably since. Both the IMF and OECD have warned that the UK could face the greatest threat to growth of any major nation, due in part to reliance on imported gas. Nevertheless, this snapshot suggests the economy approached the conflict on firmer ground than assumed, and so may be better equipped to bounce back if there's a rapid resolution, something the Chancellor, currently attending the IMF meetings in Washington, has again urged.
Senior executives from Meta, YouTube, TikTok and other social media companies have been summoned to a meeting at Downing Street today. They'll be challenged by Sir Keir Starmer about the action they're taking to protect children from online harm. The government is facing increasing pressure to restrict social media use for the under-16s, but last night MPs rejected a second bid from the Lords to bring in an immediate social media ban for young people. An influential review of existing studies has concluded that Alzheimer's drugs that were heralded as a major breakthrough are unlikely to benefit patients. However, the research by the Cochrane collaboration has provoked arguments, with some scientists labelling it fundamentally flawed. Here's our health and science correspondent, James Gallagher.
Alzheimer's drugs are proving controversial. They slow the disease, but at huge expense. Campaigners want them on the NHS, others say they're not worth the money. Enter the Cochrane collaboration. The body rigorously and independently analyses medical data. It's looked at 17 studies of drugs that clear a sticky gunge called amyloid from the brain of those with Alzheimer's. It concludes their impact is well below the level needed to make a difference, and other ways of treating the disease should be investigated. But critics say the analysis is unfair, as old experimental drugs have been lumped together with new ones that work. It means the debate over these medicines continues as the drugs watchdog reassesses whether the NHS should fund them, and patients are told they will cost them around £90,000 privately.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Betzet, Shlomi, Rosh Hanikra.
that emerged her car had to be towed away after it hit a large dip in the road as she drove back to her Swindon South constituency. Here's our correspondent John Sudworth.
It's the kind of impacts lobbyists and campaigners can only dream of. The simple pothole lying in wait for the Transport Secretary on the B4437 in Oxfordshire last month delivered its message by leaving her car in need of breakdown assistance. The Sun newspaper has a photo of the green Mini Cooper on the back of a recovery lorry and a quote from Ms Alexander joking that the Artemis II astronauts might have seen a similar-sized crater on their way round the moon. She added that she thought it was the experience of far too many people in the country at the moment.
John Sudworth reporting.
Thank you for that. Just come out 10 past 8 is the time. The White House is confident. The markets are up. We feel good about the prospects of a deal, the White House press secretary said. And Donald Trump also seems to think that a stumbling block to a US-Iran deal, Israel's attacks on targets in Lebanon, might itself soon be cleared with talks between the two sides, although the Lebanese authorities have said this morning they don't know anything about those planned talks. Marche van Ramsdonk is from the Norwegian Refugee Council's country director on the ground in Tehran. She told me how daily life has been there.
In the last 5 weeks, obviously, it has been a very surreal balance between daily life and war. I mean, people have to live. Iranians were living in those weeks, so people do go out to buy the things they need. Some grocery shopping. Most of the shops continue to be open. Of course, shopkeepers also need to make their income during these times. But it's not like people just go in and out just very quickly and go back home. But people also still go out and have a coffee, have a chat, and then go home. So living in the war is just a very surreal reality of daily life and war, and people kind of start to get used to the sound, start to get used to explosions, start to get used to not having access to internet, and just kind of start to organize their life under the new circumstances.
That was Marche van Ramsdonk from the Norwegian Refugee Council. Let us talk live now to Lisa Doucette, the BBC's chief international correspondent, who is in Tehran. Lisa, good morning to you. Tell us what people have been saying to you.
Good morning, Justin. Well, we've only just arrived in the early hours of the morning. Airports are still shut in Iran, so it means the only way to get to the capital is by road, so it's a more than 12-hour journey. But we, at the north, crossing into northwestern Iran from Turkey, we spent quite a lot of time at that crossing, and so we're able to speak to quite a big flow of Iranians coming back to their country, some saying, well, they had to come back to work, they want to be with their families. But when you ask them about the ceasefire, you really sense that the enormity of this pressure, that they just don't know whether it's going to hold or not. It's beyond their control. It's in the hands of Washington, in particular President Trump. One man said to me, shouting, no, President Trump will never leave us alone. He wants to swallow Iran. And then others saying they were a bit scared, but they wanted to be back. And so you really feel that this is a people, you've just been hearing about them living with war. Before the war, they were living with 60% inflation. They have been living for decades under sanctions. So they really are taking it one day at a time. And as we made this long journey by road, I found myself looking at every bridge that was still standing, because even yesterday, President Trump threatened again that he could destroy every single bridge in Iran in one day. But then he said, but I really don't want to do that. And one major bridge in the north had been destroyed by Israeli fire, which meant that we had to take a winding rural road because it'll take some time to repair that bridge. And we could see, too, all along the highway that there was the evidence of the damage caused by 5 weeks of strikes, shortened bases of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, some military barracks. And we also saw factories, too, the concern that even though the U.S. and Israel kept saying, oh, we're only focusing on military targets, that civilian infrastructure also took a hit.
They've hit the military targets. police. Have they, from what you can see, at all shaken the ability of the authorities to impose their security on the population?
Well, it's too early for us to make a judgment about that, but certainly the reports have been consistent that even through these weeks of war, when the country was under fire, and in particular Tehran was targeted, the Basij, the paramilitary forces, were still out on the streets. They were still patrolling, still arresting, and of course there's the reports of the executions of the protesters who had been involved in the nationwide protests in January, which had been put down with lethal force. And there was, you'll remember that at a certain point in the war, Israel in particular moved away from targeting the big military bases and went right down to street level, attacking the posts of the Basij, who are really the ones who we saw them on our last visit, roaring on their motorcycles through the streets to send this message to Iranians: don't you dare think of coming out to protest, don't you dare make a step wrong. And we were ourselves, when we stopped to do some reporting on the road, albeit it was 2 a.m, but people came up, as they often do, no uniform, asking what we're doing, checking our identities. And President Trump keeps saying that he's brought about regime change. There's really no sign of that. And Iranians will be the first to tell you, yes, the faces have changed, but it's still the same order. And I think these talks, with first high-level face-to-face talks that took place last weekend in Islamabad with a U.S. delegation headed by J.D. Vance, they will give us the first indications of what kind of a leadership this is going to be and what they will do for their people, or indeed against their people.
Because it's also been suggested, hasn't it? And again, I think this is probably going to be impossible for you to answer with any degree of certainty, but the suggestion among some critics of the war is that actually what they've ended up with now is a harder line regime than they had before it.
Certainly, if you look at the faces, the new head of the Supreme National Security Council, a hardliner among the hardliners, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, really literally calling the shots. But even before this war, when there had been, years ago, when there had been so much speculation about when the supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, his health was ailing, people wondered what would follow him. It was always assumed that the IRGC, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, would be playing a much more pivotal role. And now they are doing so in an even more dramatic way. So more militarized, more hardline. And yet in this, you see the person who headed, for example, the talks, Parliamentary Speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf, a former commander in the IRGC, seen as, what word to use, pragmatic, ideologically flexible, and that perhaps they could focus on something different. Perhaps they feel the strength now that they can meet face to face their arch enemy and discuss the kind of issues that can, hopefully, what Iranians would hope, whether or not they support the government, that the sanctions would be lifted, perhaps allow some measure of freedom. It's interesting how so many women don't wear the headscarves anymore. That's the legacy of the protests of a few years ago, the Women Like Freedom movement. So I think we really have to wait and see, but there's no doubt that while they have been fighting an external enemy, they've been keeping a tight grip on the internal enemies as well, as they would see it.
And on that subject of a tight grip, people are going to be seeing and hearing your reports in the coming days. How free are you? How free do you expect to be to go to where you want to go and to talk to who you want to talk to?
Well, you need a visa to come to Iran. It's very difficult to get them. The BBC for many, many years was not allowed to come and report in Iran. It's always been the case that foreign journalists have to work through a media company, but we choose our own translator. We have to ask for permission to go and film in certain areas, and if you don't have the permission, you will be stopped. But it's not the kind of reporting experience that we can simply go out, set up our own interviews with families, and quite frankly, you'd think twice, because also you don't want to put people at any risk. But despite all the restriction, Justin, our last few visits have absolutely affirmed for us the importance that there's no alternative to being on the ground, meeting people face to face. And even though when you meet people on the streets and in the squares, some people say, no, I don't want to talk. No, I'll be put into prison if I talk. We really were, especially last time in the wake of those protests, the courage of people. They would push their way through the crowds and say, I want my voice to be heard. I don't care if there's any consequences of war. I mean, these are very, very courageous people. And of course, even those who support the regime would come through the crowd and say, right, we want to tell you this. We think you're hostile to the Islamic Republic. There is value in being here on the ground, and that for us is what journalism is all about.
East is set in Tehran. Thank you.
It's 19 minutes past 8. An extraordinary story from the worlds of biology and archaeology now. In a new paper published in the journal Nature, scientists have, to a very significant degree, rewritten the recent story of human evolution. We had thought that in the past 10,000 years or so, natural selection had largely stopped. That owing to technology, agriculture, social cooperation and healthcare, we'd essentially stepped off the evolutionary treadmill. Well, it seems that is not the case. In fact, in recent millennia, natural selection has driven far more genetic variance through populations than previously thought. Dr. David Wright is one of the world's foremost geneticists. He's based at Harvard University and is one of the authors of the new study. And when I spoke to him a short time ago, I asked him to explain what makes this study extra special.
This is a study of trying to use ancient DNA to learn about biological change over time. The history of ancient DNA really started in 2010 when the first DNA sequences, whole genome sequences, were obtained from human remains. And since that time, the whole field has been very transformative in terms of what it's revealed about human history. But there are those going to hope that we could also learn about biology from the DNA sequences by seeing how the frequencies of genetic mutations that change traits change over time. And for that, it's not adequate to have just one or a few samples per population. You need large numbers of samples to be able to detect subtle changes in frequency, for example, from 2% to 8%, that are the effects of natural selection driving up the frequencies of mutations. And that's only become possible in the last few years due to the large-scale production of data, and that's what our study focuses on.
How profoundly, or how big a deal is this study in profoundly changing how we think about human evolution?
The standard view before this work was that natural selection has been quiescent in our species over the last several 100,000 years. And in that, for example, the idea was that maybe 300,000 years ago, there was evolution to make early modern humans, people whose skeletons look like ours, who we started seeing appearing in the African skeletal record about 300,000 years ago. And then after that point, there's not much biological change because the species had adapted to a good way of living. And there were multiple lines of evidence for this, including some generated by my own laboratory that found that there was very little evidence of mutations going up to very high frequency since that time. But now that we have data at high resolution in large sample size from the last 18,000 years, we can see that the genome is alive with natural selection, and that paradigm is just wrong, that their selection has been continuing through this time, and that it in fact has accelerated over this time period. This is an eventful time period in human history, one where in this part of the world, culture has changed and economies have changed dramatically. People shifted from hunting and gathering to agriculture. People began living much more densely. People began living with closely to their animals, became exposed to infectious disease, started to have different ways they spend their times. And this has profoundly shaped our genome and is continuing to shape our genome. So I think the way this is important is that by leveraging this vast amount of data, this single study approximately doubles the amount of data in the literature, and by developing new methods that can analyze it, we can suddenly see and appreciate this dramatic transformation that's happening in our biology and is continuing to happen in our biology.
What, for instance, have you learned about diet-related selection, diseases like celiac disease?
One of the most striking findings, we find almost 500 places in the DNA which have changed radically in frequency, too much to be due to chance. For example, we find 2 locations that arose around 4,000 years ago, and the mutations drove up to very substantial frequencies. They're both risk factors for celiac disease. So these 2 risk factors for celiac disease became much more common in the last 4,000 years. That seems surprising because this is a period of high exposure to wheat diets. You would think that perhaps people would be more tolerant, but instead people become more susceptible to gluten insensitivity, to celiac disease, possibly because it protects against some kind of infection as well.
And so one of the most extraordinary things is the way you can link this ancient DNA to modern traits. And you've done so also using the UK Biobank. What kind of discoveries has that yielded?
We've been looking at the combination of genetic variants in the UK Biobank that affects, for example, obesity or the percentage of body fat or other traits. And what we can see is that the same combinations of traits for about 100 of these genetic variants, the same combination of genetic variants for about 100 of these traits have pushed in the consistent direction with natural selection over the last 10,000 years. So, for example, there's been consistent selection against genetic variants that contribute to high body fat percentage or to high waist-to-hip ratio, which are both risk factors for type 2 diabetes. There has been consistent genetic selection against what manifests today as risk factors for smoking. Of course, smoking was not common or maybe not even occurred at all 1,000 or 2,000 or 5,000 years ago, but what manifests today as that risk has been pushed down in frequency.
Dr. David Wright from Harvard University, thank you so much for joining us.
And at 8:25, let us turn to the sport. To Mike.
Justin, thank you. For the first time in their history, Arsenal have made it to back-to-back Champions League semi-finals. A nervy 0-0 draw with Sporting Lisbon in the second leg of their quarter-final last night meant Arsenal progressed 1-0 on aggregate. They will now face Atletico Madrid in the last 4. The other semi-final will see Bayern Munich face Paris Saint-Germain, after the German champions edged out Real Madrid in a 7-goal thriller last night, winning 4-3 on the night, 6-4 on aggregate. Those semi-finals will take place on the 28th and 29th of April. Before that, starting this weekend, in fact, is the World Snooker Championship up in Sheffield. And we're going to look ahead to that now in the company, I'm delighted to say, of a former world champion. Neil Robertson is with us live on the programme. Hi, Neil.
Hi there, good morning.
Very good morning to you. Thanks for being with us. So, all back to the crucible then for the biggest 2 weeks of the year for any snooker fan and player, of course. Excitement levels must be peaking for you all.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it always gets that time of year where we're waiting for the draw to see what names come out, and I think especially this year there's a lot of really good young fresh faces who have made it through the qualifying. So that's going to make it even more exciting in my opinion.
Yeah, the draw for the World Championships taking place in about 15 minutes time, no less. Now the rise of China, Neil, has been the big story, hasn't it, in snooker over the last 5 years or so, possibly even longer. The defending world champion, of course, is Chinese, Zhao Xintong, the first ever player from China to win the title. And 4 of the world's top 16 players currently are Chinese. What is behind this power shift in the global game?
Well, when China really got behind the sport, they certainly really invest into it, and it's part of the school curriculum over there. And I've had visits in China where I've gone to the schools there, and I've been absolutely swarmed by hundreds of kids. Where if I was to do that probably over here in the UK, maybe it wouldn't be the case. So they've really heavily backed the sport, and they've got wonderful academies set up over there, and that's the result of that. And we're seeing a lot of the younger players from China coming through. But I must say as well, there's a lot of players from mainland Europe who are coming through the game who are young players, and as well as from the UK, you've got Stan Moody and Liam Pullen who have qualified. So there's a lot of excitement, not just from China but all around the world in terms of the players that are coming through now.
Yeah, you're confident, are you, that the rest of the world can respond to this Chinese surge, the dominance that Chinese players are starting to show? You think that the rest of the world have got what it takes to keep up?
Yeah, I think the majority of the players will still come from China because of the structure that is set up there. But I think that they've shown the way in how to best produce the young talent coming through. In the UK, we don't have like a snooker club on every sort of corner, what there used to be maybe 30 years ago. So I think it needs to be done through academies and the support of councils and things like that to introduce it to younger players.
Now, we can't talk about the World Snooker Championships from a British perspective, at least, without mentioning Ronnie O'Sullivan, a player I know that you recently beat at the Saudi Arabian Masters. How are you expecting Ronnie to fare at the Crucible? Are you expecting him to challenge?
Yeah, I think he's really keen for the 8th. I feel as though last year he probably didn't sort of make a change to his equipment halfway during the semi-final. I think he probably would have gone on to win an 8th world title. So, yeah, he'll be really keen to do that. Nobody's really too sure what his form is like. I know he got to the final of the World Open, but he didn't play in the Tour Championship. So, yeah, like always with Ronnie, we're waiting on the edge of our seats to sort of see what happens.
And I want to get your perspective as well on the news that we heard a few weeks ago now from Barry Hearn, former boss of World Snooker, that the championships are staying in Sheffield, not just for the short to medium term, but for the next 20 years. Long-term deal agreed to keep the World Championships at the Crucible after several years of talk of it potentially moving to China or maybe the Middle East. What's the players' perspective of this prestigious tournament staying in Sheffield?
Yeah, all the players are delighted with it. The idea came through with Barry that he wanted to expand the Crucible to make it bigger, more seating, and better hospitality, better for the players behind the scenes. Obviously you don't get to see that on TV, but it is pretty cramped behind the scenes. And so this is wonderful news. Obviously great for Sheffield as well because the World Championships is it's a great place to be around Sheffield over those 2.5 weeks. And yeah, I think it's a massive win for everybody. I remember speaking to a player last year about whether someone who hadn't qualified for the Crucible, and he said that he'd be devastated if he qualified for the World Championships and it wasn't at the Crucible. So I'm really pleased that we've been able to hold on to that really precious history of the sport.
And just very finally, Neil, I just want to mention as well, this will be the first World Championships without the great Jane Verga, the former player turned commentator, of course, died sadly earlier this year. I know you're going to a memorial service in memory of John later today. How much will he be missed at these World Championships?
Yeah, very much so. Sadly, over the last few years, we've lost some huge names in our sport who have been a big part of the history, like Clive Everton, Ray Reardon, and Terry Brooker's passing away, as well as Willie Thorne. So yeah, I mean, I had the privilege of working with John in the commentary box a couple of years ago, and you really got a great appreciation for just how good he was. He could make every frame seem really intense and draw the viewers in, and he'll be sadly missed.
Neil Robertson, former world snooker champion, many thanks for joining us on the programme this morning. The World Championships getting underway on Saturday. I should say the draw, though, for the championship is just moments away, 8:45. You can watch that live on the BBC Sport website and iPlayer. And this programme will be live at the Crucible on Saturday morning. My first visit to the World Snooker Championships. Really looking forward to that, and we'll be there live Saturday morning.
Mike, thank you. In our time, coming up after the news at 9, here is Misha Gurney to tell us more.
Good morning. We'll be discussing MC Escher. Escher's known best for his artworks of impossible buildings, mind-boggling twists of perspective, and never-ending staircases. He's been celebrated by mathematicians for his precise, intuitive understanding of geometry. Escher also caught the attention of cognitive scientist Douglas Hofstadter, investigating consciousness in strange loops, cyclical structures that, as you follow them, mysteriously lead you back where you started. That's MC Escher with guests Marcus Tusotoy, Sarah Hart and Judith Cadet on In Our Time on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds just after 9 a.m.
Thank you very much indeed, Misha. 27 minutes to 9. I think we've clarified the weather. So, this morning, variable clouds just in, but also, this morning, variable cloud across the UK with showers in northern Scotland, but later it's going to turn darker with some light rain in the south and Northern Ireland. Does that make sense?
Kind of. You're listening to Today on Radio 4, the weather forecaster. I'm Raj and Justin Webb. It is 27 minutes to 9. Jane still has a summer breeze.
A BBC investigation has found further abuse of the asylum system, with some migrants falsely claiming to be victims of domestic violence in order to stay in the UK. They're exploiting rules brought in to protect genuine survivors and to be fast-tracked to residency. The Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Peter Kyle, told us he hoped people who abused the asylum system were prosecuted. Ukraine says 16 people have been killed by overnight Russian missile strikes across the country. 4 people, including a 12-year-old boy, died in the capital, Kiev. The UK economy grew by 0.5% in February, according to new figures from the Office for National Statistics. The previous estimate of no growth in January has been revised up to 0.1%. The data does not show the impact of the Iran war, which began on the last day of February. Senior social media executives have been summoned to Downing Street for a meeting today, where they'll be challenged about the action they're taking to protect children. Sir Keir Starmer is expected to say looking the other way is not an option.
Thank you for that. 26 minutes to 9 is the time. We revealed yesterday that asylum seekers are being encouraged to claim to be gay in order to be granted the right to stay here. This morning we've been hearing that migrants are falsely claiming to be victims of domestic abuse in order to stay in the country. Ministers, we heard one earlier, say it's unacceptable. Anyone abusing the system will be in trouble. Others say the system itself doesn't work, needs to be overhauled. The Conservatives, Lib Dems and the Greens have all condemned what is shown by our investigation, and the Conservatives are saying all of it needs to change. Let us talk to Zia Yusuf, Reform's Home Affairs spokesman, who is on the line. Morning to you.
Good morning.
What do you say about what we revealed yesterday and also this morning?
Well, look, it's obviously shocking that the British people are being defrauded on an industrial scale, not just by hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants showing up in this country, but by basically an industrial complex of lawyers and advisors who are actively coaching illegal migrants and visa overstayers to, for example, as the BBC has revealed, for example, claim that they have been victims of domestic abuse when they haven't, or claim to be gay or lesbian when they haven't. And I would ask, how many arrests have been made as a result of the BBC investigation? Have the police come out and said that they are actively investigating? Look, Reform are going to change all of this. Number one, we will introduce a criminal offence of abetting a fraudulent asylum claim, and that will be something called a strict liability offence, meaning the prosecutor will not have to prove intent. So it'll be just like the financial crime laws that law firms are already subject to.
Surely it's a legal offence, isn't it? Hang on, get on to another point.
Let me just make one other point. The second thing we will do, which is really important, we will end legal aid being given, taxpayer-funded legal fees being handed to people who come here illegally or come on a different visa and then claim asylum. That's £135 million since 2018 has been spent on that. We've got to do that too. We will put an end to the British taxpayer being taken for mugs and this kind of industrial scale fraud.
Right, so on the first of those points, plainly, if you're breaking the law, you're breaking the law. You're already breaking the law. If you're encouraging someone to tell lies, and you're a solicitor, for instance, that is not legal.
No, so Section 25 of the Immigration Act does exist, and if you were to read that, you might think that everything you saw in that documentary, arrests would have been made swiftly. The problem is the prosecutor must prove intent, and so therefore the burden is on the prosecutor to prove that. We've got to change that to ensure that people are actively prosecuted. Therefore, not only are charge rates extremely low, we've only seen around 400 actual prosecutions on this, when clearly the problem is much, much bigger than that. So we will introduce a law much more similar. It'll be strict liability, which basically means it's just like the financial crime laws that law firms are already, and accountants are already liable to. If an accountant or a law firm helps somebody commit tax fraud, for example, they are liable for that, and the prosecutor does not need to prove intent. And as a result of that, we will create a proper deterrent. Number one, the sort of things you saw in that program will result in people going to jail, quite rightly. And number two, it will create a proper deterrent so that this legal industrial complex, which, as I said, is defrauding the British people on an industrial scale, will end under a Reform government.
Under a Reform government, would anyone be allowed to come here and say, I'm gay and I fear persecution in the country I've come for, and for that reason I should stay, and they'd be allowed to?
No, that would not be. If you've come here illegally, you will never be allowed to stay in this country.
Well,
if you come here on a visitor visa or a student visa and then overstay and then try and claim asylum, you will never be allowed to stay in this country.
What if you claim asylum legally and you do it presumably abroad, which would be your scheme, and you make that claim? Can a claim, I need asylum because I'm gay or because I am an atheist or for any of those beliefs or identities, can a claim under those circumstances, when reform is in power, work?
Look, this country has been overwhelmed with illegal immigration. Britain has done more than its fair share in terms of asylum. We need a moratorium on all of this for a significant period of time. I want to make a really important point.
Hang on a second. Sorry, just want to be absolutely clear on this. Under reform, you would not have evidence provided that someone could be persecuted because they were gay in a country as a legitimate reason to be granted asylum, ever.
Do you think it's appropriate? How many people on the planet, tragically, are legitimately in danger as a result to being gay? The number is in the hundreds of millions. It would multiply the population of the United Kingdom if we were to have such a policy. But I put it to you that your question completely betrays the fundamental point here, that the people lying about this stuff, lying about appalling things like domestic abuse, ruining other people's lives, lying about the fact that they're gay, when they are not, and they are not in danger, actually harms the people you're talking about just as much. But I want to be crystal clear about this. We make no apologies. Britain has been overwhelmed with illegal immigration. Britain has been overwhelmed with regards to asylum. Our systems, our national infrastructure is buckling. British people have had quite enough of it. There needs to be a moratorium for a good number of years until, for example, you've deported the people who shouldn't be in the country in the first place.
Do you believe that the British people, when they think about themselves in the round as kindly, as outward-looking, etc., are ready for the kind of change, then, that you are proposing this morning?
Well, all I can do is look at the evidence for that. I mean, there's been a lot of polling, for example, on whether British people think that everyone in the country illegally should be deported, and that is an overwhelmingly popular position. In fact, YouGov had that north of, I think, 60% of the country want that. So my view is absolutely. And if you were to ask the British people, do they think British citizens should have priority access to, for example, our NHS, and do they think, for example, that British citizens should have exclusive access to things like our welfare state? Those are also very popular positions. But again, what we've seen in this documentary is that very goodwill, that incredible goodwill that British people have. They are the loveliest, kindest people in the world. I believe that to be true. But it has been massively taken advantage of, and it is simply unacceptable for British political leaders, starting with the Tories and now Labour continuing it, to allow the lovely British people to be taken advantage of in that way, and they deserve respect.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to Ukraine, where the reported death toll has risen to 16 attacks from Russia. 9 people have been confirmed dead in Odessa alone. President Zelensky has posted a statement calling for more pressure on Russia. He says there can be no normalization of Russia as it is today. Pressure on Russia must work, and of course this comes at a time when there's tremendous scrutiny of America's relationship with Ukraine and Russia, and indeed whether its support for Ukraine is as steadfast as it had previously been. Let's speak to Sarah Rainsford, who is in Kiev for us. Sarah, just tell us what's happened overnight, would you?
Yeah, it was a very disturbed and a very deadly night here in Kiev and across Ukraine last night. We were woken around about 2:30 in the morning by the air raid sirens, and then we started to hear the very loud explosions here in central Kiev. We know now that there were a number of residential buildings were hit, whether directly, as we saw one video of a Shahed drone flying straight into the side of a residential building, or whether it was fragments when Ukraine shot down ballistic missiles and shot down drones, and then those fragments landed on buildings below. But either way, we know that a 12-year-old boy was killed here in Kiev. We know another child was pulled out of the rubble of their home, and we know that 9 people, as we say, were killed in Odessa, the port city, which obviously, you know, Russia's striking the port infrastructure there, trying to cripple Ukraine's economy. But as a result of that, residential buildings have been hit, and there's a huge amount of damage there too. And, you know, as I say, one of the deadliest nights for some time here in Ukraine.
President Zelensky, this ongoing wartime leader, has been touring European capitals, hasn't he, to try to keep support going. Where is President Zelensky's sort of international support at the moment? Is it as steadfast as before, or frankly, with the Iran conflict escalating, is there sort of a worry in Ukraine that the support that Ukraine says it wants and needs is not going to become forthcoming?
I think there is a worry, definitely. I think it's a kind of mixed picture. I think Europe is strong in its support, and I think particularly the defeat of Viktor Orban has been a bit of a boost for Ukraine, hoping that Hungary will now no longer block massive financial support, economic support from the EU to Ukraine, and also military support too going forward. But of course, the relationship with the United States is very complicated, and the two U.S. envoys that Donald Trump appointed to mediate between Moscow and Ukraine have never been to Kiev. We've been hearing recently that they have postponed visits several times lately. President Zelensky most recently said that they had agreed that they would come, but there's still no date for that. Meantime, those relentless attacks continue. And just talking to people, I've been here for the past nearly 3 weeks now. There is this exhaustion with this war. Nobody wants to give up. They're still steadfastly defending themselves, but they do see that the international picture is getting tougher. It's getting tougher to ask for help, and so the kind of converse of that is that Ukraine has been presenting itself recently to the world as a supplier of expertise and of drone technology, which the war in the Middle East, I think, has shown Ukraine has something to offer on that. So in a way, there's a bit of a kind of a reversal of things. Ukraine saying its terrible experience here has at least given it something it can offer, and the money from those drone sales will potentially go to helping Ukraine defend itself and not having to always be holding out the begging bowl.
Sarah Razor, thank you so much.
Here at the time, 16 minutes to 9. Social media leaders called to Downing Street over children's safety. That is the big headline this morning. It sounds rather performative. What is the reality of what's going on behind the scenes? Let's talk to Victoria Baines, who's Professor Emerita of IT at Gresham College in London, and previously, quite a few years ago, a decade or so ago, worked for Facebook. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Justin.
What do you make of what's happening today? So they're being called in, but we don't actually know who they are, do we? Presumably isn't Elon Musk for X, and isn't the bosses of the other ones as well. Do you know anything more about what's actually going on?
We tend to find that Elon is quite busy on these kinds of calls. I think your assessment of this as performative is quite important, because what we've seen is the Prime Minister and the government being under pressure to implement a ban from social media for under 16s. And what we've seen in Australia is that ban has been quite performative in itself. It's been a political moment rather than something that's been particularly easy to achieve operationally. So in Australia, we've seen that although millions of accounts have been taken down for under 16s, young people are still reporting that they can access social media. And this points to the challenges of really operationalising that kind of ban. So my take on what's happening today is that the Prime Minister is calling in these tech executives, and I've been one of these executives in the past, to assure him that the requirements of the Online Safety Act that came in a couple of years ago, that they really are doing what's being required of them.
Which is what?
There are a number of things. Certainly making sure that children don't have access to illegal content. That, for instance, child abuse material, terrorist content is certainly not being circulated on their platforms. That they're not having access to adult content like pornography. But there's another level here, which is
Alarm. Kvar Gil Adi.
Recommendation engines. How social media platforms work. What do? They try and keep us on the platform. They're what they like to call sticky, because they autoplay videos. They keep us continuously scrolling. And that appears to be one of the things that the Prime Minister is going to want assurances about. How do we stop children being glued to their screens?
To put it bluntly, and you know this is an insider joke, that's the business model. And
absolutely it is. Yeah,
how much, realistically, how much hope has the government got, indeed as the Prime Minister got, of saying to these companies, number one, make your algorithms public, which is one of the suggestions, isn't it? But number two, that we somehow have some power over what you do.
That is the sticking point, I think, and we're at a difficult point in time where the Online Safety Act has been in force for a couple of years. The regulator, Ofcom, dragging its heels a little bit in terms of monitoring and enforcement, especially when we're seeing bans in other countries. But ultimately, it's on the companies as well as the government to make sure that if online environments are open to children, they are protected from harm as far as reasonably possible.
What if they bang the drum and really say, look, the alternative to you doing what we want you to do is massive fines, whatever? Do you get the impression at all, and you think of that court case there's been recently in Los Angeles, etc., that the social media companies feel themselves to be under more pressure than they used to feel themselves to be under?
There would have been a time when I would have said to you, particularly in, the scope of data protection and the introduction of GDPR in 2018, when I would have said to you, well, these companies just see fines as part of their business model. It's just part of, the costs that they have to incur. I think that court case in the US is a turning point in terms of how companies may now perceive their liability in this space. That now they are being held responsible by courts of law, albeit in the US in a civil capacity, for the harms that their users incur. And I think we're going to see, many more of these lawsuits, certainly in the US. But I think there is perhaps a recognition that this is not something that an anodyne press statement will dispense with.
Victoria Baines, Professor Emerita right here at Gresham College in London. Thank you very much.
11 minutes to 9. How many of us, how many of you are lesser siblings? Relative failures, if you like, forever living in the long shadows of our charmingly gorgeous and brilliant brother or sister. In a new book called Relative Failures, the historian and biographer Matthew Sturgis tells 3 stories of relative failures, lesser siblings. There's Oscar Wilde's hapless brother Willie, who remembers him? There's Aubrey Beardsley's sister Mabel, remember her? And Howard Sturgis, less well-known brother of Victorian novelist Julia Sturgis, and great uncle of Matthew himself, who joins us now in the studio along with Catherine Carr, broadcaster, host of the Relatively podcast and author of the slightly sort of terrifyingly named Who's the Favourite? The loving, messy realities of sibling relationships. Good morning to you both.
Morning.
Oh, good morning.
Matthew, is this basically autobiographical? Are you a lesser sibling? Is this why you've got this off?
Well, I do have 4 conspicuously successful siblings, but so there was an element of, projection in it, possibly.
You're well known as a very distinguished historian. Why did you want to turn your attention to these lesser-known siblings in history?
Well, I'd written biographies of Oscar Wilde most recently, and before that, Aubrey Beardsley. And while researching them, had been very struck by their siblings, who, of course, had appeared in the story as I was researching them. And they were sort of rivers, tributaries that I couldn't follow at the time to their full extent. But clearly, these were very interesting people in their way, and also they reflected on the lives of their more successful siblings. I mean, they had a shared genetic inheritance, basically, and certainly the same upbringing, and yet, well, conspicuously in Willie Wilde's case, he took his great gifts and really, I suppose you'd have to say, frittered them away. I mean, as young boys and indeed young men, there was much debate amongst their contemporaries as to who was the most brilliant, Willie or Oscar. He was charming, witty, he was slightly taller than Oscar, and yes, many people sort of imagined he might have the stellar career.
And he might write the picture of Dorian Gray, but he didn't. Catherine, you spent many years speaking to siblings. Is it sort of inevitable that there'll be a feeling of rivalry and B, therefore, a feeling of inferiority?
I don't know if it's inevitable, because siblings, as well as being rivals, can be social models and inspirational, really. They're foundational, these relationships. And
Can they?
Yes, I would disagree slightly with Martin that we don't have the same upbringing, and that's the whole point. We don't share an environment, we don't share a childhood with our siblings, even though we're together. We have totally different experiences and memories of our childhood. And because of how the things have changed in between the children being born, we can't compare like with like. And also, I think, to your point about your book, there is an idea of differentiation among siblings. Once one role is taken, children seem to subconsciously understand that they must find another to have a USP and get some parental attention.
To what extent is that owing to birth order? Malcolm Gladwell and others have looked at successful children as an annoying thing that it's often the firstborn who get the devotion of the parents and the resources. And if parents have had lots of children, by the time they get to the second or third, they're knackered and they sort of can't be bothered.
I think they were knackered with the first as well.
Tell me about it.
I think there was an interesting study from MIT that showed something I hadn't thought of, which is if you're the first, yes, you get the resources to begin with, but also if you have parental leave for the subsequent children, you get various bites of the cherry because you might get 2, 3 or 4 maternity or paternity leave. That said, it's highly cultural. In other parts of the world, the firstborn doesn't end up being quote-unquote cleverer because of an increase in resources. They might be sent out to work in order to put money in the family's coffers. So it's birth order and then what cultural expectations come along with it.
Matthew, in your experience, is there a sort of what Freud called the narcissism of small difference? In other words, it's useful if you've got a highly capable sibling to avoid doing the same thing. You think of Jamie Murray, who's I think just retired this week as Andy Murray's brother, absolutely astonishingly brilliant tennis player. But he's forever Jamie Murray and not Andy Murray. And similarly with Willie Wilde, I mean, maybe if he'd rather than being a fantastic writer, if he'd been a portrait artist or done something completely different, he'd have been better off.
Yes, I mean, Willie was the older brother of the two, but yes, just around 18 months older. And he began with literary ambitions. He published poems before Oscar did. But then Oscar's sort of star began to rise, and he very much, as Catherine hinted at, or mentioned, felt that he should cede that position of being the main focus to Oscar, and he became a sort of helper, a sort of handmaiden to Oscar's fame.
That must have been hellishly hard.
Well, no, he liked it. It gave him a sort of power. I think so. He went into journalism. He abandoned a career in Berlin for the sort of more immediate rewards and delights of journalism, and came to London at a moment when the whole sort of press world was just expanding rapidly. There were dozens of evening newspapers, magazines, or whatever, periodicals. And he, with his, facile wit and ready pen, was brilliant at it. And part of his brilliance was seeding these little references to Oscar and the amusing things that Oscar had said in the press. And he took a pleasure, and I think felt a certain sort of power and relevance in aiding his brother.
Sounds like a great guy, and not like any older brother I've ever come across.
But then, of course, he did come to resent it.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, that's the trouble. That
you'll get at the end of your book. Matthew Sturgis, author of Relative Failures, and Catherine Carr, host of the Relatively podcast, and author of Who's the Favourite? The Loving Messy Realities of Sibling Relationships. Thank you both very much indeed.
And at 4 minutes to 9, just time to say, if you're after some meditative music this morning over on Radio 3, just now, the star violinist Janine Jansen is going to be playing the Brahms Violin Concerto. But don't go quite yet,
Because in a different form of meditation, we're going to end the program by contemplating galaxies. Thanks to something called the DESI, the Dark Energy Spectroscopic Instrument. Is that right, Professor? Right. And its 5-year survey of the sky at night from an observatory in Arizona. We will soon have, as a species, the most intricate 3D map of the universe that we have ever had. This map features a mere 47 million galaxies and quasars, which obviously are galactic nuclei, which have supermassive black holes at their centre. And one hope is that this map is going to help us better understand dark energy, the force responsible for the expansion of the universe. And to explain what all of this means, with us in the studio is Professor Ofer Lahav, the Perrin Chair of Astronomy at University College London. Professor, good morning.
Good morning to you.
Have I got any of that correct at all?
Very precise.
Wonderful. What is this map going to tell us and tell you?
Yeah, so there are billions of galaxies in the universe. This is a sample of 47 million, only 47 million, but we are very pleased about it. When I was a student back in Cambridge 40 years ago, we had a sample of thousands. And now our students have to cope with these huge samples and think how to analyze them using AI and other techniques. Why are we doing it? Well, it's part of human curiosity first, just to map the world. We explored, we want to discover new continents, we'd like to know where do we live. So that's point number one. Point number two is by getting a three-dimensional map. We have a position on the sky, and we have the distance using redshift. That's due to the expansion of the universe. And then we can use it to actually learn about the physics of the universe. It seems we live in a rather strange universe at present, that only 5% of it is made of ordinary matter, 25% of it of an unknown cold dark matter, and 70% dark energy.
What is dark energy?
So what is dark energy? The concept goes back to Einstein.
1917.
1917. Very good. Where he basically hypothesized a constant, which he called the cosmological constant, labeled it with the Greek letter lambda. And then he introduced it for a particular reason. He wanted a static universe, turned out to be the universe is expanding. So he said it was the blunder of his life. So he just abandoned it. Said no longer. And when I was brought up as a student, it just believed to be zero. And then about 25 years ago, there was a sort of paradigm shift, as we call it, and by measuring supernovae, their luminosity with distance, people realize, wow, there is a cosmological constant, but it generates an acceleration of the universe. So what's happening now with this DESI, which I should say it's a huge effort, 900 people are involved, many laboratories, contribution from the UK to the optics, Durham and UCL, my university, built some of it.
Briefly, we've only got 10 seconds. Tell us, what's the big thing you're hoping to find?
The big thing is to see whether the dark energy is constant with cosmic time, or is it changing?
Now, that really would be news. When you find out, would you come back and tell us?
We'll do it pleasure.
What an honor. Professor Offerlab, thank you so
very much
for having me. We might even have you before the end of the program, too, so we can hear more about it. That's it from Amal and me. Good morning.
BBC News at 9 o'clock. A BBC investigation has revealed further abuse of the asylum system, with some migrants falsely claiming to be victims of domestic violence in order to stay in the UK. One immigration advisor told an undercover reporter he could make up a story for him that he was a victim of domestic abuse in order to secure leave to remain in the UK without the usual wait. Our correspondent Billy Kember, who worked on the investigation, says the government is concerned.
The Home Office, the Safeguarding Minister Jess Phillips, said that the unacceptable abuse of this route, which protects genuine victims from the devastation of domestic abuse, is utterly shameful, in her words. She said that she had personally seen the deplorable impacts of this type of underhanded tactic, and that sham lawyers facilitating this advice abuse will be put behind bars.
The United States says it's holding indirect talks with Iran about resuming peace negotiations in Pakistan. The White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said she was optimistic about the prospect of a deal with Tehran and said discussions were productive and ongoing. The UK economy grew by 0.5% in February, its fastest pace for over 2 years. The figure covers a period before the start of the Iran war. Ukraine says at least 16 people have been killed in overnight Russian air attacks across the country. Officials say a 12-year-old boy is among the dead in Kiev. Police in Turkey have ordered the arrests of 83 people accused of posting material online praising 2 school shootings which have happened in the country this week. 8 students and a teacher were killed yesterday when a teenager opened fire at a secondary school, a day after a former student shot and injured 16 people at another school. 2 rediscovered paintings by Monet to be auctioned in Paris. The works, which depict the French countryside, are together predicted to sell for more than £13 million. BBC News.
Well, if you're not bidding on a Monet this morning, later here on Radio 4, the Booker Prize-winning author David Soloi will be chatting with Jim Wilson. Soloi's debut novel was in 2009. It was London Comes the Southeast, and it was based on his experience of working in telesales. In 2025, he won the Booker with Flesh, a rags to riches story across several decades. And you can hear David Soloi on This Cultural Life at 11 o'clock. Now, though, here's Misha Glenny with In Our Time.
Hello. Never-ending staircases, dizzying twists of perspectives, and illusions that seem to defy the laws of physics. That's the world of the Dutch graphic artist and printmaker Maurits Cornelis Escher, known by us as MC Escher. Born in 1898, Escher was inspired by the geometric shapes of Islamic art and went on to create some of the most famous images of the 20th century. He's been called a one-man art movement. But Escher has also been celebrated by generations of mathematicians for his technical geometric precision, despite never actually thinking he was very good at maths himself. But with me to discuss MC Escher are Marcus Dusotoy, Simonyi Professor for the Public Understanding of Science, Professor of Mathematics and Fellow of New College at University of Oxford, Sarah Hart, Professor Emerita of Mathematics and Fellow of Birkbeck College, University of London, and Fellow of Gresham College, and Judith Cadet, Exhibitions Project Manager and Public Programme Curator at Hague Historical Museum. And I'll start with you, Judith Cadet. You've been curator of the Escher in the Palace Museum in The Hague. So tell us a bit about Escher. What was his early life like, and was he always interested in maths?
Absolutely not. Escher grew up in the north of the Netherlands. That's where he was born, in Leeuwarden, and grew up in Arnhem, a region in the east. And what was special about Escher, I think he had quite a nice upbringing. His father had a very good job. He was one of the first hydraulic engineers to go to Japan. And he had a nice upbringing in that sense, loving family. But at the same time, he was also struggling sometimes a bit, because he was quite poorly as a kid, had a lot of illnesses. And also, he was not good at maths. Especially, he was not a great student, to be honest. So he didn't pass his final exams, he didn't pass some courses, and he struggled. And I think that's something good to take away from this.
So, if he was struggling, did he end up studying anything, and if so, what?
Well, at first he dabbled a bit in architecture. That's where his parents wanted him to go into, because that would give him a nice and proper job. But that didn't really work out. So he went to a school for both architecture and arts. And actually, he switched directions. So he got scouted by his teacher, Samuel Yesurune Mesquita, who said, "You shouldn't be making buildings, you should be making prints." So he talked his parents into making Escher switch as a young man.
And what was his artwork like in this period in the 1920s when he was studying?
I think it's fairly traditional, I would say. He was printmaking in the early 20s, so he was making still lifes, portraits, cityscapes, biblical studies also. And it was a few years for Escher just to figure out, how does printmaking work? How do you go about it? And what kind of subjects am I interested in? So it was interesting. It was those were formative moments, but probably not the work that he would have become famous with nowadays.
So, Sarah Hart, Escher travelled to Spain, and this was very formative for him. What did Escher see when he visited Alhambra, the famous Moorish palace in Granada? How did that inspire him?
So he travelled a lot more in Spain, and in the 20s he was perhaps more focused on making landscapes. But his visit to the Alhambra Palace gave him this profound love of symmetrical tiling patterns, which are typical of Moorish art. And one of the reasons for that is that there's traditionally a prohibition against representing living things. So if you want something to decorate your walls with, a beautiful geometric pattern is a good option. So in the Alhambra Palace, there are these wonderful tile work patterns that just have beautiful symmetries, lots of different kinds of symmetries, and Escher was really inspired by these. And in fact, after spending a few days at the Alhambra drawing designs, copying the pictures that he was seeing, his work really took a new direction in 1936.
And the Alhambra Palace was built largely in the 14th century, so did the creators of this extraordinary tessellation, this tiling, did they understand mathematics, or do we think this is instinctive?
They absolutely understood mathematics. They would create very precise diagrams using kind of, geometrical tools, compasses, and you can construct things by circle constructions, hexagons, 12-sided figures, geometrically that, within the limits of what can be produced in the real world, are as perfect as they can be. The only, perhaps, thing that cannot be done in that sense is that if you were trying to create a pattern that could go on forever, you've only got the finite extent of the world before you're making it to it. So you can hint at infinity, but you can't say all of infinity in this picture.
Now, as I said, this is called tessellation.
Yeah.
Can you explain that concept in
geometry.
Yes, so tessellation or tiling, imagine a tiled floor that's just, for example, got different coloured squares, so black and white squares tiled. Now, if you've got any sense, you're not going to want to leave gaps, and you're not going to want the tiles to overlap each other. So a tiling mathematically is a pattern of shapes, and if we're talking about, a plane, a flat plane, a pattern of shapes that will exactly fit together with no gaps, no overlaps, and theoretically could be extended forever. So squares fit together just perfectly, they don't overlap, no gaps, and they could carry on forever, and that would be a square tile.
So we all know this from our bathroom floor. But what have we got apart from squares?
Well, so if you boil it down to the basic possibilities, you can think of having one kind of tile which you then use throughout your design. Those tiles, our favourite kinds of ones as mathematicians, are regular ones. So, like a square, all the sides are the same length, all the angles are the same. Another example would be the regular hexagon that bees love to make their honeycombs out of. So it's got 6 sides, and all the sides are the same length, and all of the angles are the same, 120 degrees. Another example is an equilateral triangle. So those are regular polygons. They are shapes made of straight lines where all the angles and all the sides are equal. And you can't make these kind of tilings or tessellations with every single possibility because the angles don't work. So you can take 4 squares and put them round a point because squares have an angle of 90 degrees and 4 90s are 360, right? So it works. But if you try and do it with something like a pentagon, a regular pentagon, the angle there is 108. And 308s are less than 360. And 4 of them are more, and so you need to get a gap all over it. So you cannot make one of these lovely regular tiling patterns with regular pentagons.
Okay, so Marcus de Sotoy, what Sarah is hinting at there, if I understand it correctly, is that symmetry here is a key. What do we need to know about the mathematics of symmetry?
Well, it's very interesting because, Sarah's right that the artists in the Alhambra were very mathematically adept, but what they didn't have was a language to understand what symmetry really is, and that only came at the beginning of the 19th century with a French mathematician, Évariste Galois, who began to understand, how do you articulate what's happening on these walls, the symmetry of these walls. And I think most people listening probably think, symmetry, that's about reflectional symmetry, and you certainly see that in the square and the hexagon, but there are other sorts of symmetries as well, rotational symmetries. But what Galois got to was to think about these walls and what makes them symmetrical. It's about the way that you can move the tiles, if you lifted them up off the wall, move them around en bloc, and then put them back down again, and they would sit perfectly inside the outline that's been left there. So what you're looking for is, what are all the different ways that I can move the tiles such that they sit back down again on top of each other? And those are the symmetries of the wall. Now, I think the artists in the Alhambra were exploring what's possible with all of these different designs. You can take a triangle, but you can put a lovely little wave on the side of the triangle, and that destroys the reflections, but you can still rotate it. And you can really see the artists there just exploring what's possible, but what are the limitations? So I think Escher as well was quite excited by it. Maybe I can make some new designs. But then he gets a letter from his brother who says, you know what, there's actually a mathematics behind all of this. And he was a geologist and a crystallographer, and crystals are somewhere where you see a lot of symmetry. And he said there's actually a limit to the number of possible symmetrical games you can play. And there are actually only 17 underlying symmetrical games you can play. And he sent a paper with these to Escher, and Escher began to understand, okay, so did the artists in the Alhambra discover them all? Can I do different realizations of these 17? And it set him off on this kind of journey of the mix of mathematics and art.
And so Escher began to understand that mathematics was key to the structure of some, if not all, of his art. Is that something that you can generalize? Is mathematics underlying most art that we see, whether visual art or other types of art?
I would say yes, because if I was going to define mathematics, I would say it's the study of structure. And for an artist, structure is absolutely crucial for their creativity, for their framing of what they're doing. And so I think that what's interesting is dialogue across the centuries between mathematicians and artists. I mean, take Renaissance and Leonardo, who absolutely captures the fusion of mathematics and art. But I think that what's exciting is an artist seeing new mathematical structures and being an inspiration for new framing. So I think Escher, beginning with his kind of tiling, chose quite classic sort of symmetries. And when he saw the other, possibilities with these 17 different designs, it pushed him in new directions to try out, how can I realize this rather exotic kind of symmetries with my tiling? And so I think it became an inspiration for him to try new things. And for me, I think that's where you see a lot of artists being inspired by seeing what's in the mathematician's cabinet of wonders that I might be able to use to frame what I'm doing.
But Judith Cadet, before we get to the mathematics of it, let's go back to nature. He lived in Italy for a while, but he leaves in 1935. Why did he leave in 1935? But also, what did he pick up in Italy? Why was Italy so important to him?
Escher loved Italy. He lived in Rome for over a decade. He met his wife in Italy. He had two beautiful kids there. And he liked going, probably nowadays we call it backpacking. So he would sometimes bring a donkey also on the back of the beaten track. And he made a lot of prints and photographs, drawings on those journeys. And what he loved in Italy was the high mountains, the low valleys. There's perspective everywhere, and there's contrasts everywhere, dark and light, high and low. And that ended up in his work too. So in 1935, Escher decided to leave with his family because fascism was on the rise, and he really didn't like that. And also, one of his kids had early signs of tuberculosis. So in that period of time, mountain air was very well recommended. So the family moved to Switzerland. But he missed it tremendously, Italy, and it sort of stuck with him for decades to come.
And you can see that, can't you, in the buildings that he uses when he's creating those strange images of stairs ascending and descending and that sort of thing. There's still that Italianate sense.
Absolutely, yeah. Sometimes it's in the background, so you see a mountain ridge that comes back to, I think, sometimes a print 30 years later. But also indeed archways or particular kinds of roofs that are very, very recognizable from the Amalfi Coast. So it stays with him throughout his life.
And nature as well is very important, because for all of his sort of weird shapes and symmetries and so on, he's got a lot of animals there as well.
Yeah, animals, but just nature in general too. So he's always focused on trees and mountains and whatnot. And he would like to go on hikes also in the Netherlands too. So that's always a theme in his work as well.
So, Marcus, on the issue of nature, what sort of things was he exploring? How does that turn up in his work?
Well, I think you see that we've got this connection between mathematics and art, and I think nature is the thing which binds them together, because I think we're all responding to structures that we're seeing in the natural world. I mean, Sarah's already referred to the idea of the hexagon. Well, that's we recognize as the beehive. So I think that this actually is a very important component of his work, that he's looking at these connections between artistic expression, the underlying mathematics, but actually these are all structures that we're seeing in the natural world. But I think this, coming just back to his time in Italy and the Amalfi Coast, I think there's something really interesting about the move in his art, because you see it going from very three-dimensional. He does these lovely cascading villages down the side of cliffs. It's very three-dimensional. Yet when he then goes to the Alhambra, which is very two-dimensional, you really see this shift in his art. And there's a wonderful piece of art called Metamorphosis, which he almost expresses in that piece. On the left-hand side of the piece, it's quite a long sort of horizontal piece. You see the Amalfi Coast, but it gradually changes until you've just got these two-dimensional kind of Chinese boy figures which are interlocked with each other. He's almost expressing in that piece, I'm moving from my three-dimensional world into just working in two dimensions.
Yes, it's kind of a narrative of his own artistic trajectory. It's extraordinary. Yes, extraordinary piece of work. Sarah Hart, you told us about tiling and tessellation. I think I managed to grasp it. But he also dabbled in something called spherical geometry.
Yeah.
Now, I want you to be gentle on this, because if the listeners are anything like me, we're beginning to stretch my understanding of mathematics here.
Yeah, so Escher actually himself, as has already been said, he did not think he was any good at mathematics. And I'm sure Marcus would agree, and all mathematicians, that is only because it's a misunderstanding of what mathematics is. Because he was very good at pattern, and he was very good at structure, and he loved those things, was brilliant at working with them intuitively. That, for me, makes him a great mathematician. So it's not just all about equations and formulas. And what Escher was doing, as Metamorphosis shows, and he said he was moving from landscapes to mindscapes, which is a lovely little phrase, is exploring what is possible in this kind of geometry. So his work where he was making tiling patterns that are on a flat surface, like, the tiled floors or walls, there are some limitations, the 17 collections of symmetries that Marcus mentioned. And at some point, he'd explored these out, and he was sort of thinking, well, what else might there be? And there's another kind of geometry that, in fact, is all around us, and this is the geometry of the surface of a sphere. We all live on the surface of a sphere. And the geometry on a sphere is a bit different. Example, when you're going on a long ball flight, and you go from A to B, you don't go in a straight line with no line, right? You go in a curved path, that's the shortest path. So these shortest paths, geodesics, they're like the lines on a sphere. And if you use those lines to make shapes, you can get triangles whose angles are up to more than 180 degrees, for example. So if you have different rules of your geometry, like we have on the sphere, then you can have different patterns and possibilities. And so what Escher explored, for example, in 1942, he makes a spherical version of the Angels and Devils image that he'd originally made on a plane. Now he makes it in 3 dimensions on a sphere, and there's a third version that we'll come to later in another kind of geometry. So he's exploring again what you can do if you change the situation.
Yeah, there's a wonderful example of that, which I've got to mention because it's one of my favourite examples, which is a chocolate box that Escher made. And it's an icosahedron, so it's a platonic solid. Anyone plays Dungeons and Dragons, it'll be one of the dice in your box. It's made out of 20 equilateral triangles, so it's almost spherical. It's trying to be spherical. But he made this, and on this tin box, which is celebrating the 75th anniversary of the chocolate manufacturer, and he put these wonderful examples of starfish and shells, and it's just a beautiful... when I retire, I'm hoping that somebody's going to give me one of these little tin boxes. I think there were about 7,000 made, so they're out there, but it's just a thing of beauty, but a beautiful example of, what if I put these shells and starfish on a 3-dimensional shape?
Rhoda, can you tell us a bit about another famous spherical object, and that's the hand with reflecting sphere? Can you describe that to us? It really is one of the weirdest, most remarkable pieces of art I've ever seen.
It's a lithograph Escher made in 1935. We see Escher in the middle of the print, and he's sitting in his apartment in Rome, so it feels very lifelike, right? And you see him holding the sphere that he is reflecting in. And if you look at Escher's hand in the sphere itself, you see him holding it with his right hand. Still makes sense, right? And then you look at the hand below that's holding the sphere, that's his left hand. So it's already a mirror image of a mirror image. And then also there's another layer. This is a lithograph, and a lithograph is a print. So it's always printed a mirror image anyway. So it's the mirror image of the mirror image of the mirror image. So it's one of my favorites to point out also.
But also I gather very accurate in terms of the scale of the objects in the sphere.
Absolutely. When I just started working at Escher in the Palace as a curator, we got an email of someone who rebuilt Escher's apartment. And they said it was completely accurate. Only the table on the right, it was tailored just a little bit to fit the image, but everything else was perfectly fine.
So most of Escher's work wasn't these kind of 3D objects. What kind of techniques and mediums was Escher using at this time?
So Escher was mostly a printmaker, so always two-dimensional, so on paper. And I like that, Marcus, that you just mentioned sort of this mixture of 3D and 2D, because Escher loved playing with making something like a piece of paper, just a 3-dimensional image also. And Escher was really a craftsman. So he loved the woodcut, he loves lithographs, and especially the woodcut I always enjoy explaining because it's so difficult and technical. Escher would have a block of wood, he would draw an image on it, and he would gouge the whole block of wood. So he would cut the image out, and then he would put some ink over the top layer, and the top layer would end up on a piece of paper. And it was a procedure that could last days, if not months, for his bigger works, like Metamorphoses 2. That took him 5 months to make, all the 20 different wood blocks. And it's also an unforgiving material, wood. So if you cut a little bit too much out, you can't get it back. So that was really a struggle, but he really enjoyed that. And then there was also lithograph, of which I gave the example of Hand with Reflecting Sphere, which is more like a drawing. So it's a drawing on a lithographic stone, and with a chemical procedure, it's put on paper as well. And it's really, Escher loved the printmaking, and he loved the craft of it. And sometimes, indeed, he dabbled, and he made a very interesting chocolate tin, or something like a tiling pattern, but his basis was really on paper.
Sarah, can you tell us why 1954 was a turning point for Escher? Because he's well into his 50s now. He's established to a degree, but he hasn't reached anything like the fame that he has now. So what happens in 1954?
Well, there was a big mathematics conference in Amsterdam in 1954.
This is the International Congress of Mathematics, which is held every 4 years and still is, as I understand.
Yes, every 4 years, and it's at that conference that the Fields Medal is awarded. So, everybody who's anybody in mathematics comes along to this conference, and it's kind of a jamboree. You all get together. Thousands of people are there. To go along with this, there are often cultural activities, and that year, the organisers thought, well, we've got this local artist, Escher, who's, mathematicians seem to like his stuff, so why don't we do an exhibition of his work? So many people, many mathematicians come from all around the world, heard of his work and saw it for the first time. And you get people like Donald Coxeter, another mathematician we might talk about more presently, but he made connections in the mathematical world, and word spread. And so he becomes this figure, and he talks with mathematicians, and they have these conversations and back and forth, which is a lovely thing to see. It's not just one-sided. He's not just learning from them, they're learning from him too. And it all starts in 1954.
And so he's corresponding with these mathematicians.
Yeah. So for me, I think the favourite relationship that he has with a mathematician is the conversation with Donald Coxeter that goes on for many years. Because Donald Coxeter is is it fair to say he's the best geometer of the 20th century? We can argue about that.
Geometry,
I'm going to hold the ring for that. I have no dog in this particular fight.
So Donald Coxeter was
one of the best geometers of the history of the
20th century, and he was absolutely fascinated by symmetry. All of his work is on symmetry, and he bought actually a couple of Escher's prints at this 1954 exhibition. His wife was Dutch, so could talk with Escher in his own language. And a couple of years afterwards, after the 1954 exhibition, Coxeter was writing a mathematical paper about symmetry, and he wanted a couple of illustrations. He wrote to Escher to say, please may I use 2 of your tiling designs as illustrations of symmetry in this paper. So Escher says, yes, very nice, very flattered. Start of 1958, Coxeter sends the finished paper to Escher just as thank you very much, here's the paper. And Escher has a flick through it. He's not really understanding much of the mathematics, but he sees this amazing picture. And it's a tiling that Escher has never seen before, which is drawn within a circle, and it's got triangles that tile together, but they get smaller and smaller as they get closer to the edge of the circle. And because of that, it means you can fit kind of an infinite design within this circle on one piece of paper, but it's a tiling Escher's never seen. So he gets super excited by this. He writes to Coxeter and says, tell me all about this. And they have this conversation, and as a result, Escher produces many beautiful works, including his famous Circle Limit series.
Marcus, so far we've already heard about Euclidean geometry, spherical geometry. Now there's
brace yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Hyperbolic geometry as well. Explain, in 10 easy sentences explain what that is. And
yeah, well, these were discoveries of new geometries in the 19th century where strange things happen that don't happen in Euclidean geometry. We've already heard from Sarah about triangles on spheres whose angles add up to more than 180. But these hyperbolic geometries, which are a bit like, if you think of a Pringle crisp, for example, it curves up one way and down the other. Or if you've gone to the Olympic Park in London and seen Zaha Hadid's the Aquatic Centre, that's another example of a kind of curved geometry which curves up one way and down the other. And if you draw triangles on the sides of these shapes, the angles add up to less than 180. So these are what we call negatively curved, in contrast to the sphere, which is positively curved. So verging these geometries is infinite, and we think maybe our universe is perhaps an example of hyperbolic geometry. But what was beautiful was this picture that Escher saw is a realization of this geometry that Poincaré, a French mathematician, came up with, which is actually you can capture this infinite geometry within the confines of just a circle. And Sarah already hinted at the idea that triangles kind of get smaller and smaller to the edge of this circle. Actually, what happens if you take a ruler and you move it towards the edge, the ruler gets shorter and shorter and shorter and shorter. Not if you're in the geometry, it's still a meter-length ruler. But if you're outside the geometry, you see that you can fit actually infinitely many meter rulers. They're just getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and they never quite reach the edge. So for Escher, and the artists in the Alhambra would have just been blown away by this, because they're all excited by the way that tiling can capture infinity. Yet suddenly he's got infinity captured in a finite circle, and that just sends them on these just wonderful images that he makes with angels and devils being, instead of just triangles, being tiles to the edges, and he knows how far can he go. I mean, that's a real kind of challenge, but he wants to try and fit as many in as possible to give that illusion.
I think I understand what you're getting at, but let me ask Judith Cadet. Relativity is probably one of the most famous of Escher's images. Can you describe it for us and why it's so special?
Yes, relativity is one of those impossible buildings that you can't really get your mind around. What you see on the image, it's an impossible building with a lot of staircases. And at first glance, it seems okay, can exist. We see some doors, some archways, seems fitting. And then all of a sudden, the penny drops. There is no gravity in this print.
Or it doesn't drop.
Oh, yeah.
It's very good. Yeah, I like that.
That is a very good. Yeah, exactly. If you turn the print around also, it really doesn't go anywhere, to be honest. No, it's a really funny print in that sense, because people are walking in that print and living in that print like nothing is going on, nothing is happening. That's a very normal reality to them. People are going on a romantic walk, they're reading a book, and just walking the staircase sideways that's just a normal reality. And I think a lot of people really love this image, and it's everywhere in popular culture, from like Squid Game, the Netflix series, to Harry Potter. I think it took inspiration from those staircases, so it's still a very
and also the people he has in Relativity and in other prints as well, they're kind of weirdly robotic, human. They're odd.
Yeah.
What are they? Who are they?
Well, I quite like that about those prints, actually. I think sometimes it was a bit of a cheat code for Escher, too, because he struggled with human anatomy sometimes. But I think Escher liked them to be anonymous, not to have very clear facial expressions. They are just cohabiting in this space that he created, and that is just very normal. And sometimes he has someone that is maybe looking towards something that he created. So, for instance, in Relativity, you see someone looking over the ledge, and he's just casually looking. It's just another day at the office.
Marcus, Relativity also caught the eye of Roger Penrose. What happened with that?
Yes, Roger, a colleague of mine in Oxford, he was just a student at that time, went to the International Congress, and he saw a cattle, and it was just like, what is that going on there? And he suddenly sees these kind of paradoxical worlds, and it's what inspires him to create other versions of these kind of visual paradoxes. And he comes up with this impossible triangle, which is it looks like you should be able to build it. He draws it on a piece of paper. It seems to have kind of joins at right angles, but if you follow the whole thing round, locally it makes sense in little parts, but globally, you can't build it. And it sent Penrose off on this kind of idea of just creating these kind of weird things that sort of you can draw in 2 dimensions, but can never exist in 3 dimensions. He sends this to Escher, and there starts to be a really good conversation going between them. And Escher thinks, oh, that's really beautiful, but it's kind of rather abstract and mathematical. And he creates out of that the idea of the ascending-descending staircase, which I think is another of the images which is very famous of Escher's, which is this staircase which seems to be climbing up and up and up, and there are people walking up. They look a bit like monks. I'm not sure whether they are monks, but then you look and you see, well, actually, but the staircase comes back around to the beginning again, but they've been going up all the time, so shouldn't they be on the floor above? And they're not. And there are some people going down, they're descending. And so, using this illusion, you can create this extraordinary prints where it seems to be this staircase is ascending, but it never gets anywhere.
Sarah, one of the extraordinary things about this, I mean, you've talked about his relationship with Coxeter, Marcus has talked about his relationship with Roger Penrose, and yet he didn't really have the language of mathematics. So how did this artist and these mathematicians communicate with each other? Was it entirely visual?
It was heavily visual, I will say. And there's another mathematician he corresponded with called Polya, who was one of the first people to classify these 17 symmetry groups. And yes, Escher absolutely was all about the diagrams, and he would try and work out how things were put together using his intuitive geometry, geometrical constructions with compass and straight edge. He always said, I don't understand equations, I don't understand formulas, and therefore thought he wasn't a mathematician. Of course, I disagree with him. But yeah, he would ask me, have communication with these mathematicians. Sometimes they would tell him the equations, but he wouldn't really pay attention, but he loved the pictures. So he had a picture that came from a paper by Polya with each of these 17 patterns. And I think what the glorious thing is, as Marcus has hinted to already, that, what Escher is doing is taking the mathematical idea, the bare bones of a structure, and then he is adding his artistic interpretation to it. And you take a symmetry design that Polya has sketched, which has, I don't know, parallelograms or something, and then Escher creates from it this amazing design with lizards crawling around a piece of paper that's just charming and beautiful, but still incredibly symmetrical. And he does this with the inspiration he gets from Penrose. He does it with the inspiration from Coxeter. Coxeter's picture just has black and white triangles, but then Escher's got fish swimming along beautiful arced lines in hyperbolic space.
And Judith, he seems to have this very warm and intense relationship with mathematicians, but he didn't have that relationship with everyone. Can you tell us the story about Mick Jagger and MC Escher?
Yes, Mick Jagger. Well, Mick Jagger wanted to use one of Escher's images, fireballs from the Second World War, and he wanted to use that image in one of his LPs for the Rolling Stones. So you would kind of think, hey, that's quite an honor, right? Not for Escher. He didn't really like that particular kind of music. And he received a letter saying, Dear Maurits, can we please use one of these images? Escher, it was an inappropriate question to ask that way. So he didn't allow the Rolling Stones for the image to be used.
And he didn't like having his first name.
Exactly.
Is that right?
It was Dear Mr. Escher to him. So
that's brilliant. Right. Yeah.
Okay, and now we're moving on to the really weird bit, Marcus, and that is strange loops and consciousness.
Yes.
How does Escher come into the picture of strange loops and consciousness?
Well, people might know of a very sort of iconic book called Gödel, Escher, Bach by Douglas Hofstadter. This is a book actually about consciousness, and people probably know who Bach is, and interestingly, Escher loved listening to Bach when he did his work, so already a connection there. But Gödel is the mathematician here, a logician who proves a theorem about the limitations of what mathematics can prove. The point is he uses self-reference to make that proof, and Hofstadter got very excited by the idea of mathematics being able to talk about itself. And he coined this phrase, a strange loop, something that somehow is a hierarchy. Yet when you get to the top of the hierarchy, you're actually got back to the beginning again. And he wrote this book, which is about Gödel and consciousness, and his dad said, "Oh, but you've not got any pictures." And so he suddenly thought, "Oh yeah, what's a good picture of a strange loop?" And he knew about Escher's work, and Escher's paradoxical images are wonderful examples of strange loops. We've already heard the staircase, which you don't quite know. You think you're ascending, and then you come back to the beginning. But I think the one image for me which really captures the idea of a strange loop is the hand drawing the hand drawing the hand. There are two images of hands, and you look, one seems to be drawing the other, but then you look and it's actually drawing the first one. So this is a very good example of a strange loop where you don't know where the bottom and the top of the hierarchy is. It sort of goes round in a circle. And Hofstadter thought that this is what the brain does. This is how we achieve consciousness, that we are able to think about our thoughts. It seems to be a great example of self-reference. So Hofstadter thought, all right, this idea of mathematics being able to talk about itself might be the right language to understand how consciousness works. And the illustrations of that were these wonderful pictures of Escher.
So I think Marcus has gone some way, Sarah, to explain why mathematicians like Escher so much. What do you think? Like, he still remains incredibly popular amongst scientists and mathematicians. Why is that? More so than any other artist, I'd say.
So I think there's a couple of reasons. One is it's so great when you have an artist that has this interaction with mathematicians, and we all love those stories. In fact, when Escher was creating these beautiful circle limit pictures, he used to say, "I'm just going to do some coxeterring now," which is maybe the only verbing of a mathematician's name in the service of art that I know of. So we love that, with talking to artists, and we believe, mathematicians, that what we do is itself a creative art. We have some of the same motivations, making and exploring beautiful things and ideas. It might be more abstract than some concrete kinds of art, but it's all the pursuit of the same kind of thing. And our love and joy in structure and pattern, shared by, actually, I think, all human beings. We all love patterns and structures. That's why we like the music of Bach, and we like beautiful tilings in our homes. It's not just Escher. We all have tiled patterns probably somewhere in our home. But we are perhaps, mathematicians, maybe more acutely aware of seeing these patterns and structures everywhere around us. And so we identify with Escher, and, his aesthetic joys are the same as ours.
But Judith, is there a danger here that he's so engaged with structures and patterns that he's missing the emotional aspect of art? Because when you see an Escher, you don't immediately think, "Oh my God, that's beautiful." You think that's fascinating. What about that emotional impact? Is it there?
Well, does it need to be emotional? I think that's also a question that Escher would ask himself too. I think Escher is portrayed as more rational. He has sort of a scientific approach to art that is maybe different from a lot of other artists. But he has something special in that, in my opinion, too. What I saw a lot in Escher in the palace is that people would just come and look at Escher's art with grandparents and their grandkids, people on their first dates, and they just look together and they talk about it. They tell you what they're seeing. And in that sense, they don't feel burdened by, I need to have our historical background to understand it. I need to have read up on Escher. And I think that's actually a strength rather than a weakness.
And why is it that he was so averse to being categorized?
Well, I think he saw himself firstly as a printmaker. And his craft was the most important, and his ideas kind of came second to a degree. And I think he just didn't want to be in this box of, I'm part of this movement. He just did whatever he wanted to do before he would fall presidency.
Sarah, you wanted to come in there.
Well, yeah, you asked about why isn't there the emotion that's generated. And for me, there is an emotion that's generated, and it's joy. Because it's the experience of the sublime that you get you're listening to a beautiful piece of music by Mozart, it's just, this is exactly perfect. This is how the nature is, this is how the world is, this is the perfection, and you look at an Escher picture and it's just absolutely brilliant, perfectly there, and that makes me very happy. So I think that's a valid emotion to feel when you're looking at art.
Final question for all of you. What's his legacy today? Where do we see Escher?
I think this idea that he didn't want to be put in a box is really important, because I think we silo our subjects so much, and Escher is a beautiful example of the bridges that you can create between the sciences, mathematics, nature, art, music. I feel that's his legacy. He brought together subjects that traditionally have been seen to be very separate.
Anyone else on Escher's legacy, the import?
Well, I think his visual language is so recognizable and still decades later. So I think it will stay with us for many centuries to come. It's the black and white, it's the impossible staircases, it's the mathematics that are underlying his works. It's one of a kind.
Sarah?
I think there are so many iconic images that are still pervasive in our culture decades and decades after he died, and they're going to stay with us. So Escher will always be a part of our legacy, I think.
My thanks to Marcus du Sautoy, Sarah Hart and Judith Cadet. Next week, our 1.5 million people from India were transported to sugar plantations from 1834 onwards to replace enslaved labourers. That's Indian indentured labour. Thank you for listening.
In Our Time with Misha Glennie was produced by Martha Owen. It's a BBC Studios production. And incidentally, there's a new series of moving pictures on air at the moment. The first episode on Jan van Eyck's Arnolfini portrait is on BBC Sounds. And next Tuesday at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the subject is The Portrait Miniatures by Nicholas Hilliard. Are politicians using podcasts and social media to avoid scrutiny? Armando Iannucci will be considering that in just a moment.
The new series of the News Quiz returns with your host, Andy Zaltzman.
You can just make up your own jokes there.
And a panel of comedians trying to find the funny in the news.
What are you talking about?
Apparently we no longer produce children.
I'm not from here anymore. Too much red tape. It's a niche fetish, but whatever works. The UK is getting sunny.
There's researchers in Spain that have said this. They're just saying that because they don't want us there.
I'm not fair tip. The next apply has given me especially good service.
The new series of the News Quiz starts tomorrow night at 6:30. To listen on your smart speaker, just say Play Radio 4. Hello and welcome to Sky Message here from BBC Radio 4, a debate to use and abuse of political language. I'm Randy Nisha, and this week I'm joined by current host of the Today programme and Radio 4's Radical podcast, Amal Watching.
You said it with such alarm, as if also looking forward to me not being the current.
No,
and I'm not offended in the slightest.
No, but you are. Moving on, and we'll discuss, the ins and outs of where you're going in terms of media and news report. We'll look at that in a minute. But the phrase we're going to discuss this week is only the fake news would come up with this, which is something Donald Trump said this week after he deleted an image of himself, which he claims is him not dressed as Jesus, but dressed as a paramedic, but in white cloak and glowing hand as he touched the forehead of a sick patient.
It's so weird that, Amanda, because when I looked at it, I thought he was trying to depict himself as Jesus. I mean, I don't know why I know,
but you see, because you are still in the fake news media landscape, and that's where you're coming from. That's how, people outside that tiny little landscape could see clearly he was some form of ancient paramedic.
And he was
bringing,
and was in no way trying to borrow from the Christian canon vision. No.
We'll move on. We're going to look at the media landscape. Now, you're part of a trend of understanding of broadcasters and journalists using new media. But now politicians obviously are adopting that as well. The government's announced it's going to start its own podcast.
So you've got a YouTube channel, I think.
A YouTube channel, yeah.
And what's really interesting and weird about that in one way is that I've been saying to the government, like, not so much privately, but publicly as well, that they ought to be much better at communicating on YouTube. But by that I mean, for each big policy decision, do a kind of brilliant 7-minute explainer. What I think they're going to do is they're going to try and get influencers to do a bit of this for them, because they think they can almost piggyback off the kind of influence of these people who have their own big followings. It's really interesting. I think some of this is actually brutally, knowing that there are no people in my trade, it's quite effective. So during the last election campaign, Keir Starmer did a kind of walk and talk with Gary Neville, ex-Manchester United footballer and now entrepreneur. He's got over 2 million followers on Instagram. And if you think about an old world where you might do an interview with the Daily Express, which is going to be pretty hostile to you, has a small print circulation, I guess over 100,000 still, but small, or you're going to do a friendly chat with Gary Neville, who's got huge influence, and that clip might go viral. Quite straightforward what you would end up doing.
Yes, although, to be devil's advocate for a bit on that, it does recognise a kind of growing trend of politicians finding, I can see why, a friendlier outlet. And therefore the temptation to avoid anything
and circumventing
that might be a little bit more inquisitory.
So circumventing the old friction, and that, by the way, is a kind of cultural change which has very profound implications, right? So either they can find someone now, you can find someone who's friendly, at Gary Neville, to do a walk and talk, or you could find a podcast which is friendly, or you can just do the straight piece to camera where you're just absolutely down the lens, I'm going to communicate with you directly. And Nigel Farage, by the way, if he was in a very alternative life, a BBC broadcaster, he's the master of the piece to camera. I mean, he delivers these things off the cuff, total fluency, he doesn't drop a syllable, 5 minutes, and he's a very effective communicator straight down the barrel.
I mean, the thing we've picked up on a lot of our kind of guests on the show when we've asked who's the most effective communicator, I've said Nigel Farage, because you're right, he doesn't stumble, and also he addresses people without using notes or a speech.
Feels authentic.
And that's important because you're then looking at them in the eye rather than looking down at the script.
Yes, and if you can do that and get 5 million views, why would you go on a major news broadcast or give yourself... I mean, print, by the way, is a different thing, because with print, you end up being, I think, just sort of fodder for the piece that's often written by the journalist. But why would you go on and have a difficult interview? Now, I would say that you can still, and I think it's important people do this and submit themselves to scrutiny, you can still earn tremendous respect by showing that you can survive scrutiny. And that's a hard argument to make. But I remember when David Davis, the Conservative MP, a few years ago, made this curious decision, I think you could call it, to call a by-election in this constituency where he was an MP. He wanted to make a protest about civil liberties.
That's right.
Holton Press and Harden. And David Davis, I remember he told me in Nick Robinson's podcast that we did, he rang up the Today programme and said, I want the 8:10 slot and I want to be interviewed by John Humphreys. He wanted that scrutiny because he thought it would help make him look good if he survived it. Did he get it? I think he did. I think he did. I don't know what the reputational upside or downside was, but that is a cultural value, this belief in scrutiny, that I hope we don't lose. Because I think, believe it or not, scrutiny is fundamental to democracy and actually making you feel like you know what's going on.
It's absolutely crucial. Often when I'm asked, do you worry about offending people? And I don't set out, in terms of what I write, I don't set out to offend. I set out to write about what I find interesting. My question back is, what's wrong with being offended? As in, your set of beliefs, whether they're political or religious or social, whatever, should be able to withstand criticism and indeed jokes about them.
Absolutely.
And if we don't kind of learn, if we don't develop the kind of the hard skin of being able to take a joke or to take criticism, then we're a little bit lost. And that's why, I mentioned Farage, but it happens a lot across the spectrum. When politicians are challenged, there's a slight kind of, why are you asking me this? How dare you? Or why are you making a joke about me? Don't you understand this is serious? There's a sort of thin skin.
But what does it say about someone who says you must not offend me? It says that they have a very low opinion about themselves and they don't think that they've got the strength to withstand that. Whereas someone who can go on, and I don't mean take it, we're not talking about words doing violence or physical threats. We're talking about real scrutiny. And there's a job, by the way, very important job for the broadcasters themselves to make sure people get a fair hearing. But it's not, of course, it's not just Farage. You've got this Zach Polanski, who's a pretty effective communicator, must be, because he's growing very fast.
With his own podcast.
He's got his own podcast, and it's called Bold Politics. Do you remember there was a Prime Minister? He does in Trafalgar Square, yes, with the new MP for the Green Party. Alongside him. There's a former Prime Minister of this country at the moment called Liz Truss. she's got a YouTube show.
The Liz Truss Show.
And I imagine, I haven't yet watched it. I look forward to subscribing on YouTube soon.
I've looked at the figures. No one has yet watched it.
Really? Hasn't she got a decent following in America?
Yeah. I mean, I looked at the figures, and Liz Truss, at the time of recording, has 27,000 followers on YouTube.
That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's interesting, this phenomenon of politicians becoming, as it were, podcasters, of corporate CEOs doing it. And if you're Zach Polanski, it's a bit of fun. You can generate a community online.
Oh, yeah.
And you know what? There's some of them who might actually make a bit of money doing it.
I'm not dissing podcasts, since that's precisely what I'm doing right now. So I'm not dissing. But I just want to pick up on that, suspicion that for some politicians it might be an easy option.
Sure. I think Reform UK have also got a podcast, and they've also got, I think, in the new environment with the advent of a channel called GB News, a place which is likely to give them a hearing which they think that they won't get elsewhere.
Yes, I mean, I think the real test will come in the general election, where, and we remember already Andrew Neil saying, where is Boris Johnson during the 2019 election, was it? Or the 20...
Yeah, 2019. And he said, if you can't deal with me, how do you be able to deal with Putin? And
Exactly. And that was quite a remarkable moment, because that was Andrew Neil on BBC One. Also an opinion piece, really. It done very subtly, but it very, very clearly about just exactly what he thought of Boris Johnson not showing up.
Yeah, and I think Andrew Neil is the greatest ever at that particular kind of interrogation, which is the political interview. I think he's masterful at it.
Yes.
Absolutely across the brief. Technically, I studied it very closely. I spoke to him about it. He asks very short questions, so you don't get lots of wiggle room, and he keeps at it.
I've often said, when it's criticisms are made about the BBC, which no doubt you'll have faced as well, whether it's too left-wing or it's too right-wing, depending on what questions it's asking of which politician. I've often cited someone like Andrew Neil, who we knew was, with work with Rupert Murdoch, Sky News. We know where he edited The Spectator. We know politically where he's chairman of The Spectator. But you are allowed to have political opinions and yet be an objective journalist or an objective broadcaster. And that was his strength, I think, that when he was interviewing people, there was no preference as to which type of politician he would give an easy ride to.
He was an equal opportunities interview. And by the way, what a benefit to our society, what a win for our public domain and culture to have Andrew Neil interrogating George Osborne about his budget and Angela Rayner about tax, and I hope one day Zach Polanski and also Nigel Farage. And the voter, you want to see that. And I would just say to the politician, if you duck that, I think there is a sort of democratic duty to submit yourself to that stuff.
We've not got much time. We ought to do any phrases or patterns of verbal behaviour that you'd love to consign to the furnace.
So a word that I've banned from the Today programme, and I think some of my colleagues know this, but I can ban the word Shakespearean. Shakespearean is to me the definitionally most imprecise word in the English language, and therefore I think it's unbelievably lazy to use it. And there's a certain columnist or two that used to use it all the time, and they talk about the Blair Brown dramas, Shakespearean. Do you mean the Shakespeare of Revenge with Othello and Iago? Do you mean the Shakespeare of Romance, Romeo and Juliet? Do you mean, are you referring to one of his 38 plays or one of his thousands?
Are you saying they dressed up as girls to win over the love? No, what's happened?
Yes, is this 12th Night or is this
following up with an ass?
So Shakespeare, I hate Shakespearean. This didn't go very well because the columnist kept on using it. I also, back in my newspaper days, banned pictures of George Osborne in a high-vis jacket. He only ever went out to factories to be pictured on the news in a high-vis jacket. And I said, no, we're not going to do that. The words that I would ban from broadcasting today is, I'm not going to give around the commentary.
I'm not going to. Yes.
Hate it.
That's precisely why we've booked you. We would like your thoughts on what's happening now.
I hate. Do you know why I hate it? Because there's a real trend, started under the Blair government, I think, a real trend of when you're in trouble in politics, you announce an inquiry. And the reason you announce an inquiry is because throughout the period of that inquiry, which might, by the way, take 6 years, you can say, well, I don't want to prejudge the inquiry. I'm not going to give a running commentary. Don't tell me you're not going to give a running commentary. You can't kill this story about the fact that you have done something absolutely terrible by saying we've got to wait until this ridiculous inquiry and then you get the bad news in one day. That drives me completely and utterly balmy. A bit like the habit, God, you got me going here. A bit like the habit of saying, well, that's a question for the Prime Minister. Well, that's a question for the Defence Secretary. I asked you.
That's what you're on. You're in the government. Collective responsibility.
I asked you, what do you think? What do you think? I know you might be Education Secretary and you might not know about defence spending, but just tell me what you think, because you're a grown adult.
was going to add to, I'm not going to give a running commentary, the phrase, well, these are old arguments. As in, we discussed that last week. Why are you asking me about it now? Yeah, we've been through this. Well, we haven't. It's not been resolved.
We haven't asked you about it.
No. We've been through all this.
But Armando, the trouble is, I just asked you about it.
Well, yeah. I tell you what you should be asking. You should be asking, why aren't other programs as good as the podcast I do? That's what you should be asking.
But you see, that is, when someone does that, they become easier to interview. When they come out with their 3 points that they want to land and they do it, I sometimes at the start of an interview let them get off their chest the thing they want to land. You've got this speech, right? You're briefing notes from your SPAD who's just out of...
Before I answer that question, I'd like to first of all commend the great efforts that have been made
by the Federation of Carpets in Slovenia
in getting me here and
killing time. So I
Yeah.
sometimes at the beginning let them get their stuff off their chest, their speech off their chest, and that's they need to get something out of the interview. They want to land their points. But if you then fail to answer the questions and you just blow the it endlessly, I'm going to get excited and I'm going to come after you. Whereas the politicians who are difficult to interview are the ones who actually answer it.
Yeah.
So Michael Gove's quite tricky to interview because he might say, are you not disgusted that this report into behaviour number 10 says some of your younger colleagues were vomiting on the very walls that the cleaners are just... And he goes, yes, I think it's disgraceful. And then you've got nowhere to go.
All right.
So honest advice to politicians, actually answer the question, shock the interviewer into thinking this guy's going to give me an answer, and then the interview's got nowhere to go.
Right. I'll apply that to the next episode then. Thanks for listening to Straw Message here. I'll be back next week, and if you want an extended version of this week's episode where we discuss thawing shreddies, the information triage, and elves poisoning the water, that's right, you heard me say those words, and head to BBC Sounds. Goodbye.
Strong Message here is produced by Gwyn Rhys-Davies and is a BBC Studios production. The singer Jessie Ware is on Woman's Hour. That's next.
How has history shaped classical music?
Of course, it often happens in history that changes in music come with changes in society.
From the birth of musical notation to the digital streaming revolution. Join me, Gillian Moore, and leading experts, including Michael Wood, for an epic journey through 1,000 years of classical music.
What a miracle it is that we can still listen to music from so long ago.
Key Changes, Radio 3's essential history of classical music. Listen now on BBC Sounds. BBC News at 10 o'clock. A BBC investigation has found further abuses of the asylum system, with some migrants falsely claiming to have been subject to domestic violence. They're exploiting rules aimed at providing legitimate survivors with fast-track permission to remain in the UK. The government says abuse of the system is unacceptable. Reform UK's Home Affairs spokesperson, Zia Youssef, says the BBC's findings are shocking.
The British people are being defrauded on an industrial scale, not just by hundreds of thousands of illegal migrants showing up in this country, but by basically an industrial complex of lawyers and advisors. What we've seen in this documentary is that incredible goodwill that British people have has been massively taken advantage of.
The waiting list for routine NHS hospital treatment in England is falling for the fourth month in a row. It stood at 7.22 million treatments in February, the lowest for 3 years. A member of Israel's security cabinet says the Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, will speak to the Lebanese president today. Donald Trump has also suggested the two sides will talk, but a Lebanese official says he's not aware of any planned contact. Beirut has been demanding a ceasefire between Israel and the Iranian-backed group Hezbollah. The UK economy grew by 0.5% in February. Growth for January has also been revised up to 0.1%. The figures cover a period before the Middle East war. Officials in Ukraine say at least 16 people have been killed in overnight Russian drone and missile response across the country. The southern port of Odessa is among the hardest hit. In the capital, Kiev, a 12-year-old boy is among the dead. New government guidance is recommending schools and nurseries make early contact with families so that children starting in September arrive prepared for the classroom. The Department for Education says some young children who start school aren't toilet trained. BBC News.
Blockade Prize-winning author David Sarai reveals his creative influences on this cultural life at 11 o'clock this morning. Now, though, it's time for Woman's Hour with Shirley Nivenheigham.
Good morning and welcome to the programme. Joining us today is singer-songwriter Jessie Wade. Fresh from her beautiful performance of The Way We Were at the BAFTAs recently, she's here to talk to us about her new album. Now, it's hard to imagine the level of abuse, neglect and poverty one little girl went through growing up in the 1980s. That little girl is now the award-winning lecturer and best-selling author Dr. Katrina O'Sullivan. Her new book, Hungry, explores the complicated relationship she has always had with her body and with hunger, physically, emotionally and metaphorically, particularly her hunger for success. So this morning, I want to ask you whether you too have struggled with a continual hunger for some form of accomplishment and achievement. Are you an eternal striver who is always looking for more? And if so, how do you manage this? Or maybe you're 100% content. In that case, how have you reached that point? Maybe you were always that way. Well, please do get in touch in all the usual ways. Text us on 84844. On social media, we're at BBC Women's Hour. You can email us through the website or send us a WhatsApp message or voice note on 03700 100 444. Also, according to the National Autistic Society, there are around 700,000 autistic people in the UK. And when you include families, well, that's more than 2.8 million people whose lives are touched by autism. So we'll be discussing what support is out there for them and their families. Do stay with us. A lot coming up over the next hour. That text number again is 84844. But first, today is Primary School Offer Day in England and Wales. That's when parents will be finding out where their children might be starting school in September. Now, a new government-backed campaign has been launched to help parents and carers, as figures show that over a third of children are currently starting reception without the basic skills they need for the classroom. Now, BBC education reporter Kate McGoss joins me now, along with Felicity Gillespie from children's charity Kindred Squared, who've helped put guidance together. Kate and Felicity, very warm welcome to Women's Hour.
Thank you.
Kate, let's start with you. Why has the government decided to make school readiness a focus now?
Well, the government have got an ambition for 3/4 of children to reach a good level of development by the time they leave reception class. So at the moment, it's about 68% of children who reach that, who have a good level of development. So they're looking to bump that number up by an extra 45,000 children a year if they want to reach that goal. But what schools are actually seeing on the ground when children arrive at reception is that a lot of them are lacking some of the basic skills that they need to be able to learn and to therefore reach the good level of development by the end of their very first year at school. So teachers are seeing things like issues with toilet training, communication skills, children arriving who aren't able to put on their coats and shoes or maybe can't sit still and listen. So it's not about children arriving at school without academic abilities, it's about these basic life skills that teachers are then having to spend time helping them develop and dealing with. And essentially we did some BBC research back in September at the beginning of the school year. We did a survey of reception teachers and with Teachers Help, and we found that 85% of the primary school teachers who got back to us said they had at least one pupil in their class who needed some help going to the toilet in that first week of term, and a third had at least 5 children who needed some sort of help. And also most teachers were reporting a decrease in speech and language abilities over the past 2 years, and obviously Kindred Squared, a charity, do an annual survey about this. They're seeing something really similar.
So these are skills that children lack, which are presumably incredibly disruptive in the classroom. Now, the government, they've issued national guidance for schools, nurseries and childminders. Just tell us exactly what does that cover?
Yes, so this is actually new guidance, and it's aimed at nurseries, early year settings really, so nurseries, childminders and schools, and it's asking them for the first time to work a lot more closely with families to help smooth that transition from school, from nurseries into
relationships with families starting now on offer day, really. So ahead of September, it's saying families should have the opportunity to visit their brand new primary school before children start and meet teachers before September, and that they should maybe be staying plays at kind of the nursery settings, basically encouraging much closer collaboration, which would allow an early identify of any special needs around, especially things like toilet issues. So it's really encouraging teachers and schools to make contact with families early and help smooth that transition so that when they get to reception class, they're actually ready to learn.
If things are highlighted and families do need additional support, helping their kids get ready for school, what support will there be for them?
There's already a really comprehensive, I think your next guest is going to talk about this as well, but a really comprehensive list of tips that have been developed with the early years sector by Kindred Square, the charity, and they had on their website, they have a definition for starting reception that the Department for Education is pointing parents towards. Essentially, it's been developed across the sector, and it's a really good checklist of things you should have a look at and where your child should be at or should be aiming for before they start school. And it's not about pressurising parents, but about, I guess, pointing them towards and saying these are milestones that everybody is aiming for, and just with a little bit of extra help for parents, essentially.
Felicity, let me bring you in here because you've put this guidance and support together, which has been developed with early years providers and charities. So tell us, because people will be wondering, what is on your starting reception checklist?
Well, good morning, and thanks very much for discussing this. I mean, I think the scale of the issue is something that we need to sort of highlight at the beginning, because teachers are telling us that they're losing on average 2.5 hours a day nearly to providing catch-up support to children who are not school ready. So this really does matter. It doesn't just matter for the children who are not ready, it matters for all the other children in the class as well, whose teaching and learning is being broken up by that additional support being required for the children who need the help. The startingreception.co.uk advice that Kate mentioned is available online for anyone who wants it, and under the various aspects of the definition, there are 4 pillars of the definition, which cover growing independence, building relationships and communicating, healthy routines and physical development. Under each of those pillars, there's a whole set of resources where parents can go off their stuff for ideas. How do you teach your child how to put on their coat? Is there a good way of doing it? Is there a better way of doing it? How do you go about potty training? There's a whole potty training guide there that gives all the sort of tips and ideas and support for parents who are really struggling. So I think if people want to go and have a look at that guide, that's a really good place to start.
I mean, you mentioned potty training there. That's the one thing that people do know about, and a lot of people, I know friends of mine, have really struggled to get their kids ready in time for that, and it's been a big source of stress. You have developed a potty training guide for parents. Can you just talk us through that?
Yeah, I think the important thing to say is it's not Kindred Square's guide. This is the guide that's been put together by leading experts across the early years sector, because I think one of the problems and the challenges for parents is there's just so much evidence out there, so much guidance. When you Google, potty training, how do you know where to go, what to trust? So the point about the potty training guide.co.uk, which is available through the Starting Reception website, the point about that is it's very simple, very concise, very clear, and it's all evidence-based and expert-led. So I think the key really is just not to panic. Being school ready is about life skills. You need to be encouraging your child to strengthen their fine motor skills by threading beads, playing with bricks, playing with Lego, cutting, sticking, drawing, holding a crayon. You don't need to be teaching them to write. So I think for parents it's about not panicking, focusing on the sort of life skills, building communication and language that Kate talked about, encouraging their independence, putting on their coat and shoes, and toilet training. Go to the potty training guide and have a look there. Developing routines, getting consistent bedtimes in place, practicing sitting still for short periods, getting used to eating at regular times. It's getting these basics in place so that when they start reception in September, they're really ready to kind of fly and take advantage of all the wonderful opportunities there.
Kate, you've recently been to York where they are running a pilot project. Tell us about that, because if I'm not mistaken, they're aiming to have all school children school ready by September, aren't they?
Yeah, they're focusing in particularly around potty training. So it's the City of York Council, and they have an ambition to have every child who's starting school this September potty trained. So what they've done essentially is a really joint effort between schools, the council, and health services to, with every primary school offer that gets sent out today to York families, they'll receive a potty training guide within it. And also the council are offering lots of workshops all around the city, trying to reach parents essentially, and working with about 55 schools involved as well, and they all have access to health advice that they can point parents towards. And essentially the council are really keen to stress it's about working with parents, it's not about piling the pressure on. But essentially they said last year they measured this, and with out 1,500 children who started school last year, about 60 were still in nappies and about 200 still had other toileting issues. And across 55 schools, we're talking about around one or two or several in each school essentially. So York have decided to focus on this, quite ambitious target really, to see if they can eliminate that by next year. And obviously there are exceptions for children who have a medical need or who have special educational needs. But it's really a collaborative city-wide effort really with this aim. So I went, talked to parents there, talked to schools, I talked to this amazing reception teacher called Jo, who's been working for 30 years, and she said she's seen a huge change in that time in terms of how children are arriving at school and the skills that they have. And obviously it's a national problem, it's not just a York problem.
Felicity, if there are parents listening now who are finding out about their child's primary school place today, what should their priority be over the summer? Where would you encourage them to focus on?
Well, I think, Kate, the York experiment is really exciting because it could be a blueprint for cities and local authorities up and down the country to address the potty training problem. 1 in 4 children starting not toilet trained nationally is something we need to address. So I do think if your child is in nappies and starting school in September and they don't have a medical diagnosis, such as a bowel or bladder condition, now is the time to really start. Go to pottytrainingguide.co.uk, get those nappies off, take control of the situation and get started as soon as you possibly can. But also the other things I mentioned, be practicing independence, be building social skills, be playing with other children, going to the park, sharing toys, taking turns, understanding, simple boundaries, following simple instructions. And I think the key is I'll just go back to this point about not panicking, and it's all about practice. So look, it's only April, you've got till September, there's lots of time to just be practicing. Keep talking to your child, keep asking them questions which are open, so it's not yes, no answers, but ask their opinions about things. What do you think is going to happen next? Have those sort of more open conversations to get that sort of two-way conversation flowing a bit more. Keep them focused on the independence, practicing coat and shoes, practicing using cutlery, practicing opening their lunch boxes, and talk to them about school. It's such an exciting time. They're starting big school. It's the next great adventure that they're going to be setting off on. And I think we need to not sort of panic about this. Yes, it's a really big national problem that we sort of need to face and deal with together. But I think the York experiment shows that when the whole community, health and education, schools, pharmacies, GPs, when everyone comes together around the families, there's so much we can do together. And I think just starting now, don't panic, practice, and we'll all get there.
I think that's fantastic advice. And as you just said, there is time. It's only April. There is plenty of time. I think we're going to have to leave it there for now, but Kate and Felicity, thank you so much for joining us this morning. That was BBC Education reporter Kate McGough and Felicity Gillespie from charity Kindred Squared. Now, the singer-songwriter Jessie Ware has 7 Brit nominations, 2 Mercury Prize nominations, and 5 top 10 albums under her belt. Her critically acclaimed 2020 album, What's Your Pleasure, included singles Save a Kiss and Remember Where You Are, which notably former US President Barack Obama's playlist choice. So let's just remind ourselves of some of her music. Oh, bringing back some memories there. But as well as being known for making music, Jessie's family passion for food has also led to her co-hosting with her mum Lenny the podcast Table Manners, featuring a hostess of celebrity guests like Ed Sheeran and Kylie. Well, Jessie's new album Super Bloom is released tomorrow, and I'm delighted to say that she joins me now in the studio. Jessie, a very warm welcome to Women's Hour. Hello.
Thank you for having me.
No, thank you very much for being here. Now, look, let's discuss your new album because it has a very 70s disco funky vibe.
Mm-hmm.
How did you go about creating the sound? And also, do you come up with the music or the lyrics first?
I think you just played Remember Where You Are, and I think it's a song that I was so proud of on What's Your Pleasure, and I kind of wanted to create that warmth and glow with this record. And how do I come up with the song? It varies. I mean, mostly it's dictated by the melody. I'll kind of like hum and have a beat, and my producer or my co-writer will be playing some music and I'll be singing around. But for some of the songs on this record, such as 16 Summers, I kind of had this idea for this song, and I started singing this chorus before I had any chords to it. So it varies, and that was, yeah.
I mean, you're talking to someone who's very non-musical. So the idea that you can just be kind of going around and a chorus or a melody comes to you blows my mind.
Well, it blew my mind too, to be honest. It doesn't usually happen like that. But I was on a bike, I was on a line bike, going to another session, and I had this title, 16 Summers, and I was like, well, I'm just going to kind of sing some things on the... I feel like when you're in motion, whenever I'm doing like laps in Zumba, which is quite not that regular, or riding a bike, you can't look at your phone. I think that's it for your kind of with yourself. So the
death of creativity.
Oh, I know.
Well, tell us, what's the subject matter this time around with the album? Because it's quite different from what's gone before, not just music.
Yeah, I mean, I think for the past two records I was very much enjoying this escapism and storytelling with characters. I think I was kind of ready to allow real life to come back in a more kind of vulnerable and open form. So whilst there are characters on this record, such as a lady called Shirley Bloom on a song called Don't You Know Who I Am, I'm also, I was loving my life that I have 3 kids, and I love being a parent and a partner, but I love normal life. I also love that I get to dress up in sequins and sing around the world. It's fab. But I think I was enjoying living normality in all kind of forms, and so I wanted to allow like domesticity to be a part of this record, however unsexy that may sound. It was a wonderful feeling being able to write about my children, and whilst I had kind of shied away from that maybe previously.
Do you think this album is more you then? Or maybe just...
I think maybe with the success of the last few records and the podcast, where it's very warts and all, and you hear my mum and I going at each other, and I felt more ready to take off the mask a bit more and let down my guard. But I think all my records are me, but I think that, I'm maybe more direct in this one.
I want to come back to this. Okay. But before we do, let's hear a clip from your new album. So this is the track, I Could Get Used to This.
Okay.
This is what I know. Step into my secret garden. It's not impossible to bloom and grow, 'cause everyone deserves their flowers. I'm only doing this I want. Got you humming in the parlor. My voice lets you around the corner. I could get used to this. Tonight I'll satisfy my every motive. I could get used to this. 'Cause you're the one I wanna be alone with. Let you know when it feels right. Let me show you the feeling right. Head for infinity, pebble silhouette, feel synergy.
So that was I Could Get Used to This. Now you said you used to keep your family and private life quite separate from your music, but doing the podcast, Warts and All, you've allowed that to to seep into this album. And I was having a listen last night, and I loved 16 Summers. You briefly mentioned earlier, and you can hear the sound of children at the beginning. So just tell us who those children are and why we're hearing them.
So it comes. 16 Summers comes after Don't You Know Who I Am, where I am playing a character, Shirley Bloom. She lives in the Med, she's deluded, she's fabulous. And I wanted to kind of segue these tracks from complete, fiction to beautiful and harsh reality with this, the sounds of the waves that I go to an island called Skopios in Greece every year with my family. I've been going since I was 6 years old, got married there, my children now adore it. On this island we have a favourite beach called Limnanari Beach, and it's the sound of the waves with my son, my young 4-year-old, playing in the waves, and it's that idyllic moment where summer's nearly over. And that's what we hear at the beginning. That's what you're hearing at the beginning, and it's that kind of peaceful time when lots of people have left the beach and the sun's nearly gone down, and so I wanted to kind of sit in that for a moment. And so my kids are a part of it because I think, they are so much. They are of my life. They are everything that I'm obsessed with them. That's where it's at. And so I wanted, for more selfish reasons, to have these kind of vignettes of beautiful family moments on the record.
And it's called 16 Summers, I think, because you said you felt 16 summers were gone too hard.
No, so from the podcast, we have lots of wonderful chats, and when I had Gillian Anderson on the podcast, she was talking about her book Want, which was a collection of essays on desire, and from that I wrote I Could Get Used to This and referenced Nancy Friday's Secret Garden, but with 16 Summers, Jason Mann said he'd been on, and he was like, well, you only get 16 summers with your kids, and I thought, we can't, that's depressing, and also that's not true in the case of my mother and I, where we're tethered. But I thought about that notion and about time and losing time, and we're trying to rush everything so much, whether it's bedtime or get them out the door for school, and you're tired, and it's about it's very hard to sometimes appreciate that they're only little for so long, and they only want to be in your orbit for hopefully they'll always want to hang out with me, but I thought about this and I thought 16 Summers had a beautiful kind of lilting ring to it, and then I started thinking about what that would mean. If that's all I'm going to get, then what am I going to do with this time with my loved ones?
I'm being indulgent asking you this, but also at the start of your track, Love You, you can hear a giggle. Michael Shrewsbury saying, love you the rest of your life.
Those are my 3 kids that came in. It's a song, my daughter demanded that I wrote a song for my youngest because she thought it wasn't fair. She's all about fairness, and she didn't think it was fair that she had one. Poor girl got the most depressing apologetic song. I need to rewrite one for her. And then my middle one had one, so she was like, you need to write one for the youngest. But it's really for all of them. And so I thought, well, I may as well get them on the track because that'd be quite fun. They misbehaved in the studio, totally. It was like mum bringing them to the office, and
you should have brought them in here today, really.
Oh, no. There'll be lots of talk of poo and wee and other
be fantastic.
My favourite topic.
Now, what's really interesting as well about your album is you have these lovely sort of family songs that are so nostalgic in a way. But there's also a few tracks that are quite risque. Tell us about those. For example, you've got Ride, which you with a Western-inspired video with the actor James Norton. I was watching it last night. Just tell us what it was, what it is, and how much fun was that to make? And why did you pick James Norton, and what did he say when you asked him? I've just given you a whole bag of questions there.
I have a few risque ones, and I think I feel very kind of confident and free to talk about sexuality and sensuality and pleasure and desire. And that song is very much a kind of role play. I mean, it's definitely fictitious. It interpolates the good, the bad, the ugly, the and I am a woman in it that is I'm telling the cowboy what to do. And so I saw James at a party, and I asked him if he could ride a horse, and he could. And it just so happens he can ride a horse
phenomenally. And he listened to the song and he was up for it. And I think that he was such a good sport, and you know, he's quite easy on the ice. I thought that I'd take one for the team. And you know, and let everyone see James Norton with his top off.
And I'm sure many of us are very glad that you did.
I think we ruffled the Grantchester fans a little bit, so apologies to them.
Well, as well as your album, you've also just announced a huge arena tour.
Yeah.
And, I mean, on stage, you look like a real disco diva. How much do you enjoy that element of live performance?
I adore it, and I feel like I've got better at it as I've had this job for longer. You know, confidence and fans that just are so supportive and encourage me. I love it. I think it's, you know, a beautiful, the most exciting part of my job when I'm making these records. I'm thinking about that live show and how it's that immediate connection with fans. My kids came to a little acoustic show that I did last week. And I mean, two of them I think were on YouTube by, you know, this last song, which I think is totally fair enough. But my daughter is quite interested, and she's the eldest. But I want them to also see that the reason I'm maybe out at night sometimes is because I get to do the most amazing job, and I get to have this amazing connection with people.
You recently performed at the Bastille.
Yeah.
What was that like? Because you sang The Way We Were,
yeah.
and it was very emotional, and this was the part of the show where photos are shown of artists who have recently died, and it included Robert Redford. What was that like?
It was a huge honour, and I also am a huge fan of Barbra Streisand and that song. So to get the chance to sing it, but also I think you have to, you know, it's in a very poignant moment, and lots of those people that I'm singing to in the audience will have worked with these people on screen. So I wanted to deliver something that felt sensitive, and I was terrified. To be honest, I was terrified. But Hannah Waddingham gave me a pep talk before I went on. She'd sung it.
What did she say?
She'd sung it the year before. She'd sung, I think, Time After Time, Cyndi Lauper. And she just held my hand and she said, don't think about the people in that room, think about the people that have lost somebody. And I think, don't think about it as performing for these people in the room, think about it as people that have lost somebody. And she'd lost her mum, I think, in the past year. And so she said, I feel like they're all in good hands, Jessie. And it made, I think, the performance even more kind of sentimental and powerful because, yeah, these people have lost, not only have we lost cinema greats, but, you know, these people have lost friends, and it made me think about people that I've lost.
I mean, it's a hugely emotional performance. And, you know, you mentioned there that you still got nervous before, but you've grown in confidence. What's your 40s been like? You've spoken a bit about it.
Yeah, I'm enjoying my 40s. I feel like I am more comfortable in my own skin. I am more confident in my career and also as a businesswoman, but also I think we're out of that stage with the stage of my kids. You know, we're out of that stage of kind of nappies and mostly no sleepless nights, but you know, it's that madness of a new parent. I'm out of that. The kids are at school. There's that kind of renegotiation with your partner of how do we work now that we aren't a kind of an operational team, and so I love it. I feel incredibly confident in my body and myself, and I love my 40s. I definitely, I'm only 1 year 30s. Yeah, I'm definitely better than my 20s. Oh, I hated my 20s.
Well, you know, we're discussing today this idea of hunger and how many of us...
Really
yeah, so, I mean, because, you know, you've had albums, there's the performing, the live element, the podcast for your mum, 3 children. I mean, how... Do you... I mean, you might not be at home. How do you control it, and is it ever enough?
I sometimes... I think my husband and I think very differently, and I think he would say, are you not content with what you have? And I am. I'm so appreciative that I do have a hunger and an ambition. And sometimes I think that can be seen as a negative sometimes with people, but it's something that keeps things exciting for me. I do love what I've got though, and I don't take it for granted, but I definitely, I need to read that book.
It's not something that you struggle to control then?
I kind of struggle with it. Yeah, I do. I think sometimes you do need to just stay put. I'm definitely the most impatient person I know, and with that, I think there's this hunger.
Jessie, it's been lovely to talk to you. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you for having me.
That was Jessie Ware. Super Bloom is out tomorrow, and the Super Bloom tour starts in October. It will include her first UK arena run, including London's O2 Arena, New York's Radio City Music Hall, and Los Angeles' The Greek Theatre. Now, you can text the show on 84844. Text will be charged at your standard message rate. We've had lots of people messaging the programme on school readiness, on children needing assistance to go to the loo. Ask any parent of kids that age, are they able to wipe their own bum? I think nearly every parent would answer that they are still helping their kids get dressed and go to the loo. Schools need to be child ready. Maybe the expectations are wrong. Another listener has got in touch and says maybe children in England start school too young, younger than even in Scotland, not to mention elsewhere in Europe where it's often 6 years, not 4 years. Can the youngest one stay back until the next year? Yeah, I was a Mayborn child, and I definitely, I think, felt the age gap difference. We have someone else who's written in, haven't left a name, but you did say on hunger and ambition, I really empathise with the need to achieve after a childhood of abuse. Finding safe places and people to be with who allow you to process emotions is one of the most important tools I've found. If we're always told to smile, to be happy and not to complain, then the pain, the grief and anger of an abusive childhood can't be processed and it can't be released. But if you can get it out with somebody calm and loving who you can co-regulate your nervous system to, you can learn what safety looks like and start to do it for yourself. It's very hard to be something we've never seen. Thank you very much for that. Now, if you are an autistic person or you have someone in your social circle or family circle who is, well, you may have come across Autism Central. It's an online support service set up by NHS England in 2021 for parents and carers of autistic people. Well, now it's been expanded to offer help for everyone in the support network, so that includes grandparents, partners, friends and adult siblings. Delivering thousands of support sessions each year. It's paid for by NHS England, and for the last year it's been run by the mental health charity Anna Freud. So with more and more of us being diagnosed with autism, and many of us waiting for a diagnosis, what exactly does this online help offer, and what more needs to be done? Well, joining me on the line is Victoria Jackson, who has a 19-year-old daughter with autism. They've been using the service since last October, and in the studio with me is Dr. Georgia Pavlopoulou, the director of Autism Central at Anna Freud, the mental health charity which is running the service. Georgia and Victoria, thank you very much for joining the show. Victoria, I want to start with you. Tell me about when your daughter was diagnosed as autistic. What was happening around that time? She's 19 now, but this was when she was 10.
Yes, she was in the final years of primary school, and she's never been particularly keen on school. But as the social expectations changed, the talk of moving to secondary school, she began to really struggle. And a lot of comments were made about her not being able to focus. And she started to struggle to get into school and became quite withdrawn.
And once she was diagnosed with autism, you yourself realised at that point that it was something that you too might have.
It's something I've always known there's been differences. I've struggled with mental health issues, depression throughout my life, but not known why. And I've known about autism from sort of the 90s when I studied, but it talked about lacking empathy and not caring, which was not something I associated with. And then when I looked back into it, when I was looking into it about Caitlin, a lot of the research was beginning to change, and I saw myself in it, and it explains so much.
It sounds like it was very, very tough at that point. How much support did you have around you initially?
I had some support. We lived in the south for a long time at that point. It was when we moved to the northeast it became an issue. And there wasn't the understanding and support available.
Well, you have been using Autism Central since October last year. Georgia, I just want to bring you in here because can you tell us a bit about this service? It's not a service that's run by medical staff, so how exactly does it work?
So there's something really beautiful about the program Anna Freud is running, commissioned by NHS England. There's something about relatable support by upskilled peers who have been in similar situations. Many of them are autistic themselves, and all of them have an autistic family member. What we're very proud about offering is this very relatable and timely support across a range of issues. Since Anna Freud started delivering the program, we have expanded it on things that really matter for families. We talk about siblings, about grandparents, about stigma, and autistic mental health, autistic joy, leisure skills. We know so many family members as well have been misdiagnosed or are wondering about their own neurodivergencies. So we offer a safe space, non-clinical safe space where people can get accurate evidence-based information. We know from the work we do at UCL as well, the research, so many families need to have timely, safe, good quality information to understand how to navigate the many complex spaces.
What are the benefits of this type of online service, which is peer-supported compared to, say, other support groups?
I think there's something really special and magic when you get immediately the right time, the right person who has very similar experience with you, who gets it, who you can unapologetically be yourself and talk about the joys and the difficulties of your family. There's a space where people are telling us more and more that they can talk about things without feeling judged. They can gain strategies, information about school attendance, about autistic mental health, self-harm. And I think the magic, that sense of belonging, one of the things that has surprised me is that so many families are coming back to us telling us, this is a me moment. Like I'm coming to Autism Central sessions and it's available to people across England, across all regions. And it's my time. I can cry, I can talk, I can connect with others. And I think it's down to the Anna Freud facilitators and peer guides who borrow the regulation to parents, create a very safe space for them to talk and to be.
Victoria, you've been using Autism Central, as I said earlier, since October last year. How has it helped you?
Being very special stuff. It has been a time when I was very overwhelmed by a lot of the chaos that was going on and felt very unseen and lost a lot of confidence connecting with people. So I was getting more isolated. And it was going into a space with people who understood that it was a safe space, there was structure, and the focus wasn't just about everything that was going wrong in life or all the problems, but there was also what is possible, looking at ways that things that you can do when it is right. It's also looking at joy in those moments of joy, which there are people think it's a tragedy and it isn't all. There is some moments you just connect very differently.
You've taken part in group sessions, but also one-to-one as well?
Yeah, there's different sort of group sessions. There's education sessions, which is going through theory, more up-to-date research about which is based in autistic lived experience. But there also is interactive elements, so it's bringing those theories into the everyday. And then there are reflective sessions which sort of expand upon that. And it's enabled it to look more from my daughter's perspective, to show more curiosity. And then there's one-to-one peer guides where there are things that you can't necessarily discuss in a group situation. They're not it's made very clear they're not therapists, but they've been there and they understand. And it is literally just someone who is not totally involved in your life, but is calm, has been there, and they can help you talk through things. And sometimes having things reflected back to you and looking at different ways to approach things has been really helpful.
I can see how joyful you are when you're talking about the service. Georgia, over 70% of your users are female.
Yes, they are, and I think that speaks a lot to the societal expectation, and the pressures that females and those assigned as females in the families are carrying, not just mothers, but also sisters of autistic people. And I think there's another way that gender is impacting on people who are joining the service. So many females are coming telling us that they have been lost in the system, they have been not diagnosed, they are coming telling us about uncovered needs, about their own neurodivergencies, autism, ADHD, mental health needs, and they're finding a space of validation, they're finding a space where they can explore for themselves with others, and they get that deep sense of belonging with so many of us. If you're neurodivergent, you just don't take it for granted. It can be very isolating. You can be in a very dark place, thinking on your own about how to go about things. So these women are coming, they're joining the dots, they start understanding their life journeys, they start understanding their strengths and the difficulties.
Georgia and Victoria, I just want to thank you so much for coming in and talking to us on Women's Hour. That was Dr. Georgia Caldwell, Director of Autism Central at Anna Freud, and Victoria Jackson. And I just want to read out a statement from NHS England, who say that we know that many family members and carers of autistic people do not always get the advice, support and guidance they need when they need it, and this can vary depending on where people live. And they say that is why they are funding national peer support groups and networks so that people can access help wherever they are in England. And they also say that Autism Central is making a real difference to people's lives and that we are proud to support their work. Now, my next guest joins me, and I'm going to just say this because the words resilience, power, self-belief and determination are all too easy to bandy around, but my next guest really does embody them. Katrina O'Sullivan has had a huge level of professional success. She's an award-winning lecturer and professor of psychology at Maynooth University in Ireland, and she's also a best-selling author. But Katrina's childhood was marked by extreme poverty, neglect, addiction and abuse. At 15, she had her first child and also experienced homelessness, and she recounts these experiences in her memoir, Poor. Katrina's new book, Hungry, A Biography of My Body, reveals her lifelong struggle with body and self-worth and the unrelenting quest to feel enough. Katrina, it's such a pleasure to have you in the Women's Hour studio. Hello.
Hello, and thanks for having me on again. It's so great to be here.
No, we're delighted that you've come on and talked to us. I want to start with Hungry because your book Poor was such a searing and candid look at your life and everything you overcame. What made you realise that your next book needed to be, as you title it, A Biography of My Body?
I think sometimes when you're a writer or a communicator, you want to change things or express a topic. Sometimes you've no choice but to write it. So when I wrote Poor, I said, I'm done now. I've revealed everything. But I talk a lot on social media about my body, and I share the different feelings that I have in one moment about liking myself and not liking myself in exactly the same moment. When I do that, I just get a rush of women who, I suppose, message me and identify with that. So that was the beginnings of the idea. But I also think, more importantly than that, the reason why I wrote Hungry is because we live in a world where every woman I know is trying to shrink themselves. And unfortunately, certain women try to shrink themselves in really harmful ways, like women who are poor or women who are traumatized like myself. And I thought I could use my story in a way to talk about some of the really significant issues that women face when it comes to body image. And I've to write another memoir.
Let's talk about your body, because there's really, it sticks out in my mind in your book where you talk about your body as a young child and you remember it as being joyful and capable, and you talk about playing football in the street with your brothers, but also just doing cartwheels.
Yeah.
And feeling strong, strength in your body. Explain just what that was like for you.
So I didn't even know that I was a girl. Like, I remember vividly, like, not having been gender even. So I was brilliant at football. I grew up with 3 brothers. We were all close in age, and my sister came later. And I'd go out on the street and I'd go in for a tackle like any of the lads. I'd fight them like anybody else. And I had this real happy, free feeling in my body. I didn't realise that it was it was anything other than a vessel for pleasure and something to roam free in the streets with. And I have this vivid memory of myself having no shame about my body or the sexual elements of my body. So the story about cartwheeling, I just remember doing cartwheel after cartwheel and my skirt going over my head and my knickers showing, and not being embarrassed at all about my body, and feeling like it was something to be really proud of. And my experience in life, not just in my family life and experience of trauma that I had, but also the world that I grew up in, taught me that my body was for something else, that it wasn't just for pleasure, it was for other things. And I suppose this is the journey of that.
Well, you write openly about being sexually abused by a family friend at 7 years old, and then other experiences of abuse and later rape.
Yeah.
And how this had a profound impact on how you saw yourself and how you related to your body.
Exactly. So as a little girl, we talk about girls and boys quite differently from a very young age. We talk about little girls' images a lot. So all of the positive reinforcement I got from my environment was from people commenting on my beautiful face and her hair is beautiful. And then at age 7, my first experience of sexual abuse, actually, when that happened, it kind of fractured me. And because I had all these messages about prettiness and girliness, I actually kind of connected the two things together. I thought because that my body had attracted this man to do this really bad thing with me, to me. And the thing about my life, and a lot of kids' life who experience sexual abuse is not rare, and I think we need to kind of normalise conversations around it and remove the shame for the victim. And in my case, because I had no one to talk about that with, that horrific experience, I internalised this idea that my body had invited these experiences, and that became like a constant thought in my head that there was something wrong with my body. Like I lost that little girl who could cartwheel and show her knickers. Like I began to feel shame and like there was something wrong with me. And because then I went out into a world that sexualises women, like it confirmed these ideas that I had about my body. And because we don't talk about these things, I had no messages to challenge them ideas.
I do just want to say, because it is such a difficult thing to talk about, and also a difficult thing for people to hear. So, if for listeners who are listening and do want further help, I just want to point you to the BBC Action Line. But there is, I want to touch on this aspect, because you said, the sexual abuse and rape caused you to view your body in a different way. And there is an aspect of sexual abuse that is very rarely discussed, but you raise it in your book, where you talk about recognising what was happening to you and hating it happening, but also having to reckon with your body responding in a different way. And we often don't discuss the psychological pressure and situation this puts someone in, particularly a young child, which, as you say, you were having to reason with yourself. Can you share more about it and how you did eventually deal with this?
Yeah, so our bodies are designed for pleasure. Little girls' bodies are designed for pleasure from birth, and we can respond sexually from birth because that's developing. It's meant to be there. Sex is meant to be pleasurable. But when I experienced sexual abuse, and I do write about this, and I'm aware that this can be triggering for people, but my body responded pleasurably to being touched in the places that I was touched. But psychologically, I wasn't ready for that, and I didn't understand that. So what happened to me is I had this feeling of I must have enjoyed that, and this kind of contradiction of being extremely scared and unable to process what was happening to me, but also this thing, well, why did my body like it, and why did I respond with so much pleasure? And that's a really taboo subject, and I've been really lucky that I've had lots of therapy and I've been able to process them experiences, and through therapy I've learned that that's quite common in people who've experienced sexual abuse. Their bodies respond with pleasure even if they're in a fearful situation. nutrition. And that has been something that I've had to really work through as an adult to be able to kind of feel safe and to forgive my body, because I didn't have control over its reactions. And that was a really hard thing for me to go through, but also for me to process and heal from.
Well, you talk about these three core drivers in your book, and they all centre around hunger for connection, hunger for achievement, and hunger to be smaller. Let's just take hunger for connection first. What did you mean by that, this hunger for connection?
So I grew up in a home where there was two heroin addicts. My earliest memories are watching my mum prostitute herself and my dad sell drugs and overdose. And my relationship, so the book is themed around how them relationships made me feel about myself as a valuable person, my body. And so my relationship with my dad particularly was quite negative in the sense that he loved me, but he loved me in this kind of, there was rules attached to the love. And so I never truly felt love. And what happens when you don't have love as a child, you long for it. But alongside the longing for love, which is natural, I also had this really low self-esteem. So what got set in train was me being really attracted to relationships that were quite negative. So I went from being this really hurt girl who didn't know her value, who didn't see how beautiful she was, to a teenager that was just chasing boys that were unavailable because I didn't have the sense. But the drive for that, and the drive in all women who may be behaving in ways that look like they're being, slutty, let's say, or they're not respecting themselves, the drive for all of us is for love. I just wanted to be loved, and I didn't know actually how to achieve that. So my book journeys that hunger and all the things that I did, all the men, all of the men, until I got to this one point in therapy where I said, I'm actually never going to be with a man again without having an orgasm. That was one of the biggest decisions that I made, but also without knowing that he was going to respect me. And that was a pivotal moment in my life, the therapy and the decision. And then a year later, I met my husband and was able to actually demand pleasure.
That confidence of being able to ask for what you want.
But the hunger for connection was very big in me, and it's very big in me because I didn't have connection as a child. And because of my parents' addiction, I didn't feel loved. So it was like it went awry. So the hunger was pathological, and that I was driven to do lots of things. And sometimes we can look at women and think, why is she continuing to go to negative relationships? Why is she continuing to be with bad men? But sometimes when you've had negative experiences, you're driven to love, but you don't have the self-esteem or the confidence.
I also want to talk about your hunger for achievement, but before I do, I just want to read this text that has just come in from one listener who says, I am a great admirer of Katrina O'Sullivan, both her biographical and her academic work. As a working class woman who was written off at school and has struggled to obtain a part-time self-funded PhD much later in life, I find the biggest barrier to my progression are middle-class people who have had a much easier route through life and have little to zero understanding of what it means for someone like me to get to where I have.
That's actually brought tears to my eyes. Like, I get messages, since I've written my first memoir and this one, I get messages at least 10 a day from women who feel seen. That's one of the reasons why I've written Hungry, is because I think it's really important that we share stories like mine, story of women who are poor, who are traumatized, but also who are thriving. Like, it's not a destination, growing up poor, having trauma. Like, I'm a really happy person, and I'm really successful in my life. And my biggest success is my love and my family. It's not my academics, even though I'm very proud of that, and hopefully we'll get onto that. But yeah, the drive for achievement is all the drives went pathological in me.
Well, let's get onto that, because I'm so aware that I just listed a whole list of accolades at the beginning to introduce you, and some people may think maybe that makes up for everything that's come before. No, it doesn't.
No, I think the point of telling my story is that there's no before and after for a woman like me. Like, we need to protect children from poverty and trauma. That's the whole point of telling these stories, is that we need to do more in childhood. Like, I went to school hungry every day. The only meal I received as a child was school meals. And so it was really important to me to advocate for that. But when I hit 21 and did a bit of therapy, I got into university through an access program, and it was my first time of actually achieving something like good, like self-esteem building. Before that, I'd been a dinner lady and a cleaner, nothing wrong with them jobs, but I'd never been in a place like Trinity College. But once you start like achieving things, that can become addictive as well. You can be driven, and I think we live in a world that like encourages women and men to be driven.
How did you manage that then? Because that can be a source of distress, actually, despite all the sort of accolades coming in.
Yes. So, like, I think in my case, with being surrounded I was in this really affluent university with all these posh kids who had loads of capital, and they ate couscous and they wore satchels, and they had weird names, and I'd be like, I'm this shabby girl who's a lone parent. But the achievement piece, the bit that really helped was that I was good at the academics. I failed school. I left at 15 with no GCSEs. Like, I was guided into becoming a cleaner or waitress. That was my guidance in school. So flip to 23 and I'm in Trinity College and I'm getting A's, I'm getting first class honours. Like, that's an amazing feeling. And so that kept me going, despite the fact I didn't fit. But then that could become, like, it's like a piece of string. Like, no matter how good you do in university or in work, it doesn't fix what's broken inside you.
Katrina, we're running out of time, but just before we go, just what's the one last thing, you want women listening to this to take away?
It's okay to be big. You don't need to shrink yourself. It's okay to be big. It's okay to have a big body and a big mouth and a big brain, and like, we should be striving for that and encourage that. And if you feel like you need to shrink, listen to me and remember, like, there's space for you. There's space for all of us.
Thank you so much. We could talk to you all day. That was Katrina O'Sullivan, and her new book, Hungry, is out on the 23rd of April. And if you have been affected by any of the issues raised, you can visit the BBC Action Line website. Now, for more advice and resources to prepare for school, we were discussing that earlier, you can go to the CBeebies parenting website, which is packed with expert-led support to help you with the transition. We'll see you again tomorrow.
And was presented by Dashan and Eva Morgan and produced by Rebecca Knight. After the news, this cultural life hears from the Booker Prize-winning author David Solly. And then later at midday, Scam Secrets is an edition recorded at the United Nations Global Fraud Summit. Sharival asks Amazon what it's doing to protect its users. And Match Group, which owns Tinder and Hinge, explains how it's trying to weed out fake profiles. That's coming up just after midday.
When history comes to life in your living room, when you're shown the artist behind the art, when you get a front row seat at a spectacular performance.
Oh, brilliant, amazing.
It was, but a standing ovation. Set the dog off.
I won't throw the flowers then.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And a TV license covers you to watch all TV channels, plus BBC iPlayer, full of life-enhancing arts and culture coverage. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including Radio 4. Search TV License Together.
BBC News at 11 o'clock. The waiting list for routine hospital treatment in England has fallen to its lowest level in 3 years. An estimated 7.22 million treatments were waiting to be carried out at the end of February, down from 7.25 million a month earlier. A BBC investigation has discovered that some migrants are falsely claiming to be victims of domestic abuse to exploit rules aimed at providing legitimate survivors with fast-tracked permission to remain in the UK. Yesterday, it was revealed that a shadow industry of law firms and advisors is charging thousands of pounds to help some migrants pose as gay in order to secure asylum. The business secretary, Peter Kyle, says the abuse of the system is unacceptable.
This is an industry where they are exploiting the generosity of our country. The people who are tutoring people on how to fix the system need to be dealt with, and the people themselves who are given false information in order to get to an asylum claim, exploiting the generosity that we have in the country, those people will not have the right to stay here.
A member of Israel's security cabinet says the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak to the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun today. There are reports that Israel is under pressure from the US to end its offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon so a peace deal can be secured with Iran. The boss of Tesco has dismissed reports that supplies of chicken and pork could run low across the UK if the war in the Middle East continues. Ken Murphy also said he didn't recognise a warning by the Food and Drink Federation that food prices could increase by almost 10% by the end of the year. The Duchess of Sussex has claimed that she was the most trolled person in the entire world for 10 years. She was speaking in Australia in support of the country's social media ban for under-16s as part of a 4-day tour as non-working royals with her husband, Prince Harry. BBC News. This is BBC Radio 4. Now, John Wilson's guest today on This Cultural Life is the writer, David Solly.
Welcome to This Cultural Life, the series in which leading artistic figures reflect on the influences and experiences that have most inspired their own creative lives. I'm John Wilson, and my guest in this edition is the Booker Prize-winning writer David Soloy. His 2009 debut novel, London and the South East, based on his experience of working in telesales, won the Betty Trask Award. The author of 6 books, his work often defies easy classification. His 2016 novel, All That Man Is, comprises 9 standalone short stories which share the overarching theme of masculinity. In 2025, he won the Booker with Flesh, a rags-to-riches story told across several decades. David Soloy, welcome to This Cultural Life.
Thank you, it's great to be here.
You're often described as British-Hungarian, but you were born in Montreal, in Canada, in 1974. Your mother's Canadian, your father's Hungarian, that's right, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. And yes, I was born in Montreal, but by the age of 2, we were in London, and I grew up here.
And what were your parents doing, professionally?
Well, my dad was, he worked for the radio in Hungary before he sort of left in 1968, and he washed up in Montreal, and he just found a job, or he was offered a job. I think it was a special refugee job at the Bank of Montreal. So he worked in Montreal for a few years, got married, I was born, and then the Bank of Montreal wanted to open a branch in Beirut, in Lebanon. So we were actually in Beirut for about a year, but then...
You were tiny?
Yeah, I was 1 year old. I can't remember anything about this. And then the war breaks out in Lebanon in 1975, and my family, my parents and I, and my sister, who was actually born in Beirut, were moved to London by the bank as a sort of emergency evacuation measure, really. But then we ended up staying here for forever.
And you say he was working in radio, originally in Hungary.
Yes.
Was it state radio?
State radio. Well, there was only state radio, of course, in those days. He already spoke English. He learned English quite unusually as a child in sort of 1950s Hungary. So he was working, I think, they had an English language broadcast, their sort of world service equivalent.
Right.
And I think he was working for that.
Did you go to Hungary as a child on family holidays?
Yes, we went more or less once a year. I first went to Hungary in 1978 or 9. And I remember in those days it was behind the Iron Curtain. You would sort of, to get there, either by plane or by car. It was, it felt quite adventurous almost. And
did you have a sense that people lived very differently there?
Well, very much so. I mean, life was very different there. There was a sense of kind of simplicity and almost of impoverishment. I mean, certainly compared to London in that era. But as a child, of course, you're not really aware of things in those terms exactly. You're just aware of this great difference of atmosphere.
It's interesting that travel, global interconnections are recurring themes so much of your work.
Absolutely.
Do you think that goes back to those early experiences of your father's history?
The recurring motif of travel and sort of moving between countries and continents that does sort of characterize a lot of my work is obviously in some way connected to that family history and to obviously my own life more recently.
As a child, were you writing for pleasure at a young age?
Yeah, I mean, I think I started writing for pleasure at the age of 10 or 11, I think. I mean, I remember specifically at school we were set a creative writing assignment, and I remember that mine was sort of vastly longer than everyone else's.
What was school like?
Well, I went to school in London, private school in London, and then at the age of 12 I went to boarding school. It was very, very English. I wonder if that kind of thing still exists in quite the same form. I feel in a way that maybe I was kind of among the last people to receive that sort of very old-fashioned English sort of education, which is almost like the stereotype of what that kind of thing would be, because I think those schools probably have quite a different vibe nowadays, although I don't know, I'm just guessing.
Well, you mean it was very formal, very academic?
Well, it was quite sort of, do you know the film F?
Lindsay Anderson.
Yeah, it was quite that, in a way. I remember that film really kind of spoke to me when I saw it as a teenager.
Well, that's a film about a school in which there's a lot of violence and repression and happiness. So was that your experience?
I mean, that would be to overstate it. But there was a slightly brutal edge to it. But I think guess maybe that is just true of all schools at all times in all places. So maybe I'm talking nonsense.
On this textual list, David Singer, my guest shows the influences and experiences that have most inspired their own creativity. And your first choice for this programme is the poetry of T.S. Eliot. When did you first come across it? At school?
At school, absolutely. I think it was the first writing which I encountered at school in the sort of process of learning about English literature. It was the first, I remember it really sort of captivated me in a way that became almost an obsession. I really absorbed it very deeply.
Which poems in particular?
Well, the preludes were the poems which I remember being really, really sort of hooked by them. I mean, they're just these four very, very sort of tiny poems, but something about the atmosphere of them, the musicality of them, the way that it's hard to say exactly what it is they're about. They're about their own atmosphere in a way.
The winter evening settles down with small stakes and passageways. 6 o'clock. The gauntlet arms of smoky days.
In your novel, All That Man Is, the character in the first chapter, Simon, who's on an interraiding trip, is obsessed by the wasteland. So reflecting your own teenage obsession as well.
I think so, definitely. I mean, yes, I practically at the age of 17, I practically knew, I probably literally knew the wasteland entirely by heart. And I reread it some few years ago. And it is wonderful, isn't it? It's great.
You should still quote it. You still recite the whole thing.
No, I mean,
all the reflections.
Recite the whole thing. But, I mean, it's still sort of little bits of it are so deeply lodged in my kind of mind and my imagination. But yeah, and the incredible thing is it's more than 100 years old now. And it still feels modern.
April is the cruelest month. Breeding laureates out of the deadland, mixing memory and desire, stirring dull roots with spring rain. Winter kept us warm, covering earth in forgetful snow, feeding our little life with dried tubers.
The Wasteland, of course, is regarded as one of the greatest poems of the 20th century, written in the aftermath of the devastation of Europe in World War I, and written in such an experimental way, reflecting that sense of devastation, fragmentation, and multi-layered as well, populated with different voices and characters, and references, literary references. What was it that appealed to you at that age, do you think?
I mean, I think it was the tone of it more than anything else, the sort of the music of it, the voice of it, the atmosphere of it, as well, of course, as the specific words, the actual sort of verbal texture of it. It was probably at that point that I became aware of, sort of vividly and immediately aware of the way that words can have this kind of extraordinary beauty just sort of themselves. And the incredible thing about it is how contemporary that language still seems. It's like Eliot was inventing a contemporary language then in a way that's still current to some extent.
And the Wasteland is still open to so many readings. What did you read into it at the time, and how do you reread it now?
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard to answer that question, which is part of the reason why I like it so much. I think it's about a kind of a sense that I don't know, I'm just going to have to sort of tread carefully here, because I don't want to say something which I later, in an hour, think is a really stupid thing to say.
In the notes that you sent us, you said you took from Eliot a sense of literature's ability and perhaps responsibility to address the most fundamental questions. Is this a moment when you started thinking about the possibility of becoming a writer yourself because of literature's ability to do that?
Yes, definitely it is. And, I think for everyone, any writer, the moment when they become, when they decide or think or start to imagine themselves as a writer, let's say, it's usually as a result of some sort of contact with someone else's writing or other people's writing. And I think the exact nature of the writing that brings that about in them can be very significant. It sort of sets a sort of paradigm of what writing should be, can be.
And stylistically as well, because of course Eliot is synonymous with modernism, that idea of the fragmentary quality of the writing, the themes, the alienation, the externalised emotion as well. All of those things are hallmarks of your work. Is this where the seeds of your literary style were first sown, do you think?
Absolutely. I mean, I think that there's, it's impossible to overstate the sort of the depth of the effect of this, because he was sort of his poetry is so deeply, everything I've written has it sort of in there somewhere. I think because of that early adolescent encounter with his work that marked me so much.
You also mentioned in the notes that you took a certain pessimism from Eliot. What did you mean by that?
Well, I just mean, I guess, again, it's like clearly his view of humanity and society is quite pessimistic. That sort of pessimism about sort of human nature, almost. I mean, I'm actually not a pessimist about human nature in the way that Eliot was. I'm pretty sure of that. But I mean, my own work has I guess, how can I put this?
There's a bleakness to it, isn't there?
There is a bleakness to it, but I hope that there's not only a bleakness to it. I guess, maybe a good way of putting it is you have to sort of acknowledge the bleakness in order to go past the bleakness, or to find something other than the bleak. So I think that acknowledgement of the bleakness, which is undoubtedly there in life at various times and situations, and I think that that's important for me as a writer. The idea that sort of writers deal with bleakness somehow maybe was planted in my head as well by the early reading of Eliot,
Your next choice, David Solé, is Hungary, specifically the months that you spent there in 1992. You'd already made frequent trips to Hungary with your parents as a child, but this is when you were 18 years old. So what were you doing there? What took you there at 18?
Well, I was in so-called gap year between school and university, and obviously it was the family connection that took me there. But what I was actually doing was, I mentioned earlier that my father worked for the radio in Hungary in the 60s, specifically for the English language department of the radio, and the guy who had been my father's sort of boss in 1968 was still there in the early 1990s.
And you went and found him?
Well, my dad sort of got in touch with him, I think, and anyway, I ended up, I was sort of asked whether I would like to go and spend a few months working in the English language department of the Hungarian state radio, and clearly I had nothing better to do, because I did in fact do that.
And you wrote some stories for Hungarian radio at that time?
Yes, that's right. I did a lot of...
Is that in fact that's your first published work?
Yes, that was the first writing that I was ever paid for, let's say.
Were they radio plays, or was it prose that was read?
No, it was prose that was read, and I read it myself. I was the only, apart from Charlie himself, I was the only non-Hungarian working there. So, my voice was much in demand. The others wanted me to read their stuff because I had a kind of actual native speaker's English voice. But then I got to write some things myself as well. As far as I remember, they were just sort of quite personal, sort of impressionistic. They were sort of my impressions of Hungary, something like that.
And what were your impressions of Hungary as somebody who wasn't Hungarian, who had a Hungarian father? You didn't speak Hungarian?
No, I didn't. I certainly not then. Now I speak a little bit, but it's my first sort of real experience of another country, another culture, paired with this sense that I had a family connection to it, and it was part of my own heritage as well.
How Hungarian did you feel at this point?
Well, not Hungarian at all. Even less Hungarian than I feel now, which is saying something.
Despite the fact that after university and after some time working in London, you went back and I think you spent over a decade.
That really does come very much later. That was in my mid-30s, and I did end up living there for over a decade. Like my parents when they moved to London and thought they'd only be here for a few weeks or months. When I first went to Hungary for the beginning of this extended stay of some years, I thought I'd only be there for a few months. A few months became a few more months, and then a year, and then I guess some point in the second year you have to just say, well, actually, this is where I live now. Those years that I spent in Hungary, they're a big, significant chunk of my life, and certainly Flesh, the book, would not exist without that, because it grew quite directly out of that experience of Hungary.
That initial experience of Hungary when you were there at 18 years old, what was your impression of the country?
Alarm, Mazra'a, Oshrat, Amka, Beta Emek,
It was already 2 or 3 years.
Kabri, Neve Ziv,
It was still very sort of chaotic. It still had the very much
Manot,
sort of texture and atmosphere of
Avdon,
the Hungary that I visited as a child. It was.
Netiv HaShayara, Sheikh Danun, Ben Ami, Nahariya New Cemetery.
From London, which was the other place that I knew. I mean, it was obviously it's sort of impoverished by comparison with London, and it was sort of chaotic, and there was quite an exciting feeling of possibility, though. There was a sense which, you know, that a new society was suddenly possible, and things could be reimagined almost from scratch. It's more, I guess, the really significant thing in a way is how it affected my perception of London and England when I returned, because that sort of experience of some other place means that the place that you've known all your life, then, you know, you suddenly realize that it's everywhere is different. This place has its own specific characteristics, and that place is like this. And when you come back to the place that you know, you then see it in a slightly different way.
With fresh eyes, in a way.
Yeah.
Which we do see through the eyes of Istvan, in your protagonist in Flesh, who moves from a kind of poverty in Hungary and then newfound freedom and economic possibilities in London. That's all experience that you had that led into the books. In the middle of this period is a time of studying at Oxford as well, when you studied English. So what did that do, that academic study do, for the development of your writing?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because at Oxford, the way it was structured at that time was everyone did the same course in the first year, which was, I think, 19th and 20th century literature. And then there was a kind of fork in the road, and there were two choices, and almost everyone took choice one, which was just Chaucer to the 19th century. But I was one of the few people who took choice two, which was a course that sort of ended with Chaucer and began, it was sort of medieval literature going right back to sort of Beowulf and Old English. And I don't know why I did this. It seems like a slightly crazy decision in retrospect. And in fact, I quickly got very bored with sort of learning Old Norse grammar and stuff like that. But it meant that I didn't have the sort of classic education in literature that you would expect someone who'd studied that at a university like Oxford to have. You know, there are sort of pluses and minuses. So I wasn't sort of trained as a literary critic, if you like. It was basically studying dead languages. It was sort of philology. It was a very different exercise.
But what were the pluses and minuses, and in the way that they affected the writing that was probably developing?
Well, I mean, in a way, I think maybe a plus, and this is impossible to sort of verify, but my approach to literature was never sort of filtered through that sort of academic. I didn't.
Well, critics have talked about the originality of your voice and the fact that it's a fresh approach, that it breaks a lot of the rules sometimes.
Yeah.
Do you think that goes back to this almost untutored?
Yeah, that's what I'm sort of, that's what I'm trying to get at. It meant that I kind of I didn't sort of systematically study all of English literature as we know it, and so I didn't have this sort of sense of exactly this sense of, I'm a bit more of an autodidact, I guess, in a way, in terms of my reading than I would have been otherwise, weirdly. So there's that.
And when you weren't reading the Old Norse legends, what were you reading for pleasure in terms of novels?
I can't really remember. I actually stopped. I think I stopped reading. Obviously there are different periods in your life. Sometimes you read a lot, and sometimes you read less. I think I didn't read much contemporary literature or sort of, relatively contemporary literature at that time at all. I think I sort of lost touch with it. I became very disillusioned with the whole thing as a result of having to study this kind of Old Norse type stuff, and I ended up not getting a very good degree, in fact, which which also affected my life quite a lot, I think, because if I had got a better degree, I might have had a very different life. You know, I mean, I did get a degree, just not the kind of sort of first or 2-1 or whatever that would pave the way to a job like many of my contemporaries. That path was not sort of so easily open to me as a result of this, which meant that I was sort of thrown back on. Well, I kind of went through a period of drift in my 20s, which, you know, I mean, I can't ascribe that entirely.
You were working the call
to
centre,
the kind of ravages of Old North.
What were some of the jobs that you were doing?
Yeah, I spent years working, not a call centre, a telephone sales outfit, telesales outfit. And so, yeah, there was this real sense of sort of drift and absolutely no sense of having any sort of career or anything like that.
But there's the life bustle on the margins, those menial jobs, so much of that experience has clearly fed into the books as well.
Absolutely.
The experiences of the characters that you're writing about. But it raises the question, if you had got a better degree at Oxford, maybe you wouldn't be writing literature, maybe you'd be doing a totally different kind of job.
Yes, I'd probably be sitting in a sort of lawyer's office in the city or something, you know. I wouldn't be sitting here living this fascinating story. So that's what I mean. It's, I can't sort of demonstrate this. But I just have this feeling that was one of these extraordinary forks in the road, this decision to study this course rather than that course, which had sort of incalculable consequences.
And so when you're doing these jobs, which, I mean, from one job to another, were you thinking this is experience which will feed into, I can create characters from these people that I see around me, or did you start writing because it was the only way out at that point?
Writing my first novel was about telephone sales when I was called London in the Southeast. It obviously drew very directly on my years in that world. I tried to write about that world several times unsuccessfully, and it really clicked when I stopped trying to put myself at the centre of it, I guess. The first few attempts to write about it, I think I sort of, at the centre of the story was some character vaguely like me. But then when instead of putting myself at the centre of it, I put another character, a sort of career salesman, older than me.
Based on someone you worked with?
Based on a number of people I worked with. It was a sort of composite character, but very much taken from my experience of that world and working there for some years. Suddenly it kind of unlocked the whole thing, and also approaching it as a comedy very deliberately and explicitly. Those years of working, doing that kind of very grabby job gave me this novel. So they were sort of the entry to that in a way.
And gave you a sort of authorial approach, because in all of the books you're writing very much about other people.
Yeah.
Now I know all novels write about other people, but very often there is an autobiographical element of it.
Sure.
Are there any other characters, do you think, in your books which are kind of more closely aligned to your own life and experience?
Some of the characters are more like me. One of the characters in Manners, for instance, is an academic specialising in sort of Anglo-Saxon and sort of old Germanic and stuff, and he's a sort of version of what I might have become if I'd actually liked that stuff and got far. But yeah, I think with London in the Southeast, it did sort of set a pattern, you're right, where I sort of would write about someone who very obviously wasn't me, someone whose whole life is very different from my own. And also, I was sort of drawn to the banal grubbiness of it, but then I think that has also set a pattern of some kind.
Your next choice, David. The films of New Hollywood, the American films of the early 1970s made by a new wave of young writers and directors. Which films in particular are you thinking?
Well, I mean, I love that period of cinema very much. I think that obviously there are certain films from that period that everybody knows, the Godfather films, Taxi Driver, maybe The Damned, and of course I love those films myself. But the reason I particularly love this era is also the sort of slightly secondary works that really speak to me. A film like The Candidate, for instance, or Robert Altman's The Long Goodbye, or The Last Detail, which is a sort of lesser-known Jack Nicholson film from the 70s. Downhill Racer, which is it's descriptive about James Salter, and Robert Redford is in it, but it's a very not particularly well-known film now, but it has this sort of very much the atmosphere of films of the time.
mean, it's mentioned that these are films made by new young directors and writers. Was it the dialogue in particular that attracted you, do you think?
I think it's the kind of extreme naturalism that attracts me about these films. It's just the sort of texture of reality that they have, which, I don't find that in films either before or since. Particularly American films, which is what makes them stand out so much. They're so very different from the sort of Hollywood films of any other era, either before or since, as I say. So it's this very, they tend to be shot in real locations. The actors, even the stars, kind of look more like real normal people than what you're used to seeing nowadays, or as I say before, it wasn't just that it's only since then that things are different. Things were different before as well, in the sort of 50s, 60s.
There's a blunt, unvarnished realism to so much of your fiction.
Yes, exactly.
A pared-back naturalism, especially in Flesh. Again, you can trace that back probably to that extreme naturalism.
Yes, absolutely. But it's not. For me, it's somewhat different. I mean, a director like Ken Loach, for example, has a similar kind of naturalism. But the naturalism in his films has a sort of explicitly social and political purpose. Now, in a lot of these sort of 1970s New Hollywood American films, they're all there, but it's somehow not the main thing. There's a sort of sense of the beauty of reality, I'd almost say. These films have a kind of, for me anyway, these films have a sort of beauty and a sort of fascination because of the naturalism, which goes beyond any sort of social or political meaning that they might have. And it's that I love about them the most.
And what did that teach you about writing?
Well, it's not that it taught me anything, really. I mean, it identified something for me, perhaps, would be a better way of putting it. It identified something that I responded to as beauty, even though in many ways it's not conventionally beautiful. And it's the beauty of just the intense feeling of reality that you get from it. And of course it's heightened. It's a heightened version of just being alive. It's the same, but somehow more. And I think that is very important for me as a writer, because I do strive as a writer to capture something of that. And I think I always have. I mean, even in my earlier books, that was very important to me.
That taxi driver's been staring at us.
Talking to me? Well, who the hell else are you talking to? Talking to me? Well, I'm the only one here.
I don't believe I've ever met anyone quite like you.
Many of the new Hollywood films contain a certain view of masculinity as well. I mean, what it means to be a man, with an emphasis on sex and violence and money, a theme that many of your books share as well.
Yeah, I guess so, yes. There's a sort of emotional and psychological realism in those films as well, as being a kind of social and sort of visual realism. Absolutely, they sort of avoid obvious sort of happy resolution endings. They don't sort of sidestep the more difficult, sort of intransient difficulties of life.
Yeah, the difficulties of being a man, the struggles of masculinity, the sort of inarticulate nature of many of you. Well, your protagonist, particularly in Flesh, is fun. The word okay appears, I think it's 500 times in the book, and that is the response that Ishmael gives to virtually every question.
White mask, which the doctor smooths and molds. I'm okay, Ishmael says. What do you do? The doctor asks. If you don't mind my asking. No, Ishmael says, I don't mind. I was in the army. Okay, the doctor says. His primary focus still on what he's doing. Until a few months ago. And now, the doctor asks. Not sure, Ishmael says.
It is a third-person narrative, and we see the world through his rather unsophisticated eyes. Talk us through the stylistic decisions that created Flesh.
Yeah, I mean, the stylistic aspect, the style of the novel is kind of part of the characterization, I guess, of Ishmael himself. It's an expression of who he is to some extent, so that's certainly there. I wanted, though, to write, I mean, one of the things that was very important to me when I set out with this book, I suppose, was writing about life as a physical experience. Not only a physical experience, but sort of first and foremost. And I think that, I guess, is reflected in the style, too. I mean, it's not a book which is given to sort of analysis analysis, reflection. It very often deals with the physical surfaces of things. It's written in quite simple, declarative sentences, for the most part, not entirely. And yeah, that sort of thematic thing is present too in the style.
And that exploration of physicality, the physical experience of the world, is that why it's called Flesh?
Absolutely, yeah. Flesh was in fact the working title of the book, and when the book was finished, we couldn't find anything better. It was just that it seemed like the perfect title for this book finally, because it does have a sort of tawdriness. It is the title, Flesh. It sort of feels like something from sort of horror or porn, or, you know, it has these kind of slightly unsavory overtones. But that's sort of appropriate for this book, perhaps. I mean, this book has some of those qualities itself, and it's very direct, it's very sort of unvarnished, and it speaks to the fact that the book is about the physicality of existence to a large extent.
Another film which seems to have heavily influenced your love of Flesh is Barry Lyndon, which was written and directed by Stanley Kubrick, I think in 1975. And he's not normally associated with the school of New Hollywood, but it's a historical story, one in which the protagonist undergoes a kind of rags to riches journey.
What is a great spring? Your lady white knows she has a treasure she couldn't have found. She's even a duke to her. But one day, she should tire of my royal ribbon and his old-fashioned Irish ways. Or if she should die. A future would be good for my son and my grandson, who has not a penny of their own and cannot transact any business with a book hunter for secretary. Upon her death, the entire estate will come to young William, who bears you little affection. Take a penny to tomorrow, and darling boy, at the mercy of the spectre.
That is very, very closely mirrored by the journey that your protagonist, Ishmael, in Flesh goes through. Was that a direct reference to Barry Lyndon?
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, I know the film, of course, and I generally like Kubrick's films. I didn't really think of Kubrick in the context of the sort of films I was talking about. He's not really, even though, of course, he made films in the 70s. They're a very different sort of film. But yeah, I've seen Barry Lyndon, and I saw it probably at about the same time that I first encountered these films, probably in the 90s.
Do you think it was subconsciously worked his favour then? I mean, there were very, very close parallels, almost kind of chapter by chapter, in terms of the journey that Istvan goes through, the relationship with the woman who's married to a very rich man, and he ends up with the woman and they have a child together, and I won't give away the rest of the book.
I mean, I think, yes. I mean, it must have been sort of at some subconscious level. It wasn't really at the front of my mind. I don't think.
It's not homage then.
No, I wouldn't say so. No. I mean, as I say, I mean, I know the film, and it did make quite a strong impression on me. I mean, so it's a film that has stuck in my mind. It's for sure, and possibly many of the overall arc of the story maybe was influenced by it in some way, but it wasn't really a conscious homage. No.
The winner of the 2025 Booker Prize is Flesh.
Flesh won the Booker Prize in 2025. What did the award mean to you, other than massively increasing the sales?
Yeah, it's of course sunk in by now, and it's become part of reality, if you like. But I'm not sure. I was halfway through. I am halfway through a new book, and I was already halfway through it, or roughly halfway through it, when the award was given. And I think I'm very grateful for that. I wouldn't want to have to sort of face a blank page at this point. It's nice to be able to go back to something I was already working on and just sort of put my head down and carry on with it.
Do you think it would have put a lot of pressure on you if you hadn't already had an idea?
It would have put the kind of pressure, I guess. There'd be a sort of sense like if I was facing a blank page now, it would sort of this feeling of, this sort of ridiculous self-conscious feeling of sort of what would a Booker Prize winner right now, that feeling might have been a bit sort of difficult initially anyway to deal with. I mean, I've noticed that there's very often quite a long gap when someone wins this prize between that and their next book coming out. So I think it's probably quite a common difficulty that people encounter.
Do you think that's because of the obligations of the publicity circuit? Because publishers want you to, ride that wave, or is it because it raises the bar so high in terms of expectations and that puts pressure on?
I think initially there's a lot of other demands on your time. I mean, I've been very busy the last few months traveling and so on. But then after that, I think it's. I mean, and then of course you probably have more money than you had before, so that the sort of urgency of writing something else isn't quite there maybe for a few years. So there's that too. But I think there is also this thing of, now I have to sort of meet the expectations of the world. They've sort of put this label on me, and now I have to live up to it. I think that there probably is that. So I'm very glad that I was already well into the next one before this happened.
Can you tell us anything about it?
No. I think it's not quite ready for me to talk about.
Is it about a man? Or a series of men?
No, I mean, yes, but it also has a more prominent female character than many of my recent books. So it's perhaps a little bit different in that way. But it has some similar characteristics. It consists of a number of parts that are not necessarily connected in a directly narrative way, which seems to be very much the way that I operate these days.
Yes, it has been said, about not only flesh, but also turbulence, series of interconnected stories, but also All That Man Is as well. I mean, there are these novels which seem to be kind of collections of short stories, almost masquerading as novels.
Yeah.
But you are adamant these are novels rather than short stories.
Each case is a bit different. I mean, I think Flesh is just a novel.
Unified story.
It's a unified story, but nevertheless it has, the chapters are quite self-contained, and many of them could almost stand on their own as individual pieces of writing, and it was deliberately written like that, and I wanted each chapter to be a sort of a unified whole in itself. But I think Flesh is pretty uncontroversially, at the end of the day, a novel. Turbulence I would regard as more of a short story collection than a novel in a way. All That Man Is probably the most interestingly hybrid one. I think of it, if not as a novel, then certainly as a unified work, as one thing, indivisible. It's obviously each story is about a different character, so it doesn't conform to that criteria of the traditional novel.
And it wasn't always such a book.
It was
classified as the novel.
And apparently, I was told that it might have been a problem for it in the judging room, that there was discussion about whether or not this was in fact a novel, and in fact they changed the Booker rules
as a
result of that,
to make it more clearly definable what a novel is.
No, on the contrary, they changed the rules so that there would not have been any question that All That Man Is qualified. In other words, books that inhabited some sort of hybrid zone.
The rumours that leaked out from the judging room suggested that it was a close-run thing. So did you feel it was vindicated 10 years later when you won So Flesh?
Maybe vindicated is... Well, maybe yes, maybe just yes. I mean, it was certainly nice.
Were you disappointed when you didn't win the first time round?
I was, of course, I was. And the funny thing is that I was very disappointed, and on the evening in 2016, the sort of ceremony evening, was very, very stressful for me. I felt that a tremendous amount was at stake, and then I was disappointed when I didn't win. So last year I was very, very keen not to just have exactly the same experience again. So I really prepared myself for this by really just telling myself, you're not going to win, but nevertheless, that's fine. It's great to be shortlisted. The book's been very well received. It's doing great. Just, enjoy the evening. I really was in that frame of mind, actually, in the evening. I also had quite a bad cold, so I felt a bit woozy. I probably had too many EAM sips. And then obviously the announcement that I won was almost a sort of, ironically, a sort of out-of-body experience. It was a very extraordinary, strange moment, yeah.
And there's a film adaptation of that as well, I think.
It's been optioned, which in itself doesn't necessarily mean much, but my understanding is that there may well be a film made. There's probably at least a 50-50 chance that a film will be made, which is great.
Do you think if it does get to that point, you would like to be there in the writing room?
I think I will be. I mean, it is almost at that point. I mean, I had a meeting with the people who will be working on the script just a few days ago, and I will be involved in the script, at least initially. I mean, it's not quite clear how it's going to work, and certainly once the script is finished, at that point I will absolutely step back. For film is made by it's Fresh Productions who have optioned it. If it is made by them, they have a director who they will use. That's decided, and he's a very good director. I'm very happy to leave it in his hands.
And as a writer, as a novelist, what drives you on creatively?
I think I just like doing it. It's just I enjoy it. There are other things. There are but ultimately it's that. I think it's just the pleasure of it.
Writing routine, do you race to the desk in the morning and, is this the anticipation of who you're going to meet on the page today?
Sometimes, yeah. I mean, when it's sort of coming along, then yeah, I do enjoy it. I do look forward to it. I mean, I'm quite strict with myself, even at the sort of more when I'm doing a kind of daily routine of writing, which I'm not always doing, of course, but when I am, there isn't only a sort of minimum number of words, but there's a maximum number of words I can do each day, so that it's always great if I sort of get to that point, make myself stop, and then I really look forward to resuming it the next day.
And do you start a novel with an architecture, a narrative structure?
Yeah.
So you always know how it's going to end and how you're going to get.
I tend to have quite a clear picture of the whole thing. I tend to sort of see quite clearly where it's going when I start. That's very important to me.
And that's the same with the new one?
Yes.
That you're halfway through.
Which I'm not talking about.
No, but you know where you're headed.
I do, yeah.
David Sock, thank you very much indeed for sharing your attention there for us.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
This Virtually Life is presented by John Wilson. The producer is Edwina Pickman, and it's a BBC Studios production for Radio 4. In just a moment, another profile of someone living in Taiwan. Ramita Navai reads from her book City of Mars. That's coming up next. Looking further ahead, it's fairly well known that deer in the UK have no natural predators, and that as a result the deer population has grown to something around 2 million. Well, the population is regularly culled, but what does that actually involve? This afternoon, Open Country joins a professional stalker to see what deer management means in practice, from woodland to wild hunt. Open Country is at 3 o'clock. Now, an announcement.
Hello to all Radio 4 Friday Night Comedy fans. Andy Zotzman here with some good news. The News Quiz is back with a brand new series on Radio 4. Join me and my panel of top comedians on our weekly mission to turn the latest from Team Human, officially this planet's silliest species, into stuff like this.
I do feel sorry for Andrew a bit, like getting arrested on Mid Bank. He probably thought it was just like an elaborate strip-up rave.
All this.
If I could just keep talking. I'll hit the third term. It'll be the best term ever.
I've decided not to pay attention to the goings on the new world. The new series of The News Quiz starts tomorrow night at 6:30 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
So now to our reading. Ramita Navai was a journalist in Tehran when she began writing City of Mars, Love, Sex, Death and the Search for Truth in Tehran, which was published in 2014. It tells the real stories of people whose lives were affected by the regime, stories that were often censored. Some names and details have been changed here to protect people. This is episode 4, Layla, written and read by Ramita Navai.
Time Layla was ordered to appear in court, she was scared. She'd never been in front of a judge before. The courts were in a grey concrete slab of a building that could have been any municipal building in any developing country of the world. In the rows of offices that lined its long corridors, board secretaries and bureaucrats shuffled paper and played solitaire on old computers, oblivious to the chaos around them. The crowd spun in and out of their offices, grasping their paravanders, case files, little more than a few pieces of A4 paper with illegible notes, dates, and names scribbled on them. They bustled from office to office. They waited on plastic chairs. They crouched on the floor and leant against walls. Mostly, they queue-jumped. It was early morning, peak hour for the disgruntled and the accused. The usual fracas of sobbing and swearing and begging echoed up and down the packed stone staircase. Prostitutes, adulterers, fraudsters and drug addicts screamed insults at whoever would listen. Their language was filthier than anything Layla had heard on the streets. A map of Tehran hung on the wall in the judge's room next to the obligatory framed photograph of the black turban supreme leader, with his white beard and glasses, the black background giving the image an iconic edge. On the judge's desk was a framed three-dimensional piece of gold calligraphy of the word Allah. The judge was short and well-groomed. Despite his age and height, he had a debonair manner about him. He did not bother looking up when Layla was escorted to her seat opposite him. To the judge, all the girls looked the same, shameful. It was impossible to tell who was a real fornicator and who was not, and he did not really care, so he just booked them all, lest he got caught out missing any real culprits by accident, which would be worse than condemning an innocent girl. The judge had lost his appetite for dispensing justice. There was no point in even opening Layla's file. He delivered the sentence with a sigh. 92 lashes. Have you ever been lashed, sir, for doing something you shouldn't have done? The judge looked up for the first time. Girls usually shouted back at him and caused a scene. He was not used to having his authority questioned in such a personal way. He studied Layla, this bronzed, dyed blonde beauty, and watched as she was marched away. An office with a brown plywood desk and net curtains doubled as a whipping chamber. Layla was told to sit on her knees, propped up against a wall. There were guidelines for flogging. The face, head and genitals are out of bounds. Men must be standing, women sitting down. The whipping must be done with a leather-bound whip, 1 meter long and no thicker than 1.5 centimeters. The flogger had been ordered to whip Layla with the Quran wedged under his armpit to ensure he would not be able to raise his arm above his head and lash down with his full might. But he had a particular dislike for loose women, the scourge and ruin of the Islamic Republic. He had heard often enough clerics on the radio and the television blaming immoral women for the deterioration of society, for spreading adultery, and even for earthquakes in the state of the economy. These women needed a good thrashing, and like many civil servants, he liked to bend the rules. He had devised a contraption to deal with situations like this. He had attached a small copy of the Quran to a sling that he strapped across his shoulder, satisfying his legal obligation while giving his arm full maneuvering power. A weedy, sinewy man, he did not look like he would have much power in his skinny arms, but he did. The leather strap sliced open her skin like a razor blade. She could not lie supine for a week afterwards. The red raw welts turned into black crusted bruises that covered every inch of her back. It was bad for business. It was not long before Layla was back in the same building, in the same room, before the same judge. Layla was not as scared as before. One of the working girls she knew had paid someone to take her lashes. Layla had already struck a deal with an addict she found loitering outside the courtroom, charging 2,000 tomans per lash. The addict was splitting the money 50-50 with the duty flogger. Repeat offender, 99 lashes and a month in prison, said the judge. I'll tell you the real reason I'm here. I refuse to have sex with a policeman. He wants to blackmail me, and I won't do it. How does that fit in with your laws? The judge gestured to a secretary, who then whispered to a group sitting on chairs at the back of the room to leave. The secretary closed the door behind them. I know you can be punished for what you're telling me. The judge's tone was more relaxed now his audience was gone. For telling you the truth? Yes, I know. Funny, isn't it? Layla shrugged her shoulders. The judge was silent for a while, watching her. Layla leant back in her chair. I couldn't lie on my back for weeks after I was flogged. She narrowed her eyes and cocked her head sideways. The judge raised an eyebrow. I appreciate that you're being honest with me. You know I can help you, he said. I'm assuming you don't mean by bringing the policeman to justice. Layla smiled. The judge flipped his head upwards, the Iranian nod for a no. I will have your file destroyed, so you don't exist. That is how Layla's affair with the judge began. A middle-aged man with a paunch and spectacles opened the door. A heavy waft of frankincense floated out. At first, Layla thought he must be an assistant, as he looked more like a tired office worker than a sorcerer. She'd booked an appointment to see a witch doctor who was known for his potent spells and warding off the evil eye. working out of his apartment in a scruffy block in downtown Varillas. Layla was not an observant Muslim, but she believed in God, the Prophet, and the Imams. That is why she feared holy retribution for what she was doing. The man led Layla to a living room decorated with multicolored remnants of material draped over the windows, evil eyes hanging from the walls, a gigantic silver hand of Fatima next to the television, and joss sticks burning on every available surface. Past a dirty kitchen, Layla could see a satellite dish propped up on a balcony, blackened by pollution. The sorcerer sat at a small Indian hand-carved table. To his right, a burning candle and a copy of the Quran. To his left, a pestle and mortar and dozens of jars filled with coloured powders and herbs. I've heard you cast spells for protection. I need protection, because I'm a sinner. We are all sinners. You must tell me exactly who you need protecting against. Good. I'm afraid of Judgment Day. God will forgive you. You need protection from people around you who wish you harm. Many people wish you harm. I can see it. He lit the candle and began grinding a potion together while uttering a prayer. He mixed in some water and told Layla to drink. It tasted of turmeric and dust. He charged her 100,000 tomans. I can only guarantee protection for 6 months, he said as he ushered her out of the door. Layla also enrolled in Irfan, spirituality classes, in an office building 1 block north of the witch doctor. Most of the students were uptowners, and Layla felt a little out of place, even though the teacher treated her no differently. They tackled metaphysical issues and read poetry, but Layla could find no answers to her own questions and felt no nearer to being pardoned by God. Layla walked past a long row of Mercedes-Benz cars and past 2 armed bodyguards as she entered the spectacular domed lobby of a high-rise apartment block in Kamrania. This was prime North Tehran property, and at $15,000 a square meter, it was bricks and mortar designed for businessmen, politicians, and the moneyed upper classes. The latter preferred not to live here because of the proliferation of regime stooges and industrialists whose chador-clad wives and whose habit of leaving their shoes outside the thick wood doors screamed nouveau riche. The building was a study in the kind of vulgarity only the rich can afford. An excess of marble and sparkling gold, faux Renaissance murals and columns topped with ornate Grecian flourishes. Residents included a foreign diplomat, the spoilt child of a famous politician, and 2 members of parliament. But the bodyguards were not for them. They provided round-the-clock protection for a well-known cleric, who also happened to be Layla's newest customer. Layla had not been given a name, only instructions to tell the liveried porter that the resident of the 23rd floor was expecting her. The porter was an old, tiny, white-skinned Rashti northerner who was paid handsomely by at least half the residents of the block to keep his mouth shut. Salam, Sanum. You are as beautiful as I heard, said the cleric as he opened the door, bowing his head deferentially to Layla. Everything about him was elegant. Even now, dressed in the white undergarments worn beneath the robes, he looked refined. In his religious regalia, he looked almost dapper. He was tall with a lean body and wore expensive spectacles. His beard was perfectly trimmed. The cleric took Layla's manteau and headscarf and led her through an enormous reception room, stuffed with imitation Rococo furniture and intricately carved dark wooden chairs covered in gold brocade. In a bedroom with drawn curtains, they sat on the edge of the bed. My dear, do you say your prayers? No, sir, my family isn't religious. I am a believer. I love God and the Prophet, God rest his soul, with all my heart. I think the Imams are amazing. I'm a very spiritual person, sir. Good, very good. But doing this kind of work, you must take extra care to remain untainted in God's eyes. Layla nodded. This was not the first time she'd been lectured by a customer, but instead of getting angry, she was listening intently. Have you ever been temporarily married? Then a CV? No, sir. Layla was too ashamed to tell the cleric that in her handbag she always carried the fake CV paper she'd bought from the Bent Moor. My girl, as long as relations between a man and a woman are sanctified in God's eyes, they are not immoral. it is imperative that you learn the Sikha prayer. God is forgiving. It is not too late to save yourself. The cleric read out the words in Arabic and then translated them into Persian for her to understand. I marry you for a specific amount of time and for a specific mahriya. Layla and the cleric repeated the words in Arabic together, and then she uttered them one more time on her own. Now we are not sinning. The cleric patted Layla's leg and smiled. He took off his glasses and his rings and turned off the sidelight before undressing in the dark. Afterwards, for the first time, Layla did not fear a reprisal from God. And Layla never again had sex without whispering the Sikha prayer under her breath.
City of Lies, Love, Sex, Death, and the Search for Truth in Tehran, written and read by Ramita Navai, was abridged and produced by Lou Kemp, and it's a BBC Scotland audio production for BBC Radio 4. After the news, scam secrets, fears from Amazon about how the company is protecting its customers from fraudsters. And then later on, a problem I'm sure we've all faced at one time or another, which is better, a traditional Swedish sauna or an infrared sauna. A listener called Paul has tried an infrared and he really liked it, but he's worried that it may not be hot enough to improve his cardiovascular health. Greg thought we'll be looking at the pros and cons of infrared saunas for sliced bread at 12:30. I'm not sure if that means he'll be taking his clothes off and trying one out, but the note that he's left telling us about the programme is slightly damp, so I suspect that he probably will. Either way, we'll find out at 12:12 in Sliced Bread.
Drama in World War II.
Miss Armstrong, great.
And 10 years later.
Juliet Armstrong.
Forgive me, Miss Armstrong. You have me mixed up with someone else.
Juliet Armstrong, a former spy, haunted by her work.
Should I run after him? And say what? Where have you been? And why on earth, in denying all knowledge of me, when together we committed a most hideous act?
Phoebe Price and Toby Jones star in Transcription by Kate Atkinson, starting on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds on Sunday afternoon at 3.
BBC News at midday. The fourth report of the COVID inquiry says the rollout of vaccines in the UK was an extraordinary feat and by one measure saved nearly 500,000 lives. The report, which has just been published, says more could have been done to increase uptake of the vaccine in poorer communities and among some ethnic minority groups. The first 3 inquiry reports criticised the government and the state of the NHS. The Court of Appeal has quashed the conviction of a man jailed in 2019 for the murder of a university lecturer in the Buckinghamshire village of Maids Morton. At the time, the prosecution argued that Benjamin Field had been spiking the whiskey of 69-year-old Peter Farker and giving him tranquilizer drugs in the hope that his death would look like suicide or an accident. In a later hearing, Benjamin Field's lawyers said there was no evidence of this. The appeal judges ordered a retrial. A BBC investigation has found further abuse of the asylum system, with some migrants falsely claiming to have been subject to domestic violence. They're exploiting rules aimed at providing legitimate survivors with fast-track permission to remain in the UK. The government says abuse of the system is unacceptable. Gain Hart, who's the Immigration Services Commissioner, isn't surprised by the BBC's findings.
Last year, for example, we had a significant number of enforcement actions against complaints, against people who were actually giving advice unregulated, but also manipulating the system or giving improper advice. And we are ramping up. We've already been in discussions with the Home Office. They're significantly increasing our funding in order to be able to ramp up such investigations.
A member of Israel's Security Cabinet says the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak to the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun today in what would be the first conversation between the country's leaders in more than 30 years. Donald Trump has also suggested the two sides will talk, but the President's office in Lebanon says it's not aware of any planned contact. The waiting list for routine hospital treatment in England has fallen for the 4th month in a row. It stood at 7.22 million in February, the lowest level for 3 years.
Ukrainian officials say at least 17 people have been killed and dozens more injured in overnight Russian missile and drone attacks. President Zelensky said the strikes showed that it was crucial for Kiev's allies to maintain pressure on Moscow. Our correspondent Sarah Rainsford, who's in Kiev, has been monitoring developments.
The authorities have said that there were more than 700 missiles and drones launched by Russia overnight. They shot a lot of them down, but of course, when things get shot down, the fragments drop on buildings below, and also some of those missiles and drones hit their targets. And we saw images of a drone slamming right into the side of a residential block of flats here in Kiev.
Sir Keir Starmer has told senior figures from social media sites such as TikTok, Meta and X that they need to do more to protect children. The executives were called to Downing Street this morning as the government considers new restrictions on social media. Sir Keir told them the clamour for change was getting louder.
The evidence is mounting and the status quo simply cannot be allowed to stand. And it's clear to me that parents aren't asking us for tweaks at the edges. They're asking us whether a system that clearly isn't working for children should be allowed to continue at all.
And the Duchess of Sussex has claimed that she was the most trolled person in the entire world for 10 years. She was speaking in Australia in support of the country's social media ban for under-16s. Meghan said the social media industry was predicated on cruelty to get clicks, and that wasn't going to change. BBC News.
This is BBC Radio 4. Time now for Scam Secrets. Shari Val uncovers the different tactics used by criminals to steal our money.
Hello. You're the boss of a business that has millions of users in the UK, and you're trusted with their personal data, details of their finances, and even their love lives. But criminals know that, and they're constantly trying to come up with new ways to use your business to steal from your customers. Would you know what to do? Welcome to Scam Secrets. I'm Shari Val, and I investigate fraud for the BBC. And I'm Dr. Elizabeth Carter. I'm a forensic linguist, and I can show you the language criminals use to attack you.
And I'm Alex Wood. I used to be a prolific fraudster, but now I use my knowledge to help protect you.
And together, we pull apart the different types of scams you could face, so you'll be able to spot them if the criminals try them on you. Hi Liz, hi Alex. Hello.
Hi Shari.
We're back in our makeshift studio.
It's a little broom cupboard, isn't it?
Yeah. Scam Secrets at the United Nations Global Fraud Summit in Vienna. How's your summit been going?
Amazed by the scale of this. I think 1,400 people here, 110 countries, and we're accompanied by some of the biggest companies in the world.
And Liz, you've been on the main stage giving a speech. What was that like?
I have. I've just come off the main stage. I'm launching a handbook all about the language that we can use to communicate with the general public to help them better protect themselves from fraud.
I must say how proud I am of you, because I walked through the plenary through the main hall today, and every single seat had a copy of your handbook waiting for delegates to read. Yeah.
As you mentioned, Alex, some of the most famous companies on the planet are here too, and so we want to follow the trail from those scam centers to the very services and platforms that we all use, and we use them every day. What are these companies doing to keep us safe, and what sort of threats are they facing behind the scenes? So I'm just going to share some of the emails that we get in the Scam Secrets inbox, and we get loads of these every week. Here's one from Karen. She says, I've been receiving calls from a number I don't recognize. They leave an automated voice message telling me there's been some fraudulent activity on my Amazon account. Pete's emailed, I was very close to being scammed, he says, by a caller from Amazon saying that I'd been hacked and they're trying to sort my account out. So, welcome to Scam Secrets, Amazon's global head of scam prevention, Abigail Bishop. What's going on when someone receives a call at home from somebody saying, I'm Amazon, your account has got problems, we need to sort you out?
Yeah, what you're experiencing is a scammer pretending to be Amazon. And impersonation scams are by far and away the most prominent scam tactic that we hear from our customers around the world, where bad actors are pretending to be us and taking advantage of consumers' trust in our brand. This is not just an Amazon challenge. Many brands and many trusted organizations are experiencing similar types of reports from their customers. And that's why we're here at the Global Fraud Summit, because so many different organizations across sectors, across the world, recognize that not one of our organizations can solve and fully address this on our own. And so this collective response is absolutely paramount.
So what are the most common scams targeting Amazon's customers?
Most recently, a couple of scam types have really surfaced. And one is tied to order confirmation scams, when scammers are sending an email saying we need to confirm your latest order. And in those types of instances, we encourage our customers to go and check your order history on our store to verify whether that purchase is authentic. Another one that has come in the wake of some of the economic climate are employment scams, where bad actors are luring in their would-be victims by offering employment. And so that is something that is becoming very widespread. And for Amazon, we've gone out and communicated, we're never going to ask you to pay for an interview. We're never going to ask you to submit a credit card information to participate in our recruitment process.
Criminals also attempt to get into your Amazon account, don't you? Rather than pretending they're Amazon to get into your bank, they actually want to be in your Amazon account. Why do they want to be in your Amazon account?
You know, it's so the scammers will avoid our store. When you're shopping on Amazon store, you are safe. You have all of Amazon's sort of protocols and controls to ensure that you are inoculated from threats. They want to take you off the store. They want to find places where those proactive controls are not in place.
Them hacking into my Amazon account, for example, you see that you're saying that's less of a problem.
Absolutely.
But when I say hacking into, I mean hijacking. They're using me to pass over one-time passcodes to get into my Amazon account.
Correct.
You would say that's less of a problem.
Yeah. What is far more prevalent is them operating outside of the Amazon store. And that's why receiving reports, so I give you this advice too, Sherry, report your experience on Amazon.com/reports-a-scam, because that intelligence is golden for us.
So we also, as I say, in Scam Secrets, get loads and loads of emails from people. A lot of them are actually about Amazon gift cards.
Again, scammers are going to use whatever techniques they're able to. They're very creative. They will find any ways to monetize their schemes. When it comes to gift cards, you can verify the authenticity of your gift card on our store. If something feels off base, contact customer service.
But once you've handed the gift card over to somebody else, i.e. through the long number on the back of the card and you've scratched the 4 letter, that's it. You're handing them cash.
We will do whatever we can to support our customers in their moments of recovery. And so would highly recommend that anybody who's experienced something like that, please contact us and report the experience to us. There are many other techniques that are far and away more prevalent than gift card scams.
What are they?
They're super variable, right? And it's like you can think of it and it exists. Any type of monetization.
Give me it's really important that you give us examples.
I think any type of financial instrument you could imagine, right? Like a credit card, bank account, like it just unfortunately zeroing in on any one is actually not going to be helpful, because the moment that you focus on one, there's going to be another increase in bad actor activity in another.
So you are Amazon's head of scam prevention. And on Scam Secrets, we ask our experts every week for one single piece of advice that people listening to this can put in their heads and think, right, I remember that. What would that be from you?
For me personally, to be very weary of false urgency. That is one of the most prolific and pressing techniques that scammers will use.
Abigail Bishop, head of scam prevention at Amazon. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
The children were in bed and I was trying to keep it quiet and do it, and I just actually wanted to scream. I was just like, I can't believe I'm doing this, I can't speak to anybody. And it was like, I felt wrong, but it felt right because I was trying to help somebody. He was so grateful, and it's fabulous. He says, you are a keeper, you're a special person. There's not many people like you in this world. I was like, okay. I was like completely encapsulated in this.
So that was Kirsty, who we heard from in the very first series of Scam Secrets, and she was the victim of a horrible and very sophisticated romance scam. With us here in Vienna now is the head of trust and safety at Match Group. Match Group is the parent company of Tinder, Hinge, dozens of dating apps used by millions of people all over the world. Yoel Roth, welcome to Scam Secrets.
Thank you for having me.
Now, Kirsty met the man who defrauded her on Plenty of Fish, which is one of your sites. It was 2 or 3 years ago. How big is romance fraud now?
My mission and my team's mission is to ensure that nobody has an experience like Kirsty's. But as you know, we're doing this in the context of an adversarial environment where scammers are only becoming more sophisticated, more persistent, and more prolific in their efforts. The losses to scams of all varieties continue to grow worldwide. And ultimately, why we're here in Vienna now is because there needs to be a concerted call to action across the public and private sectors to do something in an organized, coordinated way to address the problem.
So in an organized, coordinated way, how do you stop a criminal setting up a fake profile on Plenty of Fish, like the one that Kirsty saw?
The first step for us is account verification. We have been rolling out a new feature on Tinder called Face Check that has a mandatory liveness verification whenever you're creating an account. So
what's a mandatory liveness verification?
So when you're signing up for an account, we ask you to take a quick video selfie. For most people, it takes about 3 seconds. You move your phone towards and away from your face. And what we're able to do in that time is, first, confirm that you are a real person and not a bot. Second, we're able to collect information about the shape of your face to make sure that you haven't previously registered an account on our service. And then third, we're able to compare that video selfie against the photos in your profile to see if they match. And when they do, you get an additional verification tip. When they don't, we're able to do additional moderation and say, looks like this might be a fake account, and we can subject it to even more stringent verification steps.
Would you reject it completely?
In instances where we see one of those mismatches, so the person who appears in a profile photo has no resemblance to the person who's holding their phone, which happens a lot in cases of scams, yes, that would result in an immediate ban from our platform.
If I were a criminal, I'd be thinking, okay, I've got to design an AI robot that will get through your facial verification software.
The real objective here is to raise the costs on scammers so that it's no longer profitable to pursue what they're trying to do on our services. No system will ever be perfect. Somebody who tells you that they can design a 100% scam or fraud-proof system is lying to you. But what you can do is create a system that makes it very difficult and very costly for profit-motivated scammers to operate.
How big is the romance fraud problem on your site?
One of the real challenges in this space is that we can only quantify some components of it. So I'll give you some numbers that we do have. Every minute of every day, we remove more than 50 fake accounts from our platforms. These are accounts that could be registered to engage in romance fraud. These are accounts that could be registered to engage in spam. Oftentimes we're not sure because we're typically removing them before they've interacted with other users on our services. It can be difficult for us to know what exactly was this inauthentic account being created to do. Very, very quickly, scammers will try to push people to move to another platform where messages are encrypted and there's less oversight. And so we try to encourage people to stay in our apps whenever they can and not move to another platform.
How successful are you with that, though?
Not. And ultimately, the rub is that people naturally in the course of dating move to other platforms, right? Like you might meet somebody on a dating app, but it's pretty natural to move over to a messenger. And that's something that scammers do. And it's also something that ordinary folks do when they meet somebody they really like. And so as much as we would like it if people stayed within our app forever because we can keep moderating that, the next best thing we can do is really remind people that if you move your conversation over to another service, stay vigilant. But then if you encounter what you think is a scam, don't just report it on WhatsApp or the messenger you're using. Come back to our apps and report it to us as well so that we can investigate further.
Do they vary around the world? The different countries, are they attacked in different ways?
I think that's one of the real consequences of the proliferation of AI, is that I think we're seeing it become easier and easier for scammers to tailor their messaging and make it convincing and compelling in different languages, in different regional contexts. We do see that the most sophisticated scammers are highly effective at tailoring their messaging to individuals, and at times will even do the research about somebody to understand their family, their habits, their preferences, their pets, and approach them in a way that is intended to be convincing for that person.
We're about red flags on this program. This is our version here of a red flag. I made it. It's made of silver.
I appreciate the googly eyes.
Yes, the googly eyes. So what would a red flag be on a dating website?
I would say the biggest thing to watch out for are conversations that are progressing too quickly. Tactics like love bombing, approaching people with overwhelming flattery, some of the language even that Kirsty experienced around how important you are, how special you are. Those things feel really good, but if they're happening too quickly...
And what's too quickly?
I mean, we sometimes see that in opening conversations and first messages, there's sort of this overwhelming flattery. You're the most beautiful person I've ever seen. And, you know, perhaps you are. And I don't mean to diminish somebody's beauty, but also be mindful that these are tactics that scammers employ to try to build trust rapidly and then move you to another site. So I'll throw in a second red flag. If somebody is pressuring you very, very quickly to move off of a dating app and to, especially an encrypted messaging platform, I'm not saying say no. I am saying be mindful.
You're a trust and safety at Max Group. Thank you for coming on to Scam Secrets.
Thank you for having me.
An awful lot of the scams that we feature on Scam Secrets start like this.
I think it was a text from somebody saying they were from a recruitment agency.
It started when I received a phone call in the morning of Christmas Eve. It's only a bit later on that I realised it was a text message.
I see I have 2 missed calls and a text message to say, Mum, where are you? I've tried to phone you.
The crimes that were committed against those people have all been featured on our previous episodes. So we wanted to explore how those texts and calls get through, often all the way from those scam factories on the other side of the world that we've been hearing about. Liz and Alex are both back with us.
We are.
And sitting next to them is the Director of Fraud Prevention at Virgin Media O2, Murray Mackenzie.
Oh.
Murray, welcome to Scam Secrets. Thank you so much for coming into our little studio here. So let's break this down. A lot of people think when they're being targeted by a criminal over the phone that the criminal's sitting somewhere having just dialed the number on their phone and they're holding the phone in their hand. What's the reality?
The reality is these scammers are working in these huge factories, their call centres, their office blocks, and these people are intentionally targeting people. They have targets the same way someone in this country would have doing a legitimate sales job. They have targets on how many calls they make, how many sales they make with heavy inverted commas around it, because they are scammers. And actually, even to use the word scammers annoys me a little bit, because these people are criminals. To call it a scam suggests it's a trick, it's a bit naughty as opposed to bad, and it should be a criminal act and recognised as such.
So should we call it Criminal Secrets?
We really should, yeah. It's a rebrand of show, apologies.
Absolutely. So I get calls that say suspected spam on my phone, and I answer them, and they're genuine people. Now, the problem is, the moment it's genuine, your trust in whether or not it's a spam goes out the window. And that's a real problem, isn't it?
It is very much so. So this is where we have to try and work our metrics, work the data to try and reduce the false positive in there. We're never going to be perfect with it, and that's why we don't just stop them all coming through. What we do know is that the data behind it's really powerful, though. So in the last 18 months, we flagged over 1 billion phone calls that are either spam or scam. So huge numbers. But the best part for me is that consumers pay attention. The calls are 42% less likely to be answered, and when they are answered, they're 89% shorter. Someone who is answering the phone is less likely to give up their life secrets to one of these criminals who's after their information.
89% shorter?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because they've seen suspected spam on the screen as it pops up in front of them. When someone rings on your mobile phone and you see the number, why can't you catch the person at the other end of that number? Because we get emails which say, I gave them the phone number
and they did nothing. Why can't they catch people when I give them the phone numbers? But actually, these people aren't on phones.
I mean, exactly that. And one of the risks is that they're impersonating a genuine phone number as well. They'll take a legitimate phone number, they'll impersonate it, and then we can't disconnect it because there's a legitimate person or a legitimate business behind that phone number that's been spoofed. So what we try and do is look at the signals behind the phone calls rather than just the number itself.
Just explain what spoofing is. It's a word we use all the time, but many may not have realised what's behind it.
So spoofing is, in its simplest sense, it's you take the phone number you're calling from and you replace it with another phone number. And it's got lots of legitimate purposes. If you've got an office block with 100 phones in it, you don't want 100 different phone numbers going out, you want one. The problem is criminals are using it as well, and that's what we've got to try and narrow down on and stop from happening. Scammers will use any number to try and hide who they are. They'll try and latch on to anything.
Also, this is incredibly valuable data for them, so they can then sell that information. It's crime as a service.
Very much so. One of the things we see criminals do a huge amount is collate these, they call them suckers lists. And if you answer the phone, even if you don't expose your information, if you engage beyond just hanging up the phone, you'll go on a list because they know there's a chance that the next person will get more out of you.
And they'll just know that number works. Exactly. Even just to know that number works, and somebody else might be successful with it.
But isn't there new legislation coming in to ban number spoofing?
There's legislation coming in to help reduce the risk of overseas number spoofing of UK numbers, and that's where it's going to make a bit of a difference, but there's still going to be a long way to go before this kind of avenue can be entirely shut down.
How are you going to do that?
It's going to be wildly complex. This is where we have network teams that are going to be involved to understand the data, the signals involved in it, and the risk signals involved as well. So there's layers of technology that will come into play here that help us understand it and prevent it. And this is where it gets really tricky because then we cannot and must not disrupt legitimate businesses.
We heard a clip there actually, someone who was affected by the text that came in purporting to be for the DWP, and it was the winter fuel payment text, and it's very famous. Now the telecoms industry is in the front line against that scam. What can you tell us about that?
The first thing we do is we always ask consumers to report any malicious scams to 7726. That's our intelligence database. It goes to all telcos to be able to understand what's going on. And then the second thing we always do is block messages at scale. We've got 1 billion SMSs in 2025 alone, and that's just Virgin Media O2.
1 billion?
1 billion.
Text messages. So these are different, of course, from the WhatsApp messages, because that's different technology, and the RCS messages that you get. So if you have an iPhone, you get a blue iMessage. Sometimes you might get a green message, and that's a different form of technology. How do you stop those RCS messages?
We use a telco can't. We are entirely reliant on big tech partners to help us do that.
Stopping 1 billion text messages, that's no mean feat. But if I were a criminal, I'd say, okay, I won't use text messages anymore. I'll go on to RCS messages, WhatsApp, I'll do any of those. What you're saying is a telecommunications company, which is what telco stands for, you can't stop that.
That's correct, yes. But and this is where there's organisations out there that do support us in stopping it, though. So if I look at the initiative like Blocked SIMs with Stop Scams UK, the ability to report on what these SIM cards have been that can then go to big tech to say how many social media accounts were created with this one phone, how many WhatsApp chats happening on this one phone number, and that's why there's some incredible technology. So what's happening across the telco in the UK is that pay-as-you-go SIMs as of last year now need to be topped up before it can receive a message from anyone other than the network provider. So what it used to be is if you had a pay-as-you-go SIM, you could actually use that SIM card to set up a social media account because you could receive the one-time access code required, and all you needed was the SIM card. Now you have to top it up, which means criminals either have to spend money and make it easier for us to identify them, or acknowledge they can't do it in that way.
With that winter fuel text, how physically, what's the technology that sends those texts?
I mean, it's very similar to how you'd send on a mobile phone. Again, it's just done at scale. You have these SIM farms set up to send messages at scale.
What does a SIM farm look like?
So you have multiple devices all hooked up, running on SIM cards, and they're just able to send out at-scale messages. And it's just, if you think of one personal handset can send one message at a time, these farms can send hundreds, if not thousands at a time. And this is where we share data very effectively. Law enforcement try and have these identified, doors kicked down, and people locked up.
How do the criminals get hold of these SIM cards?
So that sometimes they're stolen. They can be stolen from supply chain. They can be ordered because it's not impossible to order a SIM card from a pay-as-you-go, or indeed you can take out a payment. And what we do know is that a lot of criminals will take out legitimate contacts. They will actually happily have a mobile phone contract and pay the bill on it, because then they can see what legitimate communication looks like.
Well, if they've taken out a legitimate contract, why can't they catch them?
If we have a contract in a genuine person's name, with a genuine bill being paid, with no links to criminal activity, we have no reason to disconnect it. And criminals know that, and they do that to gather intelligence, to understand our controls, to understand our journeys, to understand our website, to understand our the communications.
So they'll talk to you and learn the conversations that you have, how your staff might sound.
Exactly. So they will register an account to understand our registration routine. They will buy things to understand the checkout process. They will receive our communication emails to understand the language we use and the headers we use and the formatting we use. And all that then goes back into the criminal enterprise that sits behind those legitimate accounts.
And that's how they mimic you, they imitate you, and they sound so convincing when they ring up.
Exactly that.
Because it's usually a phone call, isn't it?
100%.
Saying, I am from O2.
Yep.
We'd like to offer you a discount on your next phone. And essentially what they're doing is they're trying to break into your O2 account, aren't they? Why do they want to get into your O2 account?
They're after a few things. First is they want mobile phone handsets, but they might also look to try and get control of your phone number through a SIM slot. And through controlling your phone number, they can either then target other accounts that you own.
This all seems to me to be all around credibility. So you see a phone number that you recognise from your phone. That phone number is one piece of that puzzle, and it's so important not to just take it as word. Okay, it might be fake, it might be real, but it's still only a suggestion of who might be on the other end of the line.
There's a really interesting psychological study about the evolution of caller display. So if we go back like 50 years, the phone rings, and you don't know who it is, so you answer it, and you're engaged at that point. But now we've become counterintuitive, and we can decide whether we want to answer that call after seeing who's ringing. And it's fascinating to now see how caller display is being abused in the way we've talked about today.
Murray, would you answer a call from a number you didn't recognise?
I would answer it, and I'd answer it with a degree of scepticism. And I think that the message from me is never be afraid of answering the phone. If you answer the phone and you have no trust upon answering, hang up the phone. If you have a bit of trust, then keep to validate it, and that might be by finding the company's legitimate phone number on the website and calling them back. And only if you absolutely trust it, which usually means a recognised number with a voice you trust and a message that you believe in, should you fully engage.
I suppose that leads us on to one single piece of advice that you want Scam Secrets listeners to just lodge in their head.
One's really tricky for me. I would say report scams, report them to 7726. Help us understand the cycle, understand the scale of the threat.
Murray McKenzie from VMO2, thank you very much for joining us in our tiny little Scam Secrets studio at the Global Fraud Summit in Vienna.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
Well, it's been an extraordinary time here in Vienna. We've heard from UN organised crime chiefs explaining how these incredible scam centres operate and the massive proliferation of them. I was very shocked about that.
300,000 fraudsters.
Yeah, and many against their own will. And then today we've heard from these enormous private sector companies. But Liz, even with all this collaboration, we keep hearing that word, there is no reduction in the number of people being scammed at home on their phones, on their emails, through the social media that they use. And the proof will really be in victims at home seeing a reduction in that, won't it?
Absolutely, 100%. Corporate speak about, protections and collaborations and partnerships. That's all really abstract, but what it boils down to is the person on the street, our listeners. How are they going to be protected? And that's part of what I was here to do, to give these countries, to give these organisations the tools to communicate more effectively protection mechanisms for the public.
I was listening to somebody from the German police in one of the sessions, and he was explaining that a victim in Germany was defrauded and the money ended up in Hong Kong. He happened to have the mobile phone number for somebody at Interpol, phoned that person. The person at Interpol happened to have the mobile phone number for somebody in Hong Kong, and they managed to stop the payments and get the money back. Without having those numbers, there was nothing really he could have done. So that shows how important it is to have systems which enable immediate collaboration across borders. And an event like this really starts to enable that.
Okay, well, that's pretty much time up for us here in Vienna, and nearly time to pack up our makeshift studio and carry it back to the UK. Will any of this make any difference to Scam Secrets listeners? Let us know. scamsecrets@bbc.co.uk. Thank you both very much indeed. And thanks to the United Nations for having us. Next time, we're back in the UK with a closer look at a global scam aimed squarely at people booking holidays online. Now, if that's you, there's stuff you need to know about, so you might want to join us.
Scam Secrets was presented by Charival and produced in Salford by Tom Mosley. It was an Audio North production for BBC Radio 4. Now let's look ahead to what's coming
lifestyle.
They are very aware that they are being watched all the time.
In a special week of programmes, Radio 4 explores the challenges facing girls and young women in Britain today.
There is an increased risk of several different types of diseases if you have early puberty.
Including the Puberty Puzzle, special editions of the Food Programme, and Fire 4 Investigates. And About the Girls with me, Costa and Carl.
You've got to look like this, you've got to have this hair, this colour. Where does that come from? Internet, social media, boys.
About the Girls on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds. This Monday to Friday lunchtime at 1:45.
And in today's episode, they're discussing sex, relationships and consent, including a look at why young people today have a fond nostalgia for the pre-digital world when romantic relationships started not online, but in real life. Now on Radio 4, it's time to separate the science fact from the marketing fiction.
Hello, I'm Greg Foot, and welcome to Sliced Bread, the show that investigates the wonder products promising to make you happier, healthier, or greener. Each episode, we follow the crumbs of evidence to find out if one of your suggested wonder products is indeed the best thing since sliced bread, or marketing BS. And today's suggestion comes from Paul James from Nottingham. Welcome to the studio, Paul. Hi, Greg. Tell us the wonder product that you'd like us to investigate today, and why.
I'm really curious to know more about infrared saunas. It's a bit of a hot topic at the moment. And I'd like to learn more about infrared compared to other types of sauna in particular, and how they stand in terms of health benefits.
Brilliant. Yeah, when we say sauna, most of us will instantly think of the small glass-fronted wooden room at a gym or a spa where you sit on a bench sweating profusely. That's a traditional dry or Finnish sauna, I believe.
Yeah.
I found lots of companies offering to sell you one of those if you're interested to put in your garden at home for a hefty price tag. The cheapest I found was £1,700, but most were £3 to £4 grand.
Wow.
Similar 1 to 3 person wooden infrared saunas look to be a bit cheaper, but you're still looking at thousands of pounds for one of these. Have you used one, Paul?
I have, yes. Infrared definitely felt cooler for a start and more bearable. So my experience of dry saunas in the past has been that they've been quite uncomfortable after a little while, but maybe that's kind of the idea of them, I guess. But with infrared, I found myself feeling like I could sit in one for a good day, to be honest.
Wow.
I mean, the one I tried had a TV in it, it had speakers, it had Netflix, connections to.
Okay.
So it was quite a high-tech sauna. But then I thought, is it actually healthy to be sitting in a sauna for so long, to be watching box sets?
What sort of claims have you seen infrared saunas making?
So the first is cardiovascular benefits, and also around using it with ice baths. So I got myself an ice bath last year. I took the plunge after hearing your episode, and I'm interested in contrast therapy and whether using the two together can be beneficial. And I've heard there's benefits for mood as well, also muscle recovery, particularly with infrared saunas. And just there's some interesting research on correlations with longevity on using saunas. So.
Well, you're not alone in asking about all these, Paul. Let me read you 3 of the emails that have dropped into our sliced.bread@bbc.co.uk inbox. Listener Wendy writes, I'd love you to investigate the alleged benefits of using an infrared sauna. She's seen weight loss, relief from joint pain such as arthritis, and also clear and tighter skin as well. Listener Adrian writes, I use the sauna at my gym after a workout and it seems to help with my recovery, but would I recover just as well with a hot shower or a bath?
Good question.
And Rhiannon has seen a different sort of infrared sauna product, a sauna blanket. She writes, they're a big craze at the moment. It's hard to know whether they deliver the benefits suggested. Have you seen those?
I have, yes. Tempted to get one because they're a lot cheaper and a lot easier to store, but I'm not sure they'd have the same level of benefit as a full-sized sauna would.
Let's talk about sauna blankets at the end of the show. Just one expert joining us today, as he has a glowing reputation when it comes to infrared saunas. He's promised not to sweat the small stuff.
That's a good one.
And give us his hot take. He's an expert in the effects of heat on the body and has led some key research on infrared saunas. He's an expert in human physiology and thermoregulation at Oregon University, Professor Chris Minson. Hello, Chris.
Hello, thanks for having me on.
I'd like to get to your infrared studies soon, Chris. But let's first start with the science of saunas, particularly the traditional dry Finnish ones. What happens to your body when you step into one of these?
So really, when you think about sauna, the main thing that jumps out at you is that it's going to be a hot room, right? And our skin will recognize this, and it will increase its skin blood flow. So our skin blood flow will start to increase, and that will bring this hot from our skin into our deeper body tissues. That will eventually warm our body up, and your body temperature will take a while to rise, and that will increase our heart rate, as well as how forcefully the heart contracts, which is healthy for the heart, and even the pattern of blood flow by which it goes through our blood vessels shifts from a less healthy pattern that we see during sedentary behavior to what we see during exercise, and you start to sweat.
So you are actively putting stress on the body, and this is a good thing.
Yes, that's the whole idea. If we think about exercise, right, exercise is really a stress. But if you then allow time to recover and adapt to that stress, then you're going to be healthier afterwards. And the same things with heat stress. So there are stresses to your body that challenge your body, and as your body adapts to those stresses, you become more healthy.
How hot does a traditional sauna normally get?
I'd say the normal range of temperatures people will use them is about 80 to 100 degrees Celsius.
And they're hotter at the top than the bottom, aren't they?
Very true. They tend to be hotter at the top because heat rises, and then down by the feet it's going to be lower. So in many larger saunas, you may have different levels by which you can sit, and if you sit higher, certainly you'll be in the higher heat.
And onto those infrared saunas then, how are they different from the traditional ones?
So if we think about traditional first, as I mentioned before, they're very hot, right? They can get up to 100 degrees Celsius or even higher. And really they're kind of heating you from the outside in, right? So the room is very hot and your body temperature is going to rise. A far infrared sauna is going to operate at a lower temperature, and you typically want to get into them when they're about 40 degrees Celsius or so. And it uses these electromagnetic waves, which are part of the light spectrum, and those are going to penetrate into your tissues. And the depth of those tissues has been an area of debate, but the far infrared light is going to penetrate into your tissues, and it's going to warm you from the inside out. So then, as you're sitting there and these infrared panels are on,
an infrared sauna, like a jacket potato, but yeah, it feels a lot more comfortable in an infrared than a dry sauna, definitely.
Chris, the infrared can only penetrate so far, it sounds like, but the finished sauna doesn't penetrate at all, does it? So could you argue actually that if you're looking to get heat into your core and have it penetrate, then actually infrared is better?
it's an interesting way of thinking about it, but the bottom line is this. When we get into a very hot room, our skin is going to react to that higher temperature, and it's going to increase its blood flow. That skin is going to heat the deeper body tissue, and that blood will be in contact with everywhere, every single organ in your body. And so from that perspective, heating from the outside in, but the temperatures are so high from our skin that we're going to start seeing this rise in body temperature.
Interesting. Let's put some specific figures on the costs of a few of these infrared saunas, Paul. The core two-person model from the company Nook goes for £2,100. Lumi Pro is £3,500. I believe the one you tried was a Sunlight and M-Pulse infrared sauna.
Was, yeah.
12.5 grand! It's giving me a cold sweat, never mind a hot one. It seems like what you're paying for is at least partly the sturdy construction rather than the infrared, because you can buy home finished saunas in the same price range. I saw an interesting idea from Nook. They allow you to rent their sauna, so you can try before you buy. And if you end up wanting to buy it, you can deduct the rent from the overall price. They almost hooked me in with that. And then I learned that the infrared sauna needs to go indoors.
Yeah, and that's one of the issues I have as well. I don't have a lot of space in the house, which is why I've been tempted more to go for a dry sauna outside.
Those are the costs to buy the infrared sauna. There are then, of course, the running costs to consider as well. So our brilliant researcher Phil has been running some numbers based on the advertised power ratings and the UK electricity price cap as of April 2026. I'm hoping you're picking up your pen for this bit. He found that the ones we looked at will have a maximum cost of anywhere from 26 to 59 pence per hour to run.
Yeah.
Although they may well use less than max power in reality. 26 to 59p an hour?
Yeah.
Doesn't sound like too much.
No, that sounds better than a gym membership, I guess.
Yeah. Chris, some of these infrared saunas make a point of saying that they use far infrared that you've mentioned. Some of them say that they are full spectrum.
The idea from a full spectrum is you get the near, the mid, and the far infrared. There's been claims that with near infrared, that helps to decrease acne as well as to improve tightness of the skin because it's only penetrating a little bit in there. The far infrared will penetrate deeper into the tissues and warm the body up.
So I'm really interested to get into some of these benefits. And the first one you mentioned was cardiovascular benefits. You mentioned earlier, Chris, that is one of the key things you see change when you go into a sauna. Your heart rate goes up, your blood flow changes. And you said that those cardiovascular changes are good for us. That stress is good for us. Lots of the products claim similar things. So to just take one product, the MyoMaster MyoSauna Infrared, they say that it, quote, mimics the effects of moderate intensity cardio by increasing heart rate, improving circulation and lowering blood pressure. Over time, it can support vascular elasticity and heart health without the physical strain of exercise. It's especially useful for those with sedentary jobs or limited mobility. Chris, can going in an infrared sauna mimic or even replace exercise in this way?
From a cardiovascular standpoint, I would say yes, absolutely. The heart rate increases, an indication that your body is being put through some kind of stress. Your heart will beat more forcefully. You have to redistribute blood flow throughout your body. You're going to increase your skin blood flow, you start sweating, and even the pattern by which blood flows to your blood vessels is going to change from a less healthy, like sedentary, to a more healthy pattern that we see. This is exactly the same as the exercise.
What about the claim of lowering blood pressure? I saw a lot of manufacturers making that one.
There's clear evidence that sauna use in most individuals will result in improvements in blood pressure. So lower blood pressure on the order of anywhere from like 5 to 10 millimeters mercury is pretty common to see in certain patient groups.
And just to be really clear, Chris, we're talking about any type of sauna here, both dry and infrared.
To an extent, yes. I would say that the research is much stronger for the traditional Finnish saunas. There is growing evidence that far infrared can have some of the same benefits.
How much does your core temperature have to go up?
That's a great question. In general, we like to see the deeper body temperature rise by about at least a half, if not 1 full degree Celsius. So a traditional sauna session, if you think about your 20 to 30 minutes, maybe broken up by a couple short breaks, we will typically see the deeper body temperature or core temperature rise up by about 1 degree C, maybe 1.5 degrees C. In the far infrared saunas, in the same time frame, so 30 minutes or so in the far infrared sauna, we'll typically only see maybe a half a degree Celsius rise in deeper body temperature at most, so it's quite a bit less than the traditional sauna. And if you stay in a far infrared sauna long enough, then you can get your body temperature up to about a degree Celsius. And now we're talking about upwards of an hour or even longer. Whereas in a traditional dry sauna, you're going to get up quite a bit quicker.
So, in the cardiovascular benefits then, Paul, it sounds like they could be considerable for saunas in general, but you really need that rise in core body temperature. You'll get that quicker in a dry sauna than you will a far infrared sauna. So what do you think?
I think dry sauna sounds to me like it could be the winner there.
Were you surprised by the equivalence to exercise?
Yeah, and that's pretty good, to be honest. I enjoy exercise, but to know that you could go in the sauna that is similar to an exercise session, it's good to know.
Can you put a figure on that, Chris? How does it compare to, say, going for a run?
Sure, trying to make an equivalency between how far someone runs can be really, really difficult. I work with elite runners, and they're running a 10K is their warm-up, where for me, running a 10K would be my weekend-long runs. But I will say that for the general population who are not true regular exercisers, then being in a sauna for about 30 minutes and raising your body temperature up about a degree Celsius would probably be equivalent of doing a couple miles of running. And I do want to be clear that there are a lot of benefits to exercising you don't get in a sauna. For instance, the skeletal muscle health, the neurovascular adaptations, those kind of things. So those are kind of differences that we'll have with exercise versus sauna.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not a stop exercising, do sauna argument.
It's a shame.
Listener Wendy also flagged that these saunas sometimes promise to help with weight loss. Vidalux say it's, quote, scientifically proven that saunas can help with weight loss, and Sunlighten again say that their far infrared sauna is clinically shown to do so. They feel like quite strong claims, Chris. Do you agree?
I agree, those are strong claims. And the bottom line is this, is if you're going to sit in a sauna, you do raise your metabolic rate a little bit, but it's very, very small amount, not nearly as much as you will see typically with significant exercise. And so that's all they're claiming, is that you can burn a few more calories, but this is very, very small amount. So the claims really about using any form of sauna and weight loss really does not hold.
What about when it comes to joint pain, especially from arthritis? That was something a few listeners asked about. Any evidence that saunas can help with that, Chris?
Yeah, the evidence for that really comes from the idea that when you warm your tissue up, molecules get upregulated, and that can help decrease inflammation. So there is some evidence that we can decrease some of the discomfort and the inflammation in joints.
But really it comes down to the fact that you're heating the joint, which is something that you might look to do outside of a sauna anyway.
Yes, yeah.
On to the next big class of claims. Detoxification, a popular word in the world of wellness. The company Willoughby say that saunas make you, quote, release toxins from the pores, thereby invigorating and purifying your body. Chris, these claims seem to be about sweating rather than increasing your core temperature to a certain level.
That's correct. What they're claiming is that if you have clogged pores or dirty skin, then sweating may help carry some of that out. But realistically, if you clean your skin really well, you shower and you scrub, you're going to have the same benefits. There's actually a side effect or a side risk that if your pores are clogged or they have some bacteria in there and then you're sweating, they can actually make it worse. So we really don't have toxins in our body that are going to be expressed out through our sweat. The closest it's going to happen is going to be through urine and through feces. That's how we get rid of almost all the toxins in our body through our liver and our kidneys, but you're certainly not going to be sweating out a lot of toxins.
I'd like to ask you about skin, Chris. Willoughby say that the benefits of sweating, quote, helps to rejuvenate your skin, and that, quote, consistent use of a sauna can help improve skin tone, reduce acne, and leave your skin looking smoother and more vibrant. Chris, has sauna been linked to skin benefits?
So let's separate the sauna use into the near-infrared sauna and the far-infrared sauna. So the near-infrared sauna, there is some mild evidence that you can increase the collagen content and you can improve the skin blood flow to an extent with near-infrared. But usually people are doing the far-infrared sauna. And so the only real benefit you're going to see is when you sweat, your skin's going to glow a little bit more. The skin will become a little bit more hydrated as you sweat. The external drier layers, typically your skin will sweat a little more. They might puff up a little bit. So I'd say that the claims companies make are probably well beyond what there is, but I think there is some small benefit that can be seen with healthier or cleaner skin through the use of sauna.
So we've spoken predominantly around the physical health claims, but you have mentioned a few times, Chris, the kind of effects of just being in a sauna, the general relaxation, right? They're nice places to be, aren't they, Paul?
Yeah, especially if they've got a TV screen in them.
I bet. Some manufacturers make specific claims about their saunas reducing stress. Lumi, for example, say that their, quote, soothing heat helps lower cortisol levels to reduce anxiety, improve your mood, and promote a sense of calm. Chris, is there anything else going on here beyond this relaxation? Can blasts in a hot sauna help our mental health?
There's a lot more information coming out now about mental health benefits of sauna. And there is growing evidence that heat therapy, if done regularly over the long term, results in humans now. They're very difficult studies to get at. And again, I will emphasize that if you're going to be doing a far infrared sauna, we're talking about a bigger, longer stress you have to do. So you have to be in there for longer to raise that body core temperature up. But this isn't, I would say, to replace if someone's depressed or has high anxiety. There's still other ways to try and deal with that. But I think sauna is definitely in the toolkit of showing some real benefits.
Paul, you asked about longevity. Did you listen to our 100th episode of Sliced Bread? All about longevity supplements.
I did, yes.
One thing that many people like Brian Johnson are keen on is a daily sauna session. So, Chris, can a sauna a day keep aging away?
The evidence at this point suggests that regular sauna use can help increase longevity. And it's going to be partly from this cardiovascular and metabolic benefits that you can get from regular sauna use. And that's going to help delay or decrease the aging effects on your cardiovascular and metabolic health. And I will say that the science is much better on the traditional sauna as far as these large studies that have shown improvements in longevity. But I do think that the evidence is starting to build now for the far infrared.
Is there anyone or any groups of people who should be advised to stay clear of saunas?
Anyone who has an underlying cardiovascular disease, and one of the risks certainly of doing any kind of sauna that's going to raise your body temperature up is that your skin blood flow will increase, your blood pressure will temporarily drop, especially after you're done. So there's a risk of having low blood pressure and fainting spells for people.
That's an important note. Before we wrap up this episode, I'd like your thoughts, Chris, on two other products. The first is the sauna blankets that listener Rhiannon mentioned. These essentially look like a sleeping bag. The idea looks to be that you plug them in to preheat them, then you climb inside. The brands are clear to advise that you wear long sleeves, full trousers and socks to protect your skin and absorb sweat. And they suggest you lie in them for 30 minutes or so. It looks like some can reach pretty high temperatures. The Sense Saunalux blanket, costing 380 quid, says it can be adjusted up to 75 degrees, which is around traditional sauna temperatures. Chris, what do you think of these?
If they're truly raising your body temperature up and someone is sweating, then there's going to be some health benefits from it. Absolutely. I did speak to my colleague, Dr. Ashley Mason, and she's doing a lot of the mental health benefits with saunas, and she's using sauna blankets, and she gets a pretty good heat stress. We're talking at least 45 minutes to an hour in these sauna blankets, and she's seeing some real benefits from the mental health, just like we would with other saunas. But to Paul's point earlier, going in, being comfortable and feeling relaxed and being in a nice environment, at least for me, being in a sleeping bag and sweating in my clothes isn't as comforting to me as being in a room, hopefully by myself and quiet. But I don't want to say they're not going to have some benefits. If they're raising your body temperature up and you are having some sweating, you will have some benefits.
Interesting. I mean, technically with a sauna, you're opting to sit in a small room in your own sweat. So, you know, it's just a proximity thing.
It is. I think the advantage, though, when you're in a room where it's relatively dry is you are sweating, but that sweat is evaporating. It's going away from your body.
Yeah. Okay. Penultimate question, which listener Adrian asked. If the benefits are essentially about heating your body up, could you just have a warm bath?
Absolutely. The challenge with baths is just that as you sit in a hot bath, you can raise your body temperature up, but then that temperature of the water will start dropping down a little bit. So as long as you're keeping the water temperature up within a hot but comfortable range, you can absolutely get the benefits. In fact, water is an excellent way to gain heat because water is a better conductor of heat than air is. So if you have water against your skin, just think about a hot tub or a hot bath, then you can absolutely increase your body temperature quite rapidly.
It's time for the final question, Chris. Are saunas that are promising to improve your blood flow, detoxify your skin, soothe your muscles, even make you live longer, are they the best thing since sliced bread, or are they marketing BS?
Well, that's a challenging question because I think that if you look at all the benefits that they're claiming, it's somewhere in the middle. I do believe that there are health benefits for longevity, cardiovascular health, metabolic benefits to any type of heat therapy that people are doing. But I will say that some of the marketing that's being done is well beyond what is capable by heat therapy.
Okay, and that's sauna in general. What about infrared saunas?
I think infrared saunas definitely have their place, and a lot of people really like them because they're more comfortable at those temperatures that they run. And if they're in there long enough and they're getting their body temperature up where they're actually sweating and feeling like, hey, yeah, I feel quite warm or I feel hot, then I think there's going to be benefit for them for sure.
And if I added sauna blankets and a hot bath to the list, where would you rank them in their effectiveness?
What I would say is that the best evidence is for traditional dry sauna. That's first and foremost. We've done a lot of work, probably more than anyone else in the world at this point, on looking at hot tubs, and we've seen some real benefits from hot tubs as well. Third, I would then put the infrared saunas, just because there's less evidence for it at this point, granted building evidence. And then I think there's a place for sauna blankets, but I just think the regular use of that is going to be a little challenging just because it's just not going to be as comfortable.
So, Paul, final question goes to you. You know, you're someone who's plugged into the health scene, you're into your wellness. Are you going to add a sauna to your list, and if so, what type?
The answer is yes, definitely. And I think I'll go with Chris and get myself a dry sauna.
Traditional?
Yeah, definitely.
Great choice.
Well, with that, I shall wrap up this episode of Sliced Bread. A big thank you to Paul and Chris for joining me. And if you are listening to this and thinking, Greg, I have a wonder product I would really like you to investigate, please do send it over, either on email to sliced.bread@bbc.co.uk or as a message or a voice note on WhatsApp to 07543 306 807. Next time, hair removal devices. We've had a lot of requests about devices promising painless, longer-lasting hair removal using intense pulsed light. Do they work? Are they safe? And how long can they leave you hairless for? I'll be finding out. See ya.
Sliced Bread was presented by Greg Foot and produced by Simon Hoban. It's an Audio North production for Radio 4. The World at One is coming up next, but first, to take a look at the weather, we're joined now by Darren Bett.
Thanks very much, Amanda. Good afternoon. The rest of the day will bring a mixture of sunny intervals. There'll also be a few showers around. Most of them, I think, will be in Scotland. There'll be a south to southwesterly breeze as well. It will turn more cloudy, though, across southwest England, Wales and Northern Ireland later on in the day, and there could be a little rain arriving here as well as the next weather system starts to arrive in from the Atlantic. Temperatures this afternoon across northern and western parts of the UK are going to be around 13 or 14 degrees again. Across the Midlands, East Anglia and the southeast of England, 16 or 17 degrees is quite likely. During this evening and overnight, then, we're going to find this cloud and outbreaks of rain, mostly light and patchy, heading northwards and eastwards across the UK. There'll be very little rain again across southeastern parts of England. The wettest weather is likely to be across western Scotland and Northern Ireland. But with a breeze blowing and a lot of cloud around, it's going to be a mild night, temperatures 8 to 10 degrees minimum. Heading into tomorrow, we're going to follow a band of rain, which could be very heavy for a while, pushing its way eastwards. Now, it will move more quickly across Scotland and Northern Ireland, but move more slowly into England and Wales. We start with this band of rain early in the morning, actually, in Northern Ireland, but very quickly it'll move away, and then we'll get some sunshine following before the showers arrive from the west by the latter part of the morning, continuing into the afternoon with a blustery wind. Some of the showers could be heavy in Northern Ireland as well. In Scotland, we'll have the cloudy, wet weather around to begin with. It will push its way eastwards through the morning. Again, there'll be some sunshine following, and it's in western parts of Scotland in the afternoon that we'll see these blustering showers. Across England and Wales, we start with the rain pushing into western parts of England and Wales, but it only moves very slowly eastwards. It'll probably turn drier and sunnier across much of northern England and Wales during the afternoon, but the rain only gets across towards the Midlands and across Lincolnshire, East Anglia and the south east. It's likely to stay dry with some sunshine at times tomorrow. Temperatures here getting up to a healthy 17 or 18 degrees again, but elsewhere temperatures will be nearer 13 to 15 Celsius.
Thanks very much, Darren. Darren Bett at the BBC Weather Centre.
When history comes to life in your living room, when you're shown the artist behind the art, when you get a front row seat at a spectacular performance.
Oh, brilliant, amazing.
Come on, let's get a standing ovation. Set the jam off.
We'll throw the cameras then.
Nothing brings us together like great TV. And the TV license covers you to watch all TV channels, plus BBC iPlayer, full of life and arts and culture coverage. It also funds everything you love from the BBC, including Radio 4. Search TV license together.
On FM, on sounds and on your smart speaker. This is BBC Radio 4. Hello and welcome to The World at One with me, Sarah Montague. The government game plans for a prolonged war in Iran. The chair of the National Preparedness Committee tells us we should all be doing the same.
Some of the absolute minimums are making sure that you've got a working torch, making sure you've got a fully stocked first aid box, perhaps a wound-up radio. These are for major crises.
Also on The World at One, Israel says historic talks are due to take place with Lebanon today. We'll hear from a former Lebanese minister. The Prime Minister tells tech bosses in Downing Street they're putting our children at risk and things can't go on like this. We report from Sweden, where schools are going back to basics.
Now we're going more towards the 60s again. It is more books, pens, papers.
And?
Obviously they're not going to dig it back up. Well, Scots for right Wally, isn't it?
An index for regional swear words. Why? The BBC News is read by Alan Smith.
The UK's development and rollout of vaccines during the pandemic has been called an extraordinary feat by the COVID-19 inquiry. The biggest immunisation programme in British history is believed to have saved hundreds of thousands of lives. The inquiry's fourth report also had warnings about vaccine hesitancy, misinformation and support for those who've been harmed by the jabs. Here's our health correspondent Nick Triggle.
The development and deployment of COVID vaccines was unprecedented. 132 million jabs were given in 2021 across the UK. By one measure, they saved over 475,000 lives. The inquiry called it one of the two great successes of the pandemic, along with the way the UK identified treatments for those seriously ill with the virus. The positive comments contrast with the first three reports that were highly critical of the government's planning, decision-making and management of the NHS. But this report does contain criticisms. It said the lower vaccine uptake in poorer communities and among some ethnic minority groups was predictable and could have been better mitigated. More must also be done to counter misinformation and rebuild trust in all vaccines. And the current vaccine damage payment scheme needed reforming with higher payouts for the rare cases of harm, the inquiry said.
Lebanon's president has reiterated that a ceasefire would be a necessary starting point for any direct negotiations with Israel. President Trump and an Israeli minister had said talks between the leaders of the two countries would start today, but that hasn't been confirmed by Beirut. Meanwhile, fighting in southern Lebanon has continued, as our Middle East correspondent Yolande Nell reports from Jerusalem.
In an overnight social media post, President Trump said he was taking a little breathing room between Israel and Lebanon, noting that their two leaders hadn't spoken in decades. He said that was about to change. An Israeli minister then told Army Radio that Benjamin Netanyahu was scheduled to speak today with Lebanon's president. However, Beirut hasn't given the same confirmation. And a statement from Joseph Aoun's office said a requested ceasefire would be the natural starting point for direct negotiations between the two countries, which have no diplomatic relations. Previously, Israel has ruled out a ceasefire without the Iran-backed Lebanese armed group Hezbollah being disarmed. In southern Lebanon, intense fighting has continued between Israel and Hezbollah, and reports say Israel has destroyed another key bridge.
The Secretary of State for Business, Peter Kyle, has said the public should be reassured that the government is making plans for the impact of the Iran war. A leaked government document in the Times newspaper suggested there could be potential food shortages. Our business correspondent Emma Simpson reports.
Peter Kyle confirmed this morning that the government had been rehearsing worst-case scenarios. According to the Times, officials are concerned that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz could restrict the supply of CO2, which is widely used in the food industry. A government source told the BBC that food shortages were unlikely, but the choice of products on the shelves could be affected. Last month, ministers decided to shore up UK CO2 supplies by temporarily restarting a mothballed plant in Teesside. The boss of Tesco, the UK's biggest supermarket, has said none of its suppliers had flagged any concerns so far, and the business had not yet seen any meaningful impact on food inflation, excluding fuel, since the conflict began.
The UK economy grew by 0.5% in February, its fastest pace for more than 2 years, according to the Office for National Statistics. The data was collected before the Iran war, which has driven up energy prices and raised concerns about a possible global recession. The Court of Appeal has quashed the conviction of a man jailed in 2019 for the murder of the university lecturer in Buckinghamshire. At the time, the prosecution argued that Benjamin Field, who was a church warden, had been spiking the whiskey of 69-year-old Peter Farker and administering tranquilizer drugs in the hope that his death would look like suicide or an accident. At a later hearing, Mr. Field's lawyers said there was no evidence of this, and the appeal judges ordered a retrial. The waiting list for routine NHS treatment in England has fallen to its lowest level for 3 years. Figures released today estimate that 7.22 million treatments were waiting to be carried out at the end of February, 30,000 fewer than in January. But key targets for treatment to commence are still being missed. Here's our health editor, Hugh Pym.
The waiting list for planned operations and appointments has now fallen for the fourth month in succession after felt longer for most of last year. The key pledge set by the government is that 92% of patients should start treatment within 18 weeks by the end of this Parliament. The latest figure is 62.6%. This is still short of an interim target of 65% by the time the next stats are published in May. NHS England said March was the busiest ever month for A&E attendances, with the meningitis outbreak creating a marked increase in concerned patients coming in, though no outbreaks were detected outside Kent.
The exact location of William Shakespeare's only property in London has been pinpointed to a street in the Blackfriars area in the city after a researcher discovered a centuries-old floor plan. It's long been thought the playwright bought the house as an investment and retired soon afterwards, but the paperwork suggests he may have intended to stay there and keep working. Lucy Munro, who is Professor of Shakespeare at King's College London, said her discovery showed there's still more to learn about him.
It's really strange, though. We get very used to thinking that most of the work on Shakespeare's biography has been done because so many scholars have pored over the materials, going back to the 18th century. But there are still things that survive and things that haven't really been looked at, which is, I think, exciting.
That was Lucy Munro from King's College London.
Thanks very much. There was good news from Tesco this morning, not just for themselves, that profits are up, but also for us, that they're not seeing food inflation yet, nor any issues with food shortages. But that prospect is being considered by the government. Officials have drawn up contingency plans for what would happen in the UK if the Strait of Hormuz is still closed in June, something they consider is a reasonable worst-case scenario. Although a government source stressed to BBC's Newsnight that the planning was not a prediction of what could happen, and did not suggest there would be a lack of food supplies. Still, the chair of the Independent National Preparedness Committee told us that every household should be thinking of how we prepare. So we thought it worth considering what the possible effects on the UK would be if the Strait of Hormuz was still closed in June. One of the biggest problems identified in the government's exercise is the likely shortage of carbon dioxide, which would have very wide consequences, as Tim Lang, Emeritus Professor of Food Policy at City University of London, explained to us.
CO2 is absolutely essential to how the food economy works at the moment. It's used in refrigeration, in butchery, in transporting food. It's an essential but hidden ingredient. The public's not aware of it at all, but everyone in industry is highly aware of it. And for some time now, for the last 10 years, there's been growing concern that Britain's sources of CO2 have narrowed. It's got down at one point to just one major source. That means it's a vulnerable situation, and that's what this report today is bringing up. We're going to be talking about food defense and food diversification and food variety, and engaging the public in that discussion, not to frighten them, but to prepare them.
It explains why last month the government said it would invest £100 million in reopening a carbon dioxide plant on Teesside. There could also be consequences for the NHS, and particularly our supply of medicines. Mark Samuels, Chief Executive at Medicines UK, told us about how the war is impacting medicine stocks.
While we've not got immediate medicine shortages arising from the Iran situation, that's due to stock we've got that's already held in UK warehouses. As we move to replenish those medicine stocks, it's hit by two issues. The first is that transport costs have tripled, and the second issue is that some of the chemicals used for manufacturing pharmaceutical ingredients are already in very short supply, and that's because they, in some cases, start from a petrochemical base. So we've not got widespread shortages at the moment, but if the conflict continues, inevitably we're going to see rising prices or shortages of essential medicines, or both, and that could be as soon as the next several weeks' time.
Well, one area already affected is fuel. In the past few minutes, the head of the International Energy Agency has warned that Europe has maybe 6 weeks of jet fuel left. Nick Butler is a former head of strategy at BP who knows what it's like in government because he was a special advisor to Gordon Brown, and he told us about the impact on the fuel industry.
There seems to be plenty of petrol, but the beginnings of a real physical shortage of diesel and of jet fuel. And that, I think, will now feed through as we run into the period when tankers have stopped coming through Hormuz to any of the world market. And that's going to affect us, and it's going to affect businesses that particularly depend on those products. If this is to go on, and that looks all too likely at the moment, I think you'll see an effect right across the economy. You'll see prices of all oil and gas products in petrochemicals, for vehicles, for key sectors going up, and that will squeeze people's margins. It will make them try to increase prices to consumers, and I think it'll have an overall negative effect on the economy.
The Labour peer, Lord Harris, Toby Harris, chairs the National Preparedness Committee. It's an independent body which promotes UK readiness to avoid and respond to major shocks. I asked him what would worry him most about a scenario where the Strait of Hormuz stays closed until June.
The way in which the government approaches these sorts of risks and these sorts of threats is to look at what it calls a sort of reasonable worst-case scenario. And quite clearly, it's not always the most obvious things that create the biggest problems. So obviously, we are all on top of the issue that oil supplies, in terms of gas supplies and so on, we know about that and people are thinking about them. But then there are all the less obvious things. For example, supplies of urea for fertilizers, the question of CO2, which has been focused on by what we've just heard. Those are the sorts of things where people have really got to start planning and thinking ahead. And this means the government calling in the food suppliers, the big supermarkets, local authorities, all of these to look at what can be done to mitigate the consequences and also to manage the effects.
Right. I mean, we have Tesco, of course, this morning, the boss of Tesco, saying that they have no issues with food availability now, because one of the suggestions down the line is that there could be shortages of, for example, chicken and pork, and that the effects of carbon dioxide restrictions could affect lots of other foods. I mean, they're saying they're in good shape. This is the sort of don't worry now, we've just got to prepare for things if they get worse.
Absolutely. The big supermarkets in particular, they work on the basis of ensuring that they can keep the supermarkets stocked. The reality is that these are pressures which will become more and more intense if this particular crisis goes on. And the reality is that we all have to prepare for the unexpected. And the likelihood is that shocks of this sort are going to become more common, more frequent in the future. So the more that we test how we manage under various sorts of scenarios, the better that's going to be. It's part of whole of society, whole of system preparedness.
Now, when you think of something like food, as long as we've got some food, we can, we might not have the variety, but we can find something to eat, one presumes. Are there things, though, that you need to prioritise? And I'm thinking, for example, of medicines, where actually the government will need to say, if we're going to run short of carbon dioxide, we need to restrict its use first, and first for what medicines or vaccines are required.
And that's precisely the assessment that I assume is going on now. What do we need to focus on? If you like, it's the concept of what are the most important things that the government needs to secure, or for that matter, an individual business, an individual industry, or, coming down to it, an individual household. What really matters? What do we need to make sure is protected? And sometimes difficult choices will have to be made. I hope we're not close to having to make those difficult choices, but the reality is we ought to start planning for them, or at least being aware of how we would make those decisions if the time comes.
Do you think we are in a worse situation now? I mean, partly because of what we've been through, but basically because of government decisions in recent years.
I think what you've had over the last 15, maybe longer years, is a hollowing out of the government's readiness to deal with unexpected issues. As I said, there's been a sort of general trend, in the name of efficiency sometimes, to remove redundant supplies, to remove duplication and so on. So that may make us more efficient, but it doesn't give us the resilience that we all need.
To create resilience, one of the things you might think is, well, I will stockpile. Well, I mean, let's use loo roll, because that's what happened in the COVID pandemic. Or it could be water, or it could be food. If I stockpile this, I'm more resilient. That, though, is presumably not the advice that people should be given.
Yeah, what you don't want are people rushing to the stores, panic buying, stripping the shelves, which means that those that are fractionally slower
are going to miss out, and it's then even more difficult for the supermarkets to keep things stocked. But other countries provide household advice which says, think about what you would need to sustain your household for 2 days, 3 days, maybe even a week. And encouraging people, not everyone will be able to do it. Some people haven't got the money, some people haven't got the storage space. What would you put aside, and what's a sensible thing to put aside?
Right, but that's what you'd like to see the government do, sending leaflets, giving advice to every household to, I'm going to use the word stockpile, because that presumably is what it is, although everyone warns against panic buying, but it is stockpiling.
In Sweden, every household has a booklet. If crisis or war comes, what you're hoping for is a situation in which every household has at least thought about these issues, and every household which is better prepared, that's one less household that government has to worry about.
What do you have in your basement, can I ask?
I'm not sure I've got sufficient bottled water, but some of the absolute minimums are making sure that you've got a working torch, making sure you've got a fully stocked first aid box, one where you've replaced items as they've been used, perhaps a wind-up radio. These are for major crises. And then, of course, some tinned food, some staples and so on.
Wind-up radio essential.
We've got to be able to listen to Radio 4.
Indeed, Lord Harris there. Well, coming up, will private credit cause the next financial crisis? Evan and I will try to figure that out. Do get in touch. Social media, #BBCWatto. Email address, worldwide@bbc.co.uk. Now, a member of Israel's Security Cabinet says their Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will speak to the Lebanese President Joseph Aoun today. It would be the first conversation between the country's leaders in more than 30 years. Lebanon has not confirmed that call will happen, but said that the president has spoken to the U.S. Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. There are reports that Israel is under pressure from the U.S. to end its offensive against Hezbollah in Lebanon so that a peace deal can be secured with Iran. This morning, Israel destroyed a bridge linking southern Lebanon with the rest of the country. Yolande Nell is our Middle East correspondent and joins us from Jerusalem. And Yolande, what do we know about this supposed call between Benjamin Netanyahu and Lebanon?
Well, it all starts in a typical fashion with a late-night post by President Trump, which is quite short on details. But, if a phone conversation does indeed take place between Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Lebanon's President Joseph Aoun, as he is suggesting is supposed to happen today, saying he's been seeking a little breathing room between these two countries. Their leaders haven't spoken in decades. This will have really historic significance because...
Yolande, I'm going to interrupt you because even as you've been speaking, we've just been told, understand from Reuters that two Lebanese officials are saying that the Lebanese embassy in Washington informed the U.S. administration that the Lebanese president would not speak to the Israeli Prime Minister. So they seem to be denying what Israel is saying is going to happen. There is no call planned between the Lebanese president and Israeli Prime Minister in the near future, according to 3 Lebanese officials, as reported by Reuters.
Yeah, that would not be a surprise because we already had indications from Beirut from our colleagues there that there was no scheduled call, and there was a statement that came from Joseph Aoun's office that said requested the ceasefire that they have been requesting between Israel and Hezbollah. That would be the natural starting point for direct negotiations between the two countries. Instead of going straight up to the sort of highest level of engagement with Israel, something which is really has long been a kind of taboo. It's a very sensitive thing for a Lebanese president to do. And so, what we do really, I think, have an indication of here is how much there is a push in the region. We know that Iran has been really pushing for Lebanon to be included in any wider regional peace deal, and the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament has been a key player in the talks, which the US and mediators are trying to sort of get together to get US and Iran talking again. Mohammed Ghaliba, he has said that a ceasefire in Lebanon is as important as in Iran. He put that out in a statement on Telegram.
Yolande Nell, thanks very much. Well, let's turn to Firas Abiad, who's a former Minister for Public Health in Lebanon, now back working in the medical sector, I believe as a surgeon. Firas Abiad, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, sir.
I mean, what is the feeling in Lebanon about whether this call should go ahead or not?
Well, I think that the most important thing in Lebanon now is the ceasefire. I think that the people have suffered a lot, and everybody is really expecting that this to be, as the president said, the starting point of these unprecedented negotiations that will take place. And it will allow the government to have some momentum that it can use in continuing its disarming Hezbollah steps that it has started several months ago.
Okay, well, help us understand that, because we're waiting for this phone call. Lebanon is saying that isn't going to happen. Would it be your expectation that it just has to happen at a more junior level before it ramps up to the president?
I think that the contact between both countries have already happened in Washington, as we also. I think now what is important is not the level of communication. I think what has happened, what Lebanon is expecting, really is to show something on the ground. The Lebanese president has to show to the people that this, what is considered here in Lebanon a major concession, which is a direct talk between Lebanon and Israel. They have to show that there is something that Lebanon will get as a starting point, which is a ceasefire.
I mean, the Israeli argument on this is that the Lebanese government is, even if it wanted to, it's not capable of disarming Hezbollah. How do you... Sorry, no, do go ahead. What is your response to that?
Well, the Israelis themselves said that they, and we are talking about one of the mightiest armies in the world, cannot find a military solution to Hezbollah. The Israeli army itself cannot find a military solution to Hezbollah. Therefore, clearly, the solution to the Hezbollah arms issue has to be internal, and it has to be a dialogue. There is no way that the Lebanese government will enforce a military solution. But for the government, which has the support of the majority of the Lebanese, on this issue of having, the only actor in Lebanon to have the use of arms is the Lebanese state. For it to have that, the steps that it has been taken, like disarming Hezbollah in the south of Litani, like the plans to disarm the rest of the country, like outlawing Hezbollah's military wing, there has to be some reciprocity. Now, unfortunately, up till now, Israel has been following a maximalist agenda, and there hasn't been any concession. On the contrary, the raids have increased, indiscriminate. The occupation of lands has expanded. A minister from Israel is saying that they are calling for annexation of Lebanese lands. So it makes it very difficult for the Lebanese government to follow with what it's doing.
So what, do you think that unless Israel pulls back, pulls out of Lebanon completely, the Lebanese government cannot...
No, this is not what the Lebanese government is saying. But what is important is that this ceasefire is a very important first step. You cannot, the Lebanese government cannot talk about disarming Hezbollah, where at the same time Israel is continuing with its indiscriminate attacks on civilians, on healthcare workers, on hospitals. Just this tonight, Israel, for the second time, attacked the only operational hospital in the most southern areas of the south. It attacked first responders. It attacked medical personnel. The Lebanese government cannot, with all of these ongoing, appears to be it's only focused on disarming Hezbollah.
That was a triple strike where medical workers were killed. Firas Abiad, thank you very much for talking to us. Now, the Prime Minister summoned senior figures from Meta, TikTok, Google and X to Downing Street this morning and told them social media is putting our children at risk and things can't go on like this. This clip was recorded from the start of the meeting.
The status quo simply cannot be allowed to stand. And it's clear to me that parents aren't asking us for tweaks at the edges, and obviously companies have to grip this, because frankly, if they can't, it becomes increasingly difficult to argue that these platforms should be part of childhood at all.
Well, his comments come as many countries around the world are increasingly questioning the value and damage that screen-based devices are having on society. In Sweden, one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world, laptops or tablets for every pupil have been the norm in their classrooms for almost a decade. Now, though, schools are pivoting back to physical books, pens and paper. The shift follows government concerns about falling international test scores and the impact of heavy screen use on pupils' learning. Not everyone is convinced that it is the right approach, as Maddie Savage reports from Sickla, just outside Stockholm.
In this former industrial suburb near Stockholm, high school pupils are unpacking laptops alongside things that weren't around as much a few years ago: physical books and printed coursework. Here's Alexis and Ludwig, who are 18 and in their final year.
In some classes, for example, mathematics, I've noticed we've used more books during the later years than computers.
What about you?
For me, there's definitely been a big change. So basically my whole life I've been using tablets, computers, phones. When we have a pencil and a paper and a book, you need to do it all yourself.
My name is Karina Miko. I teach English and Spanish. So 15 years ago, the government said use laptops. Now we're in the digital era in Sweden. Whereas now we're going more towards the 60s again. It is more books, pens, papers.
This U-turn in one of the world's most digital societies started here at Sweden's parliament. In 2023, a new right-wing coalition made this announcement. From skärm till perm. It's a catchy rhyme in Swedish, and in English it translates to from screen to binder. Ministers asked teachers to cut screen time for school pupils and reverse the requirement for preschools to use digital devices. Changes to the school curriculum are due in 2028, designed to support more textbook-based learning.
My name is Joar Fjell, and we're in the Swedish Parliament, just outside the chamber.
Joar is education spokesperson for the Liberal Party, which oversees Sweden's education ministry. He says the change is being driven by academic research about screens' potential to distract pupils, impact how they process information, and even affect brain development.
I think Sweden is usually early adopters. We think that's a competitive edge for Sweden. So I think we jumped on that train very, very fast. That was a mistake, but we're changing it back.
Schools have been given extra money to buy textbooks and asked to employ librarians again. And mobile phones are set to be banned from all classrooms from this August. The government hopes the approach can help reverse Sweden's tumbling test scores in the world's largest school survey, PISA, run by the OECD. But the dramatic shift is attracting some criticism in this tech-savvy nation. Last year, 27 education and computer science academics wrote a newspaper column arguing that a strong digital curriculum is essential, even for primary school pupils. One of them is Linnea Stenliden at Linköping University.
They are actually living in a world where AI and digital platforms are embedded in media, games, everyday online environments. So education also needs to create the opportunities for children to meet and learn about those things early on.
Critics also argue the back-to-books policy is a distraction from other issues that could be impacting school results, like teacher training, the marketisation of some schools, and rising inequality and segregation. Teacher Karina says many of her pupils are more focused in lessons without laptops, but she's calling for more nuanced debates.
There's been so many rash decisions now and in the past where we either embrace digitalization or we exclude it completely, and I don't believe in either.
With the next set of global PISA rankings due later this year, the government's hoping for early signs its approach is working. And as Sweden continues its experiment, educators and policymakers around the world are watching closely to see if it's found the right balance for the next generation.
Maddie Savage reporting, and you can hear more on the story in her documentary about it, Back to Books, Sweden's Digital Backlash. Just search for the documentary on Sounds or wherever you get your BBC podcasts. Now, you could say there is a fondness in Britain for a good old-fashioned swear word. Here are some classics.
What's a bampot? Bampot? Well, it's Scots for right wally, isn't it? I didn't want to look at an ancient and wonderful city. I did it on a bicycle, you pillock.
it's Candace, it's Auntie Em, it's the guys at the farm because they're the Scarecrow and the Tin Man and the Lion.
Yes, obviously they are, you divvy, but they're also not.
Well, now, just some examples there. Of course, everyone knows what idiot means, but if you're in Merseyside, you might be called a divvy, in Leeds a pillock, and in Portsmouth a dinlow. There is a whole map of regional insults and swear words that have been collected by researchers at the University of Sheffield. And I asked Dr. Chris Montgomery, who is the senior lecturer leading the project, why?
We're trying to uncover regional swear words that may be on the way out, or that may be really vital and really important in local areas. But the current state of knowledge is really very little. So we don't know a great deal about what's going on now, and that means that this could be preserving stuff for future generations. It could be uncovering things that we don't know about. It's certainly been the case with me. We've been uncovering terms that I've never heard before. But yes, that sort of idea that we might be preserving things before it disappears is an important motivation for the project.
Right. Just to try to get some sense of the variation, how many words have you effectively mapped?
Well, at the minute we're in the data collection phase. So we've had nearly 1,000 responses. We've got a few thousand words, and we're starting to think about how we look at that regional picture. And next week, in fact, my students are going to be working with the data, looking at the regional patterns, finding out interesting words, and then starting to research the histories of these words to help further this collaboration.
Please tell us some of your favourites.
I think you've covered one already, Dinlow, sort of defined as an idiot. That was given by a person from Portsmouth. Although, interestingly, I've had subsequent submissions from the Midlands sort of claiming Dinlow. There's also some really interesting words that are sort of derogatory terms for the nearest city. So if we stick around the sort of Portsmouth-Southampton area, we've got skate, which is a derogatory term for a Portsmouth native from people from Southampton. We've then got other words that I've really not heard. A doiler, who's a bit of an idiot from Leeds, apparently. A maiglan, a fool or a simpleton, that's a Cumbrian term. A doikit, something who looks silly or is looking a bit vacant. That's from Scotland.
I mean, we pride ourselves on our rich language. The fact that we haven't heard these words before, I suppose it extends our vocabulary and gives us other options.
Possibly, yes. I think knowing what people are doing, it might help us to understand perhaps when somebody might have insulted us in the past and we didn't realise. It might extend our vocabulary. Often, though, you might find that these words are quite local, that they're used by particular groups of society, and that sort of adopting them might make you sound a bit strange or make you stick out a little bit. But certainly appreciating the wide range of ways in which people communicate is of immense value. It helps us to understand just how diverse the English language is, how it remains really variable, and just how productive it is as well. So new words, new phrases are being made all the time, and certainly some of those are taboo phrases. And if we don't look at that taboo language, we don't look at swear words, we're sort of missing out on a whole swathe of vocabulary that might be really important for people in their everyday lives.
Dr. Chris Montgomery. Now, we've had some pretty gloomy forecasts about the global economy recently, not least yesterday from the IMF, which warned that a prolonged conflict in Iran risked a global recession. It said the energy shock from the Iran war will hit the UK, the hardest of the world's advanced economies. There's also something else, warnings about another possible financial crisis to do with private credit, and we thought it was worth digging into. So, for our regular Figuring It Out chat, I asked my colleague Evan Davis about the red flags appearing. Why are we worried?
There's some very senior names in the financial world with a lot of years of experience behind them. People like Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan and Lloyd Blankfein, former boss of Goldman Sachs, saying they're worried. And there's a kind of forest fire analogy, which is if you go a long period without a forest fire, a lot of dead scrub kind of develops. And then when you get a forest fire,
it acts as kindling.
It's really bad. And we haven't had one for a while, and it's possible there are a lot of people out there now working in financial markets who have kind of not got in their heads how bad things can be, who don't have a fresh memory of a big crisis.
Okay, well, on that,
Is there a sort of frequency of financial crises that we should...
People often say sort of every 7 years you get something, but obviously we had one in 2008, which was just a one-in-a-lifetime experience. So I don't like the kind of the due one or this time, because sometimes they're really big and they're more rare, and sometimes you get smaller ones.
Even before we get onto this, can I just ask you about the kindling effect, about what that means?
Because the analogy works like this. It's that people go out there and get a bit careless because they haven't recently been burned. So the spark, you have a spark, you've always got to have a spark, something happens that people didn't factor into their calculations, and so they're sort of burned, but they're burned because they weren't cautious enough, because they didn't have a fresh enough memory. So that's the kind of
and is it
way,
also because they're not sort of checking what the true valuation of what's in,
but that brings
what they're sitting on?
Yeah, that brings us to private credit, because this is an enormously expanding market. I think most of us are not really very familiar with it. It's operating in the background.
I read that it has tripled since 2015.
It's huge. So what you have is big companies backed by investors. So they're not banks, and they lend to companies. So what we usually expect in the world is if you want to borrow money, you're a small business or medium-sized business, you want to borrow some money, you borrow it from a bank. And the bank gets its money from someone who deposits money with the bank. So that's the old model. The new model, which really started expanding after banks became more regulated after the last really big financial crash, are these shadow banks. They're not really banks. They're private companies. They're backed by investors who stand to lose or gain if the company they invest in does well. And then these companies lend to a medium-sized business or even quite a large business. So they're lending private credit, it's called. It's very different to sales of bonds with bond market where you can trade the bonds. This is a kind of a bespoke deal between a private credit provider and a borrower. And there's a lot of that credit out there. There are a lot of investors who've invested in these companies, and one or two of the clients have kind of gone belly up. And people are saying, does everyone in this private credit world know what they're doing? Because there seems to be a lot of money. We're talking trillions.
Yeah, okay. I was looking at the figures. Reuters often have it as private credit at $3.5 trillion. I've seen some estimates much higher than that. And I guess that's part of the problem, isn't it? Which is that how do you know? It's not transparent. As you talk about a bond market, you could find out the price of a bond or a traded share today at any moment. But if it's just a deal with Evan, I think your business sounds good. I'm going to lend you money.
How much did you put that in your box for, the value of that loan? What chances there I'm going to pay it back? Am I going to pay it all back? This is the problem. It's very opaque. In principle, I think the best takeaway from this is, in principle, these investor-backed companies should be brilliantly safe. Banking, the old model, the bank model, is very brittle. The brittle banking model is, I put my money in the bank and can get it out immediately. They lend it to you for your business, and they can't get it back from you immediately. So banks can get into problems when I want my money back and they can't get it back from you. So they've got a very brittle model. Investor-based lending, in a way, should be safer. The investors put their money in. They know they can't get it back immediately. It's lent to you. Everything's fine. They may lose their money. That's their problem.
It was their choice to take on the risk in the first place.
So in a way, you would like private credit. You'd say this is a kind of a way of getting us away from this brittle bank model.
But isn't it the bank model brittle because there are rules in place, and that's what's protecting everybody?
Yeah, well, because it's brittle, we do regulate it, and we make sure that the banks know what they're doing.
Okay.
We don't regulate private credit, so we don't know they know what they're doing. But the absolutely key thing there is that, in principle, where you have investors lending money and they stand to gain or lose, that's fine. But what these private credit companies have actually ended up doing is they take the investor money and then they borrow a lot of money as well, so they can lend out more and more. So rather than they take a say a billion of investor money, borrow $1 billion from maybe a bank, and then you can lend out $2 billion, and your investors do very well because you've juiced up the kind of volume that the investor money is able to lend out on. Now that means what private credit has done is it should be very safe, with investors ready to lose money on their loans. As soon as they've got borrowed money in their books, you've got brittleness in the system. You've got it all back. And when the companies, the clients you've lent to don't pay it back, you can't pay it back to the bank you borrowed it from, and we're back to where we started.
And that may be best illustrated by there were two US companies, car companies or car parts, First Brands and Tricolor,
yeah.
who, when they went under, they were $13 billion in debt. And that, of course, ricochets through the system.
Are you going to tell us what insect or horrible being is invoked here?
Okay, well, this is the Jamie Dimon quote from JP Morgan, which is that if you see one cockroach, there are going to be more.
Right.
Which,
And these two, when they went under, so they had been lent money in this private credit world of private credit. Everything should have worked fine. When they went under, it turned out their books were nothing like as good as the lenders had thought. And they had already been borrowing, so they were already borrowed up, and then the lenders were borrowed up, and so you had what's called leverage upon leverage. It was all a little bit more complicated than the lenders had thought. And there were allegations of fraud in one case. And so people are saying, is this telling us there's a more...
Where are the rest of the cockroaches?
There's a whole nest of cockroaches. None of these people have known what they're doing. So, I mean, that is the fear.
There was another quote as well in the wake of that, which was from the head of the IMF. And she said it's basically private credit, which is keeping her awake at night. But we just had the IMF this week, somebody in the IMF saying that they think it's contained to the sector, which makes...
This is the distinction. This is such an important distinction. There are bad events in markets where a lot of people lose money. They made bets and the bets didn't turn out for them and they lose money. That's a kind of a headache. But that's not a crisis unless you're one of those people. The kind of the crash, the scenario you want to avoid is where the problem that these people have ricochets out and creates problems for other people. So in the banking world, it's where one bank gets into problems and that forces customers at all the other banks to try and get their money out, bringing down the whole banking system. Or it's where someone who's borrowed a lot of money finds they can't pay it back, which means the company from which they borrowed it goes under, which means their client goes under. So the crash scenario is where you have a kind of a spiral of negative events. The better scenario is where someone made a bet, they just lose money, they're poorer than they thought they were. And that's a really important distinction. And I think we don't know whether private credit leads to the former, if it goes wrong, or whether it leads to the latter.
We will do the usual and post a video to that on social media, which we recorded. But that's it from us for today. Final headline, fourth report from the UK COVID inquiry is called the development and distribution of vaccines an extraordinary feat. Evan will be back in PM at 5. I'm Sarah Montague, and that's the world of 1:45. Studio direction was by Frank McQueenie, and the editor was Scott Adam. Now, all this week, Radio 4 is looking at the experiences of teenage girls in Britain today. In About the Girls, Catherine Carr has spoken to over 150 young women and girls from all over the UK. In this episode, they talk frankly about sex.
I think because it's become more like a norm to go straight into having sex, there's almost like a pressure attached to it. You kind of need to get to that stage immediately, rather than waiting as would have done a few years back.
If you've had a lot of sexual experience as a guy, you've got game, but if you're a woman, you've been played. People just kind of deny it in almost like a slut-shame you kind of way.
Yeah, it's still like it's a woman's fault, even if it wasn't a choice or it was like a pressure-based thing. It's still very much like...
She gave it up.
Yeah, she got weak-willed for having lots of sex.
Sex as a teenager can be complicated. Sex as a teenager in the digital world can be really complicated. There's an appetite for discussion, though, a willingness to say it like it is,
with honesty and openness. Girls are really smart about sex, but the influence of pornography is everywhere, and that changes everything. The conversations I had in this area were about performance, about expectations, and sometimes about harmful behaviour. Let's start with a class of girls at a sixth-form college in Cambridge, and the discussion was part of a lesson on sex and consent.
There's like a new slang called cracked, and I was like, I really hate that word. I hate it so much. And it means having sex. And I think words like cracked and like railed and things like that are really graphic and kind of horrible in my opinion. And I think a lot of that does stem from porn and like the idea that women want to be calmed down and that they want to get like hurt during sex and things like that.
I feel like now the steps are kind of different. You kind of have sex first, then you get to know each other, and then you either break up or you decide you're going to be in a relationship and you continue.
But it's interesting, like sex leading to intimacy rather than like intimacy leading to sex. It's like what you're describing.
It's almost like a change of how you communicate with people, which that's why I feel like I don't understand what's going on.
Can you please just before we go on, and can you please talk, where did you learn about sex and relationships?
Alexander is leading the session. She's the co-founder of a social enterprise called Split Banana, which delivers sessions like these all over England and Wales.
We purposely talk about having joyful sexual experiences rather than consent being the baseline. That is really important specifically for girls who can often feel like a lot of the messaging is around not being assaulted.
I had sex from like a young age. Year 5, I had to learn about male sexual health. I knew what a boner was before I knew about my own period. And I think that's so insane. So they put on so much focus on what the men need and what like you can do to help the men. They don't ever really go into like what women could need.
What I hear a lot of the time is that they're so aware of making their partner feel sexually validated or sexually pleased that their attention is placed there to the detriment of their own sexual pleasure.
The girls are unambiguous about how women and their pleasure can be treated.
It's just like, oh, you're just an object so that I can get off and come and then I can like leave.
Like, I don't think I've ever heard anyone talk about like a woman finishing. It's like I genuinely
don't think so. Every guy that I've been with hasn't cared about it so far, but every girl that I have, they've more been like, oh yeah, I care about you more than I care about myself, which is really strange to hear. We've never been taught it.
And then maybe if I could just got extra time for it, I'm trying to think about there are kind of different pressures for people of different genders.
In Sutton, in South London, a group of 14-year-olds are having similar discussions.
My mom is like very traditional, like boyfriend out of the picture until I'm 100 years old. Like sex, I don't even talk about it like until I'm married, off by myself. And it's more relaxing to know that I don't have that pressure to be like, oh, I need to have sex, I need a boyfriend. I think it just depends on how you're raised and like where you come from and etc. Like all these factors do play into it. Yeah, that's really interesting. It's sort of a normal thing to talk about, like sex and stuff in my family. It's not really, I don't need to wait till marriage, but I wouldn't just go have sex with the first person. Like I want to be in more of like a relationship and it be like a special thing than just having sex.
And do you think the boys around you feel the same?
A lot of them again, like they really fit into that category of like boys will be boys, where like they just like either they watch porn or they want sex and stuff like that. Whereas I think some of them are a little bit more like they want to wait till they're older and until they're in a relationship. It's like normalized for men to watch porn. Every man is idolized for them to watch it. Like you have to watch it. You're not a strong man if you don't watch it.
How do you think that sort of thing might impact what you were talking about today?
If you're watching something like very bad, like let's say you're watching like hardcore sex and stuff like that, it's gonna like put ideas into your like head that you should be doing stuff like that, and sex shouldn't be something that you like that needs to be nice and like, oh, this is bed breaking and stuff like that.
What do you think?
I think that it's just like, yeah, it's more normalised for men and boys to do things like to watch porn and things like that. And I think that it just like a lot of it just objectifies women and shows that they're just sort of things that you can just use and just throw them away.
We spoke to one recent graduate about how pornography influenced her own sexual experiences.
When you look at the way that women are told to kind of pretend they're feeling in porn, it looks like it hurts so good instead of actually feeling nice. And that's really worrying.
Her depictions were fairly stark, and she wanted to remain anonymous. A producer colleague has revoiced her words for us.
Men seek to try and create that reaction in women, and that's where we get onto them actually hurting women. Choking is the most common thing. So I personally, and I know this is true for a lot of my friends, we've been choked by men who have never even asked for permission. Oh my gosh. Dozens and dozens and dozens of times, like so many times. Then your body starts entering into the phase where you're going to pass out. I've been knocked out in sex that way. What? And it's like really not nice.
You've actually passed out?
Yeah.
Without nobody asked you?
Well, in that scenario, he asked me, but it was like quite a sort of stressful environment, and I guess what we forget is like you're a fragile person. You can be knocked out like really, really rapidly, actually, like you might not realise. So yeah, that's happened in the past.
And then what happens when you passed out?
Oh, he immediately stopped and like he was kind of panicked and he like tried to sort of revive me, and when I came to, he was just there looking really, really worried, and he was just extremely apologetic.
The difference between conversations about consent in theory and consent in practice is something basic formers in Devon recognise as crucial.
If you're in a relationship with someone and obviously sex on the table and you're thinking about having sex with them, but you know that they watch extreme porn and you don't want to be thrown into a wall and smacked around, you need to talk about it. It can't be unspoken, and especially if you're not enjoying it, like you just can't not talk about that. I see a lot of relationships just carry on. Oh yeah, he does this to me, but it's fine because he likes it. I don't really care if he likes it. Really,
that really is the thing that people would say to you.
Oh yeah, I thought you didn't like that. She goes, no, of course I really don't like it, but he loves it. So I can't like say no because he's my boyfriend. I understand that.
You'll have women who are like, yeah, I'm a feminist, and yeah, I'm empowered, and then you get in the room and you're like, oh shit, I'm really performing here, because in the moment it's hard not to. And the reason for that, yes, is because the way men also perform, but the way men perform keeps the power with them, and the way women perform does the opposite.
Both sides need to say what they're expecting with it before any of it happens. And then, I mean, if you don't agree on something like that, I don't know if it should affect your entire relationship, but it definitely could. You know, for me, I think if a guy had some weird expectation of sex, that kind of reflects on them and their personality, and I don't want to be with someone like that.
Yeah, and you feel happy just to say no thanks.
Yeah, I think I would. I think a lot of girls wouldn't, but I think I have pretty strong boundaries.
I think I would say no, but if in the moment I was really comfortable, she would probably should.
Yeah.
For the majority of the time, women are the ones also making men think that this is okay, and that's what, for me, is the saddest.
Yeah.
It's sort of like a weird, on-off version of Stockholm Syndrome. You seek to please the person who has such power to abuse.
Sometimes we can kind of be right on this boundary here, and that is quite a confusing place to be in.
Back in Cambridge, the six farmers there share their own experiences of pornography and how it affects sex.
My best friend spoke to a man with like a porn addiction, like she really liked him. We were just like, okay, neither of us had ever watched porn before. Let's actually see what this is about. We go on there, the first title is just like, woman loves to be cummed on, and we're like, what are we looking at right now? And it's just all the titles are like, oh, they're just really passive and expected to do certain things that, like, that's just a bit strange. For her, she was way out of her depth. Like, she did not know how to say no, and this man was just, he was saying things to her without her saying yes to being okay with any of it. And I think porn sets up these like impossible standards for men, but like who set that system up?
Back to Dartmoor, where, going backwards a bit, the sixth formers explained to me how relationships can start.
Your main way of getting to know each other will be over Snapchat, which, yeah, it's kind of like, it's really, yeah, it feels really fake. Like,
you come into school and then it's really hard to talk to them.
Yeah.
And because you've had this whole evening of chatting on.
Yeah. And then it's, you get to school and you just don't talk to them.
Yeah.
I pass out quite a lot.
It's never like you meet someone in a coffee shop and they're like, can you give me my number? Kind of thing.
That's the dream.
Like in-person connection, not just like messaging someone. And I've like, I don't know about you guys, but I've had lots of like, can you send first message? I was like, no.
What do you mean?
literally send me like nudes. And I blocked him. But like that's happened to me multiple times, and it's just like there's such an expectation.
I'm just slightly stuck on the fact that there's actually an expression for it.
Yeah. Like I find that really sad that we all just knew what that meant.
Yeah. And do people?
Yeah.
Apparently 76% of girls aged between 12 and 18 have been sent an unsolicited dick pic.
Emily Silverwood writes a blog called We Need to Talk About Social.
I think because pornography is so extreme now that sending a dick pic is considered quite tame, when really it shouldn't be. We talk about consent a lot, and we talk about boundaries, and we keep telling girls that these things matter. But what does consent even mean now? Because as girls have been told repeatedly that you can't complain about being sent a dick pic, we all get them.
I asked the girls in Devon for their experiences. Do boys, do they send them without bins?
Yeah.
They do?
Yeah.
Have you?
No, but I've had friends, yeah.
Have you had, unsolicited or solicited?
There's no even conversation. Or like, you'll send like 2 snaps to each other, and then all of a sudden, it's just like a photo. It's bizarre. It's like, I don't understand it.
Because if you're opening a message and you're expecting it to be the third message of how was your day or something, and it's not, how does that feel?
It's a bit scary, actually. Like, I remember when it happened, I didn't really know what to do. Like, I sort of just removed him straight away because I didn't want that to happen again, because it's a little bit scarring.
There's like little rules embedded into each stage, so you have the 3-month rule, stuff like that.
Okay, teach this old lady.
So the 3-month rule is if you are speaking to someone for 3 months and you're not dating, this other person probably does not want to be with you. Think of it as like a trial phase. You have like, you know when you get a subscription and you're going to trial it for a bit. This is your 3-month trial of this person. If it's like, oh, it's not really going to work out, you can cancel it.
It's clear to me that conversations with the girls on this topic are very, very live. They are living with this stuff every day and experiencing it too. I had several sharp intake of breath moments talking to them. But at the same time, attitudes, their own codes and moral standpoints can and do change, and potentially very quickly. You're listening to BBC Radio 4 on 198 kHz longwave. The BBC will end broadcasts of Radio 4 on longwave later this year, but you can continue to listen in many other ways. You can find BBC Radio 4 online via BBC Sounds. Radio 4 is also available on DAB digital radio and through your digital television, or via FM radio on 92 to 95 MHz and 103 to 105 MHz. Plus, you can listen via your smart speaker. Just say, play Radio 4. Information on how to listen can be found on the BBC website at bbc.co.uk/reception.
BBC News at 2 o'clock. The COVID inquiry's fourth report has called the rollout of vaccines an extraordinary feat, but said there were lessons to be learned. The jabs are estimated to have saved more than 450,000 lives by one measure, but the inquiry found more could have been done to increase uptake of the vaccine in poorer communities and among some ethnic minority groups. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has warned Iran that America is locked and loaded to resume bombing if talks break down. Peace negotiations between the two countries failed to reach an agreement last weekend, but are expected to resume at a later date. The Business Secretary Peter Kyle has confirmed the government has been rehearsing worst-case scenarios following reports of potential food shortages if the war in the Middle East continues. Officials are said to be concerned that the closure of the Strait of Hormuz could restrict imports of carbon dioxide used in the food industry. The Labour peer Lord Harris, who chairs the National Preparedness Committee, told the World at One that everyone can play their part.
In Sweden, every household has a booklet. If crisis or war comes, what you're hoping for is a situation in which every household has at least thought about these issues, and every household which is better prepared, that's one less household that government has to worry about.
A man who was found guilty of murdering a pensioner for his money has had his conviction quashed. Benjamin Field was jailed for life in 2019 for killing Peter Farker in the village of Maids Morton in Buckinghamshire. The former church warden will now face a retrial after his lawyers argued there was no evidence that Mr. Farker was forced or deceived into taking poisoned whiskey. Experts have pinpointed the exact location of William Shakespeare's home in the 17th century London. Documents were found in the National Archives, which identified the location and size of the house in Blackfriars that Shakespeare bought in 1613. BBC News.
Now on Radio 4, Lillian has some news for Alice in the Archers.
I saw Oliver driving away.
Oh, yeah, he's been to see Duke.
How is the handsome fellow?
Oh, Duke or Oliver?
You've got the two of them have such a bond.
Oh, well, I think Oliver's finding the idea of retiring him more difficult than he thought.
Oh, well, he's very fond of Duke. And there's an ending for both of them, that's never easy.
Well, I wasn't expecting you.
Oh, I'm on my way to the ball. I'm covering tonight. And I actually wanted to see you.
You spoke to Dad?
Well, I said I would, didn't I?
And?
Well, he accepts that the breakup with Miranda must be hard to understand, and he doesn't entirely understand it himself.
He said that.
But asked that you give him some time to work out how he feels. He'll explain when the time is right.
But did you tell him how worried we all are?
I made that very clear, darling, and he understands it.
I asked Ashley's advice about dementia.
What? was that quite wise?
I didn't mention Dad, obviously.
Good. Well, that's how rumours get started.
But Az wouldn't say anything anyway, would she? She's a doctor.
And?
She basically said what it says on the NHS website. Get the person concerned to talk to their GP and offer to go with them if they're in any way nervous about it. An early diagnosis can make a big difference. I've been going over and over it in my head. Honestly, I don't know what to think anymore. Maybe Kate's wrong about dementia.
Honestly, darling, I think she might be exaggerating things. I really do.
But you saw how he was on Sunday. Was that normal behaviour?
It was a bit out of character, perhaps. But, he did catch us gossiping about him behind his back.
Oh, we weren't gossiping.
But it probably sounded like that to him. He's still reeling from the breakup with Miranda, and he isn't sleeping very well.
Who said that?
I think he's exhausted, a bit down. Well, quite a lot down, actually. But I didn't see anything that was immediately worrying, I promise. I think Adam's right. He's processing what happened. Let's see how it goes, shall we, before we rush into anything. And I think it would be premature to bother Debbie with it. I mean, what can she do? She's so far away.
Maybe.
Okay, look, I can finish Duke if you want to get off.
Oh, well, I wouldn't mind. I'm out this evening.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Fallon's invited us to supper.
You and Rex?
Yes.
Great. It's all going well, is it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Well, I'm thrilled for you, darling.
Oh, that was grand, Chelsea, love, but I can't manage any more.
Okay.
It was amazing, though. Really tasty.
It was just spaghetti, Grandad. It took 10 minutes.
Even so, that sauce is very tangy.
There's some new brand Susan's got in the shop. Well, if you're not going to finish yours, then I will.
Go for it.
It's not like you to leave any dinner.
I don't have much appetite tomorrow. Maybe it's the painkillers. You're fucking up like Chelsea.
Well, I inherited your appetite, that's for sure.
And your mum's.
Yeah.
And your dad's, for that matter. I once watched him demolish 3 12-inch pizzas at one sitting.
No way.
A Hawaiian and 2 pepperoni, as I recall.
No, I bet he got indigestion.
Well, not him. Stomach of steel, that man.
Yeah. I saw him, actually.
You never said.
Well, you know what Mum and Brad are like. It was easiest not to mention it. We had a laugh. It was nice.
When was this?
Back at New Year, just
random, really. I was out with my mates and I literally bumped into him in Worcester.
What's that man up to these days?
He didn't really say. I knew that things were going great and he looked really well. We had a nice chat and it was, I don't know, it was like easy somehow.
Yeah, well, don't trust him, Chelsea.
You sound like Mum. I'm not under any illusions, don't worry, Grandad, but it was nice to bump into him. And by the time we'd finished chatting, I'd lost track of my mates, so I just headed home.
How long since you worked for him?
Ages ago.
Well, don't start expecting anything. You can't rely on that den.
No. Right. This is done.
Do you fancy a drink?
I don't think we've got much in.
No, I mean the bowl. My treat. To say thank you for taking me to the Sawbones yesterday. You've got no plans, have you?
Well, just the telly.
Well, your mum and Jazza are at the pictures. Brad will be at uni until late. And my pension comes tomorrow. I've got 30 quid left from last month. Let's be off.
You're in a good mood.
If you don't mind going with an old man.
Mind, I'll rinse you, Grandad.
Oh, you're on. Come on. We'll watch up later.
Well, those painkillers are working wonders.
Oh, they look great, Fallon.
Yeah. I always think that individual pies look better than one big one.
Done to perfection. Rare of them. Right, I'll see you later.
Oh, have a good time. Oh. Ah, Carson. Oh, bad timing.
Don't worry, I'll get the door.
Oh, thanks. It'll be Alice. Tell her I won't be a minute.
I will do. Bye.
Okay. Hello, Harrison. Yeah, I'm just dishing up.
Oh, Rex. Hi.
Hi, Chris. Everything okay?
Yeah, of course. Is Alice with you?
Yeah, right behind me.
Oh, you could have waited, Rex. I got my heel in the path. Hi, Chris.
Sorry, I didn't realise.
You okay, Alice?
I put my nice shoes on. Rookie mistake in April. I should have known better.
The ground's quite soft still.
Well, no harm done. So?
Fallon's just on the phone.
We're not early, are we? You said 7.
No idea. I'm on my way out.
Oh, somewhere nice?
Hope so.
Well, it's bound to be. Those are your nice shoes.
What? Oh, yeah, they are.
A date by any chance?
Rex, like that's our business.
It is, actually.
What, our business?
A date.
Oh, well, lovely.
Did Martha finish? Oh, sorry.
No. Go, you first.
Go ahead, please.
Any more entries for the cricket logo?
No, not that I've seen. Has Martha finished hers?
Oh, yes. I brought it, actually.
Oh, you never said.
Well, I thought Chris was collecting them.
Well, we hadn't decided. How are the plans for Worcester show coming along?
David's in charge of that.
Oh, I thought, aren't you organising the farrier competition?
That's more Hannah than me.
Goodness, what a lot of competitions.
Right.
Well, I'll be off then.
Yeah, great.
Well, have a nice time.
Yeah, thanks.
Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Bye.
Don't do anything I wouldn't.
I know. Oh.
Sorry, Alice. Harrison called. Oh, hi, Rex.
Hi. We brought chocolates. Alice said you like these ones.
I do. Yes, thank you.
Alice has told me great things about your fish pie.
Has she?
I've just said the stupidest thing to Chris.
Right. We'll come in.
Fallon, have we got this wrong?
What? No, of course not. Come through.
You're not expecting me, are you?
Well, it's lovely to see you.
Oh, did I misunderstand? I thought...
I have a feeling this is meant to be a girls' night in.
Honestly, it's fine. I've got 2 big pies. Plenty of food for 3. Come through.
It's okay, really. I can go. It's no problem.
I'm sorry, Fallon. I assumed you meant... Look, I'm all over the place. I've been so busy worrying about Dad. I'm sorry.
Enough. Come on in.
Well, if you're sure.
I'm sorry, Fallon.
Shush. Right, coats on the stairs, please. I'll pour the wine.
Oh, that was awkward.
I'm so sorry. Why were you so weird with Chris?
Me?
Come on through.
Oh.
Talk to me, Chelsea. Don't just sit there on your phone.
I'm just sending a quick text.
Well, don't. Not while we're chatting.
We weren't chatting. You were complaining.
I was not. I was making observations. Who were you texting?
Dad, actually. Started me thinking about him.
Don't bother, he's a waste of space.
Yeah, people say that about you too, you know.
Yes, all right, I know. People can be quick to judge and slow to change their minds. It's terrible. I'm not so bad, am I?
Nah, you're not.
so maybe he's not either.
Well, I'm not buying it, but it's up to you, I suppose.
Yeah, it is. There you are. 2 pints, one for you and one for Bert.
Amazing. Thanks for bringing them over.
No problem. Oh, what's happened to your neck, Bert? Why the brace?
Oh, well, you know that business at the church?
Grandad, what, the ceiling falling in? Well, you weren't there, were you?
Well,
Grandad.
No, I meant that promised tree business.
Oh, yeah?
Put a word in with Hilary Noakes for me, will you? I've cracked my neck. I can hardly move it. I could do with some help.
Yeah, well, I think Hilary is mostly favouring people who live alone, but I'll mention it if I see her. How did you hurt yourself? You weren't doing something you shouldn't, I suppose.
I was reaching for a mic.
Oh, dear.
I caught myself wrong, that's all.
Well, you'd better be more careful at your age.
You're not so far behind.
Sorry. Elsie, did anyone tell your grandfather he can be very rude?
Yeah, your husband said.
I am here, you know.
Well, I wonder if you might tell him that on this one occasion, I shan't take offence, but that the bull has been known to bar unruly clientele.
What's this?
He was having a private word with Chelsea. Not for your ears, darling.
Not for your ears, darling. Lillian Bellamy's like the rest of them.
Oh, it's Dad.
Blimey, that was quick.
Yeah, I know. Oh, that is actually lovely.
What's he say?
Have a look.
Oh, I can't see without my glasses.
Right, he says he's going away for a couple of weeks, but he'll text as soon as he's back.
Promises, promises.
Then he says he's got news.
Right.
Wonder what that could be.
He tried a turn and planted his face smack into the snow.
No.
Yeah, we all shouted, "Stop milking it!"
What an idiot. Oh, well, on that note, I think we better make a move. The sitter's only booked till 10. Thank you so much, Fallon. It's been lovely.
Yeah, thank you. Amazing food.
You say all the right things, Rex. You can come again.
Oh, I will. And next time, you'll be expecting me.
Oh, that was my fault.
Hey, better yet, why don't we all go out for a meal when Harrison's next back?
Oh, great.
Oh, I quite fancy that new Vietnamese place in Borchester.
Oh, me too.
Let's do it. Then we could go bowling after.
Oh, well, yeah, I'd be careful about bowling with Harrison. He is ridiculously competitive.
I know that from the cricket. Makes it all the more fun. Huh?
Yeah. Oh, let me find your coat.
That's mine, the blue one.
Oh, there you go. And here's yours, Alice.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, thanks again, Fallon.
Oh, and here's Chris.
Oh, hi.
How did it go?
Yeah, nice, thanks. I didn't think you guys would still be here.
Oh, we got distracted by tales of breakfast skiing holiday with our lads.
Crazy days.
Well, I'm glad you had a nice evening, Chris.
Yeah, thanks, I did, yeah. Where'd you go? Just out.
What, a meal or?
A meal, yeah.
Oh.
Oh, well, you're back quite early. Well, it is a school night, so... Oh, does she have kids? I'm so sorry. It's none of my business.
She does, actually, yeah. And so do I, of course.
Yeah, right.
There's some sticky toffee pudding left if you fancy some, Chris.
Oh, it's really good.
The babysitter, Rex, we should move on.
Of course, sorry. Night, Chris.
Yeah.
Night, Fallon, thank you.
All right, well, safe journey, girls.
Bye. So, did it go well?
I think it did, yeah.
And? Oh, come on, don't eat me.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll meet up again.
And Pip is off to her appointment when we're back in Ambridge at 7 o'clock tonight. Now, we've comedy drama next, but first let's look ahead to Friday night.
Hello to all Radio 4 Friday night comedy fans. Andy Zaltzman here with some good news. The News Quiz is back with a brand new series on Radio 4. Join me and my panel of top comedians on our weekly mission to turn the latest from Team Human, officially this planet's silliest species, into stuff like this.
I do feel sorry for Andrew a bit, you know, like getting arrested on your birthday.
The first episode in a brand
is created by Alan Harris and Catherine Chandler, starring Lisa Palfrey and Julian Lewis-Jones. King's Pawn is a traditional pawnbrokers in Cardiff, where Laura King and her grandchildren Sunny and little Laura offer short-term solutions to members of the public who, for one reason or another, need some cash.
King's Pawn, Episode 1, by Alan Harris. A seagull swoops along the length of Cowbridge Road, Campton. Nothing truly remarkable about this Cardiff road, squeezed in between the town and leafy Victoria Park. A mix of independent shops and familiar brands. The gull has his eye on a half-eaten bag of chips, left over from the night before. There's a human.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Betzet, Shlomi, Rosh Hanikra, Betzet Beach.
A pawnbrokers, not the modern type, an old-school one. One of the last old-school places you'll find.
Right, Derek.
Miluot Industrial Zone North. Liman.
King's Pawn stands at the end of a road. It ranges from nail bar to butchers offering cheap cuts. Across the road, there's a sex shop and home bargains. Looking at Laura, you'd think she was happy enough. But today's a special day. A terrible day.
Wakey, man!
Alarm. Miluot Industrial Zone North. Betzet. Rosh Hanikra. Betzet Beach.
After this breakfast.
I thought today, like, keep it closed like.
Clothes don't pay the bills, Sonny.
Yeah, let me.
What are you doing here? No working this morning.
I saw you. From the window of the flat.
It's better opening than rattling round the house. There's a mountain of crap you can't left in the office.
Yeah, sure. Okay. What's happening later? What are we going to give us? I could book you an Uber.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Naharia. Gesher Haziv.
Wait a
A system? Oh, don't worry, Laura, love. I got a system.
Oh, a complete and utter bloody mess.
Alarm. Miluot Industrial Zone North.
So you can authorize
Betzet Beach.
You check it with my nan. The manager.
I thought you said you was manager.
Oh, I'm like next in charge.
You want this?
It's a nice shirt.
Nice. Worn by Gareth Bale in that semi-final. Signed by the man himself.
Football legend.
Stick it in a frame, Sports Bar Gold.
How'd you get it?
My dad knows his dad from Whitchurch, and there was some charity auction thing at a golf day. I don't know. You want it or not?
Definitely Bale's.
See that? Bale sweat. Smell it, go on.
No.
Go on, give it a sniff. That's what Bale smells like, no? Yeah?
Yeah.
Hostile aircraft intrusion. Sa'ar.
National Pawnbroker Magazine subscription. Expired. Then. Town Council about parking. Purchase order. Sale. Industrial lease bonus. Esso Home Collection Italian 90. Cheerio. Oh, this is... I married a hoarder. Sorry, Derek, love. Life's too short.
Won't regret it.
We're both winners. Like Bale.
See ya, Mr. Manager.
Yeah. Sounds good, don't it?
Excuse me, love.
Yeah, after you. Keep smiling. Use a soft touch. There's a seagull out there, eating a bag of chips.
Morning to you too.
What are we doing open?
Closed shop does not generate an income.
You sound like Nan. Sort of. Where is she?
Locked in the office.
We going together?
Your guess is as good as mine.
I'm closing.
Do I have to wear a suit?
No. Turn up in a tracksuit. Idiot. Harvey coming.
Just awake. Look at this.
Wales shirt.
Gareth Bale's shirt. Semi-final. Game on.
How much?
1,500. Worth double that. Smell it. Smells of bale.
Get away. What is it?
What?
A certificate?
Well, she swears her dad was
It's not a certificate, it's just a shirt. Smelly shirt.
A shirt home.
You better get it.
I'm gonna go pick it up. No probs. Emily, she...
Emily?
The punter.
Good. Get your phone on before you go.
Nan, I've arranged a taxi to take us at 11. Big bombs at that office.
What about Malik?
Alec can make his own way. What's in the bag?
Nice way to treat your fiancé. Or is it fiancé?
We're not engaged.
See? A fresh start.
Good as engaged.
Shut up.
Buzz me through. Got a dump these and pay Jay the meat for the wake. Why is the shop locked?
Little Laura locked it.
After you taken in a shirt,
Open it and keep it open.
But we'll be with you.
Jim's covering.
Jim's not coming.
Not unless he can be in two places at once. You think he possesses that power? There he is.
Hi, Jim. You not coming?
Did you know NASA's website is down? They're covering up something serious.
Yeah, morning, Jim.
Probably something to do with solar flares.
I booked us up, you two. I'll see you there.
Priest does strange things.
Oh, shut up, Oprah. Master's over. Get that certificate. Bye.
Rarely are the King clan all together in the same place at the same time. Today is one of those days. Western Cemetery stands at the very edge of Cardiff. Well, aside from the massive retail outlet that separates it from the surrounding countryside. The funeral of Derek King is not a big affair. Some relatives and a few friends. The black-clad mourners, brollies gently jostling, all wait for one. The funeral can't start without the wife of the man being buried.
Where the hell is she?
Yeah. Any later, isn't she gonna miss my big surprise?
Surprise? It's not a birthday party. We're burying Gramps. Dad's not coming, is he?
What? Leave Mallorca?
Yeah, no, but it would have been nice.
No, I was coming in a taxi with you. Had to get a bus.
You're not driving, Malik.
Trying to be sustainable.
By getting in our taxi.
Where's the boy, Sonny?
Harvey, joining for the wake. His mum didn't want him taking time off school.
Or spending too long with you.
Where's Laura?
Yeah. Where the hell is Nan?
Here she is.
Looks odd.
Husband's funeral, Malik?
Laura weaves her way through the gravestones towards the waiting and very patient priest.
She does look a bit... What are you doing?
Quick text.
What?
Park next to Grady.
Who are you texting?
And go.
Remember, we're seeing the flat later today.
Really? Told you to wait. You okay, Nan?
If everyone is ready, let us go in peace to live out the word of God.
Typical funeral scene. Heads bowed, priest doing what a priest does. Then something unexpected.
you. Nan?
Gramps would have loved this.
What is this?
Surprise. Why isn't Nan moving her face?
Who are those people?
Okay, yeah, just gather yourselves round the grave. Carry on.
No.
But Laura doesn't move a muscle as the Cardiff Community Choir disembarks from the 52-seater coach and settles around the back of the mourners like a black shawl.
Oh my... What? What's wrong with Nan? Not moving her face. She might have had a stroke. Who are these people?
Dearly beloved.
Sex bomb, sex bomb. You're a sex bomb.
This is Gramps' favourite.
Stop this!
Hello, you're ruining it.
You lot, stop it! You stop conducting!
Turning up the sound. Give it to me upside down inside.
Singing! This lacks respect. Can you say rose and shout? Say something, Nan.
Come on, hello.
Let me
Hello.
go, Molly.
Hello. Great. That's to ruin it. You okay, Ella?
Looking up from the grave, flat on her back on her grandfather's coffin, LL has a weird view of the world. She sees the same seagull swooping overhead that had been outside the pawn shop. Looks like it's laughing.
Slow down.
Covered in mud, possibly concussed, LL heads for the nearest exit.
Where are you going?
Home, Molly.
There's a way.
Like this.
Walk it.
Don't care, as long as it's away from you.
Sorry. I didn't know it would upset you.
I loved Gramps.
Yeah? And he loved you. I know I was his favourite, but...
What?
Whoa. Not a competition.
Then why make you one?
Look, sis. Gramps would have loved that. He'd be laughing.
Gramps was not fun. Not when he was running the business. Certainly not when he was in that hospice. I think the nurses were relieved when he eventually...
Maybe he was just fun with me.
You didn't even visit him.
Yeah, well, you know, he didn't want me to see him like
but
that.
Why is it you? Always you. Fun, sunny and boring LL. Is that it? That's the way we'll always be. I'll always be. Sunny does what he wants, and me, I toes the line.
God, you only sucked up to Gramps so he'd leave you some cash.
How dare you even say that?
You're planning on putting a deposit down on a flat.
No, if there's any inheritance, then yes, maybe I would.
I don't know, you suck up to Nan because you think she'll leave the business to you.
You want to run it?
It's not the point, and you knows it.
I actually have a vision for that place.
What, go online?
That's the reality of business nowadays.
Is it though?
And I'm reliable.
We just pulled you out of an open grave.
I do not suck up to Nan.
Whatever.
You're the one.
Yeah, I'm going to the wake.
Oh, come back. I'm walking away from you.
You're late.
Yeah, I had to have a chat with Auntie Ella.
They all relatives?
Choir. Should have ordered more sarnies.
There was a choir.
Birthday next week. What do you want?
You, on time.
Yeah? Well, blame your auntie. But, look, was thinking, for your birthday, we could do something special. Go down
Mum won't allow it. Just about let me come here. So, what do we do at a wake? Just be sad?
Yeah.
Nan don't look sad. And Auntie LL just looks angry.
There's no manual for grief, so...
You expecting trouble?
What?
There's one of those fake coppers coming straight for us.
So your sister's upset? What you said to her?
This is a funeral, Barney. We're all upset.
Better go see if she's okay.
Well, I'm very upset, by the way.
If you had a superpower, what would it be?
Oh, okay. Everything I touches turns to gold.
That, a superpower, is inconvenient. Midas nearly starved to death. Imagine trying to eat a golden Big Mac.
Okay. Fly. Or invisible. Yeah, invisible flying. Could sneak about and see you whenever I want then. Your mum couldn't ban me then, see?
You could try being nicer to her.
If you liked someone, like a girl, and wanted to impress that someone, what would you do?
You're asking relationship advice from me. I'm 13.
No, not. Forget I said anything. Anyways, you're nearly 14.
You've got to be the hero of your own narrative.
What now?
Listening to like this anti-Andrew Tate podcast, you've got to be the knight in shining armour. By doing good.
Like appear like I'm a good person.
I think you sort of get it.
Come on.
What?
Leave him.
I haven't had no food.
I'll put some in your pockets.
Where are we going?
It's time to be a hero.
Listen, Nan, I had no idea about the fire.
All right, girls. How have you enjoyed it?
It was surprising.
Do you know there are two planets that are meeting behind the sun?
What now, Jim? Nan, please say something.
Not with the gaze of narcissism.
Nan, have you had Botox? There's your problem. Sonny, forget about him. And stiller, Nan. Your lips, your forehead, even your nose looks... Have you been on the Botox? Of course I've been on a party photo. Yeah? Everywhere.
And I've seen this on YouTube. They reckon they are powered by other entities.
Just my face. Why? Eye elbows. How long's it gonna last?
Well, we can't see them, see? Behind the sun.
Going out. We only just come back from the burial. Got to, pay up the funeral.
I'll come with you, Laura. Share a card.
What? No, we need to talk. Great. I'll look after the shop then, yeah?
Be there. Just keep a lookout, son, yeah?
No wonder Mum doesn't let me hang out with you.
Okay. There. Right. Grab that in. Okay. Got it?
Heavy.
Yeah. On me.
Alarm. Kiryat Shemona. Kfar Giladi. Kfar Yuval. Metula. Tel Chai.
Alright now. My coat's over it.
It's too heavy.
You can manage it. Won't be long.
You promise?
Promise. Love you, son.
Okay.
Why couldn't she live in a garden flat? Gotta give up the babes.
There's not many high rises in Cardiff. And to be fair, the Monachty blocks is not that tall. Unless you're not that fit.
Oh my god, thank you. Okay, 512. 512. Oh no. Good boy. Please be good, yeah? I can't run nowhere. Can't you see I'm knackered? Just let me pass, yeah? Oh no, no.
Caesar! Caesar, down!
It's you. Emily, thank you. But you know, I was in control. Had it in hand.
Yeah, looks like it.
Animals, children, they all loves me.
What are you doing around here?
The certificate? For the bail shit? Please tell me you got one.
Yeah, I got one. But, there's a problem.
Bit of a squeeze in, yeah.
What the estate agent calls open plan living, the rest of us calls a studio.
You've done it all nice. Jesus, what is that?
That's the problem.
You have rats here.
Yeah, try not to move too much.
Why?
They bite.
I thought the dog was dangerous.
Jokes. But they are hungry. Can't get rid of them. Get into everything. You know, last week once you threw the air fryer lead.
Well, no one should have to live with rats.
Here. The certificate. See?
Ah, right.
That's the problem.
Emily.
Is that good enough?
Bit chewed.
Still feel half a surname.
Darren, if I gives you the shirt back, yeah, you gives me the cash back.
You took it. Never even asked about certificate.
I wasn't aware I needed one till.
What?
Never mind. Look, this is terrible, yeah?
Lucky the shirt wasn't chewed.
Not the certificate. You. Yeah. Living with rats.
Yeah. Gonna move to a big rat-free house in Lakeside as soon as I save up the deposit from the 3 jobs that I ate.
3?
Same every day. Mornings cleaning, afternoons bike delivery, and nights I work in that weird Welsh chicken shop in town.
Can we cluckers?
You know what? Everyone thinks I'm a drug dealer. People I deliver to, people in the shop, even the people I clean for. I cannot get you drugs. I am not a drug dealer. I sell chicken, deliver Uber food, clean offices. Should be a drug dealer. Then I'd get some money.
Oh, money's not everything, though, is it?
Only people with money say money's not everything.
Okay. Okay. Are you in debt?
Yeah.
Why?
Education. Listen to what they told me, didn't I? Go to college, get qualified, get a bloody life. So I did. And within 3 months, hated it, dropped out, but still got charged for the year and all the accommodation.
Well, you can't still live there?
No, he fell out big.
How big?
Well, I climbed out of the window for a smoke on the flat roof outside.
He threw you out for smoking?
Wasn't so much the smoking, more the hole when I fell through the roof.
Right. What about family?
I got no family. What I got is rats.
Okay. Okay. Look. I help you with the rats. You pay back the money. Deal?
Meanwhile, back at the shop, little Laura is dealing with the age-old problem that has haunted pawnbrokers down the years. Stupid people.
You can't have your guitar back.
It's mine.
You pawned it. I gave you the money.
With interest.
That's the deal. You gives me some in, I gives you cash. You didn't pay it back. I told you, 30 days. What?
Scum, you bloodsucker.
It was your choice. I explained it. You try
You sleep at night.
What I do is help people.
Yeah, right.
Some people can't get a loan because their credit scores for shit. Usually through no fault of their own. Government goes on about choices. They got choices, all right. Feed the kids or pay the rent. That's where I comes in. As a service to a community that's neglected by the mainstream, I'm the safety net round you.
Oh, save me the sanctimonious bullshit. Just give me back my guitar. Or... No, not even. PCS, fake cops.
It's fine, Bryony. This gentleman was just leaving.
Can't arrest me, can't do nothing. If I was to smash this place up, all you could do is call for proper police.
Could tase you.
What?
You are threatening me, right, LL?
You wouldn't dare.
See this other pouch? I flick the button and the taser comes out, and when the taser comes out, I uses it.
Well, you've been done anyway, Leech. The guitar was a knockoff. You can keep it.
Bye-bye!
What's yours?
Charming. What you have? What? Tasered it? Nope. In this pouch I keep my mints. Oh, Mum. What's happening, Bri? Has anyone tried to pawn a statue? Bronze? 5 feet tall? No. Also, there's a Prosecco and painting tomorrow night in the Ribbon Heads. Wondered if you fancied. Brunette, like, of course. In the pub. Oh, you two not getting on? Not that so much. Oh. Just... He's on this house kick thing, and if he's on it, I'm on it. Apparently. Don't sound thrilled. Chance to, have a laugh? I would. But we're seeing a flat tomorrow night. Got a whole string of appointments lined up. He's given me a schedule. Getting serious? Yeah. Fortunately. You're not into him as much as he's into you. If that's the case, Al, you shouldn't be with him. There you are.
Hey, Bryony. Keeping the streets safe?
Did you get it? The certificate?
Bosh.
It's half eaten.
can see most of the name.
You better hope this Emily makes good on her own. You've got a
So,
problem
Bri,
with Spanish.
what's happening?
She was just saying there's a painting thing at the Robin Hood.
Yeah? I'm up for that.
Nah, not your scene.
Your scene is my scene. Consider it a date.
Undate it. It's more a female thing, you know? By the way, just seen your nan
How can you
going to
undate?
Marriott in town. What? She told me she was at Pigeons, setting up for the funeral.
So we finally going on a date?
Was she up? No, Sonny, no date. You seen a statue? Look after the shop.
I got things to do.
Later.
A statue, you say?
Yeah, one from the park. Bronze, nymph playing a flute or something. Someone sawing it off by the leg.
Big fan of that park. Me and my son go there. Sometimes. Not recently, though. Harvey? You met him at the wake. Great kid. Takes after his
You
dad,
haven't
see?
seen it?
If I had, you would be the first person I'd call. If I had your number.
Oh, starts in a 9, ends in a 9.
Yeah? And in between?
How is he?
Who?
Harvey? Your son?
Ah, right. Harvey. Yes, out.
What?
Out. I'm closing up. Promise to be somewhere.
What?
That the way you usually greet people?
What? Malik?
Where are you?
What's that got to...
I'm outside, the flat, with the estate agent.
Shit. Something's come up.
You said hello.
Look, I'm busy. Sorry.
What's wrong?
It's my nan.
Oh, right. Sorry. Is her nan out of turn? Probably. What did your husband do?
No, she's okay.
Then what?
I'm not going to make it. The viewing.
Pointless seeing her again.
Got to go. Other line.
Hello? What?
You usually greet people like that?
Doing father and son time. With my son.
Hi, Harvey.
Hi, Auntie Hello. Right, now, cut it up.
What are you doing?
I'm in a skip. Being a hero. What are you doing?
I'm following Nan. She's in a Marriott.
Where's that?
Hop. There she is. She's coming out. Oh. Ugh. Bloody bushes. She's on the move.
I've got to go.
She's up to something. I'm in pursuit. I'll drop you 10 more rounds.
Before you go, I need something from you.
How'd you get my number?
At my waist.
Oh, hello.
Say hello, Harvey.
Yo, Popo.
Hiya.
You're not a real police officer, are you, though?
You start. What do you want, Sonny?
Prepare to be amazed.
You gonna jump in that waste bin and never come out?
Ta-da!
The statue?
Detective work.
Yep. I get it. Of course. Hero complex. You did this, didn't you? You commit the crime so you can solve the crime.
No.
And then I like you and we end up on a date.
As if. You're hearing this, Harvey.
How'd you know where it was then?
I seen him on my way to school. Saw someone with the statue come down this alley.
Yeah, and then it was just a case of checking all the bins.
What they look like, this thief?
White, this tall-ish, wearing like a balaclava thing.
How'd you know he was white then?
Was wearing any gloves?
Because I got it back. There's no letters. Yeah? You can tell your bosses you've solved the case. I'll be taking no credit.
Help me carry back to the station. Not again. What's he mean? Not again.
Gotta go town. Eyes on a stakeout.
Where's this stakeout?
By the time Sonny catches up with his sister, LL is crouching behind a motorbike in Churchill Way, the city centre, home to a mix of beauty aesthetic businesses, banks, restaurants, and Cardiff's finest gay bar.
Which
one's she?
That one, the house at the end.
How long?
Why are you whispering?
An affair.
What?
Right? Sneaking about, Botox, having an affair.
Our Nan, on the day she buried her.
Sex and death.
Nah.
Gramps was ill for ages. Even old people got ages, hello. She's in there now, going for it.
Let's see if we can get a closer look. Don't smear us a bit.
You weigh a bloody ton.
I can see her. There's a man.
Max always nagging you.
To the left.
Are you supposed to be seeing a flat with him?
When? To the right. Move a bit to the right now.
When are you going to tell him?
What?
That you don't like him.
I like him.
But you don't love him.
More or less. I think you see me.
What did you see? Not too graphic.
She had a pen in her hand.
Right. While having sex? What are you Googling?
Oh, no.
What?
That's a solicitor's.
Having sex with us?
That specialises in wills. Must be changing a will.
Ah, well, that's not so bad.
For one of us, it might be.
What?
Well, probably writing you out of it.
As if.
This has never been said out loud, but it's always been known that I'm going to take over the business.
Hold on.
The business needs
Don't count me out.
What? You said after the funeral that I was the one who
Well, I never said that exactly.
The only reason you'd run King's Pawn is to spite me.
Well, that's my... Touché, sister.
You don't even know what that means, do you?
You want sugar?
No, Malik says so.
Yeah. 3. Why didn't you go home last night?
Home?
Well, Malik's well, his mum.
Couldn't face her.
His mum?
She's lovely. Do anything for you.
Told him I was staying here because you were so upset. When are you going to put him out of his misery, love?
I like the idea of Malik. See, your lips have come back to life.
Reckon.
And that Botox, you know is poison, right?
When your Gramps died, I swore I'm going to do what I want to do.
Gramps never stopped doing anything.
No, but he would have hated it and said nothing. So, decided the day I put him in the ground is a new start. Why not start with a new face?
How's this new start working for you?
Well, I got a backlog to clear before that happens. When your Gramps was ill, he let things... Well, let's just say there's a lot of paperwork to go through. I saw you earlier when I was at the solicitor's.
You can't leave the shop to Sonny.
Assume it was your brother below you. See, one of you should have been at the shop.
It would be a disaster. You can't leave it to him. He's an idiot.
But he means well.
I know he's your favourite, Nan.
Haven't got a favourite.
Yeah, right. We'll be bankrupt in 6 months.
But we'd have some fun in the meantime, eh?
That, I can't deny.
Where is he anyway?
The more you do something, the easier it becomes. This bright morning, Sunny is on an errand of death.
Oh, you. What's that?
Lamb chop. For the dog. Caesar.
Oh, he's not my dog. Lives at 563. I'll put it in the fridge. You can have it later.
Those stairs are getting easier. I think I'm getting fitter.
What you want? I got extra shifts. I'm up to 4 jobs. Didn't get into 6 this morning. Nightclub.
When do you sleep?
Someone stole my Uber bike yesterday. I was like 30 seconds and some...
Get another.
Wasn't mine. Renting it. I'll be paying for a bike I can't use for the next 34 months. Then I go to the chicken shop and people are... I did a match on, especially people are like animals. So I'm working at the bar of Revolutions and this guy refuses to pay for a massive round of drinks.
Okay.
People I could...
Okay. You are.
What's that? No meat.
My brother-in-law, sort of, Malik, works as an industrial pest controller. Usually factory units and that.
It's a big bag.
Smallest one yet. Just sprinkle a few pellets about and hey presto, that problem solved. But be careful. Public areas. I'd hate for Caesar to get sick.
What do you want?
Promise you'll pay the loan back.
Try my best. Look, I'm busy.
No shit.
But if you want, stop by the club when I got a shift for a drink.
Yeah. One question.
Make it quick.
What would you buy a 14-year-old boy for his birthday?
Working in a pawn shop is mostly boring. Lots of the same faces, bringing in the same items. A gold brooch, a Rolex. For some short-term cash. They pay their money back, including the interest, and they get their item back.
But what did he need rat poison for, Millie? What? You never even asked him?
In a pawn shop, you see the whole of humanity. Rich, poor, in between. We all need cash. And now and again, a surprise walks through the door.
Look, gotta go. Some letters coming.
All right, mate. Lost your way from a stag do.
You see my glasses, LL?
Mate, city centre's up that way, all right? So...
Hello? You two know each other? Take it you're not here to pawn something.
That's correct, Laura.
You want to come through?
Yes, thank you.
LL. That's the bishop through. Oh, God.
Sorry, Your Eminence. Truly sorry. We don't get many bishops,
You'll
so
be in the office.
Roger that.
The bishop's visit sent LL into a spin. Sonny, as was his way, not so much.
That's why she was changing her will. She must be dying.
Yeah.
Why else?
Yeah.
You listening? Where are you?
Curry's. Harvey's birthday, thinking of buying him a 70-inch TV.
He has a single bedroom.
Yo, mate, you got anything bigger than this Samsung?
Sonny, this is serious. A bishop doesn't just crawl around. Really what? And why is Malik giving you rat poison?
Yo, turn on it, please. The news. Something on the news. I gotta go.
When have you cared about current affairs? Sonny? Sonny? An outbreak of poisoning has spread across the city of Cardiff. But this isn't down to food poisoning. Experts have indicated it's intentional. Police are trying to track the source of the outbreak. So far, 48 people have been treated in hospital, all from different areas of Cardiff. And according to experts, all have ingested some sort of poison. Police are working hard to find the connection between those that have been affected in a bid to find the capital poisoner before more people fall sick.
Tell me it's not true.
All right, Sonny? What?
I've seen the news. You've seen the news?
No one's died.
Not yet. You're a capital poisoner. No one deserves to be poisoned by rat poison. Who did you give it to?
Oh, anyone who didn't take me on deliveries, which I did on a push bike. Chicken shop people who were rude. Idiots who asked me for drugs. People who clicked their fingers at me to get served. Blokes who called me love.
Okay.
Anyone who...
Okay. For bloody Cardiff. You gotta leave town.
Leave? I got a share pack.
A bag.
Before the cops work out who gave you the rat poison.
Before my sister works out who gave you the rat poison.
What am I supposed to do?
Here. There's 800 quid in there. Disappear.
I go on, Anne.
The less I know, the better.
Who's that?
It's my nan. She called a family meeting.
Oh, she's keen.
That's my sister.
Hey. You could come with me.
Oh, I'd like nothing better. But I'm probably in enough trouble. No. It was hardly anything. Handful. Like, just enough to help Harvey's mum out with a mouse.
Rat poison?
A big mouse. It goes to show, in a time of crisis, she still tears to me.
You're deluded. And duplicitous.
Kind of you to say.
Get back here, now.
The last family meeting was to tell little Laura and Sonny that their granddad had cancer. As these grown-up grandkids all sit around the office table, the shop out front closed for lunch during working hours. They fear the worst.
It's the worst.
No way. How long you got?
You about to tell us who's taken over the shop? I've been thinking... Well, that has become a moot point.
Moot?
Sort of redundant. The lease on this place, the church in its wisdom has sold the land. Canton's getting a facelift. We've 6 months to move before they bulldoze the high street to build a massive sports-themed hotel.
They can't do that.
Already have. Done deal. Why? Turns out the church is as skint as anyone else. Out of the blue? They can't do that. Far from out the blue. Your Gramps. I've letters going back a year. Some of them unopened.
Why didn't he say something?
It's too late to ask now.
What? So you have to start somewhere else? It would be an opportune moment to modernise the business.
Modernise, yeah. You jumped on Gramps' coffin and now he's spinning.
This community's days are numbered. They're going to bulldoze the whole row.
Lock down this half of Canton.
That's what they want to do.
You said done deal.
Over my dead body.
You gonna fight it?
I promise you one thing. King's Pawn has been here for 40 years and it'll be here for another 40.
Battle lines drawn. Is it possible to stop a runaway train? Laura didn't know how, only that she knows she has to. Not for her, for Sonny or L.L., but for the place she loves. Oh, by the way, want to know what Harvey got for his 14th birthday? He was over the moon when he opened the shadowy wrapped present, revealing a signed Gareth Bale shirt. Who wouldn't want that?
In King's Pawn by Alan Harris. Laura was played by Lisa Palfrey. Jim by Julian Lewis-Jones. Little Laura by Lauren Morice. Sonny by Curtis Kemble. Bryony by Nia Gandhi. Malik by Kyle Lima. Emily by Madly Gwynn. Harvey by Harvey Nash. And The Priest by Sam Swan. Sound design was by Catherine Robinson. The director was John Norton. It was a BBC Audio Drama Wales production for Radio 4.
We'll find out what schemes Laura, Sonny and little Laura cook up to try to save the family business at the same time next Thursday. After the news this afternoon, Open Country goes deer stalking. With the UK deer population reckoned at around 2 million, how are the numbers being controlled and who's actually doing the work? Open Country is in a couple of minutes. BBC News at 3 o'clock. The government says it's launched an investigation after the BBC revealed some migrants are being advised to make false claims that they're gay or a victim of domestic abuse in order to stay in the UK. The spokesman for the Prime Minister said anyone found to be abusing the immigration system would be held accountable. A man who was jailed for life in 2019 for the murder of a university lecturer in the Buckinghamshire village of Maids Morton has had his conviction quashed at the Court of Appeal. During his trial, prosecutors argued Benjamin Field had spiked Peter Farker's whiskey to make the 69-year-old think he was losing his mind as part of a plot to inherit his house and money. Field's lawyers said there was no evidence that Mr. Farker was forced or deceived into taking the whiskey. Our correspondent Tom Simons is at court.
The judges here have said that the original trial judge, the direction that he gave to the jury was defective. Now, Benfield remains in prison on other charges, but the next move is that the case goes to the Supreme Court, and after that, there could be a retrial.
COVID inquiry has described the development and rollout of vaccines during the pandemic as an extraordinary feat which saved nearly 500,000 lives in the UK. Despite the success, the report, the fourth published by the inquiry, said lessons could still be learned, such as tackling vaccine hesitancy. In unusually forceful comments, Pope Leo has criticised leaders who spend billions on wars and said the world is being ravaged by a handful of tyrants. The remarks come just days after a high-profile spat with President Trump. Ukraine's President Zelensky has called on his allies to keep up the pressure on Russia after 17 people were killed in overnight strikes across the country. Officials said a 12-year-old boy was among the dead. The Duchess of Sussex has claimed that she was the most trolled person in the entire world for 10 years. She was speaking in Australia in support of the country's social media ban for under 16s. Meghan said the social media industry was predicated on cruelty to get clicks, and that wasn't going to change. BBC News.
The story begins over 2,000 years ago. Ever since humans started to ask, what is the world made of?
One of the things that Lucretius introduces is, where do things originate? Where do they come from?
I'm Jamal Khalili, and in a new series for Radio 4, I'll explore the language and literature that have shaped our understanding of the atom, transforming unimaginable theories into familiar ideas and pushing the boundaries of our scientific knowledge. Writing the Atom starts Monday morning at 11. To listen on your smart speaker, just say Play Radio 4.
It is BBC Radio 4, where it's time now for Open Country. And this week, Marianne O'Hotter is finding out about the UK's deer cull.
It's estimated that Britain has around 2 million deer, the highest population for at least 1,000 years. These iconic animals are well loved, but their growing numbers are putting real pressure on the countryside. To control the population, hundreds of thousands of deer are shot each year. But what does that really involve? I'm Marianne O'Hotter, and for this episode of Open Country, I'm heading out with a professional deer stalker, and I'm not in the wilds of Scotland. I'm about 2 miles away from the M25 in Essex. Jordan, hi.
How you doing?
Where are we today?
We're on a farm about 500 hectares, mainly arable, quite heavily wooded, lots of hedgerows, lots of deer impacts.
What kind of impact is the farmer seeing on his land that means that he's asked you to come and shoot some of the deer?
A lot of the impacts have traditionally been to the crops grown in fields, so some of the grass fields, some of the crops such as winter wheat and rape have been really heavily damaged. But what has been recognised more recently is that the woodlands are also in quite poor condition, and the deer have really been suppressing that natural regeneration and understory within those woodlands. Really, much of what goes on in a woodland is at the woodland floor level. Butterflies, insects, small mammals, nesting birds, most of that is going on within a few metres of the ground. So you need an understory, and you need that next generation of trees coming through in the form of natural regeneration. There are 6 species, only 2 of which are native. So it's only roe deer and red deer which are native. And in this area, there's a few red deer, but we're mainly dealing with muntjac and fallow deer. So that's extra pressure on the environment. And deer are just very successful. You know, we've got these warmer winters now, crops that are grown throughout the winter. The main method of control is lethal control. It's shooting them, and it's just trying to reduce the impacts down to a level so that you do get natural regeneration and an understory in your woods.
What have we got here? I mean, to a non-firearms person, this just looks like a massive rifle and a box of bullets. Is that what it is?
It is. It's a rifle. It's 6.55 caliber, and it's a 120 grain bullet. So it's a mid-range caliber and size bullet, which is ideal for where we are. There are muntjac deer, which are quite small, but there are fallow deer, which are quite a bit bigger. So it would take any UK deer species. It's got a sound moderator on the end to minimise disturbance to people and to protect our hearing. I'm just putting the bolt in now.
These are steel bullets.
is actually copper bullets. So we don't use lead anymore, we use copper, because lead is toxic. So yeah, they're copper bullets. Generally, they will pass through the deer. So when we shoot, best practice, we have to have a soft earth backstop. So the bullet will go through the deer and then use up its energy in the ground behind.
How do you control for that, given that you can't decide where the deer are?
It does mean that you have to pass up a lot of shots. So it's not as easy as seeing a deer shooting it. Like often you've got to, with your binoculars, following best practice, you've got to observe that deer, look beyond it. Is there clear ground? Is there a house in the background? Potentially somebody walking. You've got to consider all of these things.
How far could the bullet go if it passes through the deer and then keeps on going?
It will have used up most of its energy in the deer, so not so far. I mean, if I was to fire this up in the air, potentially it could come down miles away, 3, 4, 5 miles.
Crikey.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, got to be on your game. Okay.
We are going to zero the rifle. Is that what's called?
It is zeroing the rifle. So we'll just have a shot at the target so as to check that the rifle is shooting accurately. Okay, I'll have a shot at the target.
Oh, I can smell like gunpowder.
Gunpowder, yeah.
Gosh, it's such a powerful sound that I can't help but associate with TV shows and movies.
Yeah, the sound moderator kind of reduces that crack, but the energy is still clearly there, isn't it?
Yeah, I feel like I kind of have a visceral response to that.
Yeah.
Which may be the correct response.
It's got to be a sort of energy and a calibre that can humanely dispatch the deer.
We've walked 100 paces or so from where Jordan fired the rifle, and there's not much bigger than an A4 sheet of white target card, and in the middle of it there's a point about the size of a 50p piece, and the shot is right in the middle of it. So that's good, right?
Yeah, that's perfect, yeah. So the rifle's on, I'm on, and yeah, we're ready to sort of get into the woods and start trying to find a deer. So this is native woodland, mainly hornbeam. A lot of this is old coppice that hasn't been coppiced for years, so it's slightly out of management. And a certain amount of understory with the bramble, but there should be a lot more. And a lot of that is due to simply the pressure of the deer constantly feeding in this area. The understory would be made up of bramble, wildflowers, grasses, herbs, and they're eating all of that. So a mature fallow deer would eat maybe 8-10 kilos a day, and that is largely what they're feeding on. And a woodland like this, they're not planting any trees, they're relying on natural regeneration, and the deer, that would be their main feed choices.
Some people say that we shouldn't be shooting deer, we should just be fencing off woodland so it can regenerate, and actually managing it through tree guards or fences. Why would you say that isn't a good solution?
The UK deer population is so high now that you simply couldn't fence them out of every area. It just wouldn't be practical to fence them off of one piece of land and then onto your neighbour's piece of land. You know, red deer and roe deer being native, low densities, they definitely contribute to these ecosystems. But it's when they get to moderate and high densities and where species like fallow and muntjac are concerned, they're having big impacts.
How much is it a case, though, that we're blaming deer for one tiny aspect of ecological decline, when actually the responsibility is on the fact that we're farming industrially, that we're the ones not replanting or maintaining hedgerows, that we can't blame the deer for our misuse of the landscapes?
Yeah, definitely not. I guess that's just the reality of Britain in this modern age. Fallow deer were introduced about 1,000 years ago, mainly into the royal hunting forest for hunting purposes and for venison. Species like muntjac, water deer, sika deer, they've escaped mainly from deer parks. If you look at muntjac, they've colonised most of England.
So the fact that these deer are in our environment at all, that's actually on humans as well?
Yeah, we brought them here. Yeah, they wouldn't be here otherwise, apart from mule deer and red deer. We're doing this primarily to protect habitats and for the health of the deer themselves. Generally, they're very healthy, but if they're very high populations, they can start to show really low body weights, which is a sign of poor health, and they start to get hit on the roads. I mean, in this area, hundreds do get hit on the roads and potentially die a very slow death.
Why would a high population mean that there's more road accidents?
Because those deer are very hungry, so they move more. So they'll be crossing the roads, moving from one area to another, trying to find new areas to feed. Yeah.
As well as being an independent deer stalker, you also work for the Forestry Commission.
Yeah, I work for the Forestry Commission as a deer officer. So that's advising landowners who have woodlands, who want to manage their woodlands sustainably, but who need advice and guidance around how to manage their deer. We learned a long time ago that it's financially illiterate to grant fund woodland management, yet not have effective deer control in place. You simply will not achieve that if you've got too many deer. So now there's a financial incentive to encourage landowners to put in place sustainable deer management.
And I guess that's the merit of having a landscape scale deer management strategy rather than just one landowner trying to do it on their own.
Yeah, you want people working together, collaborating, coordinated approach, keep them moving around the landscape. If they're moving, it's taking the pressure off of the habitat. In the absence in the UK of any natural predators, apart from humans, of course, humans always hunted deer. It really does fall to us to take on that responsibility. And, venison is the byproduct of deer management, but it's definitely something that we should be eating and encouraging. The ambition is that more people will become semi-professional and be able to take on increased culls and increased capacity, and hopefully that can make this deer stalking activity a little bit more financially viable. And part of that is trying to encourage more and more people to eat venison. It's got to be the most climate-friendly red meat.
The sun's getting close to the horizon now, and the shadows are very long. It's an absolutely beautiful evening. How does it feel when you're stalking?
You've got to work at a slow pace, so I guess it's kind of forces you to slow down. We sort of operate and exist in this quite fast-paced world, so I quite like that. You've got to stalk slowly. Probably takes us back to how I would imagine our hunter-gatherer ancestors would have hunted. Each step you take reveals a different view ahead and could reveal a deer. Yeah, and it's a kind of focused energy, a sustained energy.
Do you get the kind of sense that they're a deer? Do you get an instinct?
Yeah, definitely. The more you do this, the more there's a sixth sense that instinctively, this is where there's going to be a deer. Yeah. Yeah, so this area now will move really slowly through here and just keep looking.
We're just walking at a very steady pace. And then every now and then Jordan will just stop and lift the thermal imaging camera to his eye. Just scan the bank of bramble at the edge of the woodland. Now we're just looking from the edge of one woodland across the field to another little copse on the other corner of the field boundary, scanning to see if we can see any heat from deer. Oh wow, look at that.
See the muntjac slots?
So when you say slots, you mean footprints?
Yeah, so this is where they're moving through this hedgerow into this wood. You can see the young trees have been ripped off. Deer don't have any upper incisors, so they leave a sort of raggedy edge. So if it was a rabbit in the hair, it would be a cleaner cut.
So the tops of those little ash saplings that have grown next to the mature adult ash tree, the tops of every growing stem has a kind of torn brownish end. So that's the deer eating the sweet young leaves at the top of each twig. We've gone quiet again. Jordan's looking.
through the thermal scope. There's two bright white spots, but you can see them moving their heads, walking along.
So they're just in that bit of black form.
What are we waiting for?
We'll just wait. I've reloaded because sometimes other deer move at the sound of the shot, and potentially that deer could, in theory, get back up, but it won't. So we're just going to stand here for a minute.
So you shot two different deer, one shot for each?
Yeah.
Heady mix of emotions. We're just walking towards where the deer was shot. Oh my gosh, there they are.
So as you can see, they've dropped exactly where they were. They're both shot in the chest.
Goodness, look at that.
Check the eye for any reaction on both of them. I'll just unload the rifle and put the rifle aside. So this is a doe, and this is a buck.
They're a lot smaller than I thought. They're the size of someone's pet dog.
A small dog as well.
Beautiful. They're a sort of fox brown colour with white undersides of their tails and little white fur around their ears and on their bellies. Oh. I eat meat and everything, so this is what meat looks like before it doesn't have its fur on. They're cute.
They're cute, yeah. You can see the small antlers on this buck. This is actually quite a young buck, you can tell from the size of the antlers. We usually try and remove the guts as quickly as possible, and then it allows the carcass to start cooling, and it's going to reduce some of the weight, so it'll be a little bit lighter to carry.
You're just cutting through the skin by the base of the belly.
Yeah. And just being careful not to puncture the guts.
What a noise. Oh my goodness.
So that's the esophagus. We've just broken through that. That leaves everything in there.
There's a real smell. It smells like, I don't know, like a butcher meets a farm. So with an incredibly sharp knife, Jordan's just cut from between the hind legs up to the base of the rib cage so that he can just carefully remove a bag of guts, and it's squelchy and greyish and shiny.
I'm just going to check here. These are the mesenteric lymph nodes. So potentially, if there was any disease, these would be swollen and would show signs of disease. They'd be enlarged.
And what are you going to do with that bag of guts?
I'll leave that in the brambles there, and foxes, badgers will soon eat that. And that also breaks down and puts some nutrients back into the ground. These deer have taken plenty of nutrients out of this environment, so it's giving something back.
You clearly love deer. Do you sometimes feel a bit sorry for them? You shoot them.
Yeah. At certain times of year when maybe they're out for season, it's nice just to watch them and not have to worry about shooting them. But yeah, I'm quite matter of fact about it. You know why you're doing it.
Do you remember the first time you shot one?
I do, yeah. Yeah, I think we were hunter-gatherers for so much of our ancestry that I don't think it's actually that alien to us.
A lot of the time when you think about hunting deer, people are imagining Scotland and posh people wearing tweed shooting stags with massive antlers. That's not what this is about, right?
Yeah, it's really not. Most deer stalkers are actually doing this voluntarily. They'll have a full-time job, so they're doing this on top of their full-time job, and they're doing it without any payment, generally. You get something back in the carcass that you can butcher and eat yourself, or you can sell to a game dealer. We definitely need more people doing it, and we need more semi-professional people out there contributing to this control program. Because as you can see, it's quite labour intensive, and some of the equipment involved is expensive. The rifles, binoculars, thermal spotters, chillers, quad bikes.
How much would you say you've spent on kit and equipment?
My wife could be listening to this. It's not cheap. When you start trying to up your capacity to shoot more deer, and you have to start investing in things like chillers, quad bikes, high seats, it is a hell of an outlay, and that's why we're also trying to stimulate the local venison supply chain. Extracting the carcasses can be often the hardest part of the job. We're going to go back to the pickup now, so that's probably about half a mile away, so we've got to drag these deer.
Alarm. Yara. Janita.
Jordan's just given me the webbing strap, the drag, to pull along, and for two small deer, honestly, the size of large spaniels, they're quite heavy. I'm properly understanding the term dead weight now.
You won't have to go to a gym tonight.
So we've just got back to where the pickup truck is. Head torches on. Now Jordan's getting ready to take off the head and the feet so that they're then carcasses ready to be, well, in principle, sold to someone else, but they're going to be sold to me, and I'm going to take them home and cook dinner. Freshly sharpened knives. Actually quite the anatomist, eh?
Yeah, you learn a fair bit about the anatomy. It is quite interesting.
And that's a little saw that just went straight through the bones of the pelvis.
Yeah, the pelvic bone.
I feel like I would make a meal of that in a way that makes it look very easy.
A lot of practice.
So for people who've never thought about finding their local deer stalker and saying, "Can I have some deer, please?" what would you say to them?
You know, if you want to try venison, ask your local butcher if you can get some in, and that will encourage him to get that supply chain going.
When you see it sold in a shop, though, it's often pretty expensive. It's not a particularly affordable option.
If we could make it more widely consumed and more kind of common practice, then I'd like to think that would help drive the price down. Forestry Commission have done some good work in getting it into some of the NHS hospitals, prisons, schools, so it's on the menu. And minced and diced venison really doesn't need to be overly expensive at all.
So the two little muntjac deer that we shot are bagged up and in the back of my car, and so it's time for me to say thank you very much, Jordan.
It's been a pleasure. Good seeing you. Take care. See ya.
It was extraordinary watching Jordan transform in the space of a second from relaxed, casual chatting to me to entirely focused on what he'd seen through the thermal scope, loading and then firing. And the level of respect and conscientiousness about this work, to do it properly, safely, humanely, and to be sure that he's doing a good job, both for the landscape but also to be respectful to the deer. As a meat eater, I'm so grateful to have had this opportunity to see where that meat has come from, because so many of us, even if you try your hardest at the supermarket to spend your money wisely and to try and buy the best quality that you can, you have no idea really. You're taking a lot of different organisations' words that they can validate and assure that this is of a high welfare standard. But I just watched those deer go from browsing in a hedgerow to being shot dead exactly where they stood. Yeah. I've no qualms about eating meat when it's been produced like this. Hello? I got 2 muntjacs. Here you go. It's quite a weight of meat, at least 20 kilos probably. I brought the liver and the hearts back as well.
Oh, delicious. Yeah, that's going to be fantastic.
Okay, let's get the knives out.
Love butter on that?
A splash of olive oil? What are you having?
Yeah, go on.
baseline. Would you recommend it to someone to try it?
Yeah.
You want me to cut it up? Does anyone want any more venison?
Open Country was produced and presented by Marianne O'Hara. Way back in 2021, the first episode of Radio 4's drama series Faith, Hope and Glory was broadcast. Well, 5 years and 43 episodes later, it's reached its conclusion at the end of a generation-spanning story about the emergence of modern multicultural Britain. So what did listeners think? In 5 minutes or so, Andrea Catherwood will be sitting down with one of the writers, Roy Williams, and the director, Jessica Von Gould, for this week's edition of Feedback. First, though, Jenny Seagrove makes this week's Radio 4 appeal on behalf of the Born Free Foundation.
Lions roar across the dawn light in Meru National Park in the northeast of Kenya on the hunt for prey. And the tragedy of those held captive. 20 years ago, lions in Meru were in crisis. Shrinking habitat and poaching had pushed this proud population to the edge. But today, our charity, the Born Free Foundation, is back in Elsa's homeland, and thanks in part to our vital work, lion numbers are up. There is hope in the shape of a young lioness called Sahara. 3 years ago, Sahara was still a cub when Born Free's team spotted her limping badly. An arrow had been driven straight through her hind leg. Moses, one of our field supervisors, who knows these lions well, recognized that she wouldn't survive without help. So he immediately contacted Kenya Wildlife Service, and they worked together to sedate Sahara. And then began the delicate process of removing the arrow, cleaning the wound, and giving her the medication she needed to fight infection and heal. Born Free's team watched over her, tracking her movements to make sure she was getting better, and get better she did. Sahara recovered. She rejoined her pride, and just last year was spotted alongside another young female, Rory, with 5 healthy cubs. There is a new generation of lions in Meru. Her story is why Born Free's work matters. Every day, the team here removes deadly poachers' snares, monitors lion families, and works with communities to prevent conflict with wild animals, protecting both people and wildlife. It costs around £400,000 a year to protect the lions and wildlife of Meru, and that's why I'm asking for your help today. To donate, search online for BBC Radio 4 Appeal or call 0800 404 8144 or write a cheque to Born Free Foundation and send it to Free Post, BBC Radio 4 Appeal. And please mark the back of your envelope, Born Free Foundation. Thank you.
Jenny Seagrove. The number to call again is 0800 404 8144. Calls are free from landlines and from mobiles, and you can find all the details for giving online if you search for BBC Radio 4 Appeal. And do remember that if you're a UK taxpayer and you want the Born Free Foundation to collect the gift aid on your donation, you should include an email or a postal address.
This month, retired people saw their state pensions rise by just under 5%. That's comfortably above the current inflation rate. How come? The triple lock is how come. A formula set 15 years ago that economists hate, arguing that it's unsustainable and wrong, and that politicians profess to love and are careful to put in their manifestos. It all sounds a bit mad. So what exactly is the triple lock? Can we still afford it? And if not, is there an alternative? Find out in the briefing room with me, David Aronovich, this afternoon at 4 on Radio 4 and BBC Sounds.
Now, though, it's time for Feedback with Andrea Catherwood.
Hello and welcome to Feedback. This week, the Radical podcast with Amal Rajan faces criticism from listeners.
Many people have been in touch about Faith, Hope and Glory. It's an epic Radio 4 drama that spans 80 years following the lives of 3 black women and their families from the end of World War II to the present day. I'll be talking to 2 members of the team who created this award-winning drama. And the latest nomination for our own Feedback Award, Interview of the Year. It's John Wilson's conversation with photographer Don McCallum. First, to that recent episode of the Radical podcast.
Hello and welcome to Radical. We have got an absolute cracker of an episode for you today. Look, what we try and do, what I've tried to do actually for quite a long time now, is to shift some of the focus of public conversation, especially in the news industry, from events, from the here and now, to the deep underlying trends.
A few weeks ago, Amol Rajan's guest was Dr. Suzanne O'Sullivan. She's a neurologist and the author of The Age of Diagnosis. That book asserts that advances in screening in everything from cancer to neurodivergent conditions have led to overdiagnosis, and that sometimes giving labels to people can lead to more harm than good.
Diagnosis has trade-offs. It has trade-offs at the individual level and at the social level. And if we have a society which, as she sees it, is both being overdiagnosed and over-medicalised, but not actually getting much better, maybe we need to think a bit harder about what diagnosis actually involves. I should say as well, when I put out a punt for questions on social media, lots and lots and lots of you got in touch.
Now, you may remember that Dr. O'Sullivan's book came under fire from feedback listeners last year when it was serialised on Book of the Week. It contains a chapter on long COVID, which she believes has a strong psychosomatic element to it, and many of you thought that was misleading. Her 2015 book was also criticised for dismissing ME and chronic fatigue syndrome as all in the mind. That was even the title of the book. Well, during the hour-long conversation on Radical, many of you were surprised by Amol Rajan not pressing her on some points. In particular, listeners who contacted us were surprised about the omission of ME from the discussion.
I'm Helen Gibson from the west of Scotland. I have a lot of respect for Amol Rajan, but having listened to his podcast with Suzanne O'Sullivan, I suspect he would benefit from understanding the horrific reality of the millions of people living with complex conditions such as ME and long COVID, my teenage daughter being one of them. So it was disappointing that Mr. Rajan took at face value Suzanne O'Sullivan's comment that while she had critics, there were only about 10 of them. In the case of ME, it's precisely this popular opinion that it is all in the head, which has led to ME being about 30 years behind other major illnesses in terms of medical research.
Hello, I'm Edward Munro from London. I do not wish to suggest that the BBC should not have had Dr. O'Sullivan on the podcast. I believe that free speech is extremely important for functioning society, and long COVID was just one area of focus in the discussion. However, I do think that, by way of balance, the BBC should, at the very least, offer a correction to her assertions, which are demonstrably false.
Since 2021, the National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, or NICE guidelines, have stated that ME, or chronic fatigue syndrome, are not psychosomatic conditions. And a recent scientific breakthrough in a study called Decode ME that was widely reported, including on Radio 4's Inside Health, shows genetic mutations are linked to ME, which refutes Dr. Sullivan's claims the condition is psychosomatic. It was a discovery made possible by long COVID research. Again, this was not mentioned in the Radical interview. Well, we had a number of really detailed emails from people who have the condition and other professionals who work in this area, some of whom have been challenging Dr. Sullivan's position for more than a decade. I spoke to Nikki Proctor, who represented the views of those who've been in touch. Both Nikki and her daughter have ME.
Amol begins by saying that he believes the role of journalism is to be informed and to apply scrutiny. And I agree with that, and I listen to the BBC and the Radical podcast a lot. I enjoy the intelligent journalism and the compassionate approach that he usually takes. But I just felt that there wasn't information to balance the opinions that were being presented, as if they were mainstream when in fact they're quite fringe, and there wasn't adequate scrutiny. And many times he presents something that might be seen as a challenge, but then lets her get away with a response that says, I think, I believe, I doubt it. That doesn't convince my view. She describes long COVID as having come about from a tweet, that it was a social movement that took on momentum. I mean, that just frames it as if it's imaginary, when in fact there's a huge amount of biomedical research, millions of pounds, and millions of people affected by physiological illness of the immune system, the vascular system, the neurological system, could go on, organ damage. It's immensely important that there's that kind of balance in these sorts of programs, and that balance just was not provided.
Yes, Amal Rajan did reference, as you said, that negative review of Suzanne O'Sullivan's book that did accuse her of cherry-picking scientific data, although she didn't answer that claim. Do you think she should have been pushed on claims like that?
Absolutely. She referenced, for example, a study that showed correlation between long COVID and loneliness. Well, it's a basic tenet of science that correlation is not causation. What she wasn't challenged on was a decade-long rebuttal of her views about, for example, ME/CFS.
Were you surprised that Dr. O'Sullivan was on a programme of this length, and actually the podcast was more than an hour long, and yet ME wasn't mentioned at all? Because I think anyone who knows Suzanne Sullivan well knows that actually she has talked a lot in the past about ME.
I was very surprised because that's the legacy of backlash and criticism of her position that is really strong, and it was just wholly neglected here. And that's not what I expect from a public information broadcaster like the BBC and Amal Rajan.
From listening to Radical, do you think the team were aware of the recent scientific breakthrough with Decode ME, which has been mentioned on Inside Health, and in fact I was talking about on Feedback a few weeks ago, that really has shone a lot of light on the physiological causes of ME?
It beggars belief, quite honestly, that they would not be aware of this. Professor Chris Ponting, who headed up the Decode ME study, was interviewed on the Today programme, where Amal and I'm sure other members of the team are involved. It's been hugely publicised internationally as a breakthrough genetic study. So one's a bit confused, really. I can't quite imagine that they weren't aware of it, but it shows an absence of due diligence to not even do a little bit of research, because it wouldn't take very long to discover it and find it. So if they were aware of it, then why was it not covered and mentioned? And if they weren't aware of it, well, that's almost even worse, that they haven't done any due diligence research.
Nikki, Suzanne O'Sullivan said that critics of her work amounted to about 10 people online who are angry. And Amal Rajan also repeated that and said that 99% of people really enjoy her book, The Age of Diagnosis.
Not only did Amal allow her to state that it's 10 people on social media, but he laughed along with her, and he failed to recognise that A, it's not 10 people, it's thousands of people. B, it's public bodies, charities, patient representative organisations, the government's own delivery plan states information about stigma and disbelief. The National Institute of Health and Clinical Excellence clinical guideline states that clinicians should be aware of this. To belittle people for whom it's a chronic illness that disables you sufficiently that 25% are housebound and bedbound. So your only access to the real world is through social media, online forums. To belittle people in those circumstances, vulnerable people, is really unforgivable.
Well, I'm sure that if Amal Rajan was here and he was asked to come on the programme, he would say that he wasn't belittling anyone, but on the other hand, I can see that that's how it feels.
Alarm! Kiryat Bialik, Kiryat Motzkin, Kiryat Yam, Haifa, Kiryat Chaim and Kiryat Shmuel.
Thank you so much for joining me on Feedback and sharing your thoughts about Radical.
I really appreciate the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Feedback listener Nikki Proctor. Of course, I really wanted to put these points and more directly to Amal Rajan or someone from the Radical team. We have tried, but no one was available. We did receive this statement.
The interview with Dr. Suzanne O'Sullivan explores the topics that she examines in her most recent book, The Age of Diagnosis.
Dr. O'Sullivan is asked to explain the arguments she makes in the book, and she is challenged on these throughout. During the interview, it is also made clear that some of the assertions she makes are contested, and she is asked to respond to criticism that she has faced. We always take listener feedback on board to ensure we continue to deliver the best content for our audiences.
Well, after feedback was told that nobody was available for interview, we did send some specific...
Sha'ar Na'aman Industrial Zone, Kfar Masarik, Akko Industrial Zone, En Hamifratz, Akko, Kiryat Bialik Industrial Zone.
Or did they not know about the latest scientific developments with Decode ME, showing the genetic mutation linked to ME? Why did Amol Rajan not challenge the author's views that it's psychosomatic on the basis of this new scientific research? The BBC sent us these responses.
Long COVID is covered in the age of diagnosis, and this is discussed during the interview. This leads the conversation to psychosomatic illness, and Dr. O'Sullivan is asked to explain her position on this topic. It was stated several times during the interview that Dr. O'Sullivan's views have been criticised, and Amol reflected this in a number of the questions he asked. The editorial team will always carry out the necessary research and planning before interviews to ensure the key topics are covered.
And on the point about the comment that around 10 people on social media do not agree with Dr. Suzanne O'Sullivan's views, the BBC had this to say.
The comment regarding 10 people on social media was acknowledged on air to be an underestimation by Dr. O'Sullivan and is not the view of the BBC.
Your comments and questions are what this programme is all about, so please do get in touch about this or indeed anything you've heard on any BBC radio station or podcast or anything on BBC Sounds. Sending a voice note on WhatsApp is easy. Please include your name if you'd like me to use it. The number is 03 333 44544. You can also ring that number and leave a voice message. The number again, 03 333 44544. On X and Instagram, it's at BBC R4Feedback. You can also send an email to feedback@bbc.co.uk. And these details are available again at the end of the programme. And please do go to BBC Sounds. You can search for feedback, click the link to like and subscribe, and you'll get every episode in your feed, and you can listen whenever suits you. Back in February 2021, Radio 4 began a long-running series, Faith, Hope and Glory, telling domestic stories centred around 3 black women, 2 of whom came to England from Antigua.
I could feel my mother's strength in me when I explained to my father that it was my lifelong dream to go to the United Kingdom and be a nurse, like the wonderful Florence Nightingale.
The award-winning saga takes place over almost 80 years, from 1946 to 2025. It was an ambitious project, and it ended last month after 5 years and 43 episodes. The stories weave through the emergence of modern Britain, including the changing face of racism, from the Notting Hill race riots in the late 50s to the fallout of the UK's hostile environment legislation, which led to the Windrush scandal in 2018, with wrongful detainments and people being wrongly deported over a lack of paperwork. I met up with producer Jessica Drumgoole and writer Roy Williams, who've been with the drama from the beginning. But first, here's what listeners thought about Faith, Hope and Glory.
I'm Sandra Lawrence from North London. I was incredibly moved by the enduring drama of Faith, Hope and Glory. This is truly some of the best content radio has ever produced. I can say this after having spent this week listening to each and every episode. I want to congratulate you on such exquisite and intelligent writing. Such moving and emotional pouches of drama, delivered by talented actors, made this saga unmissable and unique.
Hello, Feedback. My name is Julie Brand, and I live in South London. I have just finished the last episode of Faith, Hope and Glory, and I think I will have to listen to it all over again. It is just the best drama series I have heard for a long time, and if there are any awards for radio drama, it needs to win them all.
First of all, congratulations. You won the Outstanding Contribution Award at the BBC Audio Drama Awards just last month. How did that feel, Jessica? Oh, it felt fantastic. We were really surprised, weren't we? We didn't expect it.
I thought there'd be a few words sort of saying, because the show had ended and such, and then we were all invited to come on stage, and that took me by surprise. And it was a lovely moment.
You heard a couple of the listener comments there. They're really, really complimentary about this long-running drama. How does it feel to have those kind of comments from listeners and actually hear directly about how they responded to the programme?
It's very, very flattering, extremely flattering, because we conceived the show way back in 2018, 2019. Myself, Mary, Jessica, and the two other writers, Rex Urbano and Winston Pinnock. We all sort of kind of came together. For me, personally, I've always wanted to tell this kind of story. I've always wanted to tell a sort of big, epic story about the Black British experience from Windrush to now.
And Roy, when you started on this, did you know that it was going to be such a long story? I mean, it's sort of an 80-year span, or did Radio 4 keep kind of commissioning another round? I mean,
we started off ideally as that was our end game. We were going to go that long, and we just keep going until BBC told us not to. No, that was definitely our end game, and we had the idea of each series is 5 years on. So we started in sort of 1946 actually, and then we just kept going every 5 years, and then we meet our characters, and we find out where they are, what's happening to them, and also more importantly, well, not as importantly, is what's going on in Britain at the time.
So I find that so interesting. You've done it very subtly, because you don't want to feel like you are giving us a history lesson.
No.
And yet we are also hearing about Attlee's nationalisation project or independence movement in Trinidad. And you've got to weave that into the narrative of people's lives.
Absolutely, because those characters, those people of colour, the West Indians, it was happening to them. They were living it. They were experiencing all of those key moments, as you said. So it's important to reflect that, but also as important to remind ourselves we are telling a story about these characters. All of them are flawed. They're very complex. That was a real sort of mission for us to begin with. We weren't going to sort of be a sort of love letter completely to the Windrush generation. We weren't going to completely let them off, but we loved them, we admire them. But they are human beings, and we wanted to reflect that, the mistakes they made and such, and the troubles they had.
And the series was conceived pretty much in the shadow of the hostile environment policy, so there was that direction of travel, wasn't there?
Absolutely. I mean, for me, writing this was a way of controlling my anger towards, because at the time we all came together, that's when all the stories were coming out about the Windrush scandal.
Yeah, and the hostile environment policy was actually what made an awful lot of people realise that they didn't perhaps have the right paperwork, and that was a Windrush.
I mean, the fact is that they lived here, they paid the tax.
And we've got characters, of course, there are characters. Because we meet them in 1946, we can see why perhaps they didn't have the right paperwork. Without wanting to give you too many spoilers, that's all woven through.
Well, we created the device of the baby Joy, who is lost by one couple.
Unofficially adopted, should we say?
And unofficially adopted, which tied the three main female characters together forever.
And they are Faith, Hope, and Glory.
And Gloria, that's right. And then immediately brought writers in, and the writers gave that flesh, gave it purpose, gave it their own take. And can I say that Hope was kind of based on your mum?
She was, yeah. That was my starting point.
Was your mum a nurse?
She was a nurse, yeah. In a hospital and then in a care home for the elderly. And then, astonishingly, she had a huge change of direction in her life in her 50s and became a social worker.
Roy, I think a lot of people, when they listen to this drama, will be shocked by the racism. You're obviously writing that from a perspective of knowing it.
Yes.
Particularly knowing it. Was that the kind of words that are used to Hope when she's working in a hospital, the kind of experiences she had as a young nurse? Are those things that your mum faced?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, there's no hiding about it. It's definitely what she experienced. And others like her, they kind of just got on with it, really. And I tried to reflect that in Hope's sense.
You didn't sugarcoat it. I mean, the levels of racism.
It was pointless us doing it, because I think it was important for the listeners to understand this is what they faced, this is what they heard. and particularly the way we're living now, because I think dangerously we're kind of going backwards. I think it's a good history lesson to understand this, words hurt, and they're sometimes they're as strong as bullets coming out of a gun.
Now, our listeners have been incredibly positive, as you know, about listening to this drama, and they've really actually often said, I try and give it to my friends, I want other people to hear it. But one comment we have had from Stephen Webster in Northamptonshire is that although he loves listening to it, there's one challenge, and that is remembering who all the characters are and how they connect with each other over this huge story.
I've kept extensive notes. If only BBC Science had a character list. Just a reminder to look up so that the listener can quickly get immersed again in the latest episode without spending 40 minutes struggling to remember how the latest episode and characters relate to the last. It will be prefaced with spoiler alerts for those just starting out at episode 1.
I think there should be a family tree prepared. It wouldn't be hard. And they're not events, the births and deaths and marriages. It's part of a continuum. So some of the dates are a little bit slippery, aren't they, around how old people are, and then we tie them down later. So it's a strange beast, the family tree.
It's always fun when every time the series was recommissioned, we'd all gather and meet, mostly on Zoom. And then we had to go really remind ourselves, so what age is Hope now? What age is Jim? And more importantly, how old are the kids? And so there's a real lesson for us to kind of keep it back. So family is really helpful.
And inspiring as well, because
very much so.
As soon as you know that somebody is 15 at the time of the first Notting Hill Carnival, the story sort of becomes itself in a way.
Now, we've also had a couple of comments about the music, which I hope you might be able to answer as you're both here. Susan Simmons has asked about the love song.
I've been following Faith, Hope and Glory from the start. I've loved every episode, relationship, and its reflection of changing societal norms, prejudice and biases to the present day. Could you please tell me the lullaby song which Hope sings to her children and to her daughter baby Eunice, unknown to her at the time, when Gloria and Jim bring her to the hospital? I would love to know the words. I hope you can help, as I cannot find it anywhere. Thank you. Do you know what that song is?
It's a traditional Jamaican song, Helen Gully Rider. Danielle, who doesn't sing often, but she sang it so beautifully that sort of on the back of that, it became a kind of buried memory for Joy, so that she didn't know why she knew it, but of course her mother had sung it to her before she was lost.
And also, Jenny Johnson has asked if you could tell us what the music's called that introduces and accompanies the series. She says she finds it hauntingly beautiful and she'd love to listen to a complete recording.
Well, it's called Shoreline Memory and it's by Philip Shepherd, and it actually pre-existed Faith, Hope and Glory. We wanted something timeless and we wanted something that reflected the story of baby Joy being lost at sea, and it sort of holds that, but it does become richer every time you listen to it. But Philip Shepherd is brilliant.
Beautiful tune.
Ray Williams and Jessica Drumgold, thank you very much indeed. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thanks so much.
Now, if you are a regular feedback listener, you'll know all about the annual search for the best interview across BBC Radio and Science. It's decided by you, the listener, and I would love to hear your nominations. It can be a political green or a deeply personal conversation. They can also break the mould of interviews typically conducted with legendary names. That's what listener Maggie Anderson thought of the recent interview on This Cultural Life by John Wilson with the photographer Don McCallum. Here she is.
My name is Maggie Anderson and I live in Edinburgh. In this interview, I know the story about many aspects of what influenced his early life, grounded in poverty, he said, and without much education, through acquiring a camera and eventually seeking harm's way as a war photographer in some of the most dangerous conflicts, Vietnam, Biafra, Cyprus, etc.
So you're standing on a street in which bullets are flying at this moment for the first time in your life. Was it exciting?
The hair on the back of my head was standing up, really. I knew at the time, I thought, you're a lucky devil. All the press are not here. You've got it all to yourself.
It always feels like a real conversation, with John using responses to comment on and analyse the answers. An example is when Don refers to his horrifyingly narrow escapes on several occasions. He and reflects on his guilt at, quote, helping himself to other people's misery.
I have two moral aspects of life. One is the moral aspect of feeling guilty about surviving many wars I've been to, and I lost many friends and journalist friends, and the other moral thing is feeling that I've helped myself to other people's lives' misery.
And John sees this as survivor's guilt, putting a positive slant on Don's feelings.
But arguably you were bearing witness. If you hadn't taken those photographs and had that sense of that complicity in a way, then we possibly wouldn't have seen the horrors that were taking place in Beirut then.
I've got you cornered here because, I did that in 1976. A lot was happened in Gaza in the last couple of years. I stopped nothing. My work could never be attributed to helping anything or anyone. That's why I feel so bloody uncomfortable.
John's reassuring voice and subtle questioning lead to Don opening up honestly about his family life and feelings. Now that the 90-year-old is no longer in war zones, he is devoted to photographing Somerset countryside where he lives. John suggests as a way of purging the violent and devastating images from his past.
Landscape is like poetry. You can twist people's minds. There's nothing I'd like more than a nice rainy day with those Wagnerian skies. I couldn't resist it. And I also did some life things as well in my golden show.
Yes. But are they, those landscapes and those beautiful still lives that you do, are they a way of purging the thousands of images of death and destruction?
You're quite right. Actually, I felt I was running away from the kind of war. I did not want to be labeled as a war photographer. Despite all the thousands of people I've seen dead, injured and dying.
Partly as a result of John's manner and reactions, Don comes across as a modest man. John really gets inside his story.
Well, thank you for that, Maggie, and please do keep those nominations for Interview of the Year coming. Now, earlier in this series, I talked a bit about the move to visualization for podcasts and radio programs. You may prefer to watch as well as listen to podcasts like Newscast and many more. I said at the time that we'd find out a bit more about it. Well, next week, I'll be talking to Jonathan Kanagasorian, who's in charge of strategy on a new raft of visualised podcasts from the BBC. So if you've got any questions or comments about this move to visualisation, do send them to me ahead of that interview. But for now, from me and the team, thank you so much for listening and for giving us your feedback. Goodbye.
Feedback was presented by Andrea Catherwood. The producer was Pauline Moore, and it was a Whistle Down Scotland production for BBC Radio 4. If you'd like to get in touch with the team, you can send a WhatsApp voice note to 03333 444 544. You can also ring that number and leave a voice message. The email is feedback@bbc.co.uk. After the news, the briefing room discusses the pensions trickle up.
How has history shaped classical music?
Of course, it often happens in history that changes in music come with changes in society.
From the birth of musical notation to the digital streaming revolution. Join me, Gillian Moore, and leading experts, including Michael Wood, for an epic journey through 1,000 years of classical music.
What a miracle it is that we can still listen to music from so long ago.
Key changes. Radio 3's essential history of classical music. Listen now on BBC Sounds.
BBC News at 4 o'clock. The head of the International Energy Agency says Europe could run out of jet fuel in the next 6 weeks because of the war in the Middle East. Fatih Birol says Iran's blockade of crucial shipping routes is causing the largest energy crisis we've ever faced. The US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth says a retaliatory blockade of Iran's ports will continue until Tehran signs a peace deal. He says if an agreement isn't reached, the US will launch major attacks on Iran.
We are reloading with more power than ever before, and even more importantly, better intelligence than ever before. We are locked and loaded on your critical dual-use infrastructure, on your remaining power generation, and on your energy industry. We'd rather not have to do it, but we're ready to go at the command of our president.
The government says a carbon tax on electricity generation will be scrapped from April 2028. The tax was introduced in 2013 to meet climate targets by increasing the cost of using fossil fuels in power stations. Downing Street says ministers are investigating after the BBC discovered some migrants were making false claims about their sexuality while being victims of domestic abuse in order to improve their chances of getting asylum. Number 10 says there are robust safeguards in the asylum system, but the Home Office is investigating the reports to ensure anyone abusing it is held accountable. The first stage of the UK COVID inquiry has found the vaccine rollout was an extraordinary feat, which saved nearly 500,000 lives, but that some lessons can still be learned. The report says vaccine hesitancy needs to be tackled, especially in deprived communities and among certain ethnic minority groups. And the exact location of William Shakespeare's home in 17th century London has been established after previously unidentified floor plans were discovered in the National Archives. Shakespeare bought the property in Blackfriars in 1613, shortly before retiring to his hometown of Stratford-upon-Avon. BBC News.
If you followed coverage of the recent Artemis moon mission, you'll probably have seen Rebecca Morrell, the BBC science editor, reacting to the launch. She was, shall we say, quite excited. She'll be making a rather more relaxed appearance on the media show this evening to discuss how she found herself becoming part of that story. That's at 8:15. BBC Inside Science is in half an hour, and that's after David Aronovich with this week's edition of The Briefing Room.
This month, retired people saw their state pensions rise by just under 5%. That's comfortably above the current inflation rate. How come? The triple lock is how come. A formula set 15 years ago that economists hate, arguing that it's unsustainable and wrong, and that politicians profess to love and are careful to put in their manifestos. It all sounds a bit mad. So what exactly is the triple lock? Can we still afford it? And if not, what's the alternative? Step into the briefing room and together we'll find out. To discuss this, I'm joined by Carl Emerson, who's a partner at London Economics, Sophie Hale, who's Research Director at the Resolution Foundation, and Steve Webb, who's a partner at the pensions consultancy LCP. And over 10 years ago, he was an MP, and indeed, he was the pensions minister when the triple lock was introduced. First of all, let's find out how this formula actually works. Carl Emerson, if I can begin with you, can you explain to us exactly what the triple lock is and how it works?
So the triple lock is the mechanism by which the flat rate part of the UK state pension system is increased each year. So the basic state pension, that's available to people who reached the state pension age before 2016, so they're 75 or over today. It increases by the triple lock each year, and the new state pension, which is more generous and available to those who reach the state pension age after 2016. And the way it works is each April, the state pension, that flat rate bit, goes up by the bigger of 2.5, or the growth in prices, otherwise known as inflation, or the growth in average earnings.
Right. 2.5, growth in average earnings and inflation, roughly.
That's right.
So that's going to be the bigger of those.
Yeah, and in normal times, you would expect, touch wood, for earnings to be growing faster than either prices or 2.5, and therefore the pension would keep pace with the growth in the wages of the average earner in the economy. But it also means that pensioners are protected when there are downturns. So, for example, if there's an energy shock which increases prices and means that household budgets are squeezed, pensioners don't face that squeeze.
And it also means that if wages are low, pensioners aren't going to lose out in the same way that wage earners would.
It means, yes, if there's a recession, if wages are growing but by less than 2.5 or by less than prices, it means the state pension will grow relative to average earnings. It means that pensioners can still afford the same bundle of goods, at least roughly, as they could in the previous year from their state pension. Of course, they may have other income which is not growing as quickly.
People talk about how this has been having a ratcheting effect. Why should that be?
Well, if you think about what happens when there's an economic downturn, you see the state pension protected from that downturn, so it increases as a share of average earnings because it's growing in line with inflation, which is faster. I think that's a really good feature of the triple lock. You're protecting pensioners from downturns. But then if there's an economic recovery, workers are then getting perhaps compensated for the hard times they've been through, perhaps they're bouncing back. Perhaps oddly, the the state pension then goes up in line with that bounce back. So you're not just protecting pensioners from the downturn, you're also locking that in so that the pension will be permanently higher as a share of average earnings. And it's that what happens in the recovery which perhaps is a bit more questionable given the fact that we protect pensioners from downturns.
In other words, you use the word ratchet because the effect that has is actually, under all circumstances, the pension will go up faster than most other people's earnings.
Yeah, if you had an economy that was just smoothly growing, you would find that the state pension would remain constant as a share of average earnings. But in reality, when you have economic cycles, when you have nasty shocks coming along, gradually over time the state pension is increasing as a share of earnings, ratcheting up over time.
Right, okay, so what was the basic state pension at the point when the triple lock was introduced?
The triple lock was announced in 2010 when the coalition government came into office. At the time, the basic state pension, the flat rate bit that existed at the time, was £98 per week. Had it increased in line with prices, it would have grown by about 60%. Had it increased in line with average earnings, it would have increased by about 66%, but it's actually gone up by 90% over that period. So the state pension is a lot more generous as a result of the triple lock.
So it was 98 quid then, what's it now?
State pension now is almost twice that amount. It's about £180 a week for those who are over 75 and getting the flat rate component. The new state pension, which Steve Webb, who we'll hear from in a moment, who brought in April 2016, is more generous. That's currently worth just over £240 per week. That's available to those who reach the state pension age after 2016, so that's younger pensioners.
Now, are all recipients of the state pension better off, or are there some anomalies here?
Well, not everybody gets the full state pension, even today, but I think if you spend all of your working life in the UK, you're probably going to qualify for the standard amount. Of course, there are very well-off pensioners, some who earn money, some who've got private pensions. There are also some poor pensioners who fall through the net. There are some, for example, single pensioners living in expensive rented accommodation who might be particularly struggling. So it's always worth remembering that while pensioners on average as a group have done pretty well over this period, there are some much better off pensioners and there are some poorer pensioners.
Although we have the man who brought in the 2016 pension who just told us, can you explain to us why pre-2016 pensioners are worse off than post-2016 pensioners?
Under the old UK state pension, we had this flat rate component, and we also had an additional bit which paid you more if you paid more in. So people who've been higher earners during their lives paid more in tax and got a more generous state pension as a result. What the reform that came in 2016 said is actually we're going to move to a world where people just get a flat rate component regardless of how much they paid in. What it means is in the long run, you'll see people moving on to a flat rate of state pension, the new state pension, the bit that's currently worth £241 a week. And that was made available immediately for new pensioners, not for existing pensioners.
And just one last question while we're on this bit. Just to be clear, because people are confused about it, the state pension is not actually linked in reality to the contributions you've made during your working life. That's not where it comes from.
That's not where the money comes from. It is the case that paying national insurance is one way in which you can get credits towards receiving a state pension, but there are other ways of getting those credits too, like receiving universal credit. But it's not the case that the money that's paid into the National Insurance Fund is put in a pot somewhere and that's used to pay for the pensioners once you get to pension age. And the reason for that is actually a very good one. After the Second World War, when we introduced the state pension, it was decided that we should pay pensions immediately to those who were pretty close to the pension age, rather than say, no, it's only going to be 16-year-olds who can benefit in full from the state pension.
Right. Now, Steve Webb, you were Pensions Minister when the triple lock was introduced. How did it come about?
There's quite an interesting history of the policy on the state pension, and the big moment in that was 1980. And in 1980, Mrs. Thatcher famously broke the earnings link. So for a few years prior to 1980, every year the state pension was pegged to the growth in wages.
So it was a single lock.
A single lock, yeah. And Mrs. Thatcher decided that this was unaffordable, and for the next 30 years, it was linked simply to prices, to inflation. And at first glance, what's wrong with that? If it linked to inflation every year, you buy the same basket of goods, so what's the problem? But the problem is that pensions aren't just about avoiding poverty. They're about smoothing our standard of living when our wage stops. So if we have our earnings going on and the pension's falling relative to what people earn, you fall off a cliff when you retire. Your standard of living slumps. And we don't want that. That's not what the pension's there for. So linking the pension to earnings avoids that happening. 30 years of a price link meant the pension had fallen a long way below average wages. So something had to be done. So one option was just to reinstate an earnings link, and most political parties thought something like that should happen. But there were two problems. One is you've done 30 years of damage. So you've got
catching up to do.
Exactly. So you mentioned the ratchet earlier on. The ratchet is the key thing we were trying to achieve, was to rebuild the state pension relative to the average wage. The ratchet isn't an accident, it's a design feature. And so people sometimes say to me, well, the triple lock is, Steve, purists say it's irrational, we can't predict it, we don't know exactly how it's going to work. Well, no, but having a rule, a principle, meant that instead of me having to go and see George Osborne every year, the Chancellor, and say, please, sir, can I have a bit more money for the pension, at a time of austerity, we had a rule. And that rule has lasted 15 plus years. People say triple lock's uncertain, relying on the Chancellor of the day to give you a bit of cash is uncertain as well. So we needed to rebuild. 2.5% was to avoid that politically embarrassing thing. So when Gordon Brown famously gave the pensioners 75p, that was because inflation was 1.1%, the pension was 70 quid or thereabouts, so he gave them 75p. There was absolute uproar, so the next year he just gave them a fiver, because there was an election on. Well, that's not great either, that's not rational policy making, so the 2.5% just stops stupidly small increases.
And just take us briefly through the politics of this. How did it get into manifestos? How did it get into policy? And what did the Treasury say?
It's a funny thing, so it was in, if you look back at the manifestos for the 2010 election, it was the Liberal Democrat one. I'm a Lib Dem, I would say that, but it was in the Lib Dem manifesto to say the triple lock. The coalition negotiations, the Lib Dems said to the Conservatives, we draft this tonight to our manifesto. The Conservatives consulted Treasury civil servants, and they said, well, we were going to do an earnings link anyway, that was kind of assumed. So the only extra cost of this 2.5% floor, and frankly, in the world we live in, 2.5% doesn't really matter. So this is almost a free lunch. You can have that. You Conservatives can say to the Lib Dems, you can have something from your manifesto, it won't cost anything, and we'll have something else. And that's kind of what happened.
And it wasn't predicted that what has happened would happen back then?
It wasn't, but you have to remember the time horizon of, for example, the coalition was 5 years. So, you can't bind successor governments. So all you're ever doing is setting a policy for 5 years.
Sophie Hale, coming back to today and the impact of all this, how do pensioners compare now with other groups in society in terms of poverty levels?
Looking back in the 90s, pensioners used to have quite a high poverty rate. About 1 in 4 above the pension age were in poverty, and that was higher than for the working age population. So you were more likely to be in poverty after you reached pension age. But since the early noughties, that's actually reversed. So pensioners are actually less likely to be in poverty than working age. And it's even more dramatic when you look at pensioners relative to children, where the poverty rate is about double for children than it is for pensioners in the UK today. So I think there's just, a lot of people still kind of look back on that previous trend of an era when we had much, much higher pension and poverty rates than we do today.
Carl, since the triple lock was introduced, you talked about the 90% increase in the value of the pension. What has actually happened to make that figure occur?
Well, essentially, we've had a period of very weak economic growth. First, the recovery from the financial crisis through the 2010s was much, much weaker than was expected. We then had things like Brexit, we had a COVID pandemic, we had Putin invading Ukraine, all of which have put pressure on living standards in the UK, all of which have meant that economic growth has been really, really disappointing. And actually, you can see that if you look when the triple lock was first announced, the Treasury costing that Steve spoke about, well, they said, well, in 5 years' time, what was expected to be the last year of the coalition government, we think this will cost about £450 million relative to just having earnings indexation, so pretty cheap in the scheme of things. The best estimate is it cost more like £2.9 billion in that year. So it turned out 6 times more expensive than expected, which is what will happen under the triple lock if you have poor economic performance or if you have a volatile economic environment. The triple lock becomes more generous by design in those kinds of periods, and that's exactly what we had.
And actually, we should probably bank the fact that the predictions are that we will have it again.
Going forwards, it does look like the triple lock is going to continue to bind, by which I mean is, over the next few years, it's not the case that we're expecting it just to be earnings indexation each year. We do think that occasionally it's going to be the case it will be inflation that will be higher than earnings growth. Difficult for earners, pensioners, for good reason, given protection from that.
What happened during COVID?
Well, in the start of the pandemic, of course, a lot of people went to reduce their hours. They were getting furloughed. They might have been getting 80% of their wages. So earnings did really, really badly as measured, as you would expect. And again, for very good reasons, pensions were protected in the sense that the state pension was price increased in that initial period. And then people came off furlough, and if you came off furlough and you moved from being 80% employed to 100% employed, your earnings went up a lot, so average earnings increased pretty dramatically. And rather sensibly, I think the government at the time decided to suspend the triple lock and say, we're not going to give pensioners that huge increase in growth in pension, which is only reflecting the fact that lots of people are going from working 80% to working 100%. That wouldn't be reasonable. Now, of course, it's really an exaggeration of what you see over economic cycles when workers have a hard time and then they have a recovery. That's what you saw with the furlough scheme by design. Pensioners were protected by that in the initial period, and they weren't fully rewarded for that recovery.
So in this same period, we've had obviously a significant increase in the welfare budget, so much so that it's becoming quite a major political issue at the moment. What has happened to pension spending relative to other welfare spending? What have been the trade-offs there?
Yeah, so pension spending has increased a lot more. So when we look at the increase in the welfare budget, there's two things that have been primarily driving that. Increase in spending on pension and increase in spending on health-related benefits, because we've seen declining health. And what it hasn't been is the kind of base unemployment benefits, where those have been frozen in real terms over the same period. The triple lock has been in place and then linked to inflation. So they have not risen by anywhere near the kind of increase that we've seen in pension over the same period.
How do we compare with other countries abroad, countries like us?
So it is true that government spending on the state pension in the UK is pretty low by international standards. But I think that you've got to remember that pensions in the UK, because of that, are actually much more reliant on private sources of income. So again, when you think about when the state pension was first introduced after the Second World War, it was a flat rate component. That meant that people often had occupational pensions saved in other forms, saved through private means, and that was supported through tax relief. So I think actually looking at just what comes from the state gives you a bit of a false impression. And if you look in Western Europe, if you look in Scandinavia, you typically see people paying a lot more in terms of social security contributions and getting a lot more in terms of a state pension. It's usually related to earnings, so higher earners pay more in tax and get a higher pension as a result, and they have much, much lower need for any private pension income. But I think the comparison of just the state bit is missing a big part of that story. Steve?
It is funny because as an elected politician, if you talk to voters and tell them that there's been this large to pensions and you're fantastically well off, you don't get re-elected. There is a disjunction between the statistics and actually the lived experience. And I suppose for me, the risk is we take a snapshot now and we say, and I don't disagree with any of the facts that have been given, that pensioners on average have done relatively well. Partly because we've treated working age welfare so shoddily, in my opinion, and we shouldn't use the fact we treated working age welfare so badly as a justification for doing worse things to pensioners. It seems to me those are two separate questions. But the question is, where are we going? And where we're going is a world where people retiring actually won't have access to the traditional gold-plated final salary pension. If I give you one example, whilst I was minister, we introduced something called automatic enrolment. So you have a job, you have a pension. We now have another 10 million people with something, with a pot of money type pension. But those pots are tiny. So in the coming years, people won't be retiring with traditional big company pensions to top up the state pension. They'll be retiring with tiny little pots. I mean, 15, 20 years' time, it'll be different. But now, it's starting to,
It'll be different because those amounts will be building up.
Exactly, they'll have more years to pay in. So we're in this kind of window, almost, I think of it as a valley. There's the highlands we've come from with gold-plated traditional final salary pensions. There's the future, hopefully some will get things of big pot of money pensions. But we're in this window where people will retire with much less private pension than perhaps in the past. So if just the people coming through with reduced private income, we take our foot off the gas in the state pension, then those pension poverty numbers start going up again.
Steve, do you have anything to learn, or did you think you had anything to learn from the way in which other countries manage their pension systems?
People often cite Australia as a place where people built up these huge, what they call super funds, like workplace pensions. The big learning is we should have started a long time ago and built up much quicker. So automatic enrolment was great. It took us 5 or 6 years just to get every company in the land in. we're still only putting 8% in. Most people think we're putting in nearly double that. So actually, we've wasted the last 10 years on all of that. We really need to be ramping that up, and we haven't, which is why the state pension still matters. And perhaps we can come back to this point, particularly for women. Because on average, women tend to have much smaller private pensions, but equal state pensions, in the sense that newly retired people today, men and women, get almost identical state pensions. So if we ease off on the gas on the state, which is equal between men and women, and put weight on the bit that's grossly unequal, we're going to hit women more than men.
But Sophie, we must be aware here of this strange kind of dichotomy, which is that by and large, economists, experts and so on say, you can't go on like this. This ratchet can't go on. It's taking up a greater proportion of the welfare budget, and it's taking up a greater proportion of what we actually earn as a country. You've got to change the system somehow. And yet, on the other hand, every single political party just about, maybe not everyone, says that they want to maintain the triple lock, and indeed I think Reform UK, after a bit of thinking about it, decided they wanted to come down in favour of the triple lock and so on. Why do you think this happens? Why this division?
Well, the reason that it's so popular amongst politicians is basically reflecting that it's so popular amongst the population. So we know that a lot of people support the triple lock. A lot of people support increasing spending on pensions in general. In fact, some research we did shows that even, it's more than half of even young people kind of support higher spending on pensions. So this isn't just about people who are, soon approaching state pension age that support it, although we do think support is higher for those older groups for obvious reasons. And linked to that, those older groups that are more likely to support higher pension spending and to support the triple lock are much more likely to turn out and vote at elections.
I just want to ask you this, Carl. What are the projections going forward if we maintain the triple lock as we have it, let's say 5, 10, 20 years?
So if you look over a 5-year period, it tends to be the case we don't expect the triple lock to be very expensive because we don't tend to forecast recessions or other negative shocks that come along. They tend to hit us by surprise. Over the longer term, what's really going to matter is, do we think that the world going forward is going to be like the fantastic period of economic performance we had between the Second World War and the start of the financial crisis, in which case the triple lock would prove pretty cheap and you wouldn't get much of that ratchet effect? Or do we think the world since 2010 is more like what we will experience, in which case pensioners would see the state pension rise faster as a share of average earnings and the price tag would become much more expensive? Now, even in that world, the state pension could be affordable if that's what we want to do. But the reason I get worried, I think, is it comes on top of other pressures that the public finances faces. So the NHS and social care in particular, that's something that older voters will care a lot about. And you also know that we're increasing the state pension age to try and keep the cost of the state pension contained. And I think what I worry about there is, well, if you increase the state pension age, a reasonable policy response to people living longer, the people who lose the most are the people with the lowest life expectancies. They might have all of their state pension taken away. Who gains the most from the triple lock? Well, it's people who live to their 90s and beyond who enjoy a generously indexed pension for longer. And on average, they are much richer than those who don't make it to the state pension age. Simple.
Well, just looking at the kind of next 5 years in particular, you're right. Obviously, we don't forecast these kind of big recessions and these big volatile spikes. But what we saw after the Russian invasion in Ukraine in 2022 was this inflation shock that meant that the state pension rose by inflation. And then the next year, as earnings kind of caught back up and recovered in real terms, we saw it being linked to earnings. So we saw this kind of 10% and then 9% rises 2 years in a row. And we see ourselves in a very similar situation now. So the next 5 years, we could see quite a big ratcheting effect if we do end up with a big inflation shock next year, and then earnings kind of lagging that and recovering in real terms the year after.
Steve, is this what you anticipated?
The triple lock was never forever. There was never a view that this was going to go on, because logically, if you keep going with the triple lock, eventually state pension will be more than the average wage. So logically, there has to be an end point. So for me, the interesting discussion on this is when and how do you switch it off, having done most of the job it was there to do, but I'm immensely proud of the job it did.
Essentially, it has now achieved what it is that you wanted to achieve, which was to get rid of that kind of idea that you always had to be a bit poorer to be a pensioner and to have fallen behind, and that's now gone. And that maybe we don't need to continue with it.
I would say we're more or less where I would like to get to. So for me, the sensible thing to say is, well, what on earth is this thing for? is there a right level of the pension? Well, you might say that, as Carl said, we've got private pensions and we need to factor them in, but maybe the government should be replacing about a third of what we used to have earnings on average. So say the state pension should be about a third of the average wage, and depends how you measure it, but it might be slightly short of that. So what you say is, in my view, this is what it's for, this is the level we're trying to get to, we'll use the mechanism we've got, because if we don't, it won't happen, till we get to this target, and we're explicit what the target is, and then we look at that. That seems to be a rational thing to do.
And are we at the target?
We're getting near, I think. But we don't know, this is the point, we don't know exactly what the numbers will do, but if we're clear where we're trying to get to, and we can say when we've got there, that would be progress.
Okay, Sophie, the what can we do question, and then we'll come on to how we say what it is that we might think we should do. What would you change about the triple lock if you wanted to make it more affordable and sustainable?
Yeah, so I actually agree with Steve. The right thing to do is decide what level you want it to be relative to earnings, and then to maintain it at that level, and that means that you link it to earnings in future. What we suggest is that you have something called a smooth earnings link, and ultimately what that just will allow you to do is to provide protection against inflation shocks kind of in the short run. So when inflation spikes a lot, you would get that inflation and then uprating, but then it would kind of gradually over a few years return you back to the same level relative to earnings, and then continue operating by earnings after that.
What would you do?
Do exactly the same smooth earnings link that Sophie's just described. I think the challenge is about how you sell it, how you communicate it. And it's the same indexation that they have in Australia for their state pension.
Overall, aren't we disguising the fact that we're trying to reduce the amount we're spending on pensions over what they would be if we continued with the system? So what gives, Carl?
That is true. You are making the system less generous than what it would be under the triple lock. What you're not doing, I think, is making the system less generous to, say, future pensioners relative to today's pensioners. You're saying we will keep all of what the triple lock has delivered since 2010, but what we're not going to do is keep ratcheting it up going forwards. So we're banking all of the ratchets we had so far. We're just not going to add any more to it.
Now, Steve, we're still going to be saying to people, therefore, as politicians, we will give you less than you would otherwise have got if we hadn't done this. How do you sell it?
Switching it off is difficult by design, but clearly, as we discussed, at some point that has to happen. So the question is, how do you sell it? And I think the least worst way, so if we took the current government, who are still 3 and a bit years away from the election, they could say two things. They could say, we told you in our manifesto we keep the triple lock, and today I confirm, Mr. Speaker, that I am keeping it, etc., etc., and I am going further, because I've decided that the pension should be a third of the average wage, and we're not quite there. The job is not yet done. So not only are we keeping the triple lock for the entirety of this Parliament promise, I am extending our promise until we reach this target, and then we'll lock it in and